Chapter 1. Earth in the Southern Hemisphere. There exists a natural valley encircled by a continuous range of mountains. The forest is lush and verdant, imbued with a vibrant green and teeming with life. At a glance, it is indeed a scene brimming with vitality, where the exquisite beauty of nature unfolds in its entirety at this very moment. This serene atmosphere evokes a particularly refreshing and pleasant mood in Wu Feng, who lies at the entrance of the valley on a patch of greenery, basking in the warm sunlight. Stretching languidly in the somewhat dazzling sunlight, he shifts from a side-leaning position to lying flat, his body forming a large, relaxed T-shape, sinking into the grass. Gazing quietly at the pristine blue sky and white clouds, reminiscent of childhood memories before his journey, Wu Feng gradually drifts into a state of tranquility, commonly referred to as on the verge of slumber. However, fate had other plans. At that moment, a furious howl pierced the air. "Wu Feng, you rascal, hiding here to laze and sleep again. You little brat, are you itching for a beating?" Turning towards the voice, he beheld a burly man, robust in stature, wielding a solid iron club resembling a wolf's fang, weighing no less than several hundred kilograms. Charging from within the valley, in mere seconds, he traversed a distance of nearly 100 meters and arrived before Wu Feng. Without uttering a word, he brought the club down heavily onto the ground beside Wu Feng, who had yet to rise from the grass. Boom! With a resounding crash, the earth instantly bore a deep pit, roughly a meter wide and deep. In an instant, dust flew, enveloping the surroundings and splattering Wu Feng with mud and broken grass. Startled by the sudden assault, Wu Feng jolted awake, instinctively rolling on the ground, springing to his feet with his hands raised in a fighting stance, scanning wildly as he shouted, "Who dares to disturb my morning slumber?" Before he could finish speaking, he glimpsed the furious expression of his second uncle, Wu Shan, who stood nearby, gripping the massive club with his right hand while tapping his left palm impatiently. His pupils constricted, and he swallowed nervously, awkwardly chuckling as he saw Wu Shan's readiness to strike. Without waiting for his uncle to act, Wu Feng bolted towards the depths of the valley, where his second aunt was. As he ran, he yelled, "Help! Murder! Second aunt, come save me! Your husband has gone mad again. You little brat, stop running. Don't run. Just stand still. Fine, I won't hit you today, but you better stop right now." Wu Shan, trailing several meters behind Wu Feng, was both amused and exasperated, shouting in a tone filled with disbelief. "Really? Is that true? Uncle, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Wu Feng hesitated, slowing his pace slightly as he turned to face Wu Shan with a skeptical expression. "Really, I wouldn't lie to you. Think back to when you were little. When have I ever deceived you? Well, except for that time when your parents passed away." Seeing Wu Feng's uncertainty, Wu Shan spoke with mild irritation. "Enough with the nonsense. Come with me now. Today, your long-lost uncle has finally returned from his travels. It's time for you to meet him and see if you possess any talent for martial arts." As he spoke, Wu Shan seized Wu Feng and effortlessly lifted him with a single arm. Without waiting for Wu Feng to voice any objections, he bent his right leg and took off, sprinting at lightning speed towards the central training ground in the valley. He abruptly halted a meter away from his elder brother, Mutaito, and casually tossed the nearly dazed Wu Feng and the club aside. With a stoic expression, he approached Mutaito, his hands cracking ominously. In the next moment, without a word of warning, he launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Mutaito, who stood at the center of the circular training area. Faced with this sudden, swift, and fierce assault, Mutaito displayed no sign of alarm. From afar, one could see his hands, previously resting behind his back, springing forth with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he deftly intercepted the colossal fist that was mere inches from his face. "Humph! After so many years without a trace, you finally deem it necessary to return?" After his full-force attack failed to land, Wu Shan snorted coldly, retracting his fists with a hint of sarcasm. "Xiao Shan, I apologize for the circumstances surrounding Xiao Yao's family. Wu Taido, feeling guilty and burdened with remorse, attempted to explain himself, but was abruptly interrupted by Wu Shan's impatient tone. "Enough. You needn't explain anything to me. If you wish to clarify, speak to your nephew." With that, Wu Shan pointed a finger at Wu Feng, who sat nearby, wide-eyed and incredulous, before turning on his heel and striding away without a backward glance. Within mere seconds, he vanished from Wu Taido's sight. "Sai child, what is your name?" After observing Wu Shan's hasty departure, Wu Taido let out a barely perceptible sigh and turned to Wu Feng with a warm inquiry. "Me? My name is Wu Feng. Greetings, uncle. You are remarkable. May I?" Snapped back to reality, Wu Feng responded without hesitation upon hearing the inquiry from this previously unacquainted master, addressing him affectionately as uncle. Moreover, Wu Feng promptly expressed his desire to learn martial arts under his uncle's tutelage. However, Mutaito did not immediately address Wu Feng's request. Instead, he focused intently on Wu Feng's name. Wu Feng, is it? A splendid name indeed. The pinnacle of martial arts. Very good. From this moment forth, you shall train under me. With that, he patted Wu Feng on the shoulder and, without further ado, briskly made his way to his dwelling. Wu Feng, left alone, sat in astonishment and excitement, murmuring to himself. It has begun. It has finally begun. What a long time it has taken. Having arrived in this world for over a year, the mysterious progress bar visible only to Wu Feng and reminiscent of a Game Boss health bar had, at that moment, moved forward. It is noteworthy that prior to this, Wu Feng had tried various methods to no avail, and just moments ago, upon Wu Taido accepting him as a disciple, the progress jumped from 1% to 10%. Moreover, Wu Feng could distinctly see the progress bar steadily advancing, albeit slowly but surely. At that moment, Wu Feng had ample reason to believe that if he maintained this momentum, it would not be long before it reached completion, hitting 100%. At that point, Wu Feng would acquire information about the next world he was destined to traverse, suddenly appearing in his mind. Then he could finally leave this newly confirmed, perilously high-stakes world of Dragon Ball, where the Earth could explode at any moment. The following day, the sky was clear and the sun shone brightly. Wu Feng found himself on a modest peak in the Chilean mountains, at an altitude of approximately 400 to 500 meters. At this moment, Wu Taido was guiding Wu Feng through the most fundamental training. Mountain climbing, continuously ascending and descending the mountain until Wu Feng was utterly exhausted. Due to the strenuous nature of the exercise, the 12-year-old Wu Feng could only manage one round before succumbing to fatigue. Ultimately, he was effortlessly carried back down the mountain by his uncle, Wu Taido, who unceremoniously tossed him into a bath filled with water at a perfectly adjusted temperature, imbued with the subtle fragrance of flowers and herbs. Ignoring Wu Feng's reasonable suggestions to proceed gradually with the training, Wu Feng was left with no option but to passively endure his uncle's relentless regimen. It was only after some time had passed, and Wu Feng began to feel significant improvements in his physical condition, that he gradually transformed from initial reluctance and resistance to a state of enjoyment, tinged with a hint of masochism. On this particular day, after yet another grueling session, Wu Feng lay in the bath, gazing at the progress bar hovering before him, which had advanced yet again since yesterday. He could not help but smile broadly, however. His complete lack of strength caused the smile to morph into a grimace of pain as it triggered his pain receptors. Throughout his martial training, though undeniably harsh and akin to a hellish experience, each time Wu Feng witnessed the progress bar steadily moving forward alongside his physical growth, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. His hard work and effort were not in vain. It is worth mentioning that as time gradually flows by, Wu Feng has slowly fallen in love with the sensation of continuously growing stronger. Consequently, during his subsequent cultivation, he unconsciously exerted himself even more, striving with all his might, even exceeding the daily training tasks assigned by his venerable uncle Wu Taido, all in pursuit of becoming formidable as swiftly as possible, in order to prepare adequately for the impending new world of traversable dimensions. For both the profound insights of his previous life and the knowledge and experiences acquired in this one have deeply instilled in Wu Feng a fundamental truth. If he does not wish to leave any regrets in his life, he must become sufficiently powerful enough to rectify all that can be salvaged. For weakness is the original sin of all. It must be said that the time spent in cultivation ultimately slips by like sand through fingers, with years passing in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, 3 springs and autumns have passed since Wu Feng became a disciple of Wu Taido. After 3 years of relentless training and perseverance, Wu Feng has finally lived up to expectations, officially reaching the initial stage of cultivation as defined by his uncle's aspirations. On this day, due to the good habits cultivated over the years, Wu Feng arose early, engaging in the morning warm-up exercises he had performed daily since the beginning of his training, preparing for the day's endeavors ahead. After completing a series of familiar movements, Wu Feng instinctively waved towards the door, only to be astonished to find his uncle had not appeared at the usual time. This revelation filled Wu Feng with curiosity and surprise, for his uncle, who remains enigmatic to him, had never once been late or absent in the past 3 years. Just as Wu Feng was pondering this anomaly and preparing to visit his uncle's residence, he unexpectedly encountered his second uncle, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Approaching rapidly, his second uncle delivered a swift punch directly at Wu Feng. If this had occurred before Wu Feng began his training, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding it, perhaps even unable to perceive it. However, at this moment, he effortlessly raised his hand to block the seemingly thunderous strike. Well done, young man. In just a few short years, you have gained such strength. It seems it won't be long before you grasp the upper realm of martial arts known as Qi. You have surpassed your second uncle by leaps and bounds, Wu Shan remarked, pride swelling within him as he witnessed Wu Feng easily parry his surprise attack, although he couldn't help but sigh internally. Hee, second uncle, you flatter me. My current strength is merely passable, just enough to protect myself, Wu Feng replied with a modest chuckle, having regained his composure. Enough with the pretense. I know exactly what kind of person you are. I suspect you're already feeling quite proud of yourself, Wu Shan retorted, a mix of annoyance and amusement in his tone. Without allowing Wu Feng a chance to respond, he continued, you were in such a hurry to leave. Were you planning to visit your uncle? Second uncle. How did you know I was looking for him? Oh, right. I haven't completed my training for today. I must hurry. Farewell, second uncle. Wu Feng exclaimed, initially surprised by his second uncle's insight. Then realizing he had yet to fulfill his training for the day, he hurriedly bid his uncle goodbye. In an instant, just as Wu Feng prepared to dash towards the highest peak, his quick-witted second uncle seized him by the shoulder. What's the rush? Can you not let someone finish their sentence? You don't need to climb a mountain today. Your uncle left last night in haste due to urgent matters, and before he departed, he briefed me on your subsequent training. What? Uncle has left? Was it really that urgent? Did he not have a moment to inform me? Wu Feng responded, first in astonishment, then feeling a wave of sadness and disappointment wash over him. Come now, what's with that expression? It's not as if we are parting for eternity. Your uncle mentioned he would return in a short span of 3 to 6 months at most, Wu Shan remarked, rolling his eyes, half amused and half exasperated. Oh, is that so? Very well then, second uncle. Let us commence the new training without delay. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Wu Feng's spirits lifted immediately, rekindling his fervor for the upcoming round of training. All right, follow me. By the way, remember, from today onward, your training ground will be the circular arena located in the heart of the valley, Wu Shan instructed as they sprinted towards the designated location. Isn't this where the adults in the valley usually practice and spar? Wu Feng inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Indeed, there's no need for doubt, for your training henceforth will consist of continuous combat. Do you understand? Wu Shan declared, his gaze unwavering and his expression serious. I understand, but if I may say so, aside from you, second uncle, it seems that no one else in the valley could effectively serve as a training partner for me. Even if we were to engage in a spar, Uncle Wu Yin, the second strongest in the valley, is still quite lacking. After all, speed and reflexes are crucial, wouldn't you agree? Wu Feng stated, his right hand casually scratching the back of his head, a proud yet bashful demeanor surfacing. On that note, you need not worry. Your uncle has already arranged for your training assistance. Now, take a look behind you, Wu Shan said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he explained lightly. Upon turning around, Wu Feng was met with the sight of his cousin, who was laboriously carrying a massive turtle shell on his back, trudging towards him. With a resounding thud, the heavy object fell to the ground, scattering pebbles and raising a cloud of dust. Feng, little cousin here. I've brought you what you need. No need for thanks, his cousin said with a somewhat clumsy demeanor after dropping the enormous turtle shell before Wu Feng. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng stiffly turned to face his second uncle, a rigid smile adorning his face as he harbored a flicker of hope. This tortoise shell? It cannot be that I am meant to carry it for my training, can it? He inquired. Certainly not. How could one cultivate while burdened? Wu Shan replied. Is that so? Thank goodness, I knew it. Wu Feng exclaimed with relief, patting his chest. However, it must be worn. Without wearing it, how can it be secured? And how can it serve its purpose in training? Now, hurry up, do not dawdle, and put it on for today's practice. Before Wu Feng could fully relish his relief, Wu Shan continued with an expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, Wu Feng was petrified. The following day, the sky was clear and the air refreshing, with the sun shining brightly, marking a splendid season of rejuvenation for all living things. On this day, my cousin Fei, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. One should leave a margin in their endeavors, for it paves the way for future encounters. Clad in a colossal tortoise shell weighing several thousand pounds, Wu Feng earnestly addressed his first opponent of the day. Ah, is that so? However, Uncle Dashin has declared that no mercy should be shown, stating that as long as one is not rendered incapacitated, it is permissible. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xiaofei, recalling Uncle Dashin's words, resolutely reaffirmed her determination. Subsequently, she disregarded Wu Feng's utterances entirely, launching a flurry of punches and kicks directed at him. Faced with a sluggish punch that appeared to move in slow motion, Wu Feng instinctively attempted to sidestep, only to realize, to his dismay, that he had barely shifted his position, managing just enough to evade the languid blow. Yet, before he could feel a sense of relief, Wu Xiaofei's subsequent punch struck him squarely, causing him to collapse to the ground. A minute later, as Wu Feng struggled to rise, he was about to plead for mercy regarding the blows to his face when another punch swiftly landed, sending him crashing down once more, his handsome visage unmarred yet again. Lying motionless, confusion enveloped him as Wu Xiaofei stepped closer, only to discover Wu Feng frothing at the mouth and seeing stars. "Oh, Uncle Dashan, come quickly. Cousin Feng is in dire straits." Alarmed by Wu Feng's plight, Wu Xiaofei hurriedly ran towards Wu Shan, her voice tinged with panic as she called out. Meanwhile, Wu Feng remained sprawled on the ground, his head swollen like a pig's, his eyes swirling in a daze for what felt like an eternity. On this day, the resounding thuds echoed continuously from the circular disc at the heart of the valley. From a distance, two figures could be seen interweaving, moving in and out of visibility. As time gradually passed, the intensity of their battle accelerated until the onlookers could no longer discern their positions with the naked eye. The only indication of their fierce clash was the fleeting afterimages left in their wake. With a resounding impact, their fists collided once more, and in a split second, the two figures separated at high speed. Wu Feng stood firm, while Wu Shan staggered backward, regaining his balance only after 3 steps. "Uncle, I concede," Wu Feng exclaimed, a hint of triumph in his voice as he observed Wu Shan stabilizing himself. "Ah, well done. You truly are a martial genius. In just 6 years, you have completely surpassed me, rivaling the talent of your elder uncle," Wu Shan remarked, his expression one of genuine admiration, undeterred by Wu Feng's elation. "Now that little Feng has emerged victorious, this phase of training concludes here. Prepare yourself. For tomorrow, I shall guide you in the cultivation of the advanced martial realm known as Qi," Wu Taido interjected, smoothly cutting off the impending exchange of self-congratulations between the two. "Yes, I understand, uncle," Wu Feng responded decisively, foregoing the usual mutual praise. "Very well. At dawn tomorrow on the peak of Qilian Mountain. Remember, tardiness will bear its own consequences." With that, Wu Taido turned and walked towards his residence, moving with a grace that belied the urgency of his departure. In an instant, he vanished from Wu Feng's sight as the echoes of his words lingered in the air. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn broke and the sky brightened, the day unfolded under a canopy of white clouds, with a crisp autumn breeze heralding a clear day. The fiery orb of the sun peaked above the horizon, revealing a glimmer of vibrant red. At this moment, atop the highest peak of the Qilian Mountains, Wu Feng stood attentively, absorbing his uncle's teachings with utmost seriousness, meticulously performing a series of peculiar movements as instructed. It was not until the morning sun gracefully ascended above the horizon, revealing its resplendent form, that his uncle brought the session to a halt. "What should we do next, uncle?" Wu Feng inquired, somewhat perplexed by his uncle's seemingly erratic demeanor. In response to Wu Feng's confusion, Wu Tai, with an air of indifference, posed a reflective question. "Have you settled your mind?" "Ah, my apologies, uncle. I was mistaken." Initially taken aback, Wu Feng soon realized that his eagerness to cultivate the Qi yearned for had stirred a wave of excitement within him, causing him to inadvertently breach the cardinal principle of martial arts: avoid arrogance and haste. "Well, such occurrences are inevitable. It is also my fault for revealing today's training agenda prematurely. Now, let us proceed without further ado." Wu Tai refrained from chastising Wu Feng, instead engaging in self-reflection before calmly continuing. Meanwhile, Wu Feng exhaled gently, clearing his mind of distractions, and began the formal practice of Qi in accordance with his uncle's verbal guidance. Seated cross-legged upon the ground, he focused all his mental energy, gradually attuning himself to the Qi present within the cells of his physical body as taught by his uncle. As time flowed gently by and the sun reached its zenith, Wu Feng's consciousness finally transcended a certain barrier, perceiving the Qi his uncle had described, his very own Qi. In an instant, upon sensing this vital energy, Wu Feng instinctively sought to mobilize it. To his delight, as his intention stirred, the Qi within his cellular structure surged forth with vigor. The external manifestation of this was striking. Wu Feng, seated in meditation, began to radiate light, enveloped in a luminous glow reminiscent of white jade. Moments later, Emerging from a profound state of realization, Wu Feng exhaled a breath of murky air. The expelled energy surged forth like an ethereal sword, striking the rocky wall and leaving behind a small, finger-sized hole. Have I succeeded? Have I finally grasped the essence of qi? At this moment, Wu Feng's previously restless heart, upon discovering his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, has finally begun to ease and find some semblance of tranquility. Uncle, I have succeeded. He took a moment to attune himself to his physical form, feeling the abundant energy coursing through his cells, and with the enhancement of qi, his body felt as if it had undergone a complete transformation. Wu Feng was overwhelmed with excitement that was difficult to articulate. Yes, splendid. Now, take this time to truly experience and strive to master every ounce of strength within your body. All right, today's training will conclude here. Mutaito observed that everything unfolded as he had anticipated, maintaining an expression of calm while secretly feeling a surge of joy within. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since Wu Feng had grasped the essence of qi. On this day, atop the highest peak of the Chilean mountains, 2 lightning-fast figures continuously darted and clashed. The resounding boom, boom, boom of their collisions echoed incessantly. Gradually, as the combatants accelerated, the entire mountaintop became a blur of their afterimages. Often, one phantom had scarcely faded before the next materialized. An entire day slipped away in the throes of their battle, which only ceased when one could endure no longer. Huffing and puffing, drenched in sweat with not a dry patch on his body, Wu Feng collapsed exhaustedly onto the ground, gasping for breath. Every ounce of strength had deserted him, leaving him utterly spent, his consciousness flickering like a dying ember. The last thing he registered was the all-too-familiar sensation of being hoisted up before darkness claimed him. When he awoke again, a full day and night had passed. Starvation forced Wu Feng to venture into the nearby mountains, where he hunted an unfortunate wild boar. After cleaning it, he began the familiar ritual of roasting it over a fire. Once sated, he returned to rest. Just before sleep took him, his habitual glance at the progress bar hovering before his eyes revealed an astonishing sight. The bar, previously stuck at 95, had now reached completion. This sudden revelation instantly extinguished Wu Feng's desire for sleep, for it signified that his long-anticipated journey through time and space was finally about to commence. Without the slightest hesitation, he activated the time travel function, guided by the information that had materialized in his mind. Notably, he had come to understand, through this newfound knowledge, the substantial discrepancy in the flow of time between the 2 temporal realms. Thus, liberated from the fear of being discovered by his loved ones, Wu Feng meticulously surveyed his surroundings to ensure he was alone before embarking on his voyage. In an ephemeral glimmer of light emanating from his being, Wu Feng, who had been seated cross-legged upon his bed, vanished into thin air. In the Song dynasty, at Mount Legu, within the newly established abode of the Carefree sect, atop a rather steep peak, 2 young figures clad in white stood facing each other, their handsome features strikingly complementing one another. Junior sister, must you truly challenge me at this moment? Having devoted nearly a decade to mastering the 3 divine arts of the Carefree sect, namely, the Lesser Formless Technique, the supreme art of the 8 Desolations, and the Northern Underworld Divine Art, Wu Feng, now proficient in the fundamentals of the Eternal Spring Technique, gazed at his eager junior sister, Wang Yuyan, whom he had nurtured and taught since childhood, and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. This is truly a quintessential example of misguided teachings. It appears that I am not suited to be a teacher. Observing my little junior sister, who embodies a martial arts zeal, always eager to engage in a battle upon encountering a master, I am overwhelmed with a sense of guilt. Had I known this would be the outcome, I should never have indulged her with so many fantastical tales of martial heroes. Alas, it is too late for regrets. The course cannot be altered now. Reflecting on these years of turmoil, I am compelled to chastise myself and weep. Time and again, I have been forcibly drawn into sparring sessions under the guise of seeking guidance, leaving me with scarcely a day of peace. Confronted with the dilemma of not being able to fight back. After all, should I strike too hard? I would feel remorse. I find myself at a loss with the carefree young princess of the Xiaoyao sect. Recently, however, with my continuous support, she finally garnered enough insight to enter seclusion and break through her limits. I had hoped for a period of tranquility and leisure, yet little did I know. Whether it was due to the ample assistance I offered or her exceptional talent, she emerged from her breakthrough in less than 3 months, with her newfound strength and vitality. The spirited Princess Wang Yuyin, after spending a brief moment to consolidate her realm, hastily sought me out while I was lazily basking in the warm sunlight. Without uttering a single word, she unleashed a swift strike of the Tianshan's six-yang palm, aiming directly at my seemingly oblivious self. Realizing my ruse of feigned slumber had been uncovered, I had no choice but to swiftly evade, relocating 10 meters away just in time to avoid the enormous flaming hand, which was nearly 3 zhang in size. The resounding blast that followed echoed through the air, leaving behind a massive palm imprint of approximately 10 meters wide and 1 meter deep, radiating intense heat like a miniature meteorite crater. Seeing her probing attack fail, Wang Yuyin showed no sign of surprise. Instead, she deftly continued her assault, each strike faster and more powerful than the last, with no repetition in her techniques. I must admit, after breaking through to the realm of unity between heaven and man, her innate ability to integrate diverse martial arts techniques reached new heights. From a distance, one could observe Wang Yuyin executing her moves with effortless grace, seamlessly transitioning from the Shaolin Temple's Wei Tuo palm to the Murong family's Tsana finger, with no hindrance between her strikes, as though they were inherently connected. Confronted with her unpredictable and seamless barrage, I found myself unable to counter each strike in kind. Instead, I resorted to an unyielding defense, enveloping myself in a 360-degree barrier composed of the chi from Dragon Ball and the internal energy of this realm, bracing myself to endure her increasingly formidable attacks. The resounding clashes of our energies scattered like a tempest, creating a scene reminiscent of a cataclysmic bombardment. The villagers residing nearby, witnessing this spectacle, mistook it for the wrath of the mountain deity and promptly knelt in prayer, beseeching the divine for mercy. The seemingly fierce battle persisted from dawn until dusk before finally reaching its conclusion. The reason it did not extend into a 3-day ordeal, as had been customary in past confrontations, was that Wang Yuyin, upon realizing her inability to penetrate the impenetrable shell of her both mentor and brother, Wu Feng, grew weary and disenchanted. She resolved to retreat once more into seclusion, contemplating ways to devise an even more formidable technique before challenging her senior again. Yet, with renewed determination, Wang Yuyin insisted she would not yield, refusing to believe she could not breach her brother's protective barrier. After all, she was tantalizingly close to success this time. With a little more effort, she might achieve it in the next attempt. Even if she were to fail again, it mattered not, for she could utilize her brother as a sparring partner, thus honing her ability to master her surging powers. Having voluntarily halted the duel, Wang Yuyin suddenly remembered that she had not indulged in a sumptuous meal all day. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her lightness skill and swiftly soared towards the Xiaoyao sect's dining hall. Although, in truth, going without food or drink for 10 days or even half a month would have little impact on her at this moment. The gluttonous Wang firmly believed that in her life, the pursuits of martial arts and gourmet cuisine must not be forsaken. At this moment, gazing at the swiftly retreating, graceful figure, Wu Feng shook his head slightly, covering his forehead with his right hand, and sighed with a wry smile. What a pity. She bears no resemblance to the ethereal fairy of my childhood memories. She has been utterly spoiled. After this lamentation, Wu Feng immediately ceased to linger and proceeded towards the grand dining hall. It is worth noting that throughout this period, the two formidable experts paid no heed to the hurried return of Kong Guangling, who lingered for a while before slowly departing with a leisurely gait. Thus, time flowed gently as Wang Yuyin once again secluded herself to cultivate even more formidable techniques. In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 months had passed. At this moment, less than 3 days remain until the ethereal fairy, as described by Kong Guangling, pays a visit to the monk sweeping the grounds of Shaolin. On that day, not long after her recent emergence from seclusion, Wang Yuyin sought out Wu Feng once more, confronting him atop the highest peak of Drum Mountain. She was eager to test whether the new technique she had painstakingly developed could breach her elder brother's formidable defenses. Junior sister, Xiao Yinyan, I implore you, could you refrain from seeking me out for sparring so frequently? Wu Feng lamented, his voice tinged with resignation. Absolutely not. And from now on, do not refer to me as Xiao Yinyan. Wang Yuyin retorted emphatically, her tone a mixture of determination and indignation. Without waiting for Wu Feng to respond, she launched herself into action, declaring, less talk, more action. Behold, the 9 suns' radiant palm. With that, Wang Yuyin's hands danced along an arcane trajectory, culminating in the manifestation of a colossal hand engulfed in roaring flames, spanning an impressive 10 zhang. In an instant, as her will commanded, the ethereal palm surged forward. Enveloped in searing heat that could easily exceed several hundred degrees Celsius, akin to molten lava, bearing down upon Wu Feng. Sighing in resignation, Wu Feng summoned his indomitable energy shield, erecting it with a swift thought. The next moment, a protective barrier radiating a lustrous white light enveloped him, leaving no crevice exposed. As the flaming hand collided with the invincible shield, a thunderous crash reverberated across the landscape, echoing for miles. The sheer force of the clash sent tremors through the earth, causing landslides and shattering boulders, conjuring a scene reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, save for the absence of molten rock and billowing smoke. Fortuitously, Drum Mountain was neither a dormant nor active volcano. Otherwise, the aftermath of their duel could have triggered a catastrophic eruption. Undeterred by her initial failure, Wang Yuyan pressed on, unleashing a series of her signature techniques. Above the summit of Drum Mountain, nearly 100 meters in the air, two figures, one glowing with red and the other with white light, engaged in a mesmerizing aerial duel, weaving and darting in a frenetic dance of combat. Notably, the figure emanating a pearly white light remained stationary while the fiery red figure darted around, launching relentless attacks. In one moment, a massive flame-infused hand surged toward Wu Feng, and in the next, a golden-tinged fist struck from above. Wang Yuyan's speed and ferocity escalated, creating a dizzying spectacle for the onlooking disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, who found themselves momentarily disoriented, perceiving the illusion of hundreds of Wang Yuyans converging from all directions to assault their master. Faced with this relentless barrage, Wu Feng furrowed his brow and discreetly channeled a portion of his refined inner strength into his shield. In an explosive moment, he unleashed his power. With a resounding boom, silence enveloped the area for several miles. As the thick clouds of smoke dissipated and tranquility returned, the outcome of their fierce exchange became clear. Wu Feng's overwhelming energy had shattered Wang Yuyan's formidable techniques with ease. Humph! Another failure. You'd better watch out, you insufferable elder brother. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a girl in her youth. Wang Yuyan exclaimed, her indignation palpable. Having once again witnessed her technique dismantled, she resolved to return to her usual routine of feasting, to vent her frustration before retreating once more into seclusion to refine her skills. Observing her predictably hungry demeanor, Wu Feng, wishing to secure a few moments of respite, urgently advised, "Junior sister, such efforts will never allow you to surpass me. Your lack of worldly experience and exposure to the vastness of skilled practitioners hinders your growth. To forge stronger techniques, you must seek out other masters and gain insight from the natural world." Is that so? Wang Yuyan paused, her expression skeptical. Seeing his ruse gaining traction, Wu Feng pressed on, indeed. Have you forgotten the tales of the valiant women who transcended realms? The nature-embracing Lang Fanyun, the earth-measuring Pang Han, and the unparalleled Master Ling Dongru who triumphed against all challengers? Oh, I nearly forgot. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. In this moment, Wang Yuyan, feeling an enlightening revelation, feigned gratitude before swiftly soaring down the mountain, eager to ascertain the efficacy of the methods proposed by her esteemed predecessors. Alas, was such haste truly necessary? Her impulsive nature remained unchanged. I still had words left unspoken. Junior sister, do not forget the important matter at hand. Remember to visit the nameless monk sweeping at Shaolin Temple in 3 days. After a brief moment of reflection, Wu Feng harnessed his inner strength to transmit a message across the miles, reminding the already distant Wang Yuyan not to neglect her responsibilities. Acknowledging his words, Wang Yuyan, having ventured beyond the borders of Lega Mountain, responded in kind through the same distant conveyance. Lega Mountain, once the site of the exquisite chess game 5 years prior, now serves as the open assembly hall of the Xiaoyao sect for discussing significant matters. Tell me, have all preliminary arrangements been properly made? At this moment, Wu Feng, seated at the highest point of the conference hall, addressed the 8 individuals positioned on either side. Rest assured, Master, all necessary notifications have been delivered. Moreover, each participant has assured their attendance, so you may relax and await the outcome. Although he did not comprehend why the sect leader insisted on gathering eminent figures from across the 9 provinces at the Shaolin Temple in Songshan a month hence, to witness the duel between his junior uncle and the revered monk of Shaolin, Kong Guangling and the other original 8 friends from Hanggu had diligently fulfilled Wu Feng's instructions. Wu Feng nodded in satisfaction, rewarding them. Well done, excellent work. Shortly, each of you may proceed to the 3rd floor of the Martial Pavilion to collect a martial arts manual. And while you are there, do pay a visit to Brother Su, the current keeper of the Martial Pavilion and elder of transmission within the Xiaoyao sect. Thank you, Master, for your generous rewards. We shall take our leave now to visit our teacher. The 8 members of Kong Guangling hurriedly stood, their expressions brimming with excitement as they expressed their gratitude and intention to depart. Go on, and do give my regards to Brother Su. Wu Feng replied with a slight smile, observing the eagerness of Kong Guangling and his companions. The moment they received permission, they initially feigned seriousness as they stepped out of the conference hall, but upon reaching the threshold, they immediately unleashed the Xiaoyao sect's exclusive lightness technique, Lingbo Weibu. Each of them, ethereal in movement, raced towards the Martial Pavilion, as if fearing that any delay would prevent them from seeing their master again. Wu Feng, witnessing this scene, did not mock or scold them. Instead, he smiled in understanding. After all, it was undeniable that within the 3rd floor of the Martial Pavilion lay the most formidable manual, aptly suited to seamlessly advance their skills in the Zhao Wuxian Gong, the De Wuxian Gong. As for paying respects to their master, there was no urgency. He was always present, unwavering. However, each manual of this caliber was unique, and according to the new sect leader's regulations, aside from the original copy retained in the Martial Pavilion, all others were to be destroyed to prevent leakage and potential exploitation. Thus, Kong Guangling and the others were eager to reach the Martial Pavilion first, to procure the coveted manual, De Wuxian Gong, which had been meticulously refined and innovated by their junior uncle. Ultimately, after a spirited competition, it was the 7th sister, Shi Qinglu, who, leveraging her agile form as the sole female among them, reached the Martial Pavilion first. However, before she could ascend to the 3rd floor, she was gently halted by Su Xinghe, seated in the center of the 1st floor, who reprimanded her loudly. This is a crucial place. You all rushed in without reporting. What do you intend to do? Is it that you think you have outgrown your master? Su Xinghe, channeling his profound internal power, swept Shi Qinglu and her companions out of the Martial Pavilion with an authoritative shout. Master, forgive us, we recognize our mistake, the 8 friends from Hanggu pleaded in unison, visibly terrified. What can I say? Do you not realize the significance of this place? The treasures held within these 4 floors were painstakingly created by your forebears. The legacy of the Xiaoyao sect is preserved here. Su Xinghe admonished with solemnity. Enough, brother, there's no need for such a loud rebuke. I instructed them to collect their reward, a manual of the returning truth level. And no need to amplify my words to such a degree, it is quite sufficient. Wu Feng, utilizing his voice-carrying technique, conceded with a hint of exasperation. Ahem, now, what is it that you wish to claim from the Martial Pavilion? After receiving Wu Feng's message, Su Xinghe's expression shifted from stern to slightly embarrassed, and he gently inquired. The 8 friends from Hanggu, having witnessed their master's sudden change in demeanor, stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to process the situation, questioning if the man before them was indeed their genuine master. Master, I am particularly eager for the De Wuxian Gong. Might I exchange it for this manual titled Tianlong Ban that I have never heard of? Kong Guangling, holding the unfamiliar manual, cautiously made his request. Indeed, Master, I too desire the De Wuxian Gong. I have no interest in this one Yafeha that I have never encountered, chimed in Shi Qinglu, the only female among them, her tone slightly pleading. However, their pleas bore no fruit, aside from the youngest, affectionately known as the drama enthusiast, who successfully obtained the De Wuxian Gong. Su Xinghe turned a deaf ear to the others' entreaties, dismissing them all. Observing the disheartened expressions of the 7 disciples, Su Xinghe couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. You mischievous little ones, do you think I would harm you? Now, take a good look at the manuals in your hands. After 15 minutes, if any of you still wish to exchange, I will risk my reputation and request the De Wuxian Gong from the sect leader on your behalf. Is that agreeable? With their teacher's assurance, all but the youngest instinctively focused their attention on the manuals before them. As they immersed themselves in their reading, they became utterly captivated, losing all sense of time. Deeply engrossed in the content, as they progressed, they instinctively pulled out their utensils and began practicing the techniques detailed in the manuals right there and then. Outside the Martial Pavilion, an expansive space transformed into a scene of 7 individuals, each lost in their respective pursuits, some strumming a lute, others engaged in chess, some painting, and others reading, all oblivious to their surroundings, entirely absorbed in their practice. Meanwhile, Wu Feng sat cross-legged in a modest stone cave atop Drum Mountain, diligently cultivating his internal power in preparation for a breakthrough in his current realm. Moments later, as a series of crisp sounds emanated from his body, reminiscent of beans popping in a pan, accompanied by the gentle flow of water, Wu Feng slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, the originally pitch-black chamber was illuminated as if it were day. This was the result of Wu Feng's breakthrough in the Eternal Spring technique, reaching a minor accomplishment, causing an overflow of vital energy that manifested as a phenomenon of ethereal light within the void. As he basked in the aftermath of yet another ascension in his internal martial arts, experiencing a profound cleansing and fortification of his entire being, Wu Feng was overwhelmed with joy and elation. This signified the revival of his cultivation journey, previously hindered by the limitations of the earthly human bloodline, now soaring once more. It was akin to the exhilarating days when he first grasped the essence of qi, illuminating one of the primary reasons for Wu Feng's unwavering dedication to his internal training. Moreover, even without this unexpected yet logical enhancement of his life essence and the breaking of his bloodline constraints, which could be likened to a splendid auxiliary ability of the Dragon Ball's qi cultivation, Wu Feng would still diligently pursue his internal arts. The mere fact that internal energy could grant longevity and permanence was reason enough for him to invest time and effort into rigorous practice. Not to mention the myriad of benefits it offered, such as detoxification, healing, and enhancing one's innate qualities, akin to a universal remedy. After earnestly solidifying his newly attained level of internal energy, Wu Feng proceeded to engage in the Dragon Ball martial arts he had relentlessly practiced since arriving in this realm. Feeling the overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through his cells, nearly tenfold stronger than before his arrival, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Although, due to the differing rules of each world, the formidable energy within him remained restrained from manifesting its full power. It could still be harnessed to fortify his physical form for defense. Initially, after a series of explorative endeavors, he discovered that as long as his attacks did not exceed the threshold of his body's capacity to endure the qi, he could not sustain any significant harm. This revelation brought a considerable sense of relief to Wu Feng, who had been previously constrained by the limitations imposed upon him. He felt a profound assurance in his safety within this realm, confident in his invincible defenses that no one could breach. Furthermore, after encountering several renowned figures from his memories and engaging in sparring matches with them, Wu Feng arrived at a conclusion. Even if he could not harness the energy within his cellular essence, there was perhaps only 1.5 individuals in the entire martial world capable of matching his speed. The reason he referred to it as 1.5 was due to his uncertainty regarding the existence of the founder of the Sunflower Scripture in this era, and whether they had already passed into legend like the carefree master of the carefree sect. In summary, after a preliminary confirmation and subsequent reassurances, Wu Feng firmly established the fact that he had virtually no rivals in this realm. With this realization of his almost unparalleled status, he set about formulating his initial plans and strategies. His first course of action was to confront Ding Chuanxiu, the powerful figure who had established the Starry Sky sect in the western regions. After a rather intense bout of testing, Wu Feng gathered sufficient data and, with a decisive effort, struck Ding Chuanxiu down with a single punch. Having dispatched the so-called all-powerful elder of the Starry Sky sect, Wu Feng also eradicated the various poisonous entities affiliated with the sect, with the sole exception of the mischievous little Aziz, whom he had already incapacitated. With the overwhelming defeat of the illustrious Starry Sky sect, Wu Feng wasted no time. He took the seemingly pitiable little Aziz with him to the residence of Wu Yazi on Drum Mountain. In the presence of Su Xinghe, he effortlessly unraveled the intricacies of the Jinlong chessboard. The reason he chose to articulate the solution rather than engage in a game himself was that Wu Feng considered himself a novice in the realm of Go. Expecting to decipher the Jinlong chessboard through gameplay would be a tall order, especially when he could simply persuade Su Xinghe verbally. It is worth noting that at that time, Wu Feng was carrying a redwood coffin containing Ding Chuanxiu's corpse, thus having exposed the crucial aspects of the Jinlong chessboard and eliminated Ding Chuanxiu. What followed was a logical progression. He became a disciple of Wu Yazi, learned the elite inner cultivation techniques of the carefree sect, and, after Wu Yazi's demise, successfully assumed the position of the sect's leader. During this period, a series of significant events transpired. including Wu Feng obtaining Wu Yazi's consent to bring Li Qingluo and the young girl Wang Yuyan back to the Carefree sect. Additionally, in pursuit of mastering the ultimate technique of the Carefree sect, the Eternal Spring Technique, Wu Feng made a pilgrimage to the mysterious palace of Tianshan and the Western Xia Imperial Palace to retrieve all martial arts knowledge belonging to the sect, which included various martial arts collected by Wu Yazi and others. Moreover, it is important to mention that on the day of Wu Yazi's passing, Wu Feng chose not to accept his inner power, but instead allowed the young Wang Yuyan to inherit all of it. This decision significantly contributed to Wang Yuyan's rapid ascension to the pinnacle of martial prowess within a short span, placing her at the forefront of the martial realm. The potent inner energy cultivated by Wu Yazi over 70 years, combined with Wang Yuyan's own refined practice over nearly 2 decades, forged what could be considered the youngest female grandmaster of the True Return realm in history, rivaling even the legendary Sweeping Monk, who achieved a breakthrough only after being subdued by Wu Feng. As time swiftly passed, the date Wu Feng had calculated for his return drew ever closer. Having resided in this realm for nearly a decade, Wu Feng understood that he could not afford to delay. Any tardiness could lead to the discovery of his secret by his relatives, which would be far from ideal. Although it was unlikely that they would press him for answers if they did find out, Wu Feng believed it prudent to exercise caution. After all, the Dragon Ball world was not an uncomplicated one. If the whims of an angel like Whis were to uncover his secret, it would spell utter disaster. Thus, to prevent any premature leaks, Wu Feng resolved to adhere strictly to his plans, ensuring that no one but himself was privy to the details. He would only reveal his secret to Wu Taidu and the others when he deemed it inconsequential, no longer caring about exposure. As the deadline for his return approached, Wu Feng did not rush to bid farewell to his friends and family in this realm. Instead, he prepared for any potential future returns, undertaking a series of preparations. For instance, he acknowledged the existence of the Heaven, Earth, and Humanity rankings, which had emerged 3 years prior, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess. He also dedicated himself to nurturing his junior sister, Wang Yuyan, as the next leader and protector of the Carefree sect. Moreover, he consistently worked behind the scenes to promote the flourishing development of the martial world, aiming to elevate this realm to a level of high martial arts, or even divine martial arts. In the city of Hangzhou, within a grand establishment known as the Yuelai Inn, a multitude of martial artists from all corners of the world gathered. A careful observation would reveal the presence of numerous notable heroes, wealthy merchants, and influential figures from various walks of life, making it a melting pot of diverse talents. Despite the bustling atmosphere, the scene was remarkably orderly, with each individual adhering to their designated space. Occasionally, a few overzealous newcomers, driven by youthful zeal and a sense of justice, would recklessly engage in brawls within the inn, claiming to act in the name of righteousness. However, such impetuous youths, whether noble or villainous, were invariably subdued by the seasoned experts stationed within the inn. Consequently, they faced corresponding reparations and penalties based on the severity of their actions, with no fatalities reported thus far. However, it still profoundly intimidated the multitude of martial artists. This was solely due to the fact that the renowned Yuelai Inn, which had spread its branches across the 9 provinces, had made a striking entrance into the world 3 years prior by executing a rather severe example of justice on 2 notorious figures, the so-called hero Hu Zhongtian, who was well known in the Su and Han regions, and the infamous flower stealer Yun Zhonghe, whose reputation was steeped in villainy. Hu Zhongtian was stripped of his garments, his vital points and meridians sealed, and he was suspended in the bustling streets for 3 days and nights. Meanwhile, Yun Zhonghe, having inadvertently succumbed to madness that rendered his meridians severed, was subjected to preparatory measures before entering the smoky realm. He was tenderly fed a concoction to elevate his spirits and confined within a completely sealed stone chamber for 10 days and nights. Thus, under the scrutiny of these 2 heroes, the subsequent 3 years passed relatively peacefully, aside from a few minor disturbances in the early days, likely due to the sluggishness of ancient information dissemination. Now, let us turn to the present moment, as it is once again the time for the annual announcement of the Tiandi Rin rankings. Since the Yuelai Inn first unveiled its list categorizing the prowess of martial artists 3 years ago, it initially faced mockery and derision due to its lack of credibility. This disdain even attracted provocations from disgruntled individuals, such as Yun Zhonghe, who felt slighted by their low rankings. Nonetheless, These provocateurs were subsequently subdued by the newly appointed leader of the Xianyu sect, who had significantly enhanced his abilities through the transmission of skills. Capturing all 8 of the notorious figures known as the 8 Friends of Hanggu, one of whom was Kong Guangling, a disciple of Su Xinghe, thus serving as a deterrent. Yet, that was the extent of it. The inn merely established a reputation as a venue not to be trifled with. The rankings displayed within the inn continued to be met with skepticism and disdain. Some seasoned veterans of the martial world even publicly declared that the Uli Inn was merely a spectacle seeking attention, inviting its own humiliation. This unfavorable situation persisted until, with the passage of time, a number of indomitable and irate young martial artists, emboldened by their defiance, began to challenge those who ranked highly on the list, both renowned and obscure. Their subsequent defeats ultimately captured the attention and garnered the recognition of several prominent figures within the martial world. However, it was the challenge undertaken by a captivating and naturally exquisite heroine, whose graceful demeanor and flawless complexion were akin to polished jade, clothed in flowing white robes, and possessing mastery over myriad martial arts, affectionately known as the treasured repository of martial arts, the illustrious Wang Yuyan, that truly established the authenticity of this ranking. To this day, she remains the reigning champion, occupying the pinnacle of the list as the Celestial Fairy. She has arrived at last. Manager Kong. It has indeed been a considerable endeavor to await your emergence. At this moment, Kong Guangling approached leisurely, holding 3 sealed scrolls. His friend, the wealthy Qian Wanchang, was the first to jest. Esteemed guests, please forgive me. I am truly beset by trivial matters. Just before my departure, an unexpected noble visitor arrived, compelling me to engage in some social niceties. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. After offering a brief explanation, Kong Guangling clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to the guests gathered from all directions. No worries, no worries. We have merely waited a short while. As long as the announcement of the rankings is not delayed, all is well. Fellow martial artists, do you not agree with my sentiments? At that moment, a figure clad in tattered garments, adorned with 9 pockets symbolizing the formidable beggar sect, stepped forward with authority. This was the esteemed law elder, Bai Shijing, who boldly proclaimed, Indeed, it should be thus, and so it shall be. A multitude of chivalrous warriors echoed his sentiments with great deference. However, amidst the chorus of agreement, a peculiar voice interjected, dripping with sarcasm. Nay, your words are utterly nonsensical. Merely a band of sycophants, I disdain to be among you. At that moment, the assembly of so-called heroes of the martial world, feeling a profound sense of humiliation, erupted in fury as they turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. To their astonishment, it was none other than the notorious Bao Butong, one of the 4 esteemed generals of the Murong clan from Suzhou, whose tongue had once again become too loquacious. The irate martial artists, many of whom possessed tempestuous tempers, retorted vehemently, How can one of the Bao's surname utter such nonsense? You speak without substance. Some even brandished their weapons, adopting a fierce demeanor as if they were prepared to dismember Bao Butong at any moment. Humph. What do you intend to do? Have you forgotten where you are? Kong Guangling warned with a deep, resonant snort, reminding the impassioned crowd to temper their fervor. In the next instant, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, silencing the once belligerent martial artists. It was not until Master Xian Ku, representing the Shaolin Temple, spoke soothingly, providing an avenue for the crowd to regain composure, that the awkward tension dissipated. Subsequently, the martial artists sheathed their weapons with haste, the sound of blades returning to their scabbards echoing through the Uli and until, after a brief interval, the commotion subsided as everyone returned to their original positions. Meanwhile, having achieved his objective, Kong Guangling shed his previous pretentiousness. He summoned his inner strength and deftly launched one of the scrolls he held, which soared through the air to hang from a hook on the end's beam, already prepared for such a display. In the next moment, under the influence of gravity, the scroll unfurled, revealing its contents. Eager voices began to read aloud. First on the list, Morongfu of Suzhou, a master of myriad martial arts. Second, Zhou Bufan, who claims the title of Sword God, the last disciple of the Yizhi Huijin sect, who attained extraordinary sword techniques in a fateful encounter on Chabai Mountain. Third, Yutanji, a 5th-generation disciple of the Shaoao sect. Fourth, Xian Nan, the abbot of the Damo Institute at Shaolin Temple, proficient in 3 of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin. 108th, Quan Guqing, the leader of the beggar sect, known for his cunning and martial prowess. Thus, Time meandered forward as the martial artists immersed themselves in the reading. Eventually, as the last lines were absorbed, the air filled with the familiar sound of inquiries as they succumbed to their curiosity. Master Kong, Sir Kong, let it be known that my doubts are not born of mistrust, but rather an urgent need to voice my uncertainties. At this moment, a wandering cultivator, unable to contain himself any longer, took the initiative to speak up. Haha, fear not, it is of no consequence. Should you have any doubts, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall endeavor to provide you with answers. Upon hearing this, Kang Guangling smiled nonchalantly and softly replied. The young cultivator slightly cupped his fist in a gesture of respect, earnestly stating, then, I beg your pardon for my impropriety and shall speak candidly. I harbor some confusion regarding the second-ranking individual on the human ranking, the illustrious Zhuo Jianshan. For, as far as I know, Zhuo Jianshan seems to be in his 40s or 50s. How is it that he still holds a place on the human ranking? Oh, is this what troubles you? Kang Guangling mused, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. Indeed, it is my oversight for not clearly elucidating the criteria required for those who ascend the rankings, leading to some misunderstandings among you. Without waiting for further inquiries, he continued, it seems that the previous rankings, predominantly featuring younger individuals, has led you to subconsciously assume that all three rankings, heaven, earth, and man, impose age restrictions. Haha, you are mistaken, my friends. The rankings at the Ulian solely pertain to the strength of the individual, irrespective of age. I see now. I am grateful for your enlightening explanation, esteemed senior. I have learned much, the young cultivator acknowledged, though he still harbored other uncertainties. Recognizing the need for restraint, he promptly withdrew to express his gratitude. Well then, since you have no further questions, I implore the rest of you, is there anyone else who wishes to inquire? Kang Guangling, stroking his thick, dark beard, continued with an affable demeanor. The crowd exchanged glances before, in unison, they collectively nominated the representative of the current foremost sect, Bai Shijing. Without pretense, Bai Shijing stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. Master Kong, since the rankings are determined by strength, may I inquire about the newly listed Xiao sect? How is it that its disciples occupy such a significant portion of the human ranking? Is this a shared query among you all? Very well. I shall divulge this matter without reservation. As for the Xiao sect, I can succinctly state that I am the fourth-generation chief disciple of said sect, Kang Guangling declared, his expression shifting between nostalgia and pride. What? How can this be? But upon reflection, perhaps this indeed clarifies the extraordinary capabilities of the Ulian. The audience reacted in disbelief, their astonishment evolving into a dawning realization, piecing together the information they possessed into a conclusion that was both incredulous yet strikingly plausible. Regarding the Xiao sect, due to the constraints of our sect's regulations, I can share no more. Now, do any of you have further inquiries? Kang Guangling inquired as the crowd began to recover from their shock. I have none, and even if I had, I do not now, one voice chimed in. I too have no doubts. Just as the assembly of individuals in the hall expressed their lack of uncertainties, an untimely and oddly sarcastic voice rang out, I have doubts. I am indignant. Why is it that that beggar sect's Quan Qing can ascend the rankings while I cannot? In terms of martial prowess, I am not inferior to him. Before Kang Guangling could respond to this unexpected and confrontational query, someone snickered. Oh, I wonder who this could be. It appears to be the third of the four infamous villains, the South Sea Crocodile God, Yulao San. What grievances do you have? You're mistaken. I am Yulao Air, the South Sea Crocodile God, unable to contain his ire at being misidentified, erupted in anger. Yes, you are indeed correct. You have indeed been elevated to Yulao Air. How could I forget that now only you and Duan Yanqing remain of the infamous quartet? At this moment, a certain captain, trailing beside Bai Shijing, audaciously jested, despicable. You pretty boy, come out. I shall engage you in a duel to the death. It was none other than the inherently slow-witted and somewhat dim-witted Yulao San, who, upon realizing he had been tricked, erupted in a furious outcry. Enough, Lao San, return. We shall settle your account with the beggar S sect later. For now, let us wait for Manager Kong to unveil the remaining two lists. Observing his younger brother, or rather, his trusted subordinate, on the verge of a brawl, Duan Yanqing could not help but employ a ventriloquism technique, his voice hoarse yet stern. Oh, understood, pretty boy. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Once this is over, I will seek you out for retribution. In his life, Yulao San feared no one but the formidable Duan Laoda. Upon hearing this, he promptly sheathed his weapon, the crocodile clip, and obediently returned to Duan Laoda's side. Just as the threatened captain of the beggar S sect was about to deliver a retaliatory remark, He was abruptly interrupted by Kong Guangling. Enough, everyone. Do be mindful of the occasion. Your personal grievances should not intrude upon this gathering. It is time to unveil the lists, should you wish to resolve any disputes. It can wait until after the event. Furthermore, as long as it is outside the Yin, feel free to settle matters as you wish. That is all I have to say. What say you? A young captain, signaled by the law enforcement elder by Shijing, respectfully clasped his fist and bowed. I have no objections and shall abide by the elder's words. I too harbor no dissent. Let us proceed as Manager Kong has suggested. In a similar vein, Yu Lao San, who had received a warning from his superior, spoke with a hint of reluctance. Kong Guangling nodded slightly. Visibly pleased, since you all are willing to grant me a modicum of favor, let us proceed in this manner for now. I shall first address the question posed by Yu Laodi regarding why the leader of the entire faction ranks last on the list of notable figures. This matter was personally designated by the third leader of our sect. As for the specific reasons behind it, I am not entirely certain, and can only speculate that there may be deeper intricacies at play. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of how to respond. And the atmosphere grew rather strange. Observing this, Kong Guangling, with a sense of resignation, continued, My esteemed friends, overthinking this matter will yield no benefit. Let us instead examine the 72 innate masters ranked on the Earth list. With that, he tossed the scroll in his right hand upwards. Instantly, the scroll representing the Earth list unfurled and descended, revealing its contents. At the top of the Earth list was Tian Shantong Lao Wu Xingyan, the master of Lingjiu Palace on Piamiao Peak. In second place was Li Qiushui, the Empress Dowager of the Western Xia and the head of the Yipentang. The third position was claimed by Qiao Feng, the leader of the Beggars sect, renowned for his exceptional talent and indomitable spirit, truly a born warrior. Sixth was Jiu Maji, the national master of Tibet and the head of the Nyingma sect of the Western regions. Seventh was Master Qiroyong of Dali, the former abbot of the Tianlong Temple. Eighth was Su Xinghe, the third-generation disciple of the Shaoao sect. 16th was Duan Yanqing, the foremost of the four great evildoers, and 23rd was Xuanzi, the abbot of Shaolin, known as the Tiger Subduing Arhat. 27th was the Huangmei monk from the Dharma Academy of Putian and Fujian. The 33rd position was held by the abbot of Qingliang Temple on Wutai Mountain, known as the Dragon Subduing Arhat. 36th was Duan Zhengming, the emperor of Baoding and Dali. The ranks from 37 to 72 remained vacant, awaiting selection. It must be said that the time spent perusing this information flew by astonishingly quickly. In no time at all, the attendees had finished reading and began to engage in hushed discussions, each expressing their views. Observing that none of the guests posed any questions, Kong Guangling felt compelled to speak up. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are any inquiries regarding the rankings on the Earth list, now is the time to voice them. Upon hearing this, the crowd halted their discussions and turned their attention to Kong Guangling. After a collective pause, they expressed their thoughts one after another. We harbor no significant objections or questions regarding the Earth list rankings, but we are perplexed as to why the former number one, the Fairy Wang, is absent. Is that truly the only question? Kong Guangling replied, bewildered. Do you have no inquiries regarding anyone else on the list aside from Wang? This truly leaves me at a loss for whether to laugh or to weep. Alas, what a pity. I had prepared extensively for this Earth list, gathering vast amounts of information, only to find myself in this predicament. With a heavy heart, he lamented, Alas, the world has changed, and people's hearts have grown distant. Seeing that the crowd was entirely unconcerned with the other figures on the Earth list and solely focused on their enchanting junior master, Kong Guangling could not help but feel a twinge of heartache, shaking his head and sighing repeatedly. The attendees, witnessing his demeanor, burst into hearty laughter, creating a scene of jovial harmony. Ah, Master Kong, do not take offense. It is not our intention to disregard others, rather. The individuals listed are all prominent and well-known figures in the martial world, each with their own illustrious achievements, widely recognized by all. Thus, aside from a few minor uncertainties, we have no objections concerning the others. At this moment, an elder from the martial world, who had long shunned the public eye and was suspected of retreating into the mountains, Zhao Qian's son, spoke in a resonant voice to clarify matters. Indeed, he proclaimed. Zhao's words echo our sentiments. We harbor no significant dissent regarding the rankings on the Earth list. After all, over 2 years ago, the meteoric rise of the celestial fairy lady Wang has proven everything for us, has it not? A fervent youth, newly embarked on his journey through the martial realm, added with admiration for the celestial fairy adorning his visage. That's right. No errors there. A multitude of martial artists from various regions of the 9 provinces nodded in agreement, their hearts stirred by the ethereal figure they recalled. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not delay you further. Let this be a gesture of goodwill. I shall address your sole query, sighed Kong Guangling, raising his left hand to cast the final scroll representing the celestial rankings to its designated place. In the next moment, the scroll descended rapidly, unfurling to reveal the contents of the celestial list within mere breaths. The crowd, unable to contain their curiosity, wondered not about Lady Wang's whereabouts, but why the final ranking was being unveiled at that instant. Could it be that Lady Wang had achieved a breakthrough, attaining a realm comparable to that of the esteemed masters of yore, thus earning her place on the celestial list? How could this be possible? After all, how old could she be? Merely at the threshold of her prime. Thus, with a flicker of doubt in their hearts, they turned their gazes toward the celestial list. And in the next moment, they beheld, first on the celestial list, in the spring and autumn, the white ape conveys the sword, a celestial figure, single-handedly wielding the baton, surpassing 3,000 armors. Second, during the Southern Liang era, the teachings of Buddhism began to spread. The Book of Changes cleansed the marrow, unbreakable as a diamond, Shakyamuni. Third, in the Tang dynasty, poetry and swordsmanship were deemed immortal, the supreme mysterious art, the azure lotus scholar. Fourth, in the Song dynasty, the ancestor of carefree living, eternal as the heavens and earth, ageless and ever youthful. Fifth, the master of carefree arts, a celestial descended upon the world, the pinnacle of martial arts, an unparalleled celestial being. Sixth, from the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song, the guardian of scriptures, 3 feet of righteous spirit, the sweeping monk. Seventh, the elder of carefree arts, a celestial reborn, synthesizing myriad schools, ethereal as a fairy. From the 8th to the 36th on the celestial list, positions remain vacant, awaiting determination. Yet moments after the list was revealed, the crowd swiftly perused the entries, having already seen the first 4 venerable masters twice before. Thus, they hastily glanced past the ancients and focused on the 5th entry, confirming that, indeed, aside from the addition of 1 figure, no changes had occurred. However, this new name, upon description, seemed vaguely familiar. After perusing, they were enveloped in a trifecta of feelings, a hint of confusion, a dash of skepticism, and a sprinkle of disbelief, alongside an indescribable, complex emotion. The once boisterous Yuelian fell into an unexpected silence, as all were momentarily struck dumb by the realization they had come to, silently digesting the unparalleled shock. It was not until a fervent little fan of the celestial fairy, brimming with excitement, broke the peculiar silence to inquire of Kong Guangling that the stillness was disrupted. Elder Kong, the newly ranked 7th on the celestial list, must be the ethereal celestial fairy who has been removed from the earth list, right? Indeed, that is correct. Kong Guangling replied with a proud laugh. This clarifies why Lady Wang is no longer on the earth list. Before Kong could elaborate, the little fan eagerly answered her own question. Haha, yes, I knew it. She is truly my idol, my goddess. Her joy radiated as if she were the one gracing the celestial list. Yet, as is the nature of all things, for every unwavering belief, there exists an equal measure of skepticism and doubt. In the midst of the gathering, a venerable figure of the martial world, Elder Su Chongxiao, immediately raised a question. Master Kong, this matter is indeed quite astonishing, akin to the first entry on the heavenly rankings. It is simply unbelievable, almost like a myth. I find it hard to accept at this moment. Elder Su, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that the list presented by our Xiaoao sect is fabricated? Su Chongxiao quickly waved his hands in denial, softly explaining, No, I certainly do not imply that. It is merely that without witnessing it with my own eyes, it is truly difficult to be convinced. Wouldn't you agree? Very well, very well. It is only natural that you all find it hard to believe. Even when I first received the notification, I too was incredulous. It was only upon my personal visit to the mountain, observing every move and technique demonstrated by my junior uncle, each infused with immense celestial energy, that I encountered no further doubt. For the sheer power that could alter the heavens with every gesture is undoubtedly not something that could be feigned. Master Kong Guangling seemed to resonate with this sentiment as he slowly recounted his own experiences at that time. As soon as he finished, before anyone could voice further doubts or inquiries, he unveiled a sensational piece of news, proclaiming, Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that no matter how vividly I describe this, those who choose not to believe will remain unconvinced. After all, seeing is believing, is it not? Therefore, I shall refrain from saying more. Let everything be revealed on the 9th of next month, during the double ninth festival. On that day, our ethereal fairy from the Xiaoao sect will visit the nameless sweeping monk of Shaolin to discuss profound matters. By then, I trust all will become clear. With that, I declare this assembly of the heaven, earth, and human rankings in Hangzhou officially concluded. Farewell, everyone. I shall take my leave first. No need to see me off. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Guangling leaped gracefully into the air, soaring towards the empty, intricately carved rooftop. With a few deft maneuvers, his figure swiftly vanished from the astonished crowd. Is Kong Guangling truly this hasty? We are not ferocious beasts after all. Is it necessary for him to flee with such urgency? The highest-ranking elder among them, Su Chouxiao, shook his head slightly and chuckled. Indeed, Master Kong is quite something. I hadn't even had the chance to inquire about the details of the ethereal fairy visiting our temple's sweeping monk. The representative from Shaolin Temple, Master Xianbei, followed suit with a sigh. Exactly. That old rascal Kong Guangling, after making such a grand announcement, hurried off without providing any specifics. One would think he could at least clarify the location of the visit and whether we might be fortunate enough to witness it. Alas, it seems I have chosen my acquaintances poorly. Lord Xian Wanshan, a renowned merchant from the Jiangnan region, lamented as he strolled towards the interior of the Yueli Inn, shaking his head. As three prominent figures departed one after another, the various individuals who had journeyed from distant, remote areas of the martial world, as well as those holding significant positions seeking first-hand information, soon followed suit, leaving the inn. Thus, within a brief moment, the once bustling Yueli Inn grew desolate. With only a handful of local regulars remaining and a few wandering martial artists engaged in animated discussions about the newly announced rankings and the sensational news shared by Kong Guangling. Time flew by, and before one knew it, the 9th day of the 9th month, the double ninth festival, had arrived. On this day, unlike in the past when people would ascend heights to gaze far and wide, or wander through gardens to admire chrysanthemums, this occasion unfolded in a markedly different manner. On this day, talented individuals from all corners of the land, renowned heroes, seasoned veterans of the martial world, affluent merchants, dignitaries, and members of the royal family alike, gathered without exception at the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song. They congregated to witness a legendary battle between celestial beings that had been the subject of tales for ages, eager to discern whether it was indeed as the stories portrayed. When the duel commenced, the earth trembled and the heavens shook, casting the sun and moon into darkness. Yet, while many were merely spectators drawn by curiosity, a significant portion sought the wisdom of these two extraordinary beings, yearning to uncover the secrets of immortality. Before delving into the thoughts of the assembled crowd, one must recount the amusing affairs that transpired prior to this gathering. Recently, the Jianghu Daily, published by the Yueli Inn, reported a scandal involving the foremost martial arts sect, which compelled its leader to abdicate in the Apricot Grove, alongside revelations about the beggar's sect leader's lineage and his subsequent quest for redemption. Additionally, there was the love-seeking journey of Duanyu, son of Prince Duan of Dali, who sought to recognize his sister, and the intriguing tale between the esteemed monk Master Xuanzi of Shaolin and one of the four great villains, Yi Ernyang. Yet, most notably, the narrative was dominated by the establishment of the Baichuan Academy, a true embodiment of the principle of education without discrimination, supported by the carefree sect across the realm. Unlike the typically sparse attendance of previous double ninth festivals at the Shaolin Temple, this year's gathering was a veritable sea of humanity, with not a single inch of space to spare, save for the area reserved for the celestial beings to engage in discourse. As the sun reached its zenith, the two promised celestial beings had yet to arrive, evoking impatience among the crowd. Despite their growing restlessness, no one dared to voice their discontent, as those of sufficient standing were privy to certain insider knowledge and preferred to remain discreet. After a quarter of an hour of mounting agitation, as tensions threatened to erupt, a gentle, refreshing breeze swept through, enveloping the crowd and providing a welcome respite from the sweltering heat. Just as the onlookers pondered the origin of this sudden coolness, the previously clear skies darkened as ominous clouds rapidly gathered from all directions, obscuring the sun's radiant light. The atmosphere grew dim, and the breeze intensified, soon becoming a force that made it difficult for the crowd to keep their eyes open. Within moments, those of lesser martial prowess were nearly swept off their feet, struggling to maintain their balance. Just as the tempest threatened to escalate, a profound Buddhist chant resonated, infused with formidable inner strength, dispelling the tumultuous winds. Amitabha, noble lady, your arrival is awaited. Why not reveal yourself? The elderly monk inquired. There is no need for me to appear. This space is too confined for such a display. I shall await you atop the highest peak of Mount Song, responded Wang Yuyan, her voice imbued with confidence. With that, she soared towards the summit of the 72 peaks of Mount Song. It was at this moment that the crowd caught a fleeting glimpse of the ethereal grace of the renowned fairy of the Jianghu. Amiba, your words are most virtuous. Noble lady, the monk declared, and with a gentle motion, he set aside his broom and leapt into the air, vanishing from sight after a few graceful ascents. Leaving the assembly of martial artists in awe, their mouths agape, struck dumb by the spectacle. Among the previously self-assured martial experts, a profound sense of humility washed over them. As they recalled their past boasts, wishing to find a hole to hide in and escape the embarrassment of their earlier bravado. At this moment, although the martial artists, who prided themselves on their exceptional lightness of foot, felt deeply disheartened and ashamed, they nonetheless showcased their finest skills, hastening towards the battlefield of the two combatants, each eager not to miss this once-in-a-millennium clash of titans. Simultaneously, as the esteemed masters of the martial arts world rushed towards the site of the duel. Atop the highest peak of Songshan, Wang Yuyan had already engaged in combat with the recently arrived nameless monk. From a distance, onlookers could see, following a deafening explosion, the vast clouds that had enveloped the peak dispersing instantly, revealing the towering summit, which was now resonating with the immense energy waves generated by the fierce exchanges between the two celestial beings. The energy waves, half crimson and half gold, seemed to envelop the entire sky above Songshan. As seconds ticked by, the intensity and weight of each strike from the two on the summit escalated. What began as tentative probing attacks evolved into full-force blows, and after a prolonged stalemate, both combatants unleashed their ultimate techniques. The spectators, nobles who were untrained in martial arts and the lowly skilled from the Jianghu, gazed in awe, as if witnessing a battle between deities. This was due to the spectacular golden Buddha figures that intermittently appeared, alongside the blazing sun, radiating brilliance that could not be ignored. After a quarter of an hour, with another violent clash, the stalemate persisted as Wang Yuyan and the nameless monk found themselves suspended atop a massive peak, engaging in a silent standoff while recuperating their energies. Old monk, having fought long enough without a clear victor, shall we settle it with one final strike? Wang Yuyan proposed. Amiba, as the lady wishes, the nameless monk thought. Realizing the battle had lingered long enough to meet the requirements set forth by the martial sect leader. Very well, then, old monk. Brace yourself for my newly devised ultimate move, she declared. With that, as her voice faded, Wang Yuyan concentrated her thoughts, invoking her latest technique. From afar, one could observe fierce winds swirling around her, as the elemental energies of the 5 phases converged tumultuously, guided by her gestures and mental focus. These energies swiftly coalesced into a 10-foot-wide emblem of elemental convergence, resembling a colossal, rotating disk of annihilation, which advanced menacingly towards the nameless monk. This was a convergence of celestial beings, a harmony of dualities. A return to the essence of Tai Chi. How remarkable it was that the lady had already reached the pinnacle of celestial mastery, with only a step remaining to attain the realm of the Bodhisattva. Amiba, this contest need not continue, this humble monk concedes. I implore you, please cease your assault. The nameless monk exclaimed, taken aback and recognizing his inferiority. Wang Yuyan's face fell with disappointment. Alas, how dull. I had such high hopes for you, old monk. Despite her disillusionment with the monk, it did not prevent her from swiftly redirecting her ultimate attack, originally aimed at the nameless monk, towards a desolate peak to his left. In the next moment, that isolated mountain, standing at least 500 or 600 meters tall, erupted violently, sending rocks cascading downwards. As the thick dust and smoke gradually cleared, what remained was a small hill, nearly half the height of its former self, now exposed to the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Gulp. At this moment, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed incessantly. All the martial arts masters present were profoundly shaken by the scene before them. Notably, the collective astonishment rendered them speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The once vibrant atmosphere of lively discussions and animated chatter in the grand hall swiftly transformed into an eerie silence, where even the drop of a needle could be heard. Was this truly the extent of martial prowess? If so, had all my years of training been in vain? The contemporary celestial master of Mount Lunghu murmured to himself, questioning whether these two individuals were not, in fact, ancient practitioners of Qi. Could martial arts genuinely achieve such an astonishing level, rivaling the legendary powers of celestial beings? If I could attain such heights, would the restoration of my country not be within reach? Deeply moved, Morongfu suddenly found himself with a renewed sense of purpose. How could martial arts transcend to such divine realms? No wonder my brother insisted I witness this battle of celestial beings, expressing hope to one day see the mastery of the dragon-subduing palms. Now it made sense. He wished to convey that should I elevate my skills to match these celestial beings, I could indeed halt the warring strife between the Song and Liao dynasties. With this realization, he felt as if he had cleared the fog to see the moon. Laughing heartily, Xiao Feng strode confidently towards Drum Mountain, having unraveled all obstacles. He intended to take a Zhu to the blissful sect, honoring his wager with Wu Feng by joining their ranks. Could martial arts truly reach such extraordinary heights? If I too could transcend to the unity of heaven and man, then the vastness of the world would be mine to explore. What grievance could not be avenged? What endeavor could not be undertaken? Ambitious minds in the crowd glimmered with fervor, envisioning their own potential. After the celestial battle, the spectators vividly expressed the myriad facets of human existence. Each harbored their own thoughts, even subconsciously overlooking the outcome of this monumental clash. Lost in daydreams of emulating the celestial beings. Ahem, esteemed guests, both celestial beings have departed, and this extraordinary battle has drawn to a close. The newly appointed abbot of Shaolin Temple, Master Xuanqing, reminded the dazed attendees. Awakening from their stupor, they realized their lapse in decorum and, after apologizing to their host, hastily took their leave. Only a few ambitious dignitaries, royal heirs, and shrewd merchants remained, eager to seek an audience with the seemingly divine nameless monk. Unfortunately, they were informed by Master Xuanqing that the monk was currently engaged in deep meditation following today's strategic gains and would not be emerging anytime soon. Reluctantly, not daring to offend the Shaolin Temple, which was under the protection of the monk, the ambitious individuals and investors offered an ample donation before departing with lingering reluctance. At Drum Mountain, in the conference hall, Wu Feng listened quietly as the 8 hall masters reported on the events that unfolded after the celestial battle. After some time, realizing the situation aligned closely with his expectations, Wu Feng felt reassured and dismissed the hall masters, instructing them to continue monitoring developments discreetly. He then made his way to the training grounds on the rear mountain to resume his martial arts practice in the Dragon Ball world. Wu Feng aimed to maximize his internal chi in the limited time remaining, preparing for the impending calamity upon his return to that realm. Although he was confident in his ability to confront the Demon King Piccolo, he remained wary of other extraterrestrial threats and dark forces that might emerge unexpectedly. Thus, he resolved not to squander any valuable time that could enhance his strength. Having recently broken through the limits of his bloodline potential, he entered a peak training phase and was determined to seize every moment for cultivation. Wu Feng did not consider himself among the extraordinary characters of the Dragon Ball protagonist team who could miraculously transcend in critical moments, achieving dramatic comebacks. Therefore, with a clear understanding of his own capabilities, he prioritized stability, even though he was aware of his ability to handle the disasters brought forth by Piccolo. He knew that aside from Chi, there were also bizarre talents, supernatural powers, and unusual martial arts that could dramatically influence the outcomes of battles. Consequently, he decided to avoid close combat with unknown adversaries unless absolutely necessary. After all, why risk engaging in melee when one could defeat foes from a distance? Wouldn't it be more appealing to be a dashing and elegant spellcaster? Thus, establishing dominance with overwhelming strength to crush all enemies and prevent any unexpected reversals became one of Wu Feng's guiding principles. Breathing heavily, Wu Feng removed the weighted garments he had donned during training and placed them in their designated spot. Exhausted, he then made his way to the prepared medicinal bath, indulging in the afterglow of his training. As he lay back with his eyes closed, he gradually relaxed his mind, entering a meditative state, and began to contemplate the cultivation of his spirit. At this moment, as Wu Feng visualized the azure lotus pedestal with increasing clarity, now nearly indistinguishable from a physical object, his heart swelled with profound accomplishment and pride. This meditation diagram stood as one of his greatest harvests since arriving in this realm. A masterpiece forged by synthesizing Taoist spiritual cultivation with the esoteric practices of the Western regions, the primordial azure lotus visualization. Though constrained by this world's rudimentary mental cultivation techniques and his own limited insights, the primordial azure lotus visualization remained a nascent creation, barely beyond its embryonic form. Yet even so, it had bestowed immeasurable benefits upon Wu Feng and Wang Yuyan, its practitioners. Notably, it was through this very diagram that both had elevated their spiritual power to the mortal zenith, the pinnacle of grandmastery, within a mere decade. This laid an unshakable foundation for their subsequent serendipitous breakthrough into the harmony of heaven and man, a realm of transcendence. The Taoist state of terrestrial immortality, where heaven and man unite, and the Buddhist realm of arhatship, where Buddha and self merge, both represent sanctified planes beyond mortal confines. Here, the essence of life ascends, liberating one from earthly shackles and extending longevity to 3 centuries, a true transcendent martial sage. To attain such heights, one must first refine essence, energy, and spirit to the limits of mortal capacity, the Grandmaster's peak. Then follows the enlightenment of nature's rhythms, the discovery of one's resonant truth, and its assimilation through epiphany. Only upon full mastery can metamorphosis and ascension be claimed. Perhaps due to this staggering difficulty, those who breach this realm remain vanishingly rare throughout history. Wu Feng could confirm only the figures enshrined on the celestial ranking, while many others, like Laozi and Zhuangzi of Taoism, Confucius and Mencius of Confucianism, alongside founders of the 100 schools and legendary luminaries, remained ambiguously speculated. More recent candidates included creators of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and Supreme Yoga Tantra, though lacking irrefutable proof. Wu Feng excluded them from the celestial ranking. Instead, he relegated such figures to a new register, the Chronicle of Eccentrics and Marvels, pending future evidence to warrant promotion. A note on the celestial ranking: its order reflects chronology, not power. Adjustments occur only when contemporaries dueled and victory-defeat was decided. Time flowed like sand through fingers. Months later, the Khitan Khan, weary of awaiting his southern court princess' return, marshaled his forces. Over 100,000 troops amassed, their advance upon Yinmen Pass thunderous. A tidal wave of resolve to crush the fortress in one decisive surge. At this moment, the soldiers of the Liao army were relentlessly erecting ladders, engaging in fierce combat with the defenders of the Song army, embodying an unwavering resolve to achieve their objective. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the land, the clamor of the incessant horns signaled the cessation of hostilities, bringing a temporary close to this day-long siege. The following day, as the first light of dawn began to break, the soldiers of the Liao army were already assembled, charging once more toward Yinmen Pass, eager to press their advantage and seize the stronghold. In a grand display, the formidable army appeared a mere mile from the gates of Yinmen Pass as the morning light illuminated the sky. After a brief pause, they resumed their assault, deploying siege ladders akin to the previous day's assault. However, this time, before the soldiers of the Liao army could reach the gates, several agile figures leaped from the city walls, some wielding weapons while others were unarmed. Utilizing the advantage of their descent, they struck with overwhelming force, eliminating numerous Liao soldiers in a single, decisive blow. Following this devastating strike that felled several dozen of their ranks, the valiant individuals surged forward to confront the advancing Liao forces. "Kill!" cried the distinguished disciples of the Shaoao sect, including the illustrious Xiao Feng, the formidable Yun Tianji, and the fierce Az, all of whom were prominent figures listed among the top ranks of the realm. At that moment, akin to a sharp blade, the onslaught tore through the ranks of the Liao army with unstoppable force, leaving chaos in its wake as soldiers fell and bodies littered the ground. With the overwhelming might of their palm strikes and the unyielding energy of their sword and knife techniques, Xiao Feng and his companions found themselves, for a brief moment, invincible, surging forward until they reached a position not far from the Liao army's flag. However, they were soon met by an unyielding wall formed by the Liao soldiers, who fought desperately to protect their standard. As time passed, the intensity of battle began to take its toll on the few combatants, draining both their inner strength and physical stamina, just as it seemed that one among them would be mercilessly struck down by the enraged Liao generals. The life-threatening peril prompted Az to cry out to the heavens, "Master, if you do not intervene soon, your adorable and clever disciple may very well perish." No sooner had her words echoed than a powerful surge of pure energy manifested, enveloping the surrounded disciples of the Shaoao sect in a gigantic protective barrier, sparing them from the fate of being cut down. Simultaneously, a strikingly handsome young man clad in azure appeared, the current leader of the Shaoao sect, the enigmatic figure known as Wu Feng. "Ah, Az, do you now comprehend the gravity of your situation? Do you still believe your strength to be formidable?" Wu Feng teased his mischievous disciple whom he had rescued from the Xingxiu sect a decade prior, ignoring the surrounding Liao soldiers as if he were merely a leisurely visitor enjoying the spring. "How dare you act so smug? You should know that had it not been for your reckless behavior, your brother-in-law and your junior, Yu Tianji, would not have needed my intervention." Wu Feng provocatively chastised Az. "Master, please do not blame my senior sister, Az. She merely..." "Silence! Have I not already imparted the wisdom that those who foolishly fawn over others end up with nothing? Why can you never remember that?" Wu Feng interrupted sharply, leaving Yu Tianji speechless. Bowing his head, Yu Tianji murmured, "Master, I apologize. It is not that I cannot remember, but rather that oh well. I shall leave it be. Take care of yourself." Wu Feng, recognizing that the crux of the matter lay in whether Yu Tianji could come to his own realizations, sighed in resignation. Master, do you think we could refrain from chatting for a moment? The Liao soldiers outside seemed to be on the brink of madness. Attacking your barrier with reckless abandon, Su Xing, his newly acquired disciple, quietly reminded, observing the frenzied Liao soldiers outside whose eyes burned with fury. Who is that man? That lunatic who dares to ignore my 100,000 troops, casually conversing with his companions. Such audacity is intolerable. Dispatch orders. Whoever slays that insolent fool shall be promoted 3 ranks, rewarded with gold, and granted 100 beauties. Yel Hongji bellowed in a fit of rage. The wrath emanating from the sovereign swiftly disseminated, inciting the already irate soldiers of the Liao army to an even greater fury. They surged forth like zealots, recklessly assaulting the invincible aura conjured by Wu Feng. Meanwhile, at Yimin Pass, the identity of that extraordinary hero became a topic of fervent speculation. Who dared to jest and scoff at the multitude of 100,000 adversaries? The commanders of the Song army, filled with admiration, inquired among themselves while gazing in awe at Wu Feng's figure. How could this be possible? What formidable inner strength must he possess? Could it be that the legendary celestial beings of the martial world have descended? Though I did not witness the monumental battle during the Chong'an festival firsthand, I am acutely aware that it involved a celestial maiden and a master. A martial hero, yearning to serve his country with unwavering loyalty, exclaimed in astonishment, his voice tinged with confusion. Well then, let us cease this discourse. Perhaps I should extend a modicum of courtesy to the 100,000 Liao soldiers. I shall endeavor to bring this meaningless battle to a swift conclusion. At that moment, the previously interrupted conversation of Wu Feng was gently resumed with a smile. As his words faded, he concentrated his energy, channeling the surging true qi within him into the protective barrier. In an instant, a deafening explosion resonated, sending the tightly packed soldiers of the Liao army surrounding him flying in all directions. The scene descended into chaos as the soldiers fell, crying out in despair, creating an uproar. After casting a glance at the devastating aftermath of his casual strike, Wu Feng proceeded to lead his disciples forward, leisurely strolling toward the central tent of the Liao army as if it were a leisurely outing. As he boldly cleared the path of Liao soldiers with ease, he imparted wisdom to his disciples, advising them to observe the true method of combat, cautioning against reckless charges that would lead to encirclement. Of course, once you reach the realm of unity with the heavens, such concerns become trivial. Why does reaching that realm render it inconsequential? A disciple, Z, inquired curiously. Wu Feng elaborated, delineating 3 reasons. Firstly, in such an open space, a being of that caliber could easily annihilate an army of 100,000 with aerial assaults. Secondly, those at that level are rarely fatigued, especially not when facing opponents of the same tier. Lastly, beneath the heavens, all others are akin to ants. Mere numbers hold no value against celestial might. Having concluded his discourse, Wu Feng suddenly halted, gathering his breath before unleashing a sound wave that resembled the roar of a tiger, which enveloped the incoming hail of arrows in a visible fan shape. His pure, potent sound wave obliterated the arrows upon contact, rendering them to dust. The overwhelming force continued to surge forward, causing the thousands of Liao soldiers forming a steel wall to bleed from their orifices and scatter in disarray. Protect the Khan. Quickly. The Liao general, disoriented by the sudden blast, quickly regained his composure and shielded Yel Hongji, shouting for support. Kill. For the emperor, for our families, may the heavens bless us. A Liao commander rallied his troops, attempting to instill courage in his frightened comrades. His efforts resonated, reigniting the fighting spirit among the soldiers, who once again charged toward the formidable Wu Feng, only to soon realize their folly as they were met with terror. In an instant, Wu Feng dispatched them with his perfected technique, the ultimate pure yang palm, sending their souls to the afterlife. Without hesitation, he transformed his palm into a claw, effortlessly capturing the fleeing Yel Hongji and his high-ranking officials from a distance of nearly 100 meters. Not wishing to prolong this tedious game, Wu Feng employed his upgraded dragon seizing and crane control technique, declaring, "The high-ranking officials of the Liao army are now in my grasp. I shall hand them over to the Song dynasty's city defenders. What follows, whether they live or die, holds no significance for my sect. You may accompany me back to the Xiaoao sect if you wish." Wu Feng, having achieved his objective of halting the devastation wrought by the war between Song and Liao, aimed to prevent further suffering and reaffirm the importance of martial arts to the world. "Brother Wu, no, sect leader, I beseech you to spare Yel Hongji," Xiaofeng implored, unable to suppress his compassion as Wu Feng prepared to hand over his captives. "This cannot be. He is the root of this war. Releasing him would be akin to setting a tiger free. Indeed, he cannot be spared." The others echoed, resolute in their opposition. "Silence. It is clear to me that he cannot be released," Wu Feng thundered, But before he could elaborate, Xiao Feng interjected, I, Xiao Feng, am willing to exchange my life for his. Allow me to finish. While I cannot release him, I can ensure his life remains safe, Wu Feng replied, slightly exasperated. As he had no intention of letting Yel Hongji die so soon, he planned for him to remain alive for at least 3 more years. With that, without waiting for further discussion, Wu Feng leaped into the air, hovering approximately 100 meters above. He directed a powerful strike toward the nearest mountain, where the Liao army was in disarray. Channeling immense celestial energy and his own formidable inner strength, he obliterated the towering peak, which stood around 300 to 400 meters tall. The resounding explosion echoed, leaving both the soldiers below and the onlookers above in a state of disbelief, grappling with the surreal reality of what they had just witnessed. The scene was so extraordinary that it shattered their understanding of martial prowess. As the mountain crumbled, the crowd stood agape, transfixed by the spectacle, oblivious to the impending danger of falling debris. Wu Feng, feeling a sense of exhilaration after unleashing his power, had to intervene, shielding the onlookers from the rapidly descending stones. Until the moment when a few members of the carefree faction awakened first, rousing the others, they swiftly retreated into the city. Pausing their frantic gestures, they allowed the scattered debris to fly chaotically around them, quietly savoring the scene, pondering whether to leave behind some lasting marks of their existence in this final stretch of time. After all, humans are often forgetful, and ancient people, particularly those of limited understanding, are the most prone to this. With such thoughts in his mind, Wu Feng ultimately resolved to emulate the esteemed predecessors. In the time to come, he would not only cultivate his skills but also leave his mark across the vast landscapes of the realm. He even contemplated, during his journey, to sow a few opportunities and perhaps lay down some hidden treasures, guided by his whims. Time flew by swiftly, in the blink of an eye. It was now merely 3 days shy of a decade since Wu Feng arrived in this world. Moreover, 3 months had elapsed since the momentous battle at the Yamengwen, where he single-handedly faced an entire nation. Following that extraordinary encounter, Wu Feng did not return to the Xiao sect. Instead, after entrusting certain matters to his disciple and instructing him to prepare, he followed the desires of his heart and embarked on a journey through the picturesque landscapes of the 9 provinces. During this period, he refrained from inquiring about any occurrences, choosing instead to relish the tranquility of his final leisurely escapade. At last, having traversed the Great Wall, the last destination he had meticulously planned, Wu Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction, convinced that he had no lingering regrets. He returned to his residence at the Legu Mountain Xiao sect, intent on reviewing the series of developments concerning his grand ambitions that unfolded during his travels, ensuring that everything was in order before his departure to facilitate the smooth execution of his future plans. Fortunately, during Wu Feng's hands-off approach, everything proceeded as anticipated, with only minor deviations that posed no significant concern. After all, Wu Feng understood that perfection was an unrealistic expectation. Achieving something close to flawless was already a remarkable accomplishment. After dedicating 2 hours to peruse all the accumulated information from the past 3 months, Wu Feng summoned his senior sister, Li Qi Luo, and inquired, Sister, how are you progressing with the tasks I asked Z to bring back for you? Everything is ready, so you need not worry, she replied. However, must you truly depart? Could you not linger a while longer? Witnessing Wu Feng's remarkable journey and feeling the pangs of regret for not having encountered him sooner, Li Qingluo's expression reflected sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister, please, do not be like this. Don't cry. We agreed on this beforehand. Besides, if Xiao Yuyan sees you like this, she might mistakenly believe I have wronged you and come after me, Wu Feng remarked, feeling a mix of helplessness and awkwardness as he observed the tears welling in Li Qingluo's eyes. At that moment, Wu Feng beheld the sight of Li Qi Luo, her eyes brimming with tears, a poignant reminder of the meticulous care she had bestowed upon him over the years. To claim that Wu Feng was entirely oblivious to the underlying reasons for her distress would be a deception, both to her and to himself. Yet, even though he comprehended the source of her emotions, he felt compelled, if not terrified, to refrain from any response, often diverting the conversation to the unassuming Xiao Yuyan as a means of subtle evasion. This avoidance stemmed from Wu Feng's profound realization that he would ultimately have to depart, to leave this world behind, and that to those who inhabited it, he was merely a transient figure. Fully aware of this truth, Wu Feng dared not to engage with matters of the heart, no matter how minuscule. He understood deeply that the path he was destined to tread would be fraught with tumult and peril, a quest shrouded in uncertainty, where the specter of collapse loomed at any moment, threatening to render him incapable of rising again. Thus, in a bid to spare himself from the anguish of inevitable partings, and to ensure that they would not endure a lifetime of regret or solitude, squandering their precious youth and time. Wu Feng resolved that from the very instant he traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. He recognized the potential for familial and friendly bonds, but accepted that love would likely remain elusive. This does not imply that Wu Feng became utterly detached from emotions, rather. It signifies that from that moment onward, Wu Feng resolved to comprehensively barricade his feelings, striving to evade any unnecessary interactions with beautiful women. He sought to exist in a state of ethereal detachment, visible yet intangible, rendering it impossible for any woman, by any means, to approach him. Thus, Wu Feng firmly believed that he could completely eradicate any unnecessary emotions, unless he encountered the legendary phenomenon of love at first sight. An exceedingly rare occurrence that he deemed unlikely to happen to himself. Hence, he was not troubled by the possibility. Have you heard? In 3 days. The current leader of the Shaoao sect, ranked 5th on the heavenly list and revered as the unparalleled celestial being, Wu Feng, known as the Great Hero, will ascend the peak of Mount Huashan at the moment of day and night's interchange, shattering the void and soaring into immortality. In the Song dynasty, within a tavern named Song Halu, a multitude of individuals from various corners of the world had gathered, indulging in food and drink, engaging in lively discussions, raising their cups, and creating an extraordinary atmosphere of festivity. However, at that moment, one of the 4 men seated at the northernmost table by the window suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the entire assembly. Do you even need to mention it? This news has been circulating since 3 months ago at the Yulian. By now, from the high-ranking officials to the elderly and children across the entire realm. Every living soul must be aware of it. Even those secluded in remote mountains, nearly cut off from the world, surely know by this moment, right? Scoffed a fierce-looking man with a scarred face, unmistakably someone not to be trifled with. I am well aware that people all over the realm know of this matter. You need not remind me. However, what I am about to divulge bears significant relevance to the individual at the center of this affair. Would you like to know, Scarface? Said the diminutive man in grayish-white linen, whose sharp features suggested cunning, as he sipped his drink while exchanging knowing glances with the scarred face across from him. Enough. 4th brother, cease your teasing of 2nd brother and enlighten us on what transpired. What connection does it hold with the renowned hero, Wu Feng? Inquired 3rd brother. His curiosity piqued and impatience evident, interrupting before the scarred man could respond. Indeed, 4th brother, share the details. You know how much I despise half-told tales, added 1st brother, who had a significant connection to the celestial being and could not help but urge him on, adopting a demeanor that suggested dire consequences if the tale remained unfinished. All right, I shall speak, but before I do, I must clarify that I am not entirely certain of the veracity of this information, as I stumbled upon it by chance. The diminutive man hurriedly declared, noting the pressure from both 3rd and 1st brothers, especially the latter's threatening posture. Very well, regardless of whether it is true or false. I shall not hold you accountable. Please proceed. Even if it turns out to be erroneous, we shall take it as mere entertainment to pass the time. 1st brother reassured him grandly, feigning wisdom. All right then, but before I share, I must ask you all if you are aware of the recent incident regarding the extermination of the Golden Spear sect in Yi County overnight? The diminutive man inquired mysteriously. Of course. How could I not know? I was staying in an inn in Yi County at the time, the day after the incident. I even went to witness it firsthand. It was utterly tragic, exclaimed 3rd brother, eager to share his experience. I have also heard of this event, however, 4th brother. What relevance does it bear to the matter you wish to discuss? 1st brother queried, following up on 3rd brother's comments with palpable curiosity. There is indeed a connection, and a substantial one at that. According to what I have gathered, the Golden Spear sect was annihilated by a simple country lad, who could barely read, acting alone. It is said he did so for vengeance, the diminutive man revealed. 4th brother, are you jesting? I acknowledge that the country lad possesses remarkable martial prowess. At least I could not single-handedly slay 100 members of the Golden Spear sect. Yet, what does this have to do with the great hero? The impatient 1st brother retorted loudly, clearly dissatisfied. Patience, 1st brother, for the crux of the matter is upon us. What if I told you that this country lad did not know any martial arts a month prior to the massacre, merely an ordinary villager? The diminutive man proclaimed, his expression enigmatic. How can that be possible? 4th brother, if you are fabricating a tale, at least craft a more convincing one. It is laughable to think that a village bumpkin could transform from a mere laborer into a top-tier martial artist in just a month, especially one who barely knows his letters. Scoffed the scarred man, who had remained silent until now, his disbelief palpable. 2nd brother, do not dismiss it so quickly. When I first heard this news, I was just as skeptical as you. Yet, if I were to tell you that this lad inadvertently encountered a fortuitous opportunity and obtained the legendary martial arts manual left by the great hero, allowing him to achieve such rapid advancement, would you believe it? The diminutive man challenged. What? Is this true? The three brothers exclaimed in unison, astonished. Simultaneously, the entire tavern fell momentarily silent, with patrons pausing in their revelry, though they soon resumed their activities as if nothing had transpired. The slight flush on their faces and the deepened breaths revealed their intrigue. How would I know if it is true? Did I not clarify beforehand that I am uncertain of the specifics? First brother, you two said to treat it as mere entertainment, the diminutive man replied, feigning innocence. Indeed. You are correct. It is merely a diversion, first brother concurred. With that, the four brothers resumed their drinking and dining with an air of nonchalance, bantering as they usually did. However, unbeknownst to them, as they continued their merriment, the previously lively patrons in the tavern began to settle their bills and depart one by one. Before long, aside from the elderly man in the main hall still fervently playing the eru, only the four brothers remained, engrossed in their revelry. It is worth noting that none of the departing patrons seemed to notice the identical, vividly detailed blue lotus patterns adorning the palms of the four brothers. On this day, atop Mount Huashan, one of the 5 sacred mountains of the Song dynasty, the skies were clear and the sun shone brightly, an auspicious day heralding the revival of all living things. On this day, marked in the historical annals, the second day of the second lunar month, known as the Day of the Dragon Raising Its Head, a significant and vibrant occasion unfolds. Simultaneously, it is the most prosperous and bustling time for the towns and villages surrounding Mount Hua. People from all corners of the world converge here within a mere month, creating a scene of overwhelming crowds that is nothing short of spectacular. The influx of individuals from diverse backgrounds has severely weakened the Song dynasty's ability to maintain order in this area, plunging it into an unprecedented state of chaos. Were it not for the presence of numerous masters from the Shaoao sect and Shaolin Temple, who have come to uphold order and stability, the situation would likely have spiraled out of control. As throngs of people gather beneath Mount Hua, notable figures from the contemporary era have also assembled at its peak. Upon closer inspection, one can discern the presence of the 4 princes representing the emperor of the Song dynasty, the influential prime minister of Song, who embodies the power of the aristocracy, and the wealthy merchant, known for his favorable relations with the Shaoao sect. Additionally, leaders of various martial arts factions and renowned wandering cultivators have come, all pivotal figures whose mere presence could send ripples across the realm. At this moment, they are all gathered in anticipation, holding their breath in reverence towards the figure seated 3 feet above the ground at the summit, the legendary warrior, Wu Feng. Time flows slowly, and 12 full hours have passed since Wu Feng began his meditative state. He quietly absorbs the emerging rays of the morning sun until the sky brightens. With less than 4 hours remaining until Wu Feng's scheduled moment of transcending the void, he finds himself increasingly restless, feeling the weight of tedium as he remains motionless, unable to practice his cultivation. Reluctantly, Wu Feng maintains his posture, enduring the wait until the appointed time arrives. Finally, when the moment is right, he turns around, his eyes opening to meet those of the representatives from various social strata. Calmly, he speaks, "I shall grant you 3 hours. During this time, I can fulfill your wishes. Speak freely." The crowd, initially taken aback by Wu Feng's sudden movement, soon reacts with excitement and fervor, their faces flushed with anticipation. Although everyone is eager to ask questions, none dare to be the first to break the silence. At last, a melodious voice pierces through the tension. "Senior brother, no, master. This may be the last time I call you master. Will you return after your departure?" "Ah, my dear Xiaoyan, you finally call me master again. How wonderful. In this world, I have no regrets. As for your question about my return, I cannot say, perhaps yes, perhaps no, who can tell?" Wu Feng replies with a gentle smile, though a trace of uncertainty lingers in his expression. "Then how might I reach your current state, breaking the void and ascending to the higher realms?" Wang Yuyan, after calming her tumultuous emotions, inquires earnestly, "Why do you trouble yourself so, dear Xiaoyan?" "Very well, I shall tell you. With your current level, taking just 2 steps forward will suffice," Wu Feng sighs, attempting to dissuade her, yet yielding to her determined gaze. This is only because Wu Feng knows he is not a true master of breaking the void. He can only offer vague guidance based on his own sensations. "Is that so? I understand now. I have no further questions. Please continue," Wang Yuyan declares, her spirit ignited with determination. "May I pose a question to the illustrious Wu Xianren?" A nameless monk interjects after sensing the conclusion of Wang Yuyan's inquiries. Speak, Wufeng responds. I wish to know. What is Buddha? The monk's unexpected question catches the audience off guard, as it is a fundamental inquiry known to all practitioners. Old monk, are you deliberately trying to challenge me with such a question? Wufeng remarks with a bemused expression. I mean no offense. I have simply been perplexed by this question for some time. I humbly request your insight, Wu Xianren, the monk replies, bowing respectfully. Ah, are you attempting to navigate the turbulent waters of your own heart? However, you have sought the wrong person for assistance. One's trials must be faced by oneself. How can you rely on another? Others may assist you, but the essence lies within you. I can tell you this. You are Buddha, I am Buddha, he is Buddha. All beings are Buddha. Remember this, and now, you may withdraw, Wufeng advises with an impassive expression. Wudaxia, Wu Xianren. I wish to inquire whether the path of martial arts leads to immortality. The fourth prince, having held back his question, finally speaks up. Martial arts can indeed confer longevity, provided one cultivates correctly. When you break through to the innate level, you may live over 150 years. Upon reaching the return to truth stage, you could live over 210 years, and upon achieving the celestial level, you may live over 330 years, Wufeng explains. Pleased that someone has finally broached the topic. May I ask, Wu Xianren, what then of the literary path? The prime minister of Song, chosen by the Confucian scholars, interjects quickly. The literary path? Ah, you mean the Confucian way? The flourishing of martial arts should not be hindered. I recall that during the spring and autumn period, even until the end of the Han Dynasty, scholars of that era were often skilled in archery and horsemanship, not so different from the martial practitioners you speak of. Wufeng chuckles, providing an example to clarify. Wu Xianren, may I inquire about the principles guiding our merchants? Finally seizing the opportunity to interject, Qian Wanqian hastily posed the question that had long lingered in his mind. You merchants surely follow your own paths, yet since you have inquired of me, allow me to impart 8 words, integrity as the foundation, benevolence as the virtue. Oh, and before I forget, I have a small gift for you. A token of appreciation for your unwavering support and investments over the years. With a gentle smile, Wufeng casually responded and then proceeded to bestow his teachings through a mental transmission. The onlookers beheld as Wufeng joined his index and middle fingers, pointing gently to Qian Wanqian's forehead with a subtle tap, thereafter remaining motionless. Though a sense of bewilderment filled their hearts, none dared to voice their confusion on the spot, opting instead to set aside their inquiries and prepare to either seize the opportunity to ask their own questions or attentively listen to the exchanges of others. Subsequently, it appeared that hope had ignited within the crowd, transforming their inquiries into veiled requests for benefits. For instance, oh, Master Wu, I implore you, have mercy upon me. Please impart a set of divine skills. I have an elderly mother of 80, and I wish to become your disciple. I am gifted and wise beyond my years. I spoke at 1, recognized characters at 2, and read fluently by 3. I would never tarnish the name of the unparalleled Master Wu. Thus, for a stretch of time that followed, Wufeng patiently and diplomatically declined one absurd and fantastical request after another. After 3 hours, having addressed the final query, Wufeng felt utterly exhausted, more so than if he had engaged in a fierce battle. Consequently, he silently vowed never to feign the persona of a transcendent sage again, for it was far too taxing. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, twilight finally descended. At this moment, the sun had set beyond the horizon, leaving only a faint glow that clung to the earth, casting a last vestige of light and warmth upon all living beings. Time continued its relentless march, slipping away second by second, refusing to pause for anyone, even for the briefest moment. Thus, before long, the entirety of Mount Hua was shrouded in darkness once more, as night reclaimed the land. At this moment, the members of the carefree sect, who had long been prepared for this situation, began to ignite coal lamps and torches scattered across Mount Hua, creating a serpentine cascade of flames that encircled nearly the entire mountain, illuminating it as if it were daytime. Just as the crowd was marveling at this spectacle, a silvery light gradually emerged and cascaded down upon the people gathered at the summit of Mount Hua. The newcomers, experiencing the peak for the first time, were awestruck by the enchanting sight, while the tranquil figure of Wufeng, seated atop the peak, stirred to life. As the silvery light touched Wufeng, it seemed to initiate a wondrous reaction, causing him to emanate a radiant silver glow from within. With each passing second, the intensity of his light grew, until, moments later, the dazzling brilliance obscured his form from view. Wufeng, now aglow with a fierce luminescence, began to ascend vertically, moving with an almost deceptive swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he reached a height that matched the newly risen moon, creating an unprecedented spectacle of dual moons gracing the sky. Those atop Mount Hua, fully aware of the significance of the event, gazed upwards in disbelief, their mouths agape, their minds blank, overwhelmed by the moment. It was no wonder they displayed such astonishment. Even the two existing celestial beings, well prepared for this occurrence, could not shake off their profound shock. Meanwhile, as Wu Feng ascended to a significant height, he sensed the temperature around him plummeting. The chill had become so intense that he had to summon his inner strength to dispel the thin layer of ice that threatened to envelop him. Realizing that he had reached a sufficient altitude for the final act he had envisioned, Wu Feng prepared himself. In the next instant, he abruptly ceased the radiant light emanating from him. Almost immediately afterward, he harnessed all his inner power to conjure a sound that adhered to the principles of physics, forming a resounding bell. He then infused his voice with a surge of energy, shouting words that resonated across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Today, I, Wu Feng, at the summit of Mount Hua, suspended in the air, shatter the void, and urge all of you to strive together. As his voice echoed, Wu Feng felt no lingering attachment. He released his resistance, allowing the world's natural repelling force to expel him from its realm. In his final moment before departure, he turned back to the world and softly uttered, "Until we meet again." With that, he vanished into thin air, just as he had arrived. Although Wu Feng had departed, the immense sound of his proclamation took a while to descend from the heights. Eventually, it transformed into a thunderous roar that reverberated across the land, akin to a clap of thunder echoing for thousands of miles around Mount Hua. Those on the ground who heard his words were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the momentous event that had just unfolded. The first being to shatter the void and ascend in plain sight throughout history had been born. In the ensuing silence, the tranquility was eventually broken by the innocent inquiries of curious children towards their parents, pulling the adults back to reality. The parents, caught off guard, responded with casual explanations before hastily returning indoors to rest, mindful of the day's demands. Simultaneously, as if influenced by a chain reaction, numerous martial artists and notable figures who had come to witness the event awakened from their stupor. In a flurry of anxious farewells, they departed from Mount Hua, returning to their respective factions or homes to recuperate and process the astounding revelations of the night, preparing for the impending wave of martial prowess. Unbeknownst to the departing dignitaries, as they left the summit, a mysterious figure, Wang Yuyan, the ethereal fairy who had remained hidden, her presence only hinted at by her voice, suddenly appeared where Wu Feng had once meditated. She stood there, her white garments billowing in the cold wind, gazing up at the vast height from which Wu Feng had vanished, whispering to herself, "Has he truly gone? Quickly, quickly, that fortunate boy, the one who stumbled upon the opportunity left by the immortal Wu, is currently engaged in combat with the master of the 36 caves at the nearby dilapidated temple. According to my informants, he is entangled in a fierce struggle and will not be able to escape anytime soon," exclaimed the contemporary leader of the renowned local faction, the Divine Blade sect, as he hurriedly led his disciples onward. Meanwhile, a young villager, who had recently changed his name from Li Dugan to Li Ruahai, was valiantly wielding a wooden spear against a multitude of assailants, enveloping them in a flurry of strikes. The once boastful master of the 36 caves found himself in dire straits, desperately defending against the elusive wooden spear that threatened to pierce him at any moment. However, as the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to a breach. In a fleeting moment of distraction, one of the cave masters fell, breaking the tenuous hold of their formation. This led to a cascade of deaths among the remaining cave masters, who, in a panic, scattered to escape, nursing their injuries. Only Li Ruahai remained, having fortuitously acquired the blazing spear technique, a profound martial skill inscribed by Wu Feng during his travels in the 9 provinces. He stood silently, recovering his strength, until he felt sufficiently rejuvenated to sprint towards a distant mountain range, disappearing from sight. Shortly thereafter, the enraged leader of the Divine Blade sect, who had arrived too late, shouted in fury, "What a bunch of useless 36 cave masters. They couldn't even hold back a mere villager. Useless trash." Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over a decade had passed since Wu Feng shattered the void. Now, the renowned Yulai in across the 9 provinces was once again preparing for the unveiling of the new rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. Hurry, hurry. Could those who have finished viewing step aside for those of us who have yet to see? It's not easy. But the left sect master of the Infinite Sword sect has finally qualified for the human rankings. Indeed, it's quite a feat. But who is this newly emerged number 1 in the rankings, Dugu Phone? Indeed, our beggar's sect has once again made its mark on the earthly rankings, even securing a position within the top 10. How splendid! However, what significance does that hold? Behold, the current head of the renowned Murong family from Suzhou ranks second on the earthly list, a master of the return to truth level. Yet, what of it? The top position remains firmly held by Master Xuanqing, the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. Suddenly, an announcement captured everyone's attention. Look, everyone. The celestial rankings have added another figure. At this proclamation, the previously raucous crowd fell silent, their gazes directed towards the bottom of the celestial list. There, they beheld, ninth on the celestial list. From the Song dynasty, a born warrior with the dragon subduing 3 palms, a disciple of the carefree sect. In the world of Dragon Ball, within the northern galaxy. Solar system Earth, in the Chilean mountain range, a day dawned with the spring sun shining brightly, the morning air still fresh and pure. As the first light of day broke, a figure abruptly materialized within a previously empty wooden cabin nestled in the valley. This individual was none other than Wufeng, who had been cast into the turbulent currents of space by the Dragon World, only to return to the realm of Dragon Ball through his innate abilities. In the same posture as before his journey, Wufeng sat cross-legged on his bed, gradually opening his eyes. He shook his head gently, taking a moment to regulate his breathing, attempting to dispel the dizziness caused by the temporal displacement. Once he had regained his composure, he began to explore the depths of the abundant internal energy within him. True to his expectations, he discovered that he could not release it outward as he had in the Dragon World. Rising to his feet, he ventured into the familiar yet strange courtyard, slowly performing a series of profound and enigmatic movements. Moments later, as he completed the final motion, the sound of his bones and tendons cracking resonated throughout his body, akin to a firecracker's explosion. Experiencing the effects of the supreme yoga technique he had created in the Dragon World, Wufeng could not help but smile with joy. In that instant, he confirmed his suspicions. Although the rules of each world differed, leading to a myriad of energy systems, they could not coexist perfectly. However, there were 2 aspects that Wufeng believed might be universally applicable across the realms: the fundamental characteristics of the body and the soul, or consciousness, which are essential to all sentient beings. Based on this premise, Wufeng proposed that the power of the body and soul is interconnected and universally relevant. At this moment, he validated one aspect of his theory: a purely physical exercise regimen, devoid of any extraordinary energy, would not lose its efficacy due to the differences between worlds. The only variance would be in the effects displayed. Having confirmed this hypothesis regarding the body, Wufeng was eager to return indoors and test whether his method of cultivating the mind would also remain unaffected. Yet, he suddenly realized that daybreak had fully arrived. Understanding that he must not reveal his extraordinary abilities, he set aside his urgent desire to validate his soul cultivation method and shifted his form slightly. In the next instant, he found himself transported back to the mountain peak on the day before his journey, prepared to train with his uncle. Upon swiftly arriving at his usual training spot, he discovered that his uncle had not yet arrived, and breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for his current strength, which had increased nearly tenfold, granting him approximately 1,000 points of combat power, he might not have made it in time. As was customary, within a minute or 2, Wufeng sensed the familiar aura of his uncle, Mutaito, drawing near, arriving before him in just 3 short minutes. As usual, Mutaito assessed Wufeng, noticing a slight difference in his demeanor compared to the previous day, though he could not pinpoint exactly what had changed. Wufeng, after our training today, I hope you plan to travel and broaden your horizons starting tomorrow. Sensing his uncle's scrutinizing gaze, Wufeng hastily voiced what he had intended to say after training, hoping to divert his attention. Well, it seems you've made up your mind. Now, tell me the reason behind this decision. As anticipated, Mutaito's focus shifted, and after giving Wufeng a penetrating look, he spoke slowly. Uncle, to be honest, I feel that my progress has plateaued recently. I believe I have reached a bottleneck, which is why I wish to venture out and seek experiences, hoping to gain insights that will help me break through this limitation. Wufeng feigned modesty, spinning a tale he had crafted prior to his return. Is that so? You've encountered a bottleneck already? It appears my initial estimation of your timeline was slightly off. Very well, since you're ahead of schedule by half a month, you may depart tomorrow morning to gain some valuable experiences. Mutaito sighed, acknowledging the sooner-than-expected development. However, before Wufeng could express his relief, Mutaito added, since that's the case, let this final lesson today show you that there are always greater heights beyond the heavens and greater individuals beyond mere mortals. I would hate for you to venture out, ignorant of your own limitations, only to suffer dire consequences. Though Wufeng felt a warm appreciation for his uncle's concern, he also felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. Internally, he thought to himself, Uncle, you worry too much. I am well aware of the vastness and heights of the outside world. I would never allow myself to become arrogant. Yet, to avoid arousing suspicion, he maintained a serious demeanor, responding earnestly, "Please, uncle, guide me." In this moment, Wu Feng, under the slowly paced guidance of his uncle, feigned an air of indifference while compelling himself to endure the blows delivered by his kin at opportune moments. Fortunately, this arduous training session, which proved to be both physically and mentally exhausting, came to a close as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the sky. As dusk settled, the ordeal concluded. The night passed in silence, and on the following day, with the first light of dawn breaking and the sun revealing but a hint of its crimson orb, a new day began. In the quietude of the night, after a prolonged session of meditation focused on cultivating his spirit, Wu Feng gradually opened his eyes, revealing a hint of perplexity. He felt a subtle sting of disillusionment regarding his earlier assumptions about the universality of the soul's essence across realms. Despite an entire night devoted to the visualization technique, the only discernible change was a heightened clarity of the azure lotus pattern in his mind. He found no increase whatsoever in his spiritual energy. Thus, Wu Feng meticulously recalled the entire process of his training from the previous night. He realized that the methods he had devised for soul cultivation in the Tianlong realm were utterly ineffective in the context of the Dragon Ball world. Upon further reflection, he identified the crux of the issue. To address this pressing dilemma, he could either seek counsel from the local magicians or deities, or gather the 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. Unfortunately, without a dragon radar or an earthling capable of creating one, the latter option was rendered temporarily unfeasible. Hence, Wu Feng was left with the singular path of consulting experts. Having determined a concrete approach to this course of action, he prepared to bid farewell to his relatives and friends in the valley before embarking on his quest. With a heavy pack slung over his shoulder, he exited the abode he had called home for several years and strode purposefully towards the valley's mouth. Upon reaching the valley's entrance, he was inevitably met with a torrent of emotional farewells from his concerned loved ones, who expressed their reluctance and worries. In response, Wu Feng offered numerous reassurances and promises, ultimately departing with a feigned nonchalance after his uncle's final admonition. On that bright morning in a lush, vibrant forest, the sun's gentle rays cascaded over Wu Feng as he trekked onward, burdened yet resolute. Time flowed like a stream, and before he realized it, a week had elapsed since he bade farewell to his kin in the Chilean mountains. The provisions he had carried, both substantial and small, had been entirely consumed by the previous day. With no choice but to press forward towards his designated goal, Wu Feng resorted to hunting and roasting various high-energy carnivorous creatures reminiscent of dinosaurs. Perhaps by the whims of fate, on this particular day, after a grueling day of travel and laden with fatigue and hunger, Wu Feng encountered a formidable Tyrannosaurus rex, its imposing physique promising a hearty meal. Without any need for superfluous dialogue, the moment their eyes met, both the man and the beast, driven by hunger, instinctively glared at one another, drooling as they prepared for a ferocious confrontation. In an instant, the battle commenced, and the outcome became starkly evident. With a single effortless punch, Wu Feng dispatched his unexpected dinner, dragging the carcass to a nearby riverbank. He then began the familiar preparations for an evening barbecue, executing the tasks with remarkable speed. Once the preparations were complete, he savored the feast, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, enticing countless creatures of the forest to his impromptu banquet. With the echo of a wide energy blast, Wu Feng marked the night as a calamity for all large carnivores in the vicinity. Those who arrived to investigate were either swiftly slain for provisions or tamed by Wu Feng, becoming steeds prepared for future feasts. Thus, having temporarily alleviated his concerns about sustenance, Wu Feng continued his arduous training, resolutely making his way towards his envisioned destination, the whimsical kindergarten mentioned in the original narrative. Though he recognized the futility of seeking the original location, given that over 3 centuries had passed since the events of the original tale, he clung to a faint glimmer of hope. What if, against all odds, he stumbled upon it? Such a discovery could potentially resolve his issues with spirit cultivation in an instant. Wu Feng, lost in his fervent fantasies, failed to consider the crucial question of why strangers would impart knowledge to him without any reason. However, his disregard for this matter stemmed not from ignorance, but from his unwavering belief in his own abilities and methods. After all, the art of diplomacy he had honed in the world of Tianlong was becoming increasingly refined. Time, often slipping away unnoticed, had elapsed for over a month. Throughout this period, Wu Feng diligently practiced and journeyed, receiving assistance from numerous kind-hearted passers-by, until he finally arrived at the entrance of what appeared to be the precursor to a transformation kindergarten, the original form of an extraordinary martial arts hall. Gazing at this quaint and somewhat excessive establishment, Wu Feng sensed a mere 3 presences within, 2 of which were frail children and an elderly individual. A sudden unease gripped his heart, and his foreboding was soon validated during the ensuing discussions. This martial arts hall, thought to be the former incarnation of a transformation kindergarten, was in a nascent state. The elderly man, possessing innate extraordinary abilities, struck Wu Feng as potentially the founder of what would become a renowned transformation kindergarten, the inaugural headmaster. Known locally as the master of endless transformations, Old Wu Air. Having confirmed Old Wu Air's true identity, Wu Feng decided to settle in for a time, engaging in daily exchanges of knowledge regarding mental prowess. However, after extensive discussions, Wu Feng realized that Old Wu Air's myriad transformation abilities and his findings on auxiliary transformations offered little tangible benefit to him. Apart from broadening his experience and providing foundational knowledge relevant to the study of mental energy in this realm, the insights were scarcely of any value. Recognizing that further delay would yield no practical assistance, Wu Feng resolved to take his leave. After proposing a few suggestions regarding the future development of the extraordinary martial arts hall and leaving behind some financial support, he bid farewell and departed. After grappling with his disappointment at not achieving his anticipated goals, Wu Feng resolved to pursue his secondary objective. He set his sights on the esteemed martial arts sanctuary of Earth, known as Karen Tower, where he intended to seek the guidance of the sage residing there regarding the specific techniques for cultivating mental prowess within this realm. Additionally, he aimed to procure some magical beans, vital life-sustaining resources for unforeseen circumstances. Although Wu Feng's current strength rendered him largely impervious to threats on Earth, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. With his decision firmly established, he hesitated no longer. After confirming the location of Karen Tower, he resumed his unwavering journey of cultivation, progressing steadily towards his destination. Along the way, he traversed mountains and forded rivers, moving with purpose. After nearly 3 months of travel, Wu Feng finally beheld the towering Karen Tower, a sight that mirrored the iconic depictions from his previous life as anime, soaring majestically into the heavens, seemingly without end. At this moment, Wu Feng, who understood he was nearing his destination, gazed at the towering Kalenta that pierced the clouds. Instead of hastening his pace, he chose to rest on the spot, deciding to wait until the following day to continue. The reason for his pause was that it was still dusk. If he did not take a moment to rest, given his usual traveling speed, he would inevitably arrive at the base of Kalenta after nightfall. Though, for Wu Feng, day and night bore little difference at that moment, he felt there was no need to rush. After all, he had already delayed his journey for many days. An additional night's rest would not hurt. Moreover, the burdens of his training had left him fatigued. So a night of recuperation would enable him to ascend Kalenta with renewed vigor. Thus, Wu Feng, who had resolved not to be hasty, spent a night filled with the scent of blood and the rich aroma of roasted meat. The night passed in silence, and at dawn, fully rejuvenated, Wu Feng began to prepare as usual and set forth. It was not long before he caught sight of Kalenta. Just as he was about to make his final approach, he was intercepted by a tribe that had guarded this sacred ground for generations, reminiscent of Native American protectors. Noticing this, Wu Feng frowned slightly but decided to disregard the tribe. With a leap, he soared into the sky and, in an instant, reached the base of Kalenta. Without waiting for the tribe's guardians, who were now in an uproar due to his intrusion, he ascended directly up the tower. Wu Feng continued to fly upward at great speed for half an hour until he finally glimpsed the elliptical summit of the tower. Upon sighting it, he felt a surge of exhilaration, and with a burst of acceleration, he was enveloped in a wave of heat and a continuous sound of sonic booms. In the next moment, he officially reached the top of Kalenta, where he encountered a celestial being who appeared to be startled by the commotion he had caused. Almost dropping his staff in shock yet still trying to maintain an air of mystique. "Why you? Who are you? What brings you here?" the Kalenta immortal stammered, trembling as he sensed Wu Feng's presence. "Greetings, might you be the legendary Kalenta immortal?" Wu Feng inquired, observing the being's flustered demeanor without exposing his pretense of being a transcendent sage. Yet, in Wu Feng's eyes, the immortal's facade was riddled with flaws, prompting him to remain cordial. "I am indeed. What is it that you seek?" The immortal, perhaps reassured by Wu Feng's friendly demeanor and the absence of malice in his aura, cautiously responded. "Hello. I have come to seek your guidance on matters relating to martial arts. I would be grateful if you could share your wisdom," Wu Feng replied, though he had already discerned that this was the immortal he sought. Nevertheless, out of courtesy and to avoid startling the being, he adhered to the necessary formalities before revealing his purpose. "Given your current strength, to be frank, I doubt I have much to teach you. You might consider visiting the divine hall in the celestial realm instead, the Kalinta immortal suggested with a wry smile, fully aware of his own limitations. You flatter me, immortal. I must confess, while I may appear formidable, my understanding of martial arts and the manipulation of qi falls far short of what my power suggests, Wufeng explained, candidly expressing his challenges. I see. Then let us engage in a match at our respective levels. Allow me to assess where your weaknesses lie. The Kalinta immortal proposed after a moment's contemplation. Very well, immortal. I will adjust my qi to match your level, Wufeng replied, and within seconds. He succeeded in restraining his qi to an equivalent level as the immortal. Ready when you are, Wufeng declared. Very well, here I come, the Kalinta immortal responded. His fighting spirit awakened, causing his tail to sway excitedly as he instinctively called out and launched an attack. Immediately, the battle commenced as the two unleashed their energies, creating a clash of approximately 160 units of qi within the confined space of Kalinta. As their exchanges intensified, both combatants found it increasingly difficult to hold back, causing the very tower to tremble under the repercussions of their struggle. Realizing the need to cease their duel atop Kalinta, both Wufeng and the Kalinta immortal propelled themselves out of the tower's confines, floating beside it. After a moment of mutual observation, they each gathered their qi, preparing to unleash their ultimate techniques, the qi cannon and the qi wave. In an instant, two white orbs of light erupted from their hands, colliding midair in a fierce confrontation, neither willing to yield. It was only when the heat of battle subsided and reason returned that they exchanged a glance and withdrew. Returning to the top of Kalinta, the dissipating energy waves left behind only a trail of sparkling smoke drifting among the clouds. Ahem. It has been quite some time since I last engaged in combat. I almost lost sight of our purpose. My apologies for the oversight, the Kalinta immortal said, slightly embarrassed. Not at all. It was quite invigorating. Perhaps it will allow you to observe my capabilities more clearly, enabling me to swiftly identify my shortcomings, Wufeng replied, unfazed and smiling in response. Indeed, from our recent exchange, it appears your command of qi is nearly on par with my own. In fact, there are aspects where you might even inspire me. However, I cannot offer much assistance regarding your control of qi. You must seek higher training at the Divine Hall. As for your understanding of qi, it seems you are still grasping the foundational aspects, lacking comprehension of its nature as transformations. I find this both perplexing and intriguing. It is hard to fathom how you have cultivated such immense qi without understanding its properties, especially when even a being like Mr. Bobo, who has trained for centuries, possesses lesser power. The immortal Carlin gazed at Wufeng with a mixture of astonishment and reflection. Immortal, my strength has indeed been cultivated gradually through my own efforts, and there is no doubt about that. As for my failure to comprehend the mysteries of qi, it was because, during my cultivation, I was solely focused on becoming stronger and did not take the time to deeply experience the qi within my body. Furthermore, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that, while in that otherworldly realm, I yearned to understand it, yet found no means to do so. There was no one to guide me. Upon hearing this, Wufeng could only smile wryly as he attempted to explain, while silently acknowledging the most crucial reason in his heart. Is that so? Well, let us dispense with further idle chatter and commence our formal practice. You must pay close attention, for I will demonstrate my progressive understanding of qi, with the hope of unraveling the shackles of martial arts for you. Although Carlin still held some doubts, he recognized the importance of the moment and refrained from probing further, instead steering directly into the subject at hand. Wufeng, in turn, ceased his words and quickly concentrated his mind, fully engrossed in observing the series of profound principles regarding qi that Carlin was demonstrating. It must be noted that time flows like a river. In the blink of an eye, Wufeng had been wholly immersed in the practice of qi for an entire year atop Carlin's tower. Over the past year, with the diligent assistance of Master Carlin, Wufeng has finally reached a profound understanding of qi, a level of mastery that even Master Carlin has found challenging to impart further. This achievement can be seen as a fulfillment of his anticipated goals. Notably, during this period, despite his unwavering focus on comprehending the essence of qi, Wufeng did not neglect his rigorous training regimen. He consistently dedicated specific time each day to his practice. Moreover, in gratitude for Master Carlin's selfless guidance, Wufeng decided to share his own simplified version of the Eternal Youth technique, derived from his personal training. This allowed Master Carlin, after considerable contemplation, to tailor this technique into a beastly adaptation that ultimately liberated him from the physical constraints that had hindered his martial progress for over a century. Consequently, the amiable, kind-hearted, and selfless sage experienced a significant enhancement in his cultivation of qi, now rivaling the celestial beings of the divine realm. Wufeng recognized that should Master Carlin choose to continue his training, it would not be long before he surpassed even the divine beings, reaching a level comparable to that of the divine servant Bobo. Witnessing Master Carlin's transformation and newfound strength, Wufeng felt a surge of excitement within him, as this moment confirmed his realization that fixed narratives or predestined fates do not exist. Instead, he understood that he could effectuate changes according to his will, provided he refrained from recklessly pursuing dangerous paths or obvious anomalies. With this epiphany, Wufeng began to contemplate his future plans, particularly the long-conceived initiative for the resurgence of martial arts on Earth. However, he understood that the implementation of these plans would only commence after visiting the divine realm, meeting the divine being, and acquiring what he sought. "Thank you, Master, for your invaluable teachings over the past year," Wufeng expressed earnestly as he prepared to depart. Without hesitation, he followed the method he had just learned to swiftly ascend towards the divine realm's temple located atop the Carlin Tower. As he soared upwards, Wufeng soon found himself amidst a tempest of thunder and lightning, ultimately arriving at the divine realm, where he was greeted by the earthbound deity Bic and the divine servant Bobo, who had been anticipating his arrival. "Welcome, the mightiest of mortals, Mr. Wufeng," Bic said warmly, his eyes brimming with kindness. "Greetings, esteemed deity. I presume you were aware of my arrival and intentions," Wufeng replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. "Indeed, Mr. Wufeng. Master Carlin had already informed me of your visit to the temple," Bic replied with a gentle smile. "Now, without further pleasantries, let us delve directly into the matter at hand. I have arranged everything for your studies in the divine realm, and my servant Bobo is ready to assist you. Would you prefer to begin immediately or rest for a day? Perhaps it would be best to commence after I have had the chance to recuperate and gather my strength." Wufeng pondered before responding slowly. "Very well, we shall start tomorrow. Until then, feel free to explore at your leisure, or I can have Bobo guide you through the surroundings. What do you think?" "I believe it wise to familiarize myself with the environment," Wufeng replied. "Excellent. Bobo, please give Mr. Wufeng a tour of the divine realm. I have urgent matters to attend to," Bic instructed before departing. "Now, Mr. Wufeng, let us begin your exploration," Bobo said with a neutral expression. "Thank you, Bobo." Wufeng replied politely, following closely behind the divine servant. As they wandered through the magnificent expanse of the divine realm, Wufeng engaged in conversation, asking questions and sharing insights, making the experience enjoyable and enriching, a pleasant interlude before the arduous training ahead. However, such blissful moments are fleeting. In less than half a day, Bobo had shown Wufeng around the divine realm, returning him to the temple entrance, where arrangements for his accommodations had been made before Bobo took his leave. The following morning, Wufeng arrived at the designated training ground, following Bobo's lead. Upon entering, he observed a space the size of a basketball court, surrounded by various bells connected by a single line. This scene immediately evoked memories of the original protagonist's training, and Wufeng grasped the essence of the forthcoming exercise, enhancing his mental tranquility akin to the vast sky and refining his sixth sense and martial prowess. Sure enough, in the next moment, Bobo confirmed Wufeng's assumptions by presenting a black cloth for him to blindfold himself, facilitating the subsequent training. Although Wufeng initially felt skeptical about the exercise, he complied without resistance, eager to embrace this new phase of training. Thus began the first step of his celestial training, to discern the singular bell that emitted a unique sound amid the many, capable of shifting positions at any moment. Imbued with divine power. After the first day of training, Wufeng sat exhausted on the ground, panting, yet experiencing an exhilarating sense of disbelief and satisfaction. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly simple exercise could be so demanding, truly a testament to the tailored and enhanced version designed specifically for him. "Well, today's training concludes here. You may now return to rest, and we shall continue tomorrow," declared Bobo, his expression as impassive as ever. Having witnessed the entirety of Wufeng's first day of training, after speaking, he couldn't help but reflect inwardly on Wufeng's remarkable talent in martial arts. Little did Bobo anticipate that, despite it being merely the first day of training, Wufeng had come perilously close several times to grasping the enchanted bell that lay within his reach. Successfully completing this task, one might indeed say that he truly embodies the title of the strongest among Earthlings throughout the ages. Setting aside the day's events, Bobo, who had observed Wufeng's astonishing progress, already foresaw that this training would likely be mastered by Wufeng in no more than a month. Meanwhile, Wufeng had returned to his quarters within the temple, his expression grave. As he quietly pondered, he had not expected that, despite leveraging his transcendent internal cultivation, he would repeatedly fail to seize the enchanted bell and complete the preliminary stage of his training. It appears that I have ultimately underestimated the martial arts realms within the Dragon Ball universe, overestimating my own abilities. Since embarking on his training journey, Wufeng has cultivated a habit of reflecting upon the efficacy of his daily practice after each session. This moment of introspection illuminated the flaws in his approach, prompting him to swiftly realign his perspective towards the martial arts hierarchy of Dragon Ball. Subsequently, he immersed himself wholeheartedly into his training, diligently seizing every moment to grasp the tranquility akin to that described by Bobo, reminiscent of the Taoist concept of a heart like still water. Perhaps it was the extraordinary enhancement of Wufeng's internal cultivation, or perhaps his innate talent was indeed of an extraordinary caliber. With his unwavering dedication, he attained that wondrous state in less than a month, completing the initial stage of his training days ahead of Bobo's expectations, which elicited a fleeting expression of astonishment from Bobo upon receiving the definitive answer. Although Bobo's surprise was momentary, Wufeng, keenly observant of Bobo's demeanor, discerned it, further affirming his belief in the exceptional nature of his own talent. Time flows gently, and in the blink of an eye, over a year has passed since Wufeng began his training in the heavenly realm. On this day, within an enclosed space filled with thunderous lightning, a figure, seemingly charred and emanating wisps of smoke, was incessantly shifting its position. The atmosphere reverberated with a resounding rumble and crackle. At this moment, a sudden and swift maneuver allowed Wufeng, who had sealed off his five senses, to narrowly evade a sudden strike of lightning. However, before he could feel any relief, he was immediately struck by a barrage of lightning bolts that came rushing toward him from the front. At this moment, the entirety of Wufeng's body was paralyzed by electricity, causing his once swiftly moving form to come to an involuntary halt. Observing Wufeng on the brink of unconsciousness once more, Bobo, stationed beside the spatial portal, promptly activated the teleportation function, extracting the severely injured Wufeng from danger. After administering a magical beam to restore Wufeng's vitality, Bobo unhesitatingly reinitiated the teleportation process, sending the fully recovered Wufeng back to continue his rigorous training to enhance his sixth sense. It was not until Wufeng had been struck by electricity for the 100th time, resembling a charred remnant, that Bobo finally ceased the relentless transmissions, opting instead to lift the sensory seals placed upon Wufeng, allowing him to recuperate before returning. Within the confines of the enclosed space, the air crackled with the potent energy of lightning, which descended without warning, mercilessly striking down upon Wufeng, who was enveloped in this tempest. He darted and shifted, daring not to pause even for a fleeting moment. One bolt after another, Wufeng evaded with an almost preternatural foresight, managing to dodge each flash of lightning aimed at him. After a brief interlude of missed strikes, the clouds above seemed to grow furious, unleashing a torrential onslaught of lightning that descended in rapid succession, transforming from solitary strikes into a chaotic barrage that significantly reduced Wufeng's evasion space and increased the likelihood of a hit. With a thunderous roar, 3 bolts of lightning converged in a triangular formation, racing towards Wufeng in a desperate attempt to ensnare him. However, once again, his foresight allowed him to evade effortlessly. Yet, before he could revel in his success, 4 additional bolts followed in a square formation, encircling him from all sides in a bid to obliterate him entirely. Regrettably for the lightning, it fell just short of its goal, and Wufeng emerged unscathed once more. As the failed attempts escalated, the fury of the storm intensified. In the following heartbeat, waves of lightning 5, 6, 7, up to 10 bolts relentlessly assailed him, as if intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Nevertheless, Wufeng remained composed, consistently managing to sidestep the lethal strikes at the last possible moment. This spectacle created a mesmerizing illusion, akin to a scene where lightning pursued Wufeng's fleeting silhouette. Notably, this extraordinary display left both the deity Bic and Bobo, observing from outside the storm, utterly astounded and speechless, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. The profound impact of Wufeng's prowess struck both the divine being and his attendant, leading them to exchange incredulous glances before murmuring in astonishment. They had not anticipated that he would achieve what so few among the pantheon of Earth's deities had managed. Was it not fitting to regard him as an unparalleled prodigy, the mightiest of mortals, now standing shoulder to shoulder with the finest of celestial beings? It was an unfathomable reality. While Bic, newly appointed as a deity, was reeling from the profound revelations derived from his divine heritage, Bobo, having witnessed the legacy of countless deities, grasped the deeper significance of Wufeng's accomplishments. It could be said that aside from the original deity and the one who created the room of spirit and time, no previous deity could rival Wufeng's current capabilities. Furthermore, considering Wufeng's age, it was likely that even the first deity and the most illustrious among them could not be compared to him. Meanwhile, far removed from the astonished deities, In a remote mountain range of the southern hemisphere of Earth, a malevolent entity was brewing, poised to bring calamity upon the mortal realm. Deep within this nameless mountain, shrouded by dense, verdant foliage, lay a naturally formed cavern, harboring dark intentions. In the dim and eerie cavern, remnants of various animals lay scattered haphazardly, their skeletal remains mingling with the pervasive, visible black mist that enveloped every inch of the space. Suddenly, a peculiar transformation disrupted the previously tranquil silence of the cave. The dense black fog, which had shrouded the entire cavern, began to recede, gradually diminishing as it retreated towards a certain point deep within the cave that glimmered with an ethereal green light. Notably, with each passing second, the speed at which the black mist contracted intensified, and as it absorbed more of the fog, the green luminescence grew ever brighter and larger. Moments later, as the cave was entirely cleansed of the black mist, what remained was a dark green orb, roughly the size of a soccer ball, pulsating with a haunting glow. This luminous sphere, having absorbed all the malevolent energy from the cavern, did not cease its activity. Instead, it flickered with an eerie emerald radiance. As time flowed gently on, the orb illuminated the entire cave in a deep green hue until, with a startling crack, the sound of shattering echoed through the cavern, reminiscent of a terrifying eggshell breaking. In the next instant, the dark green shell disintegrated completely, revealing an alien infant with green skin and horns sprouting from its head. This extraterrestrial being floated silently in midair, slowly opening its eyes that glowed with an eerie green light, and casually moved its body. However, it seemed to struggle with its new, diminutive form, momentarily frowning as it recalled the source of its transformation. An indescribable fury and hatred flickered across its malevolent visage. That night, chaos erupted in the nameless mountain range as a sudden fire ignited in the forest, awakening the once slumbering creatures to flee frantically down the slopes, evading the rapidly spreading inferno and the relentless pursuit of the alien tyrant known as King Piccolo. Remarkably, the architect of this calamity was none other than the very being that had emerged from the shadowy cave, the malevolent entity known as King Piccolo. Born from the dark thoughts expelled by the celestial deity, fused with the malevolent energy of the cave. As a manifestation of pure malice and dark energy, King Piccolo sought to strengthen himself swiftly, aiming to achieve a mature and complete form by wreaking havoc and absorbing the lingering resentment and evil intent of the slain. With a thunderous roar, the landscape was left littered with corpses and engulfed in flames. Waves of energy unleashed by the now significantly more powerful King Piccolo resulted in countless lives extinguished and regions set ablaze. After a night of slaughter, the following day, the vast mountain range lay in eerie silence, devoid of the usual bustling wildlife. Apart from the crackling of burning trees in certain areas, the mountains were shrouded in a deathly stillness, devoid of any signs of life. The instigator of this horrific scene, the demon King Piccolo, having absorbed nearly all the lingering malevolence from the mountain, had officially transformed into his complete, youthful form. Yet, instead of relinquishing his thirst for destruction, King Piccolo intensified his rampage, as if addicted to the chaos he sowed. Every living entity he encountered was met with a devastating energy wave, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Wherever King Piccolo roamed, no life was spared, only desolation remained. It is worth noting that during this period, due to his reckless slaughter, he faced the combined efforts of martial arts masters and the military forces of several nations. Sadly, these attempts to contain him, whether by skilled fighters or vast armies, were utterly futile against the overwhelmingly powerful King Piccolo, who obliterated them with ease, far surpassing the limits of earthly weaponry. After vanquishing all his foes, King Piccolo, still simmering with rage, made his way to the kingdoms of those who dared to challenge him, unleashing a wave of slaughter that led to the rapid downfall of several feudal kingdoms within a month, causing immense chaos and suffering, resulting in millions of innocent lives being displaced and rendered homeless. Since the initial destruction of those kingdoms, explosive sounds have echoed across the globe, as King Piccolo grew impatient with the slow pace of his world-ending endeavors. Thus, he recently created a legion of demon minions to assist him in hastening the obliteration of the world. On that day, the malevolent King Piccolo, reveling in the pleasure of annihilating the world as usual, unleashed a ki blast that obliterated all the bothersome beings and objects obstructing his path. Instantly, a cruel yet delightful expression emerged on his face. At that moment, King Piccolo, filled with immense joy, observed the panicked masses fleeing in disarray at the sight of his arrival and couldn't help but feel a mischievous thrill. "Run, everyone! Do not stop! Hurry! The Demon King is here! Mommy, where are you? I'm scared. Go on without me. You must escape. My child, my dear child. Curse you, Demon King. I shall fight you." After effortlessly dispatching the unsuspecting ants that dared to charge at him, King Piccolo indulged in a brief game of cat and mouse, ultimately eradicating the last of the rodents. Just as he contemplated moving to another location to continue his reign of terror, he was suddenly interrupted by the sobbing of a child, no older than 5 or 6. To his surprise, there was indeed a survivor. With a slight frown, he instinctively prepared to unleash another ki blast to eliminate this last annoyance. However, the seasoned warrior, Mutaito, who had sensed the impending danger from a distance, rushed in just in time to intercept the ki blast, saving the only remaining child at the scene. Rather than engaging in a fierce battle with King Piccolo at that moment, Mutaito swiftly turned and, cradling the still-crying child, dashed back along the path he had come. It was only upon encountering his 2 disciples racing toward him that he halted, handing the now sleeping child to his second disciple, Wutian, for safekeeping. Without hesitation, Mutaito then turned back, his face aflame with fury and intent to kill, charging toward King Piccolo, who lingered not far behind. Fueled by boundless rage and a desire for vengeance, Mutaito no longer restrained his burning wrath. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a ferocious attack aimed at the malevolent being responsible for the chaos. Yet, fate often defies expectation. Mutaito's furious punch, filled with hatred, failed to achieve the intended result. It merely succeeded in pushing King Piccolo back a few meters, stirring up clouds of dust, leaving him unscathed, with only a minor scrape and a trickle of blood to show for it. This turn of events utterly defied Mutaito's expectations, instantly making him realize an arduous battle lay ahead, one that might very well culminate in a final, life-or-death struggle. Yet rather than recoil in fear of mortality, the prospect only steeled his resolve to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. He readied himself to sacrifice his life if necessary to quell this apocalyptic calamity. In that fleeting moment of clarity, Mutaito made his decision to fight to the bitter end without retreat. Seizing the advantage while Piccolo Daima staggered from his ambush, he pressed forward without hesitation, launching a relentless assault to secure a decisive victory. Alas, the vast disparity in their strength rendered his efforts futile. Growing impatient and enraged, Piccolo Daima gritted his teeth and endured Mutaito's crushing blow at the cost of a shattered arm, forcibly breaking free from the mounting disadvantage. Witnessing his adversary escape the perilous situation through sheer brute force, Mutaito could only lament his powerlessness. Still, he took solace in the fact that he had exacted a toll, tilting the scales just enough to prevent the coming battle from becoming a one-sided slaughter. At this moment, Mutaito, who had initially thought the situation was still manageable, was confronted with a horrifying, blood-soaked spectacle that left him both shocked and utterly powerless. Having just broken free from his opponent's relentless assault, Piccolo Daima, his eyes blazing with unbridled fury, glared at Mutaito with a gaze that seemed capable of spewing flames. Without hesitation, he seized his own shattered and useless right arm with his intact left hand and tore it clean off. Then, before Mutaito could even process the grotesque act, a brand new, fully restored limb regenerated before his very eyes. This is impossible, Mutaito stammered in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he maintained his defensive stance. Kh. How pitifully ignorant, you lowly creature, Piccolo sneered. For the supreme demon king of this world, mere limb regeneration is child's play. Hardly worth your astonishment. No, what truly surprises me is you. To think a mere mortal like you could wound me, Kh, commendable indeed. As a reward, have you decided how you wish to die? Oh, never mind. I'll spare you the trouble. Perish. Demon light annihilation blast. With those words, a massive energy wave, pulsating with lethal brilliance, erupted from Piccolo's palm and surged toward Mutaito. Sensing the imminent threat of annihilation, Mutaito dared not hesitate. Knowing he was already locked onto and unable to evade in time, he had no choice but to summon every ounce of his strength and unleash his most powerful energy wave in retaliation. The two forces collided with a deafening boom, sending shockwaves through the air and kicking up a storm of dust. The energies canceled each other out, dissipating into nothingness. The unfolding of this scene caused Mutaito, who was a clear witness to the entire process, to feel a profound sense of despair. In that instant, he comprehended the insurmountable gap in strength between himself and the great Demon King, realizing that the forthcoming battle would indeed be exceedingly arduous. As anticipated, in the ensuing moments, Mutaito was thoroughly dominated by the great Demon King, exhibiting almost no capacity for retaliation. Under the unrestrained assault of the fully unleashed Demon King Piccolo, a single punch sent the unprepared Mutaito flying, leaving him vulnerable and wide open for further attacks. He was ruthlessly bombarded in midair, akin to a ping-pong ball being mercilessly struck back and forth. It was not until the great Demon King seemed to tire of the amusement that he delivered a final, devastating downward strike, leaving Mutaito, who was dazed and bruised, resembling a broken puppet before crashing into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Standing nearby, the menacing laughter of the great demon king echoed as he gathered formidable energy in his hands, preparing to unleash his second most powerful technique, the explosive magic beam. Intending to eradicate Mutaito, this insignificant insect, out of respect for a worthy adversary, just as Mutaito lay gravely injured and incapable of rising to fight again. Poised to meet his demise at the hands of the great demon king, Wutian and Tao Baiha, who had been observing from the sidelines, sprang into action simultaneously. They each concentrated their energy waves towards the great demon king's charging right hand and the large boulder before him. Sensing the incoming ambush, the great demon king swiftly withdrew his hand and deftly dodged the two approaching energy waves. With a resounding crash, the massive boulder shattered into dust, creating a mesmerizing cloud of debris that enveloped the scene. This diversion afforded Wutian and Tao Baiha precious seconds to rescue the incapacitated Mutaito, hoisting him onto their shoulders and fleeing a considerable distance. However, their efforts were regrettably limited. As the dust began to settle, the great demon king, regaining his bearings, swiftly overtook the fleeing pair with remarkable speed. "Brother Crane, I entrust Master to you. You must take him away quickly. I will buy you time," Wutian exclaimed, realizing the minuscule chance for the trio to escape unscathed. In a flash of determination, he resolved to sacrifice himself to buy precious moments for his brother and master to flee the relentless pursuit of the demon king. Tao Baiha, momentarily stunned by Wutian's words, erupted in anger, retorting, "Wutian, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Besides, are you stronger than I? When have you ever bested me in our countless matches? Never. So if someone must stay behind to confront the demon king, it certainly should not be you. For you lack the qualification. Enough talk. You must take master and flee immediately. I cannot hold him off for long. What are you waiting for? Go." After his vehement outburst, Tao Baiha resolutely turned away, choosing to ignore his foolish brother and charging directly at the obstructing great demon king. Witnessing this, Wutian cast a lingering glance at Tao Baiha's retreating figure, grappling with his own inner turmoil before, in a fit of rage, he turned his back and fled with Mutaito. Unbeknownst to the furious Wutian, at the moment Tao Baiha faced the great demon king, his expression was a whirlwind of emotions. Fear, trepidation, and dread flickered across his face, reflecting his inner struggle. Yet, fortuitously, perhaps recalling a cherished memory, his chaotic thoughts coalesced, and the turmoil dissipated, leaving only a sweet smile and unwavering resolve in his eyes. Without a shred of hesitation, Tao Baiha leapt forward, charging towards the menacing figure of the great demon king. Regrettably, due to the insurmountable disparity in their strengths, the great demon king, adorned with a cruel and disdainful grin, effortlessly knocked him to the ground. Following this, he seized Tao Baiha by the throat, treating him like a mere punching bag, ruthlessly battering him while disregarding his futile struggles. This torment persisted until the great demon king sensed no further resistance and, with an air of contempt, he relinquished his hold. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded the lifeless Tao Baiha, who was rendered almost unrecognizable. Nevertheless, the great demon king raised his hand, channeling an energy wave to obliterate the remains, firmly adhering to his relentless policy of annihilation. As the destructive power of the magic beam coalesced in his grasp, it was unleashed, poised to strike the seemingly lifeless Tao Baiha. However, at that critical moment, Wutian, having hidden Mutaito and hurried back, intervened at the last second, sacrificing himself to absorb the brunt of the attack and save the barely alive Tao Baiha. Though Wutian suffered grievously, nearly losing half his life in the process, he believed this sacrifice to be worth it, for he held steadfast to the conviction that life is invaluable and every additional second lived is a significant gain. Each moment signifies a chance to await hope and miracles, even if the probability of such miracles occurring is minuscule. Yet, in that instant, Wutian had no choice but to take a gamble. As he faced the oncoming dreadful energy wave of the Demon King's magic beam, Wutian, half kneeling, summoned every ounce of remaining strength to shield his barely breathing brother from harm. He resolved to use his own body to buy Tao Baiha that fleeting second of hope for a miracle. In that final moment, with his eyes resolute and his expression unwavering, Wutian braced himself against the specter of death. "All right, it has come to this. You should be satisfied now. You are free to strike. If you delay any longer, you will truly have to escort your two disciples to the underworld." As he witnessed his two disciples on the brink of annihilation by the malevolent King Piccolo's death ray, Mutaito, who had been rejuvenated by a mystical being and was secretly observing alongside Wufeng, became increasingly anxious. He urged Wufeng with a hint of exasperation, "All right, uncle. You must remain calm, even if I were to arrive a moment too late to save my two junior brothers. Rest assured, I will seek the divine's assistance to revive them afterward. Please, just exhibit a little more patience. Their current actions are pivotal to the grand scheme of the Earth martial arts renaissance that I have meticulously orchestrated. After all, I am certain you would not wish for our significant endeavors to be entrusted to the incapable, would you? Faced with his uncle's insistence, Wu Feng had no choice but to appeal to reason and emotion, promising his unwavering commitment. Is this truly the end? Is my life to conclude in such a manner? Wu Tian pondered, a tinge of regret washing over him. It is unfortunate that I have yet to confess my feelings to Feng Feng. Perhaps in the next life, I shall have the opportunity to rectify this. In that fleeting moment between life and death, Wu Tian's thoughts spiraled into a myriad of reflections, so profound that he felt as though time itself had slowed to a crawl, rendering even the terrifying wave of energy looming nearby seemingly stagnant. Wait, what is happening? Is it truly halted? Has it come to a standstill? At this moment, Wu Tian, acutely sensing something amiss, suddenly regained his composure and looked at the key blast hovering in front of him with astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "Oh, you've finally come to your senses. Isn't it quite unbelievable?" In a critical moment, Wu Feng, who had managed to control the key blast of the Demon King Piccolo in midair, noticed his second apprentice, Wu Tian. Regaining focus and teasingly remarked, "Enough of toying with your apprentice. Let us swiftly deal with the true culprit behind this calamity." Before Wu Tian could voice his myriad of questions, Mutaito, who had appeared alongside Wu Feng, stepped forward, visibly displeased, and unceremoniously commanded Wu Feng, "Very well. It is your command. I shall take care of this matter, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Now, dear uncle, please allow your two apprentices to rest momentarily. Oh, by the way, here are 2 sins of beans. I kindly ask you to personally administer them to your beloved students," Wu Feng said with a smile, handing over the beans to Mutaito. Having dealt with his irate uncle, Wu Feng then turned to face the bewildered Demon King Piccolo, who was shrouded in the oppressive aura Wu Feng had released since his arrival. "Who are you? When did such a formidable master appear on Earth?" Piccolo exclaimed, struggling against the overwhelming pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "You do not need to concern yourself with that question, for the dying have no need for such knowledge. Enough of idle chatter. It is time for you to experience the 4-course meal I have prepared for you. As retribution for the countless lives lost at your hands or due to your actions," Wu Feng replied, his expression serene and his tone cold. After a brief pause, he continued, "Let me think. The first should be lightning." As soon as the words left his lips, Wu Feng concentrated his energy swiftly into his outstretched right hand. And with a gentle forward motion, a brilliant flash of lightning erupted from his palm, striking the immobile Piccolo instantaneously, before Piccolo could utter a cry of pain. Subsequent bolts of lightning 2, 3, 4, up to 10, relentlessly struck him in succession. Notably, each successive bolt grew in both intensity and size, creating a cascading effect. Once Wu Feng concluded the barrage of 9 rounds of electrifying strikes, the blinding flashes subsided, revealing the severely scorched Piccolo, smoke billowing from his 7 orifices. Barely clinging to life, his expression one of utter torment. Ignoring Piccolo's wretched state and cries for the moment, Wu Feng took the time to thoroughly contemplate the nature of this transformation in Qi, reflecting on all its intricate details and processes. He then raised his gaze once more to observe Piccolo, who, owing to Wu Feng's intentional actions, still possessed a flicker of life and was rapidly healing his grievous wounds through his innate regenerative abilities. Noting that Piccolo's regeneration was as he had anticipated, Wu Feng couldn't help but display a glimmer of innocent delight. It must be said that the Namekians are indeed a blessed race, with nearly every individual possessing unique and extraordinary innate talents, particularly among the dragon and warrior clans, which are most favored. Although the numbers of these 2 clans are sparse compared to the entire Namekian populace, comparable to the rarity of the Great Bear, each member born into these clans is akin to a dragon among men, effortlessly achieving feats that ordinary individuals might strive for their entire lives without success. For instance, the Demon King Piccolo, who has recently brought about cataclysmic disaster upon Earth and is now a captive in Wu Feng's grasp, has easily surpassed martial artists and masters who have devoted decades, even centuries, to their craft, all due to his inherent advantages. At this moment, the formidable and naturally gifted Piccolo, had he not encountered Wu Feng, would undoubtedly have continued to take immense pride in his abilities, perhaps even developing an unwarranted sense of superiority, viewing himself as a deity or demon. However, one must ponder, how many ifs exist in this world, much like the absence of a remedy for regret. Not long ago, due to one of its inherent gifts, the remarkable regenerative ability, The formidable mage imbued was effortlessly restored to its prime in a brief span of time. It was now savoring the second grand feast meticulously prepared for it by Wufeng. At this moment, the profound agony experienced by the great demon King Piccolo was a relentless cycle of repair and destruction. An excruciating torment that led him to harbor an unwavering disdain for himself. Why must he possess such a grotesque regenerative ability, rendering it almost impossible to succumb to unconsciousness even amidst overwhelming pain? At this very instant, within a colossal furnace of flames, meticulously crafted by Wufeng, Piccolo found himself ensconced, subjected to an incessant roasting akin to the alchemical refinement of elixirs. The roaring inferno, under Wufeng's precise control, fluctuated in temperature with each passing moment. Often, just as Piccolo barely acclimated to the scorching heat, Wufeng would heartily elevate the temperature, ensuring that Piccolo was perpetually immersed in a state of excruciating experience without the risk of immediate incineration. The unceasing wails of torment that escaped Piccolo's lips were resolutely ignored by Wufeng and the throngs of onlookers, who were invited to witness this spectacle and applauded enthusiastically. The second course of Wufeng's planned fire torture feast unfolded in a manner that exceeded his expectations, spanning from the dawn's early light to the twilight of sunset, only ceasing when Wufeng, utterly fatigued, decided to conclude the ordeal. Initially, Wufeng had intended to adhere to a strict schedule, planning merely to roast Piccolo for half a day. However, as the saying goes, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Just as Wufeng was prepared to extract the nearly unconscious Piccolo from the furnace, the surrounding audience expressed their discontent, their faces contorted with resentment, compelling Wufeng to extend the duration of the fiery feast. Reluctantly, he revived the comatose Piccolo, essentially awakening him through the very flames that had tormented him. The following day, having learned from the previous day's unexpected developments, Wufeng refrained from presenting himself at the execution site. Instead, he levitated nearly 100 meters above the ground, planning to remotely execute the third course of the feast, dubbed the punishment of 1,000 blades, on Piccolo, who had miraculously healed overnight. To avoid wasting his meticulously prepared performance, Wufeng delayed briefly until the audience was settled, then commenced the third course. In an instant, an even larger audience than the previous day beheld as the great demon King Piccolo, suspended approximately 10 meters in the air, was engulfed by a tornado composed of countless visible, translucent wind blades. Helplessly, Piccolo could only watch in horror as he was drawn into the vortex of sharp edges. And in the following moment, he was inundated with an overwhelming wave of pain. This acute suffering obliterated the already weakened remnants of his consciousness, causing him to lose consciousness instantaneously. Shortly thereafter, due to his regenerative abilities, he was jolted awake, caught in the relentless cycle of consciousness and oblivion. The grand spectacle of punishment endured for over an hour, until Wufeng discerned that the formidable mage imbued, having undergone countless cycles, was left with but a faint flicker of life. Realizing that the creature had reached its limit, he summoned the will to disperse the swirling vortex that ensnared mage imbued. Consequently, the weakened being plummeted to a desolate stretch of desert, a location Wufeng had pre-selected for this very purpose. Having executed this with a mere thought, Wufeng, upon witnessing Mage Imbu's stable descent, resolved not to linger any longer and promptly unleashed the fourth phase of his earthly punishment upon the creature. In the ensuing moments, the few surviving martial artists among the onlookers beheld Wufeng as he deftly maneuvered to a vantage point above a towering mountain, reaching a height of 100 meters. With a slight gesture of his hand, he traced the air around the mountain's base, and in swift succession, unleashed a series of energy blades, each extending nearly 10 feet, slicing through the pivotal connections of the mountain and its surrounding peaks. As the onlookers stood in awe, Wufeng, having cleaved the mountain, effortlessly lifted it above his head, seemingly unfazed by its weight. Without a glance back, he cast the mountain towards Mage Imbu, as if it were a mere trifle. With a resounding crash, the mountain struck the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and debris. Once the chaos subsided and the dust settled, Wufeng surveyed the scene with satisfaction, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, just right, perfectly balanced." Observing the incapacitated Mage Imbu beneath the weight of the mountain, Wufeng thought to himself that this act honored the gravity of the situation, especially in contrast to a previous opponent he had faced, one who had been a true titan of battle. "Now, everyone, you may disperse. The punishment of Mage Imbu concludes here. Due to divine instructions, I cannot grant the final end to Mage Imbu. However, to prevent any resurgence of this calamity, I shall seal him in this place forever." This serves two purposes: to avert further tragedies and to serve as a solemn reminder to future generations of the perils of annihilation. Wufeng stated solemnly to the still-stunned crowd. With that, he paid no heed to the spectators' reactions and gracefully made his way towards the valleys of the Chilean mountains. Wu Feng's parting words left the onlookers in contemplative silence. After a brief exchange of glances, approximately a quarter of the crowd turned away, casting one last resentful glance at the mountain-crushed mage in view, then silently departed. In contrast, about half of the remaining crowd, unable to contain their emotions, vented their frustrations through a series of violent blows to the exposed head of Mage and Bu before finally finding peace and leaving with heavy hearts. As for the last group, comprising less than a quarter of the total, consisting of those who had lost everything or were simply locals, they chose not to inflict any further indignities upon the battered creature. Instead, after thoughtful discussion, they resolved to establish new homes in the vicinity. In this manner, one could conveniently oversee the formidable annihilator of worlds for generations, while also effectively preventing any potential calamity. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. At this moment, it has been half a year since Wu Feng suppressed the great demon, Beak, and returned to his hometown, Lianshan Valley, for rest. During this period, upon returning, Wu Feng naturally faced a torrent of reproaches and grievances from his relatives. His prolonged absence of 3 years, during which he completely lost track of time, rendered him oblivious to the promises he made before his departure. If it had been merely this, it might not have been so grave. However, even now, his family frequently reminded him of their disappointment and discontent. The crux of the matter was Wu Feng's undeniable negligence. Throughout his 3-year journey, he had been utterly unreachable, as if he had vanished without a trace. This left his worried relatives, including Mutaito, in a state of distress as they searched in vain for any sign or credible information about him, only to receive scattered, uncertain rumors. Wu Feng, fully aware of his shortcomings and recognizing the inappropriateness of his actions, could only listen with a sincere expression as his family and friends voiced their grievances. Fortunately, his relatives were not relentless in their reproaches. They merely expressed their frustration at that moment. The unexpected outburst of their long-held grievances caught Wu Feng off guard, leading to a month in which he accomplished little, merely enduring the complaints from his uncles and aunts as he navigated through that lengthy period. After a month had passed, perhaps once their pent-up worries had been sufficiently aired, Wu Feng finally found the energy to prepare for the martial arts sanctuary cultivation plan he had previously discussed with his uncle. Notably, Mutaito's 2 esteemed disciples did not return to the dojo but accompanied Wu Feng to Lianshan Valley. Thus, they bore witness to Wu Feng's month of tribulation as the most loyal observers of his misfortunes. The delay in the plan caused by his personal circumstances weighed heavily on him, compelling Wu Feng to painfully sacrifice some leisure time of his beloved brothers and sisters in order to make up for the lost month. Mutaito, fully aware of Wu Feng's somewhat shadowy and vengeful approach, hesitated momentarily before ultimately nodding in agreement with a resolute expression. Furthermore, he openly expressed his strong support for Wu Feng's proposal, leaving Wu Feng momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and instinctively inhaled sharply. Thus, under the tacit agreement of 2 seasoned coins, it led to a period wherein Wu Feng's currently adorable siblings endured a rather challenging yet blissful existence. Time always rushes by, never pausing for anyone. Unbeknownst to him, 3 months had already passed since Wu Feng's return, and the preliminary plan for the martial arts sanctuary that he had devised with his uncle had been underway for 2 months. Quickly, all of you, get moving. Can you stop acting like delicate flowers? On this day, it was once again Wu Feng's turn to serve as the martial arts instructor for the children in the valley, ranging from 6 to 12 years of age. As was his custom, whenever he spotted a child slacking off, he would deliver a motivational remark, brimming with encouragement, to ignite the spirits of these mischievous youngsters. Remarkably, these words held significant sway, often proving effective at crucial moments, stirring the children's fierce pride and competitive spirit, compelling them to unwittingly complete yet another day of training. Although Wu Feng was unsure why, after delivering such remarks, he often felt a sudden chill on his back. And the meals, which were consistent with previous days, inexplicably tasted peculiar. Nevertheless, he continually reassured himself that this was merely an illusion, and that facing these feelings bravely would suffice. After all, the sacrifices he made were inconsequential when considering the brighter futures of the children. What did a minor sacrifice truly matter? Each time this thought crossed his mind, a wave of comfort and satisfaction washed over him. Subsequently, he would selflessly reserve the day's meal entirely for his beloved uncle, then tirelessly venture into the mountains by night to hunt for game, preparing his own barbecue. Look at you, Wu Shashan, hurry up and run. Don't dawdle like a girl, he would call out. Ah, little Xiang, you performed admirably today. Here's a little red flower and a candied hawthorn as a reward. At that moment, Wu Feng had undeniably become a figure of both affection and exasperation in the eyes of the younger disciples, consistently maintaining an impartial and fair approach to rewards and punishments. Time flew by, and 3 months swiftly passed. It had been half a year since Wu Feng's return, and the children of the valley had gradually adapted, thanks to their parents' foresight, to a rigorous 12-hour daily training regimen, embodying a spirit of enthusiasm and positivity. Thus, everything was progressing as Wu Feng had envisioned, slowly yet steadily, with no significant deviations. In light of this, he felt a sense of relief as he persuaded his uncle, who had just returned from the dojo, to stay longer, allowing him to prepare for the next phase of his plan. After 6 months, Wu Feng believed that the group of onlookers, hailing from all corners of the world, had sufficiently cultivated the heroic image he sought to project. Indeed, the suffering spectators did not disappoint his expectations. Over the next year, Wu Feng traversed the land, engaging in acts of chivalry and vanquishing evil, while also secretly promoting his cause across various nations. He received the accolades and recognition befitting a savior, enjoying the warm hospitality and entreaties from nearly all the citizens and kings he encountered. Undoubtedly, throughout this period, every invitation to stay was met with a polite smile and firm refusal from Wu Feng, even those accompanied by promises of high office and substantial wealth from numerous monarchs. While steadfastly declining all royal offers, Wu Feng sought a compromise to ensure that his tireless efforts would not be in vain. He accepted the honorary title of National Master, a position devoid of real power, to assuage the fears and concerns of the kings. Ironically, this compromise simplified Wu Feng's endeavors, instead of tirelessly promoting his cause. He merely needed to mention his plans to the local kings, wait a day or two, and make a brief appearance at designated times. Consequently, he accomplished the second phase of his plan, disseminating martial arts across the realm, in less than a quarter of the anticipated time. This phase entailed publicly sharing fundamental martial arts training methods in every nation, making them widely accessible. Notably, each document concluded with a note indicating that once practitioners mastered the basics and comprehended Qi, they would need to visit the Mutaito dojo for further advancement. Thus, after a year of circumnavigating the globe, Wu Feng finally arrived at the last leg of his journey. Upon reaching the final kingdom, Wu Feng engaged in the usual round of socializing and conversations, repeating the process hundreds of times. The following day, in a grand event he had prearranged, he captured a demon from the mountains before a captivated audience. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful wave of Qi that obliterated the last of the demon race created by the villainous King Piccolo. This display, intended for dramatic effect, was left unattended once the target was vanquished, the residual energy cutting through several mountains until it dissipated into the ether, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. "Ah, you're back already. I never expected you to return so soon. It's quite miraculous. I anticipated you'd be away for at least another year and a half." Mutaito teased as Wu Feng stepped back into the valley after nearly a year apart. "Alas, my uncle, you truly do not grasp the complexities of this endeavor. It was indeed a trying journey, and should such a laborious task arise again, I shall resolutely refuse to partake. My heart is utterly exhausted. To be frank, had I not wished to see my hard work bear fruit, I would have long since thrown in the towel," Wu Feng lamented, expressing his pent-up frustrations to his uncle. "Enough of your complaints. Come inside. Your aunt has already prepared a welcome feast for you, and if you dawdle any longer, the food will grow cold." Mutaito interrupted, cutting to the chase. "Oh, is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. I haven't tasted your aunt's exquisite cooking in nearly a year." Wu Feng's expression instantly transformed, brimming with anticipation. The following day, at the break of dawn, Wu Feng stood atop the mountain, quietly gazing at the perpetually clear and radiant sky before him. A wave of elation washed over him, invigorating his spirit and further enhancing his already abundant vitality. Feeling exceptionally energetic, Wu Feng contemplated that he would be able to tackle the arduous training of the day with relative ease. His commitment to self-cultivation was unwavering and resolute. Distinct from any other endeavor, he approached it with utmost seriousness, refusing to entertain even a hint of carelessness. For a decade, he had persevered with relentless dedication, never daring to underestimate or slacken his efforts. This steadfastness stemmed from Wu Feng's profound understanding of the importance of strength, recognizing that formidable power is the foundation and prerequisite for all. Thus, despite his awareness that he was nearing a bottleneck in his cultivation, he continued his rigorous training daily. Although he realized that without another breakthrough in his inner strength, further arduous practice would yield no increase in the energy contained within his cells, he remained undeterred in his commitment to daily discipline. Wu Feng understood well that in the martial path, one must either forge ahead or risk being swept backward. Failure to persist would not only result in stagnation but also squander precious time and squander innate talent. Hence, fully aware of the lessons learned from the stories of Yi Bai Fan and Qi Luobei, Wu Feng was ever vigilant, using their fates as constant reminders to motivate and discipline himself. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another year had gone by. On this day, the central training ground of the valley was filled with the entire populace residing within it. At that moment, several hundred individuals stood in a well-organized manner around the expansive circular training arena, encircling it tightly and leaving only an open space of approximately 50 meters for the annual year-end testing competition that would commence henceforth. Cough, cough, please quiet down, everyone. Very well, from now on, anyone whose name I call should respond with a present before stepping forward for the test. Do you understand? With a serious demeanor, Wu Feng addressed the group of spirited children gathered in the training ground, marking the inaugural year of the year-end testing competition he had championed. Understood. The children, transformed through rigorous training, responded in unison with resounding enthusiasm. Excellent. Your responses are quite commendable. Now, without further ado, I shall begin the roll call. Wu Xiaoshan. After nodding in satisfaction, Wu Feng proceeded directly to the commencement of the year-end assessment. Present. Wu Xiaoshan exclaimed, stepping out of line and striding confidently towards Wu Feng, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on him, awaiting the next instruction. Observing this, Wu Feng did not hesitate. He raised his hand and pointed to 3 stone mills of varying sizes positioned on the training ground. Elaborating for Wu Xiaoshan, do you see the 3 stone mills before you? Your task is to exert all your strength to see which one you can move. Do you comprehend? Understood. Wu Xiaoshan, thinking it a simple task, responded loudly before making his way toward the largest stone mill. He quickly assumed the correct posture and, after a few seconds of gathering his strength, unleashed a powerful effort to move the colossal stone mill, weighing over 10,000 tons, crafted with divine assistance. Thud. Ouch. That hurts. Due to his lack of awareness in choosing the heaviest stone mill, Wu Xiaoshan's excessive force resulted in failure, causing him to fall backward from the recoil. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, including relatives and fellow trainees, who found his predicament amusing. Notably, if one looked closely, they might have caught a fleeting smile on Wu Feng's previously serious face. All right, everyone quiet down. Stop laughing and maintain your seriousness. The test is still ongoing. Wu Feng, observing Wu Xiaoshan standing up after his fall, called for order. The crowd stifled their laughter and turned their attention back to Wu Xiaoshan, who stood before the 3 stone mills, gathering his energy once more. Come on, move. Having learned from his previous experience, Wu Xiaoshan decided to gradually increase his strength to attempt moving the second largest stone mill. Unfortunately, despite his good intentions, his lack of sufficient power meant that even with all his might, he even strained with all his effort, he could not budge the stone mill even slightly. Realizing the futility of his attempts, Wu Xiaoshan reluctantly abandoned his aspirations and, after a brief rest, approached the smallest stone mill. After a slight accumulation of strength, he pushed against it with his hands. This time, there were no disappointments, as there was finally some progress. With Wu Xiaoshan gradually increasing his strength, the previously motionless stone mill began to tremble and turn. It continued to rotate until it reached approximately a 90-degree position, about a quarter of a circle, before ultimately stopping due to Wu Xiaoshan reaching his limit. Well, it's acceptable. At least he managed to pass with a weight of 26 tons. A performance of mediocre standing. All right, you may step down. Next, Wu Xiaoshan. Here. Not bad. 45 tons, a performance above average. Next, Wu Xiaofei. Here. Quite impressive. Cousin Xiaofei, 73 tons, a commendable performance, but do strive for further improvement. Ahem. Next is Wu Xiaoxiang. Here. Well done. As expected from the most diligent and hard-working Captain Xiaoxiang, 82 tons, a performance of good standing. Next, Wu Xiaoyan. Here. Very good. Excellent. 89 tons. A performance of superior standing. Next, Wu Xiaoyu, 63 tons, a performance of fair standing. Next, Wu Xiaofeng, 49 tons, a performance above average. Next, Wu Xiaoan, 97 tons. A performance of outstanding standing, very commendable. Next, Wu Xiaofeng, 38 tons. All right, those are the results of everyone's hard training over this period. Overall, it's passable. Although we still fall short of the goals I had envisioned, it's understandable as we are merely at the beginning in the budding stages. In any case, I urge everyone to continue striving forward. Lastly, aside from the top 3 who will stay to receive awards, the rest may disperse. Wu Feng, while observing the bar chart recording all the results, wore a gentle smile as he spoke. Time flows gently, and once again, a year has swiftly passed. After quietly watching his uncle, Mutaito, preside over the second annual test competition for the children in the valley, Wu Feng could not help but smile knowingly. After this brief smile, he turned without any lingering sentiment, departing leisurely. He felt assured leaving the stage entirely to his uncle, adopting a carefree attitude towards whatever performance followed, whether good or bad. Thus, even though Wu Feng noticed that his uncle's hosting was not particularly smooth and somewhat chaotic, he chose not to intervene, allowing his uncle to perform freely. At this moment, Wu Feng confirmed once more that everything in the valley was progressing as he had envisioned, and he released the last remnants of worry in his heart. After adjusting his mindset, he prepared to embark on the long-planned seclusion period. He intended to address two long-standing issues that had accumulated in his mind during this extended period of training, namely, to systematically organize the increasingly cumbersome, vast, and disordered martial knowledge in his mind, and subsequently create a technique akin to the King Kai Fist that would amplify his combat power, serving as a trump card in the Dragon Ball world. A night passed without incident. The following day, after exchanging final words of advice with his uncle regarding the important matters he had been contemplating, Wu Feng wholeheartedly embraced his role as a carefree overseer and entered his secluded training, no longer wasting a single thought on external affairs. He dedicated himself entirely to his practice. Immersed in a state of singular focus, he diligently organized the mountain of martial knowledge in his mind. Time flew by unnoticed during Wu Feng's seclusion, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. At this moment, Wu Feng had thoroughly digested all the martial knowledge in his mind, integrating it completely until it became second nature. Having resolved the long-pressing issues, he felt a refreshing clarity and profound satisfaction. The digestion of such vast martial knowledge had notably enhanced his martial foundation and inner state. After carefully reflecting on all his changes, Wu Feng could unequivocally assert that he was now capable of surpassing his pre-seclusion self. Even though he sensed that the energy within him had not changed significantly since before his retreat, he remained steadfast in his belief. This conviction stemmed from the fact that he had fully integrated all the techniques he had learned, achieving a level of mastery that enabled him to execute them with effortless finesse. He had reached a new pinnacle in martial arts, attaining a state where he could exert his full strength, comparable to the peak prowess of Mutaito. Thus, Wu Feng could now be regarded as a martial arts master within the Dragon Ball realm. That said, while achieving this new height in technique was undoubtedly a significant and gratifying accomplishment from his seclusion, the true magnitude of his gains extended far beyond this. It must be noted that during this uninterrupted 6-month training, Wu Feng initially focused on the most pressing and essential task, cultivating his spiritual power through the Qinglian visualization technique. After modifying and refining the method of cultivating spiritual power imparted by the celestial beings, Wu Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the qi in the Dragon Ball world could be assimilated and absorbed directly by his spiritual power without the need for conversion through any techniques. The astonishing revelation left Wu Feng in a state of disbelief, as if he were caught in a dream, utterly bewildered. Even to this day, he struggles to accept that the elusive spirit, one of the 3 treasures of the human body in Taoism, has been effortlessly resolved within the realm of Dragon Ball. Although this discovery initially plunged Wu Feng into a spiral of self-doubt, questioning whether he was merely dreaming and had not yet awakened, he eventually came to a profound realization. He could distinctly sense the fully formed, almost tangible, azure lotus platform radiating a gentle luminescence within the sea of his soul. This undeniable perception compelled Wu Feng to acknowledge the fundamental essence of vitality inherent in the Dragon Ball world, recognizing it as the ultimate catalyst for cultivating his spiritual power. With this understanding, a wave of ecstasy washed over Wu Feng, illuminating the path ahead of him. After all, if a life augmented by extraordinary advantages could not soar, he felt that his existence would be a sheer waste of resources, food, and time, leading him to contemplate a more drastic end. However, it is worth noting that the joy of such moments often fades with the passage of time. Once the initial euphoria subsided, Wu Feng took a moment to calm the ripples in his heart before delving into the martial experiences imparted by the various earthly deities throughout history. He devoted considerable time to meticulously browse, absorb, and contemplate these diverse martial arts insights, savoring each one until he had fully digested them. Emerging from this exhaustive study, Wu Feng felt an expansion of his horizons, and a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Remarkably, these fleeting flashes of insight accelerated his ability to synthesize the myriad martial techniques he had been grappling with for some time. Additionally, as he perfected his final technique, an unexpected surge of creativity shattered a long-standing bottleneck related to the concept of law that had troubled him for months. After half a year of seclusion and immense personal growth, Wu Feng chose not to emerge immediately as planned. Instead, he seized the moment, inspired by the flow of creativity, to fervently craft a new martial art akin to the King Kai Fist. The creation of this set of amplification techniques has ensured that, should Wu Feng encounter an opponent or adversary with superior combat prowess in the future, he would not be rendered helpless, waiting idly for his fate. It must be noted that in a state of creative inspiration, Wu Feng experiences a semblance of wishes manifesting, as if divinely assisted. Matters that typically elude his understanding after prolonged contemplation suddenly become clear, allowing him to swiftly unravel their complexities. Consequently, within less than an hour, Wu Feng has begun to formulate concepts for a martial art that could enhance his combat abilities. He continues to engage in rapid experimentation, decomposition, and synthesis until the optimal and most suitable solution is discovered. However, it is lamentable that fate does not always align with one's aspirations. Just when it seemed that Wu Feng was on the verge of successfully developing this technique, his inspiration inexplicably vanished, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. The abrupt loss of insight abruptly interrupted his swift progression, leaving behind only a partially formed prototype of the martial art. With no other recourse, Wu Feng, after gathering his disheartened spirit, reluctantly resorted to meticulously working through the existing prototype, step by step, in hopes of ultimately completing the creation of the technique. As time flows swiftly once more during Wu Feng's painstaking progression in seclusion, half a year has elapsed in the blink of an eye. On this day, it has been a full half-month since the successful conclusion of the third test competition presided over by Uncle Wu Feng in the valley. At this moment, Wu Feng, who has been tirelessly conducting simulations for half a year, is gradually approaching the end of his endeavor. As the sun sets completely on this day, the martial arts technique he has been developing is reaching its final stages, poised for completion. In the next instant, with the freshly crafted technique designed to enhance combat prowess, a sense of gratification washes over Wu Feng. However, the mental strain he has maintained gives way to an overwhelming tide of fatigue and drowsiness, engulfing him entirely. Succumbing to a deep slumber, the exhausted Wu Feng does not awaken until the evening of the fifth day, when he finally stirs from his profound sleep. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu Feng stretches contentedly and yawns, feeling a surge of vibrant energy coursing through him once more. With his spirit revitalized, he does not linger in seclusion. After testing the efficacy of his newly created technique, he unhesitatingly emerges from his retreat and ventures into the familiar embrace of the grand forest. With a resounding boom, Wu Feng embarks on another hunting expedition. A wave of energy dispatched effortlessly reveals a regal tiger before him, which is honored to become one of the delicacies for his evening barbecue. The night passes in silence, and the following morning, Wu Feng rises early to validate the fruits of his recent seclusion. He promptly seeks out his uncle, who is engaged in his morning exercises. Upon finding him, Wu Feng straightforwardly expresses his intention. He wishes to spar with his uncle to assess the gains from his recent retreat. Without hesitation, Mutaito, his uncle and chief disciple, readily agrees to the request. They proceed together to the central training ground of the valley. As they enter, Mutaito calms his mind and assumes the initial stance, casting a solemn gaze towards Wu Feng, who is equally prepared. Both uncle and nephew, poised for action, refrain from striking immediately, instead engaging in a tense standoff, building their momentum. At the moment, a leaf, seemingly carried by the wind, gently descends between them. Their bodies spring into motion like lightning. In an instant, they converge at the center of the training ground, exchanging nearly 100 strikes before swiftly retreating to their original positions, restoring the initial standoff. This second confrontation does not endure as long as the first. Soon, gasps of astonishment arise from the gathered spectators. Wu Feng, who has been suppressing his combat prowess to match that of Wu Taido, makes the first move. His body shimmers, creating multiple afterimages that dart around his uncle, who stands vigilant and ready to counterattack. After a series of strikes from Wu Feng, Wu Taido realizes he can no longer remain on the defensive. The consequences could be dire. In a split second, he deflects Wu Feng's attack and uses the momentum to break free from the encirclement of afterimages, re-establishing a standoff. Moments later, the tension dissipates as both figures, moving at extraordinary speed, generate powerful gusts of wind. Within a fraction of a second, they engage in a flurry of exchanges, colliding and darting apart, having already executed hundreds of strikes in mere moments. Remarkably, despite the prolonged high-speed movement, The intensity of their strikes does not wane. In fact, they accelerate over time. This rapid escalation leaves the onlookers in the valley bewildered, unable to discern the precise locations of the two combatants. They can only infer the unfolding battle through the myriad of varying afterimages scattered across the training ground, remnants of their fierce exchange. With a resounding bang, the clash continues. The fierce battle persisted for a quarter of an hour until Wu Feng, having already acquired the answers he sought, unleashed his power and effortlessly expelled Mutaito from the training ground, thereby concluding the sparring session aimed at testing his own transformations. Ah, my boy. Your recent seclusion has evidently propelled your strength to such extraordinary heights. While I had anticipated you would surpass this challenge, I never expected it to occur so swiftly, truly. It has taken me by surprise. At this moment, it seems you have entirely outstripped me, your teacher. Alas, I am growing old. This era inevitably belongs to the youth. Wu Taido exclaimed, astonished after being thrust outside the arena. Come now, uncle, spare me the jesting. You must have felt the added force behind my final strike. I refuse to believe otherwise, Wu Feng replied, his expression one of resignation. I am well aware of that, yet my remarks extend beyond mere observation. Let it be. You may feign ignorance as you wish. It is time for me to return home after such an extended absence from the dojo, Wu Taido chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of melancholy. With that, Wu Taido paid no further mind to Wu Feng, who wore an expression of innocent bewilderment, as if wronged. He strode away, burdened by a complex array of emotions, making his way towards the valley's entrance. In a short while, the once towering figure, now slightly stooped, vanished completely from the gaze of onlookers. Meanwhile, witnessing his uncle's dejected departure, Wu Feng felt a fleeting pang of guilt, which he quickly dismissed, knowing full well the nature of his uncle. Comforting him was an exercise in futility. Such gestures were unnecessary and superfluous for someone like Wu Taido. At this moment, Wu Feng felt entirely justified in believing that his uncle, with his open-minded disposition, would naturally come to terms with the situation within a short while, undoubtedly revealing a look of contentment thereafter. Not at all concerned that his uncle might become despondent, Wu Feng exchanged greetings with his second uncle, who was present at the scene, before swiftly departing towards the direction of the Celestial Temple. As Wu Feng flew at remarkable speed, he arrived before Master Carlin in just a quarter of an hour. Upon reaching this destination, after engaging in a brief conversation with Master Carlin, he gathered the dozen or so celestial beings he had requested and hurried towards the temple above. Notably, unlike his previous experience, Wu Feng, now transformed and vastly different from before, made his way to the Celestial Temple in only a few minutes. Upon his return to the temple, Wu Feng was met not with the special treatment of his first visit, but rather by the solitary presence of Bobo, who had been waiting at the entrance. Hello, Bobo. It has been quite some time. Wu Feng greeted warmly upon seeing Bobo. Greetings, Wu Feng. Please, follow me. The Celestial Lord is already aware of your arrival. Bobo replied politely, maintaining an even demeanor as he got straight to the point. Without further ado, he turned and walked slowly towards the Celestial Lord's location. Wu Feng, not surprised by this, followed Bobo and soon found himself before the Celestial Lord. Hello, Wu Feng. May I inquire if you have come to the Celestial Temple for any urgent matters? The Celestial Lord inquired directly, without waiting for Wu Feng to speak. Well, I am here primarily to ask if you are aware of the current locations of the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls on Earth, Wu Feng responded after a moment of surprise, quickly regaining his composure. Dragon Balls. I certainly know of them. They are my creations, after all. So, Mr. Wu Feng, your purpose for visiting the temple is to obtain information regarding their current locations, correct? The Celestial Lord, Piccolo, remarked with a hint of astonishment, before adopting a more serious expression as he looked at Wu Feng. Yes, you are quite correct. Due to certain special reasons that I cannot disclose at this moment, I require the use of the wish-granting Dragon Balls, and I hope you can assist me with this. Wu Feng pressed on, his request earnest. Is that so? Very well. Please be patient for a moment while I take some time to sense the current locations of the 7 Dragon Balls, which were recently scattered, the Celestial Lord, Piccolo, said after a brief moment of hesitation. Upon recalling the circumstances he had observed recently, and considering Wu Feng's character, Piccolo felt reassured that Wu Feng was not a malevolent entity. Thus, he nodded and agreed. All right, please take your time. Rest assured, I am not in a hurry. Wu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. It must be said that, in comparison to mortals, the credibility of deities is indeed worthy of trust. Following his affirmation, the celestial Lord Piccolo began to act before Wu Feng's eyes. With a focused thought, he employed the unique abilities granted to him by his divine status, allowing him to perceive or observe the entire earth. As Wu Feng watched, the celestial Lord closed his eyes momentarily, and a soft golden light enveloped him. This golden aura lasted less than a quarter of an hour before fading away as the celestial Lord opened his eyes again. It is worth noting that although this sequence of actions appeared simple to Wu Feng, merely closing his eyes for a while and then reopening them, beneath the surface, it involved the celestial Lord Piccolo utilizing his divine authority to precisely locate the 7 Dragon Balls through a unique connection with them within that brief span. Having acquired the precise locations of the 7 Dragon Balls in just a short quarter of an hour, the celestial Lord Piccolo wasted no time. As soon as he regained his composure after opening his eyes, he addressed Wu Feng directly. I have now completely discerned the specific locations of the 7 Dragon Balls. Allow me to illustrate them for you. Please wait a moment. Very well, I understand. Take your time. I truly am not anxious about this moment. Additionally, I am immensely grateful to you. You have been of great assistance. Should you ever need help or encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. And I assure you, I will not turn you away, Wu Feng declared, his heart filled with excitement as he made this promise. Mr. Wu Feng, there is no need for such formalities. The reason I assist you is due to my trust in your character and integrity. Therefore, it is only natural that I help you within my capabilities, the celestial Lord Piccolo replied calmly, drawing a smile as he continued to sketch the specific locations of the Dragon Balls. Once he finished his drawing during their conversation, he handed the completed map to Wu Feng, who had just opened his mouth to express further gratitude. The sudden gesture from the celestial Lord Piccolo caused Wu Feng to swallow his words and, in a natural motion, he accepted the map. With the map in hand, which interrupted his thoughts, the composed celestial Lord Piccolo offered a professional smile and said, All right, Mr. Wu Feng, your request has been fulfilled. If you have no further matters, you may now set off to seek the 7 wish-granting Dragon Balls. Ah, very well. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Wu Feng responded, momentarily taken aback, yet soon smiling as he waved goodbye. In the year 465 of the Age of AI, it marked the 4th year since the Demon King Piccolo had been subdued by Wu Feng. On this day, the Rice Nation, having restored its normal order, found itself outside the capital city of Lizzie, in a small mountain village named Mingji Village, surrounded and isolated by towering mountains. At this moment, the villagers, numbering over 100, felt a profound sense of impending doom. They were about to face a band of notorious mountain bandits known far and wide, whose malicious intent was evident as they prepared to wreak havoc and slaughter. Run, everyone, run. The bandits are coming to our village. Cries filled the air. What shall we do? Village chief, stop lamenting and flee. Hurry, or it will be too late. Mother, I'm scared. Don't be afraid, dear. Hide here and remember. No matter what sounds you hear, do not come out or make a noise, understood? Don't pull me. I want to go. I want to stay and fight the bandits with Uncle Dazhuang to protect our village. Oh, divine spirits, bless us. May everyone be safe. Village chief, you must leave quickly. We will fight these vile bandits to the end. Amidst the chaotic escape, the villagers were in disarray, each reflecting various states of fear and urgency. The turmoil continued for a quarter of an hour until a dozen courageous farmers could no longer bear to watch and resolutely stepped forward to guard the village entrance, determined to confront the vicious bandits. At the village entrance, the sight of these farmers, resolute and prepared to risk their lives, drew mockery from the bandits. Ha! With your meager skills, you dare play the heroes of the village? You truly overestimate yourselves. The bandits third in command, wielding a massive axe, laughed derisively before leaping into action, delivering a devastating blow aimed at the farmers. With a thunderous crash, the axe struck the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling into the air, knocking the farmers to the ground, groaning in pain. Ha! Who would have thought you'd be so outmatched? The bandits jeered, reveling in their perceived victory. We expected some amusement, but this is just too easy. In the midst of this chaos, a figure named Wu Feng, having spent a month following a divine map, finally located the last of the 4-star Dragon Balls, worn around the neck of a 5- or 6-year-old girl. After a successful exchange involving candy, he sensed an approaching malevolent presence and realized the village was nearly deserted, deciding against putting down the girl, who was blissfully enjoying her treat. Wu Feng stepped toward the village entrance, his heart ignited with righteous fury upon witnessing the bandits' taunts. Before the bandits could react, he unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating them and the surrounding mountains in an instant. The ensuing explosion left only a scene of devastation, with the stunned farmers barely aware of their own injuries. Though Wu Feng had anticipated such a moment when he decided to share his teachings with the world, witnessing the destruction firsthand stirred a tempest of anger within him. He remained still, lost in thought, reflecting on the events he had previously overlooked, until a sweet voice broke his reverie. "Wow, Uncle, you're amazing. You made the bad guys and the mountains disappear." Startled, Wu Feng looked down at the delighted girl, who gazed up at him with admiration. "Did you think that, dear? I must have been overthinking things. Do you want to learn how to make the bad guys disappear?" He teased her. Yes, I want to learn. I want to be as strong as you, Uncle, and make the bad guys vanish." Upon hearing Wu Feng's inquiry, the little girl eagerly nodded her adorable head, her face brimming with joy and anticipation. "Oh, I want to be as formidable as you," she exclaimed. "But that's not easy. It requires arduous and relentless effort to achieve such prowess. Furthermore, once you begin your training, you cannot pause for rest along the way." Observing the enthusiastic nodding of the petite child in his arms, Wu Feng raised an eyebrow and feigned a serious demeanor as he warned her. Undeterred by Wu Feng's intimidating words, the little girl displayed a serious and diligent expression on her cherubic face and declared, "Haha, all right. I am not afraid of hardship. I will train diligently in the future. I want to be able to protect my mother, the uncles and aunts of our village, and my grandparents and brother from wrongdoers." In response to Wu Feng's admonitions, the little girl did not falter or retreat. Instead, she expressed her determination with maturity. "Haha, well done, my dear. Your response has greatly pleased me. From this moment forth, you shall be my first disciple in this world," Wu Feng said with a satisfied smile. Accepting her as his chief disciple, with whom he felt a significant bond. After taking on his disciple, Wu Feng had no intention of lingering. He greeted a farmer at the village entrance, who had now regained his composure, and briefly explained the situation regarding the little girl accompanying him. With that, he swiftly soared into the sky, accompanied by his precious new disciple, and after approximately 15 minutes of flight, they descended into a desolate and uninhabited expanse. It is noteworthy that Wu Feng chose this bleak wilderness not for any other reason, but to avoid further delays, fearing that extended waiting might lead to unforeseen complications. He decided to summon the dragon and wish for what he had long desired. Descending from a height of 100 meters, Wu Feng did not immediately retrieve the Dragon Balls to make his wish. Instead, he carefully surveyed the surrounding area to ensure that there were no people or animals within several miles. Once assured of their solitude, he gently laid the little girl, who had drifted into a peaceful slumber, onto a soft patch of grass, and then retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from his pocket, arranging them on the ground. After meticulously preparing everything, Wu Feng shouted towards the 7 Dragon Balls, "Come forth, divine dragon." No sooner had he spoken than the Dragon Balls underwent a remarkable transformation. In a dazzling display of light, the sky changed, and a colossal azure dragon, approximately 100 meters in length, materialized before Wu Feng. "State your wish." "I can grant any wish you desire, though you are limited to one," the majestic dragon declared with an air of authority. Without allowing Wu Feng a moment to respond to the extraordinary spectacle. "Ah, so it truly is only one wish. I should not have entertained unrealistic hopes that the divine being would grant me an additional wish due to our acquaintance. In that case, please grant my wish. I desire to fully master the ability of instantaneous movement," Wu Feng stated without hesitation, articulating the wish he had long contemplated. "This wish is simple. Your wish is granted. Farewell." The dragon, upon hearing Wu Feng's desire, emitted a brilliant beam of light from its great eyes, enveloping Wu Feng and instantly fulfilling his wish. Without a moment's pause, it transformed back into the 7 stone Dragon Balls, which then scattered rapidly in all directions. Seeing this, Wu Feng could no longer afford to delay in experiencing his newfound ability of instantaneous movement. He leapt into action, swiftly positioning himself before a stone Dragon Ball that was spinning high above and preparing to flee. In a flash, he seized the escaping Dragon Ball and, neglecting the other 6, secured it closely before sitting down to meditate and comprehend the instantaneous movement skill he had just acquired. After a quarter of an hour, feeling he had thoroughly grasped the essence of the skill, Wu Feng rose and began his experiments. Targeting the aura of his precious disciple, he activated the skill and, in an instant, reappeared beside the little girl, lifting her once more into his arms. He then began to experiment with various animals or people's auras, familiarizing himself with his newfound ability. Thus, for a time, Wu Feng, cradling the little girl, engaged in a playful game of disappearing and reappearing. For instance, one moment he stood in the desolate wilderness, and the next, he found himself in the bustling center of a town. After indulging in this amusement until the novelty wore off, Wu Feng and the now-awake little girl decided they had had enough fun. He resolved to utilize his final instance of instantaneous movement for the day, transporting them to the little girl's home in Ming Village, where he met her parents. Upon Wu Feng's sudden appearance in their home, the little girl's parents, after a brief moment of surprise, accepted him with calmness and composure. Realizing Wu Feng's identity, they considered his ability quite normal for someone of his stature, the hero who had vanquished the world-destroying demon. Naturally, they accepted everything concerning Wu Feng and engaged in a cordial discussion with him, with their responses resembling a parrot's nodding. Thanks to this understanding, everything proceeded smoothly, and Wu Feng formally established his apprenticeship with the little girl's parents. They agreed that, in the years to come, she would return to celebrate holidays with her family. After a prolonged stay, feeling somewhat restless, Wu Feng bid farewell and, with a thought, vanished from the sight of the little girl's parents. The next moment, he reappeared beside the training arena within the valley. The following morning, after organizing the little girl's training regimen and entrusting her care to her uncle, Wu Feng instantly transported himself to the summit of the Qilian Mountains. Is this truly insufficient? Alas, my strength remains woefully inadequate. It is far too lacking. At dawn, Wu Feng ascended to the summit of the highest peak, not for any trivial purpose, but to validate a hypothesis he had meticulously contemplated earlier that day. Regrettably, after a series of earnest attempts and experiments, Wu Feng was compelled to acknowledge that his initial assumptions were somewhat naive. He had overlooked, either consciously or subconsciously, a crucial element, his own strength. Notably, after the failure of his endeavors, Wu Feng did not succumb to despair. Instead, he promptly identified the primary reason for his shortcomings in the original text: to traverse the vastness of space through instantaneous movement. It was not merely necessary to possess the staggering combat power of a super scion, akin to the protagonist of the original narrative, which exceeds millions. At the very least, it was beyond the capabilities of Wu Feng, whose combat power hovered around a mere 3,600. In truth, with his current abilities, even if he exerted every ounce of effort to activate instantaneous movement, he could merely transition from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. Thus, it became evident that Wu Feng's present strength was still woefully inadequate for achieving instantaneous travel between planets. In this moment, it became abundantly clear to Wu Feng that his current abilities were far from sufficient to embark on the envisioned interstellar journey. After a brief period of disappointment, he swiftly regained his composure, returning to a state of serene equanimity. With a tranquil mind, Wu Feng ceased to dwell on his recent failure and, instead, clearly organized his thoughts on how to address the flaws in his earlier plans, ensuring that his aspirations could continue to unfold. After a moment of deep reflection, Wu Feng considered numerous strategies and ultimately distilled them into two approaches that held the greatest promise for expediting his interstellar adventure. The first method involved locating the very spacecraft that the celestial being had used when it first descended upon Earth in its youth. Indeed, there existed a spacecraft on Earth, long concealed in a dusty corner of the cloud Zephyr Highlands by the celestial being. Wu Feng's knowledge of this vessel stemmed from the memories he retained from the original narrative. Notably, this spacecraft was also the one used by the protagonist of the original story to journey to the planet Namek. The first method had indeed crossed Wu Feng's mind earlier, though he ultimately dismissed it. This was primarily because he recalled that the original text mentioned the spaceship had certain malfunctions, and it was only after modifications by Bulma's father, Dr. Brief, that it was deemed safe for use. Upon reflecting on this critical detail, Wu Feng resolutely abandoned the idea, for he was not one to gamble with his own life by utilizing a potentially faulty spacecraft, risking the chance of it malfunctioning or disintegrating during his cosmic voyage. Furthermore, even if he wished to employ the spacecraft, his commitment to safety would compel him to seek one devoid of any flaws. Regrettably, during this period, Wu Feng found himself unable to locate even a scientist as eccentric and talented as Brief, one who could swiftly grasp and modify a spacecraft with which he had no prior experience. Thus, this method was clearly unfeasible for Wu Feng in the short term. However, despite recognizing its impracticality, Wu Feng revisited this approach not out of folly or a desire to test his ability to survive in the vacuum of space. Nor had he suddenly stumbled upon someone capable of repairing the spacecraft. Rather, he was struck by the thought of utilizing the Dragon Balls to wish for the repair of the spaceship. This sudden inspiration led Wu Feng to reconsider the idea, regarding it as a viable option, and he resolved to wait a year before attempting another wish to see if it would indeed prove effective. In addition to this initial method, Feng contemplated a second, highly feasible approach to enhance his own ki, or combat power, which was the simplest and most direct solution. Although this method was the most straightforward and secure, it was also the most challenging to realize. At this moment, the best way for Wu Feng to swiftly elevate his combat power would be to break through the current limitations of his internal cultivation and enter a higher realm, undergoing a comprehensive transformation to shatter the constraints of his physical potential and elevate the meager limits of his earthly lineage. In essence, this second method required Wu Feng to rapidly transcend to the realm of unity between heaven and man, officially reaching the state of breaking the void. Yet, achieving this breakthrough was a significant challenge for Wu Feng, as his understanding of the void-breaking state remained insufficient. Recently, he felt as though he was on the cusp of success, merely a thin membrane away from the next realm, believing that with a little more effort, he could pierce through to the next level. However, he frustratingly discovered that no matter how hard he tried, he still fell short of that final push. Consequently, after numerous failed attempts, Wu Feng ultimately abandoned the notion of forcibly breaking through the bottleneck of his internal cultivation based solely on his current understanding. Rather than succumbing to despair after his last unsuccessful attempt, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. If he could not transcend through his own comprehension, perhaps he could stimulate his progress using external means. In that instant of realization, Wu Feng instinctively glanced at the singular yet overlooked advantage he possessed since returning to the dragon world, the seemingly simplistic progress bar. Upon closer inspection, Wu Feng was astonished to discover that the progress bar had unknowingly been filled to completion. Yet, he had subconsciously overlooked it all this time, failing to notice until now. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Not long ago, with the selfless assistance of the Heavenly King Piccolo, Wu Feng once again gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shinran to fulfill a wish he had long contemplated. However, misfortune struck when, brimming with hope, he wished for the complete restoration of the spaceship he had discovered in the Yunzabit Highlands. To his dismay, Shinran declared the wish unattainable. It exceeded the capabilities of his creator, the Heavenly King. Though inevitably disheartened by the failed wish, Wu Feng ultimately resigned himself to acceptance. Determined not to waste this precious opportunity, he turned his thoughts to the tragedy that befell Ming Village and made another wish. Henceforth, only those with righteous hearts could fully master the martial arts techniques he taught. This time, Shinran did not disappoint. With an air of effortless superiority, he proclaimed the wish simple and promptly granted it. As always, after bidding farewell, Shinran reverted into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattered across the land, vanishing without a trace. Worth noting is that during this moment, Wu Feng, as before, swiftly seized one of the petrified Dragon Balls and tucked it into his pocket. Though initially disheartened, his spirits recovered by the next morning. At dawn, having steadied his resolve, Wu Feng teleported before his uncle, Mutaito, intending to discuss effective measures to prevent incidents like Ming Village's tragedy. Uncle, I propose we advance our original plan and commence the next phase immediately, Wu Feng stated solemnly after a brief, amicable discussion. Is such haste necessary? Mutaito frowned, unconvinced. Everything has progressed smoothly and steadily as we envisioned. Moreover, the next phase was slated to begin in less than 3 years. Times have changed, uncle. No plan can outpace unforeseen circumstances, Wu Feng countered. The fault lies with me. My initial considerations were insufficient, leading to Ming Village's tragedy. But before you object, allow me to recount my experiences this past year. I believe you'll understand my insistence afterward. Wu Feng then meticulously detailed his harrowing encounters, hoping to persuade his uncle. Has the situation truly deteriorated so severely? Wu Tai sighed after contemplation. Very well. Let us first test the plan with the disciples in the dojo and observe the results. Does this compromise suit you? Absolutely. A flawless solution. Your foresight is impeccable, uncle. Wu Feng agreed eagerly, fearing any sudden reversal of decision. He even concluded with a touch of flattery. Thus, unbeknownst to the disciples of Mutaito's dojo, their revered master and senior brother had, in mere moments, arranged what would become an exceptionally stimulating training journey in the days to come. The following dawn, all of Mutaito's disciples gathered within the dojo, unaware of the trials awaiting them. At this moment, the disciples who had arrived early were solemnly kneeling around the dojo, awaiting the arrival of Master Mutaito, while quietly engaging in hushed whispers. Fourth senior brother, do you have any idea why our teacher has summoned us here so unexpectedly? At this moment, a disciple of approximately 15 or 16 years of age, characterized by a naturally lively disposition, could no longer endure the oppressive silence that enveloped the atmosphere. Noticing that their master had yet to arrive, he curiously leaned towards his closest companion, the fourth senior brother, who sat upright to his left, and inquired softly. However, before the fourth senior brother could articulate a response, another voice, imbued with curiosity, chimed in eagerly. Indeed. Fourth senior brother, do enlighten us. Do you possess some insider information? It was evident that this gathering was significant, as their master had even canceled the morning exercises, which were typically enforced with strict regularity. Yes, fourth senior brother. Do not keep us in suspense. Please share with us. Is there some momentous announcement from the master? One of the disciples recalled vividly that the last time such a situation arose was during the infamous appearance of the great demon Bix several years prior. Just as before. Before the fourth senior brother could respond, another inquisitive voice arose, pressing further. Do refrain from questioning. I genuinely know nothing this time. You shall learn everything once the master arrives. The fourth senior brother, who had always played the role of the all-knowing figure, was well aware that he was not privy to any insider knowledge, as his fellow disciples presumed. Nonetheless, in order to uphold the carefully crafted persona he had maintained over time, he immediately adopted an ambiguous expression, hinting at unspoken truths. It must be said that the perplexing demeanor he feigned was executed with remarkable finesse, strikingly lifelike. Upon witnessing his countenance, one of his astute junior disciples ventured a guess. Could it be that the master instructed you not to disclose anything? Oh, now it makes sense. Another exclaimed. I had my suspicions. What could possibly occur in the dojo that the all-knowing fourth senior brother would be unaware of? Especially for a matter as evidently extraordinary as today's. Surely the master must have cautioned you against revealing anything prematurely. At that moment, a devoted disciple of the all-knowing fourth senior brother suddenly experienced a moment of epiphany and immediately added, as soon as his words fell, the young admirer, having just completed his thought, sought to further validate his conjecture. Without waiting for the other senior or junior brothers to speak, he turned to the all-knowing fourth senior brother and continued, Am I right? Is it so? Fourth senior brother, my guess is correct, isn't it? At this moment, with the inquiry of the eager disciple echoing in the air, all the students of the dojo, apart from Mutaito and Taobaiha who had been informed beforehand by Mutaito, swiftly turned their heads towards the fourth senior brother, Wan Shitong, who was internally cursing under his breath. They collectively wore expressions of intense curiosity, yearning to uncover the details. The fourth senior brother, now the focal point of everyone's attention, felt an overwhelming sense of dread and frustration, unable to articulate his plight. In a state of hesitation, he stammered, attempting to buy time while his mind raced frantically, contemplating how to navigate the situation with a masterful ambiguity that would neither expose him nor lead to an awkward moment once their master officially concluded the gathering. All right, everyone. Please settle down and take your seats. The teacher is about to arrive. Fortunately, at that very moment, Wutian, one of the leaders in the dojo, spoke up, providing a small reprieve for Wan Shitong and alleviating the impending awkwardness he was about to face. Upon hearing that their teacher was approaching, the others immediately composed themselves, adopting a posture of attentive decorum, ready to listen and observe. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder and nearer, Mutaito was drawing closer. At this moment, the entire dojo was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Master Wu's footsteps. The purpose of gathering you all for this morning assembly is to solemnly announce the primary focus of your upcoming training. Having slowly approached his designated spot within the dojo and kneeling down, Master Wu directly addressed the essence of the meeting. Once he had spoken, he surveyed the assembled disciples, noting that none expressed assent, each one attentively awaiting his subsequent words. Gradually, he withdrew his gaze and continued, following a rigorous discussion with your elder brother. I have decided to allow some of you, whose abilities meet my standards, to undertake the Master's trial ahead of schedule, thereby completing the final task I have prepared for you. The disciples were initially taken aback, but soon, those who felt confident in their prowess displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Conversely, some amongst them, acutely aware of their inadequacies, wore looks of frustration and envy. Might we inquire as to the criteria, Master? Asked the group led by Wutian and Taobaihe, who believed themselves to be sufficiently skilled. After a moment of silent exchange, they collectively rose and bowed to Master Wu, speaking in unison. Very well, please be seated. The instruments for assessing your abilities have been procured by your elder brother. Behold, here they are. As he addressed the disciples, Master Wu swiftly retrieved the testing apparatus prepared by his nephew, Wu Feng. With a resounding thud, a large stone mill, measuring 4 meters on each side, was placed in the center of the dojo. After allowing the disciples a moment to observe and discuss, Master Wu began his introduction. This stone mill will serve as the tool to evaluate whether your abilities meet the required standards. Now, I shall demonstrate the process personally. Pay close attention. It is quite simple. As long as you are not foolish, I believe none of you will struggle to replicate it after a single demonstration. With that, he commenced the demonstration before the disciples. After a brief preparation, Master Wu forcefully pushed the stone mill, causing it to rotate until it had completed a half-turn, or 180 degrees, before finally coming to a steady stop. 50,000 tons, not bad, a slight improvement from last time, Master Wu remarked. Feeling a surge of satisfaction within, though his expression remained composed. Without allowing time for questions, he continued, "You shall now follow the actions I just demonstrated, one by one for testing. As long as you can make the stone mill rotate to the position of 1/50th of a turn, you will meet the qualification standard. Do you all understand?" "Understood, Master," the disciples replied in unison. "Good. Let us proceed with the testing in descending order of ability. Wu Tian, you shall go first." After a slight nod, Master Wu articulated his predetermined plan. "Yes, Master," Wu Tian responded without hesitation upon hearing his name, and promptly proceeded to conduct the test as demonstrated. 2,500 tons, well done, you qualify. Next, Tao Bai Heat, 2,600 tons, quite impressive. After a quarter of an hour, the tense testing session ultimately drew to a close. In this recent trial, those who successfully passed the test and qualified for the upcoming expedition were truly exceptional. A rare gem among the multitude of disciples in the entire dojo. The following morning, at the break of dawn, a throng of disciples had already gathered outside the gates of the Mutaito dojo, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. The reason for this gathering was not trivial, rather, it was the heartfelt farewell from those who had not passed the test. Bidding adieu to the 14 senior and junior brothers who had succeeded in their trials and were set to embark on their training missions. Quick, run. Brothers, flee. The demon, the one who has recently annihilated 18 bandit strongholds, is approaching our village. Everyone, run. On this day, a bandit from afar spotted the formidable Wu Tianho, who had departed from the Mutaito dojo over a month ago and was now slowly approaching the location of his mountain stronghold. In an instant, terror seized him, causing him to panic and urgently warn his fellow brothers in the hideout to flee. Without a second thought, he dashed towards the escape tunnel he had prepared early on, heading towards the rear mountain. Alas, despite the bandit's early warning of Wu Tian's impending arrival to fulfill his trial mission, he could not escape the inevitable fate that awaited him and his bandit lair, which would soon be obliterated by a powerful energy blast. Thus, another foe was vanquished, bringing Wu Tian one step closer to completing his formal mission. Yet, he could not help but wonder about his fellow disciple, Ahi, and how he was faring. Having eradicated the last bandit den in the mountain range, Wu Tian reflected on how near he was to completing his ultimate task. He unconsciously recalled the torment inflicted upon him by Ahi, murmuring to himself in contemplation, "Come on, brothers. Charge. He is but one man. We have so many. What is there to fear? We can outlast him," shouted a small-time gang leader, attempting to rally his demoralized troops upon witnessing the formidable strength of their adversary. However, such encouragement proved futile. With a resounding crash, the battlefield was left in disarray, echoed by fleeting cries of despair. Tired of the endless conflict, the once playful Tao Bai had decided to put an end to the chaos. He unleashed a devastating energy wave that promptly annihilated all members of the gang, eradicating the scourge of their criminality. "Thank you, young man. We are truly grateful. If not for your help in driving away those monsters, our village would have suffered greatly." An elderly man from a remote, impoverished mountain village expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Wu Taito's fourth disciple, the versatile Luode. "Big brother, thank you for saving my sister and defeating that tyrant." A young child of 11 or 12, residing in a small town near the border of Shilin Kingdom, joyfully exclaimed while holding his sister's hand, sincerely thanking Wu Taito's 13th disciple, Ryan, for ridding their town of its oppressor. "Uncle, having witnessed all this, how do you feel? You must now be entirely reassured about your disciples," Wu Feng gestured to his uncle, who had been observing from the shadows. After witnessing the last of his uncle's disciples in action, "Indeed, I feel at ease now. Let us return," Wu Taito replied with a smile, unfazed by Wu Feng's playful banter, as he exhaled softly. The following day, after arranging a full day of training for his disciple, Xiao Wan, Wu Feng instantly transported himself to where his uncle was located. "Uncle, I entrust everything to you for the time being," he said upon their meeting. "All right. Remember to return promptly and do not linger. I cannot fathom why you insist on journeying into the universe at this moment," Wu Taito remarked, his expression reflecting a deep sense of bewilderment. Then I shall take my leave. From now on, I rely on you, uncle, Wu Feng declared. Bidding a heartfelt farewell to Mutaito before he hesitated no longer. He executed a swift teleportation to a remote forest at the southernmost tip of the Western literature continent. Once in the depths of the ancient forest, Wu Feng surveyed his tranquil surroundings before deciding to embark on his second journey of transcendence. With a resolute mind, he refrained from activating his golden finger immediately. Instead, he meticulously scanned his vicinity for any potential threats that could compromise his secret. Once assured of the absence of any suspicious entities, he concentrated his will, triggering his golden finger, and vanished without a trace. In the heart of the land of Shenzhou, at the confluence of the Min River, Qingyi River, and Dada River, lies a majestic mountain known as Lesan. Within Lesan, two remarkable wonders exist. One is the Lingyun Cave, a deep and intricately complex abyss, and the other is a colossal statue of a Buddha, carved purely from a sheer cliffside, standing beside the Lingyun Cave. This magnificent statue, carved by local villagers during the Tang dynasty to serve as a symbol of suppression and intimidation, is known both in its time and in subsequent generations as the Lesan Giant Buddha, a legacy that endures to this day. On that day, a father and son unexpectedly arrived at this location. The father, after exchanging a few words with his child, leaped gracefully onto the expansive palm of the Lesan Giant Buddha. Without pausing, he utilized his momentum to ascend further, soaring effortlessly to the very crown of the Buddha's head. Simultaneously, Nie Wang, with his snow-drinking blade upon his back, ascended to the top of the Buddha using his lightness technique. Suddenly, a figure materialized out of thin air above the river, hovering less than 10 meters above the water's surface. To my astonishment, I found myself inexplicably transported to this ethereal space above the river. Thankfully, as a practitioner of the celestial realm, I possess the ability to navigate through the air. Otherwise, I might have faced dire consequences. Wu Feng, who had traversed from the Dragon Ball world, snapped back to reality from the mesmerizing and boundless void he had just witnessed during his journey. He realized he had arrived at his desired destination, a world rich in advanced martial arts. Moreover, to his surprise and bewilderment, Wu Feng discovered that he had been teleported to a mysterious location suspended in midair above an unknown river. At this moment, Wu Feng gazed upon the turbulent, murky waters surging beneath his feet. Instantly, a profound saying from a famous figure, "Crossing comes with risks, rebirth must be approached with caution," echoed in his mind. After a fleeting moment of reflection on the unreliability of his so-called golden finger, he composed himself and decided to demonstrate the ethereal art of walking through the void before the two children, who stared at him with astonishment and curiosity, this day's quintessential display of prowess in the human realm. As the young Wu Feng, resembling a deity from legends, gracefully traversed the air, the children, Xiao Duanlong and Xiao Niefeng, erupted in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, a celestial being! Are you a celestial, uncle?" Chuckling softly, Wu Feng replied, "A celestial being, you say? I am hardly a true celestial. At best, I am but a cultivator of the mystical arts. Nonetheless, what need is there to explain such concepts to you two little ones? Now, allow me to pose a few inquiries. What are your names? Do you know where we are? And who are those two engaged in combat?" As he approached the adorable children, Wu Feng clarified his identity before posing his questions. "Celestial uncle, I am Niefeng, and we are in Lesan. The one battling is my father," the kind-hearted Xiao Niefeng responded without hesitation. "Celestial uncle, I am Duanlong, son of the renowned Nanlin swordmaster. We are in the Lingyun Cave of Lesan, and I am currently measuring the water level," Xiao Duanlong added, supplementing his friend's introduction. Lesan, the colossal stone Buddha, Lingyun Cave, along with Xiao Niefeng and Xiao Duanlong. Suddenly, a wave of familiarity washed over Wu Feng, as if he had encountered this scene before. Was it possible that the two engaged in combat were none other than the newly established Tianxia Society's Xiang Ba and the formidable Beiyin Quang Dao, Niefeng's father? Upon hearing the children's words and observing the weapon wielded by one of the fighters, Wu Feng quickly pieced together his surroundings and realized the world he inhabited. Just as the understanding dawned upon him, the water level surged, swiftly submerging the Buddha's knees. Concurrently, the duel reached its critical juncture. In a moment of vengeance for his wife, Niefeng's father unleashed a powerful strike, Li Pai Huashan, augmented by his divine weapon, sending forth a blade of energy that cleaved through the air toward Xiang Ba. Unwilling to succumb to the approaching onslaught, Xiang Ba shouted and retaliated with a water sphere, formed from the gathered river waters, to counter the formidable blade. The two forces collided, with the energy dissipating after cleaving the water sphere in half. However, the residual force of the severed sphere surged toward the unsuspecting Niefeng's father, knocking him to the ground and causing him to spew forth crimson blood. "Dad, Are you all right? Shan Yufeng cried out in concern, rushing toward his fallen father at the entrance of Lingyun Cave. However, just as he was about to reach him, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The fire demon, or fire Qilin, residing in Lingyun Cave, darted forth, seizing the unprepared Nyefeng's father in its jaws. Without hesitation, it retreated along the same path, akin to a masterful assassin, swift and precise. Ah, is this the legendary divine beast, the fire Qilin? Truly, seeing is believing. Wu Feng marveled, captivated by the creature's majestic essence that radiated an awe-inspiring vitality. At this moment, a flicker of thought transformed the fire Qilin into a coveted quarry for Wu Feng, who no longer stood idly by. With a mere shift of intention and a swift motion, he rapidly positioned himself before the fire Qilin, effectively halting its relentless charge while simultaneously rescuing Nieren Wang. With a grand gesture, he transported Nieren Wang back to where Shan Yefeng awaited outside the cave. Upon witnessing the prize it sought being snatched away by Wu Feng, the fire Qilin erupted in fury, launching itself at Wu Feng without hesitation. A resounding crash echoed as the fire Qilin collided with Wu Feng's indomitable energy shield, only to be immediately rebuffed, crashing against the surrounding stone walls and leaving behind a web-like pattern of cracks. Rising from the ground, the fire Qilin shook off the disorientation from the impact, its rage intensifying. Instinctively, it amplified the flames enveloping its form, igniting them into a more vigorous and fierce blaze. Within moments, the temperature of the entire cavern surged dramatically. With a roar, as if to intimidate or express its wrath, the fire Qilin continuously bellowed at Wu Feng, all the while gathering its strength in secret. In just a few breaths, it had prepared its ultimate attack, and without further ado, it unleashed a scorching column of flame akin to molten lava towards Wu Feng, who stood a mere 10 feet away, scrutinizing him with ill intent. The colossal pillar of fire instantly engulfed Wu Feng, submerging him in the area within a meter around him, sustaining its onslaught for over 10 minutes before finally relenting. Ultimately, the fire Qilin, drained of its energy supply, was compelled to cease its fiery barrage. At this moment, the fire Qilin, having abruptly halted and extinguished its flames, panted heavily while fixating its large eyes on Wu Feng, who had been subjected to its relentless scorching for over 10 minutes, now still encircled by roaring flames. After a brief interval, the intense heat surrounding Wu Feng gradually dissipated, ultimately vanishing into the air, revealing a contented expression on Wu Feng's face, shielded by his indomitable vital energy. Ah, splendid. It seems the efforts I invested in my training were not in vain, he mused. The defensive prowess of his indomitable energy indeed aligned with his initial expectations, growing increasingly formidable with the enhancement of his own chi or vital energy, justifying the name Indomitable that he had bestowed upon it. Having concluded his thoughts, Wu Feng leisurely pursued the fire Qilin, which had swiftly distanced itself upon realizing that Wu Feng remained unscathed despite its fierce assault. The fire Qilin, haunted by the traumatic memories of being thoroughly overpowered by previous formidable opponents, was gripped by a profound psychological shadow. Thus, it refrained from the foolish bravado it had displayed in earlier encounters. Upon recognizing that its formidable attack had yielded no effect, it fled without hesitation, sprinting towards its lair within the Lingyun Cave, vanishing in an instant. Notably, during this pursuit, Wu Feng had numerous opportunities to intercept the fleeing creature, but ultimately chose to let it escape unimpeded. This decision was not born from an unexpected kindness, but rather a strategic realization that capturing the fire Qilin at that moment would prove fruitless. Without a viable method to absorb the fire Qilin's essence while avoiding the corrupting influence of its demonic energy, Wu Feng resolved to grant the creature a temporary reprieve, allowing it to roam freely until he devised an effective means to eliminate the demonic energy. After careful contemplation, Wu Feng halted his pursuit, recognizing that the fire Qilin was unlikely to stray far from the confines of the Lingyun Cave. He could apprehend it at any time. Consequently, he opted to disregard its escape, instead wandering aimlessly within the cave, searching for one of the 3 treasures, the mural depicting the profound martial arts left by Wu Wuti. Simultaneously, not far outside the cave, a fierce battle raged on. Nieren Wang, wielding the snow-drinking blade, was locked in a desperate struggle against Xiangba, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he fought to reclaim his son, Shan Yifeng, who had fallen into Xiangba's grasp, in his determination to rescue his child. Nieren Wang unleashed the fire Qilin's demonic nature latent within his bloodline, entering a frenzied state that significantly amplified his strength. This surge of power allowed him to force Xiangba into a defensive position, unable to retaliate. However, despite his overwhelming dominance, Nieren Wang's loss of rationality prevented him from delivering a decisive blow at critical moments, resulting in missed opportunities to secure victory. As time passed, Xiangba gradually adapted to Nieren Wang's onslaught. Ultimately, when Nieren Wang's energy waned and he reverted from his frenzied state, Xiangba seized the moment, launching a counterattack that sent Nieren Wang flying several dozen meters. Upon landing, Nieren Wang coughed up copious amounts of blood, teetering on the brink of death. Just as he seemed destined to perish beneath Xiangba's oncoming strike, a figure appeared like a bolt of lightning, effortlessly repelling Xiangba and saving Nieren Wang. The unexpected savior was none other than Wu Feng, who had been exploring the depths of the Lingyun cave. After providing Nieren Wang with a blood body he had discovered, Wu Feng instructed him to focus on healing. "Who are you? How did you survive the fire?" Xiangba questioned warily, astonished to see the figure he believed had been incinerated by the fire Qilin now effortlessly intervening to rescue Nieren Wang. "Ah, I am Wu Feng, the third-generation leader of the Xianyo sect. You may address me as Wu Feng or sect leader Wu. As for my survival, the flames were rather feeble." Wu Feng replied with a hint of disappointment in his tone. "The Xianyo sect? I must admit my ignorance. Could you enlighten me further?" Xiangba inquired, having found no information about the sect in his recollections. "Not at all. The Xianyo sect has always adhered to a principle of seclusion. It is quite normal for you to be unaware of it," Wu Feng responded with a casual smile, deflecting the inquiry. Without allowing Xiangba to pose another question, Wu Feng swiftly transitioned to the main topic. "I have heard that your association, the Tiandong Society, is currently in a state of anticipation, lacking skilled individuals. Is this true?" Caught off guard by the inquiry, Xiangba contemplated the implications of Wu Feng's question, deciding to respond cautiously. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Wu Feng interrupted him. It had become clear that Wu Feng had no intention of considering Xiangba's perspective. "I knew that the Tiandong Society is indeed in need of capable hands. Therefore, I have decided to officially join your organization, addressing your pressing needs. You need only to focus on expanding your territory. I will handle the rest," Wu Feng asserted confidently. "How presumptuous. The Tiandong Society does not require the allegiance of any sect," Xiangba retorted defiantly. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Xiangba's brows furrowed incessantly. He contemplated that if he were to act as you suggested, he would merely become a henchman. For Xiangba, who harbored aspirations to unify the martial world and dominate the realm, being subordinate to another was utterly unacceptable. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he coldly declined. "Ah, Chief Xiong, have you perhaps misunderstood? I was merely informing you," Wu Feng said, gazing at Xiangba with astonishment. Seeking death. At that moment, the proud and arrogant Xiangba, oblivious to his own deception, was consumed by rage. He cast aside all caution and unleashed a powerful strike, the heavenly frost fist, towards Wu Feng. Would it not have been better to act sooner? What purpose does excessive talk serve when, in the end, confrontation is inevitable? Faced with Xiangba's near ambush, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, effortlessly releasing his invincible aura for defense. A knowing expression graced his face, as if he had anticipated this turn of events. Without further ado, he ceased to be polite and launched an immediate counterattack. Wu Feng raised his hand, summoning a colossal hand of true qi, 10 zhang in size, which descended upon Xiangba with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed as a massive handprint, 3 feet deep, was left imprinted on the ground, revealing nothing else. Yet, the quick-witted Xiangba had managed to evade the blow just in time. However, despite Xiangba's successful evasion, his relief was short-lived. Before he could fully process his narrow escape, Wu Feng swiftly maneuvered to stand before him. In the blink of an eye, before Xiangba's nervous system could react, Wu Feng delivered a powerful punch that sent him soaring into the air, limbs flailing helplessly. Under the might of Wu Feng's punch, reminiscent of the Mount Lu rising dragon strike, Xiangba ascended until he was level with the floating clouds, only to finally halt his upward trajectory as the force of the strike dissipated. At this moment, the expression of the formidable Xiangba reached its pinnacle of anguish. Contorted and utterly disoriented. In the next instant, before he could muster even a semblance of resistance, he began to plummet rapidly under the inexorable pull of gravity. Accompanying this swift descent, the intense friction with the air jolted Xiangba into full consciousness, awakening him from his torment. Realizing the imminent threat of being reduced to a mere pulp upon impact, he resorted to a self-inflicted strike, adjusting his precarious head-down position. Subsequently, channeling a significant portion of his vital energy, he launched a powerful strike towards the increasingly approaching ground. With a resounding boom, a tremendous explosion erupted, sending forth waves of shock that reverberated through the air. The force generated by Xiangba's desperate blow nearly countered the majority of his downward momentum, ensuring that upon landing, he avoided the grim fate of a fatal fall. Though the residual force was insufficient to obliterate him, it nonetheless threatened to render him severely incapacitated or even completely paralyzed. As Xiangba approached within a mere meter of the ground, Wu Feng, who had remained motionless until now, finally sprang into action. With a swift stride, he positioned himself before the descending Xiangba, reaching out to securely grasp him just 10 centimeters above the ground, thereby averting a tragic outcome. Half an hour later, atop the majestic Tian Shan, within the headquarters of the World Association, a gathering was convened. The purpose of this assembly was to announce two significant matters. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Heavenly Alliance, the formidable leader, Xiangba, upon noticing that all his disciples had gathered, exuded an air of authority as he directly addressed the assembly. After his declaration, he surveyed the crowd, observing the perplexed and bewildered expressions upon their faces. With an impassive demeanor, he slowly articulated, "The first matter at hand is the establishment of the positions of elder and grand elder. The second matter concerns the reclusive sect, the carefree sect, which seeks to join the Heavenly Alliance." Time flowed steadily, and a month swiftly elapsed. Now, Wu Feng, having served as the grand elder for a month, could not help but smile at the recollection of Xiangba's resolute announcement before the assembly, where he had decisively proclaimed himself the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Alliance. Grand Elder, indeed. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Tianxia Society, a group of patrolling disciples, upon seeing the smiling Wu Feng, immediately bowed in greeting. "Very well. Carry on with your duties," Wu Feng responded with a wave, acknowledging their salutations as he leisurely strolled toward the training grounds outside the Grand Hall. Shortly after arriving, Wu Feng heard the rhythmic sounds of exertion, ha, hiya, echoing across the field. Drawing closer, he observed a group of young disciples diligently practicing their foundational martial techniques in perfect unison. After watching for a brief moment, Wu Feng signaled for them to halt, preparing to exercise his authority as the Supreme Elder and announce a matter of great significance. From this day forth, he declared, the Tianxia Society shall implement a new hierarchical system for its members. Henceforth, disciples at the postnatal realm shall be designated as Iron Tier members, stewards at the innate realm as Bronze Tier, branch leaders at the Return to Truth realm as Silver Tier, hall masters at the Celestial realm as Gold Tier, and elders at the Shattering realm as Diamond Tier. The society leader and the Supreme Elder above him shall remain unaffected by these changes, retaining their original statuses without alteration. Additionally, I shall establish a contribution points system and a mission system to complement this hierarchy. In other words, from now on, any disciple seeking promotion must fulfill two fixed requirements, accumulating the corresponding contribution points and attaining the requisite membership rank. Only upon satisfying both conditions will one be permitted to advance. Tianxia Society, the Society Leader's Secluded Chamber. Society Leader. Please review this compilation of all the Supreme Elder's recent actions concerning the sect. When Cho, Xiangba's trusted aide, cautiously entered the chamber once more, presenting a meticulously organized dossier detailing the sect's developments over the past month to Xiangba, who had been secluded in cultivation. Excellent work, Cho. Your efforts do not betray the trust and guidance I have bestowed upon you. Now, return swiftly. Lingering too long may draw unwanted attention and risk exposure. Having returned a month prior and since remained in seclusion, both to cultivate and recuperate from his injuries, Xiangba first praised his loyal subordinate before dismissing him with the usual instructions, all while carefully perusing the documents. Half an hour later, Tianxia Society, former Society Leader's Pavilion, now the Supreme Elder's residence. Supreme Elder, I have delivered the materials as instructed. Emerging from Xiangba's secret chamber, when Cho did not immediately return to his quarters. Instead, he made his way to Wu Feng's current residence, reporting dutifully. Very well. I am aware. Henceforth, proceed as we have this time unless circumstances dictate otherwise. The hour grows late. Retire and rest. Wu Feng replied with detached calm. Time flows like a river. 10 years later. Tianxia Society, Mission Hall. Senior Brother Yang, you've returned. Are you here to submit a completed mission? A junior disciple, having just accepted a mid-tier Ding rank mission, greeted Yangjin, one of the most prominent figures among the current disciples, with eager deference. Indeed, I recently completed a high-tier Bing rank bandit suppression mission and have come to report its conclusion. Ah, I see you've secured a suitable task as well? Then I shall not delay you further. Best to focus on completing your assignment promptly. Having rushed back without pause after finishing his mission, Yangjin exchanged brief pleasantries before turning away, striding directly toward the mission submission area. Regarding the mission hall, it is worth noting that the attendants stationed at the submission counters were personally selected and appointed by Wu Feng himself from among the Tianxia Society's ranks. Moreover, They had been granted authority equivalent to that of silver-tier branch leaders. Attendant Wang, it has been too long. I must trouble you once again, my apologies. Due to the high volume of disciples submitting and accepting missions daily, Yangzhen dared not skip the queue. Thus, he approached a familiar attendant's counter to complete his submission. Ah, I almost mistook you for young Master Feng, given your impeccable courtesy. But no, it's you, Yangzhen. Well then, what will it be this time? Exchanging for contribution points? Or, as usual, trading for a martial manual? This time, I'll be exchanging for a manual, the 9 manual stored on the second floor of the martial repository. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Having specifically undertaken a mission of corresponding rank to obtain the long-coveted 9 manual, Yangzhen did not hesitate in his choice, a manual renowned for its potential and suitability to his current needs. I should have guessed, given your preference for solo engagements. I wondered why you accepted a collaborative suppression mission. Now it makes sense. Very well. The reward points from this mission, combined with your accumulated reserves, are more than sufficient for the exchange. Here, the token granting access to the Earth rank manuals in the martial repository. Take it and be on your way. I imagine you're already itching to get your hands on it. Yes? Attendant Wang, known for his amiable disposition among the Hall S staff, promptly handed over the one-time access token without delay. Meanwhile, as Yangzhen departed with the token to claim his prize, another figure, Bu Jingyun, known as the Weeping God of Death and one of this world's original protagonists, was engaged in the pursuit of Ghost Shadow, a notorious member of the infamous 12 Killers of Chanchi. After several fierce exchanges, the two adversaries broke apart, standing at a measured distance, locked in a tense standoff. At this moment, the Spectre, who had been at a disadvantage since the onset of the battle, found himself cornered and reluctantly shouted with a fierce expression, Bu Jingyun, do you truly intend to annihilate me, forcing me to perish alongside you? Ha! Perish together? What a farce. Do you believe you are worthy? Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to die. The cloud-pushing palm strikes like a torrent. Following Bu Jingyun's disdainful snort, he unleashed a formidable attack. Instantly, enormous palm prints formed from ethereal clouds and liquefied true energy erupted in all directions, compelling the Spectre, who had been evading and concealing himself throughout the conflict, to reveal his form. A coward who hides in peaks, meet your demise. Go and reunite with your unworthy companions in the depths of hell. As the final move of the cloud-pushing palm, the scene turned grim. Upon finally forcing the elusive Spectre into visibility, Bu Jingyun wasted no time and unleashed the most powerful technique from his practiced palm arts. Alas, the Spectre could only emit a wretched cry before his entire being exploded upon impact. It seems I still cannot master the art of control completely. After this mission, I shall seek out my junior brother's phone or Lang for further rigorous training. Witnessing the Spectre's body obliterated by his own palm's force, Bu Jingyun furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, within the halls of the heroic king's residence, the lord of the Liu family inquired, have you come to a decision? Will you lend me the ISO or not? Please, spare me the suspense. At this moment, Duanlong, alone at the residence of the heroic king, rubbed his beloved sword, the fire-scale sword, while impatiently urging the current lord of the residence, Le, without raising his head. This ice crystal is, after all, a treasured heirloom of the elf family. It cannot be lent out lightly. So I must decline your request at this moment. Upon hearing this, the current lord, Le, hesitated briefly before his expression hardened, and he decisively refused. Oh, not lending it, huh? It seems that if I desire it, I have no choice but to resort to forceful acquisition. After uttering the final word, Duanlong showed no further hesitation. With a leap, he unsheathed his sword and swung it down towards Le's head. The fire-scale sword, ablaze with fierce flames, sliced through the sword that Le had hastily raised for defense, cleaving it in two. With unrelenting momentum, he was poised to strike Le again when a voice suddenly interjected. Junior brother Lang, spare him. TCH, I can't stand it. They've come meddling in my affairs once more. At this moment, although Duanlong spoke with impatience, he obediently refrained from cleaving Louis in two. Instead, harnessing his inner strength, he altered the trajectory of his sword strike from a downward slash to a forceful palm thrust, sending Louis crashing into the hall, where he landed atop a chair. Duanlong, are you aware of what you just did? Have you forgotten the words of our master, who cautioned against indiscriminate violence and the unjust slaying of innocents? Nie Feng, who had always watched over and cared for Duanlong since childhood, appeared suddenly, his demeanor serious and earnest as he gazed at Duanlong. All right, I admit my fault. Is that not enough? I assure you it will not happen again. No. I mean, there will certainly be no next time. Is that acceptable? Witnessing the earnestness of his best friend, who had sometimes even taken on a paternal role, Duanlong, wise as he was, immediately softened, reflecting on his actions and making promises. Very well, I will trust you one last time. However, you must firmly remember every word you have just vowed to me. Do you understand? Niefeng, who had no intention of punishing Duanlong, seized the opportunity to issue a solemn warning. Understood, understood. Now may I proceed with my task? Duanlong responded casually, shifting his focus. Sir, I presume you are Louis, the current head of the Xiaowang Manor? I sincerely apologize for the earlier rudeness displayed by my junior. Please do not take offense. In truth, you may not know this, but Duanlong's nature is not malevolent. He merely tends to act with haste. It seems he may have inadvertently offended you, and for that, I am truly sorry. Maintaining his belief in harmony and the spirit of negotiation, Niefeng helped Louis to his feet and adjusted his attire. Then smiled as he gently explained the situation. The scene unfolded at the back mountain of the Tianxia Society. On this day, it has been nearly half a month since Niefeng, having enlightened and emotionally moved Duanlang, assisted him in completing the B-level task of collecting ice spirits. Brother Yun, you must be cautious. The junior has arrived, with the wind god Leg as his stalwart ally. It was during this time, to be precise, about half an hour earlier, that Niefeng, having returned with Duanlang to hand over the task, was about to take a well-deserved rest when he was abruptly intercepted by Bu Jingzhu, who had been waiting outside the main hall for quite some time. In that moment, Bu Jingyun grasped Niefeng's shoulder. And before the perplexed Niefeng could utter a word, he was already being pulled towards the waterfall at the back mountain. Throughout their journey, Bu Jingzun maintained a stoic silence until they reached the back mountain, where he finally, with a hint of embarrassment, explained his intentions. He sought to refine his skills through sparring in order to master the cloud-pushing palm. Understanding his senior brother's purpose, the kind-hearted Niefeng readily agreed, immediately springing into action with his signature move, the wind in the grass. Utilizing his unparalleled agility, he swiftly circled around Bu Jingzun, observing and waiting for an opening. Thus, it was the events that transpired that prompted Niefeng to remind Bu Jingzun, "Come on, brother Feng, let's engage in a full-force battle without holding back." With a fiery fighting spirit, Bu Jingzun responded, "Very well, then please receive my attack, storm of rain and wind." As soon as Niefeng's words fell, he paused momentarily before launching into a flurry of breathtakingly swift kicks towards Bu Jingzun, each strike a seamless continuation of the last. In the face of this barrage of rapid attacks, Bu Jingzun remained composed, countering with the cloud sea churning, skillfully deflecting Niefeng's numerous strikes. Yet, this was only the beginning. After neutralizing Niefeng's onslaught, Bu Jingzun unleashed the Calamity Cloud Descends, conjuring powerful gusts of energy that surged towards Niefeng's subsequent move. Wind sweeps the tower's remains. The collision of their techniques resulted in an explosive release of energy, sending Niefeng reeling back, struggling to regain his footing. In this bout, it was evident that Niefeng had fallen behind, compelled to shift from offense to defense, relying on his speed to evade Bu Jingyun's relentless onslaught of energy-infused palms. Meanwhile, while the two engaged in their fierce duel, Duanlang observed from the sidelines as Wu Feng formally entered seclusion, determined to break through the long-standing bottleneck in his internal martial arts cultivation. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that to ensure an uninterrupted breakthrough, Wu Feng sought out Xiangba for a friendly sparring session, inadvertently besting him to the point of incapacitation before feeling reassured enough to depart with a satisfied clap of his hands. In the hall of the Heavenly Society, the secluded chamber of the Elder, Wu Feng sat cross-legged, his palms facing heavenward. Eyes shut tight as he meticulously guided his vast and pure internal energy through numerous cycles of the great circulation. Gradually, as time passed, the flow of his energy quickened, until, at a certain moment, it abruptly halted, as if a mysterious switch had been activated, causing the liquefied energy to boil fervently, akin to boiling water, releasing steam at a visible rate. Moments later, as the last drop of liquefied energy evaporated, the sound of shattering glass resonated deep within Wu Feng's heart. Concurrently, the once cloudy energy in his dantian began to stir, swirling violently towards a singular point, akin to a tornado, gathering all the vaporized energy and the external essence of the universe into one concentrated mass. Fortunately, this process was brief, lasting no more than half an hour before it came to a sudden halt. Have I finally broken through? Is this the realm of breaking the void? Wu Feng pondered, sensing a fundamental transformation akin to an ascension in life itself. After completing the necessary stages of his breakthrough, he exhaled the last remnants of stagnant energy lodged in his throat, expressing genuine joy as he felt the changes within himself. Without further delay, Wu Feng stabilized his new realm in a short span of time, then rose and slowly opened the door to the chamber, making his way towards the newly constructed council hall. Having achieved his breakthrough, he felt the time was ripe to initiate the grand plan he had meticulously devised over the past decade to sweep across the world. Before long, buoyed by the exhilaration of his newfound power, Wu Feng entered the council hall at a leisurely pace and took his seat in the position that rightfully belonged to Xiangba, awaiting the arrival of his subordinates and disciples, whom he had summoned the moment he emerged from seclusion. In the hall of the Heavenly Society at the back mountain. At this moment, the figures exuding an imposing presence and a palpable intensity with every movement are engaged in a fierce confrontation, as if their battle has never ceased. However, the onlooker, Duan Lang, who stands to the side and continuously rubs his shoulders, is acutely aware that this marks the second clash between Bu Jingjun and Nie Feng today. Just moments ago, it was Duan Lang himself, driven by an impulsive urge, who took over from Nie Feng to engage in combat with Bu Jingjun. At this moment, the two combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate once more, each contemplating the decisive blow that would determine the victor. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting their fierce engagement. It was an envoy from the esteemed elder, commanding Bu Jingjun, Nie Feng, and Duan Lang to promptly proceed to the council hall without delay. The servant, tasked with delivering the message, had arrived at the rear mountain and immediately shouted at the top of his lungs. "Oh, at this moment, Master has summoned us to the council hall. Could it be that Master has finally come to a decision and is ready to implement that plan?" Duan Lang, who had been bored moments earlier, was now filled with excitement and anticipation as he murmured to himself upon hearing the urgent summons. "Ling, don't just stand there foolishly. Let's go. If we are late, Master might become angry." Nie Feng, having halted his battle without hesitation, reminded the still excited Duan Lang, who stood there grinning like a fool. "Okay, Brother Feng, I'm on my way." Upon hearing this, the thought of inciting Master S. wrath sent a shiver down Duan Lang's spine, and he quickly summoned his strength, effortlessly overtaking Nie Feng, often referred to as the God of Wind, as he dashed after the already departing Bu Jingzhu, showcasing his exceptional agility. "Is everyone here?" Wu Feng inquired, observing the throngs of disciples below. Reporting to the elder, aside from a few leaders still on missions and some servants, everyone else is present, when Cho promptly replied. "Very well. Then let us commence," Wu Feng said slowly after a brief moment of contemplation. "Yes," when Cho acknowledged, standing tall as he turned to address the high-ranking members of the Heavenly Society below, by the decree of the Elder. The opportunity for the Heavenly Society to ascend to prominence has arrived. In order to swiftly rescue the common people suffering in dire straits, we shall begin preparations for war, aiming to eradicate all demons and malevolent beings within the realm, and restore peace and clarity to the world. Yes, the Elder's wisdom shall endure through the ages. We shall comply without hesitation." The high-ranking members of the Heavenly Society, whether out of genuine conviction or feigned flattery, echoed the sentiment with faces filled with eagerness and respect. Meanwhile, on the path to the Elder's quarters, Duan Lang could no longer contain his curiosity. "Brother Feng, what could possibly be so important that Master could not disclose it publicly in the council hall and insist on a private discussion with us?" "Enough, Duan. You have already asked me several times on this short journey, and I have told you I do not know," Nie Feng replied, exasperated. "Besides, once we meet Master, we will know everything. If you are so impatient to learn, then quicken your pace." Bu Jingyun, who had been leading the way in silence, suddenly spoke up and swiftly advanced with remarkable speed. Upon exchanging glances, Nie Feng and Duan Lang followed suit, using their lightness of foot to catch up. "You have arrived. Please, take a seat. There is no need to pretend to be formal. Just be yourselves. After all, as your teacher who has guided you since childhood, I am well aware of your temperaments." Wu Feng greeted the trio, whom he had taken under his wing a decade ago, with a warm smile. Without waiting for their response, he continued, "I imagine you are all quite curious as to why I have summoned you at this time? Please enlighten us, Master." Duan Lang, brimming with eagerness, interjected. "All right, enough with the teasing. Let's get to business. I have 3 important matters to discuss with you, so listen closely." Wu Feng concluded, ensuring they understood. "We understand, Master. You can rest assured," the 3 replied in unison after sharing a look of surprise. "Excellent. The day is growing late. Return to your rest and prepare yourselves," Wu Feng instructed. "Yes, Master. We shall take our leave. Good night." The trio answered in unison once more before departing, each lost in their own thoughts as they made their way back, gradually disappearing from view. The following morning at the Heavenly Society's headquarters, a multitude of disciples had gathered. After Wu Feng's necessary motivational speech, they followed their respective leaders, one after another, departing with a fierce determination to confront challenges from all directions. Shortly after, only Wu Feng and his 3 disciples remained. "Master, we are leaving now. Please take care of yourself." Bu Jingyun's 3 disciples bid farewell before rushing towards Lingyun Cave. Having already decided to complete one of the tasks assigned by their master, to search for the Xuanwu true art left behind by the legendary warrior Wu Wuti over 300 years ago. 3 months swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. At Tianwang Stronghold, Kill, Red Rain, one of the 27 leaders of the Heavenly Society, led his disciples into battle against the infamous bandit den. With ferocity, they tore through the defenses, swiftly dismantling over a dozen bandit strongholds in just a few months. Meanwhile, Su Hong, the leader of the Su faction, confronted the leader of the Lion King Fortress, Beiyi Quangshe, who stood before his heavily surrounded gates. "What is your intention? I thought the Lion King Fortress and your Heavenly Society were never to cross paths. Enough of your idle chatter. I have come to rid the world of your menace. Based on years of undercover investigations by my spies, your 4 brothers harbor ambitions of chaos, and the misdeeds you have plotted are beyond count. You deserve to suffer the most severe consequences for the hatred I feel at this moment," Su Hong declared, his heart heavy with sorrow. Before charging forward to confront the 4 brothers. In Lingyun Cave, the echo of knocking against the stone wall resounded once more. "Brother Feng, I can't go on any longer. I need a rest. Do you think the method Master suggested is truly reliable? It has been 3 whole months, and we have yet to find a single clue." After months of aimlessly striking the stone walls within the Lingyun Cave, Duanlong now displayed a visage of nausea, grumbling, "Enough. If you are weary, then rest there peacefully. Do not continue to lament before me, especially about our master's shortcomings, understood?" In this moment, even a kind-hearted individual like Nie Feng, imbued with a maternal instinct, could not help but feel a sense of agitation after 3 long months of fruitless endeavors in search of valuable clues. With a hint of irritation, he turned to Duanlang and exclaimed, "I understand your frustration, but must you be so fierce?" Witnessing Nie Feng's genuine ire, Duanlang instinctively recoiled slightly, his voice faltering as he mumbled, "All right, all right." Suddenly, a peculiar sound caught Bu Jingyun's attention as he continued to quietly tap against the stone wall. A thought crossed his mind. "Ah, Brother Feng and Brother Lang, cease your quarrel for a moment and come listen. I believe I may have discovered an empty section within the wall." Where? Is it here?" Duan Lang sprang to Bu Jingyun's side, mimicking his actions by rhythmically tapping the stone wall. "Indeed, it is real. Brother Feng, you must come and try this too. Enough of the games, Duan Shitty. Step back a little. Let me see if I can breach this stone wall." Without waiting for Nie Feng to approach, Bu Jingyun addressed Duan Lang, who promptly moved back at the mention of his name. With no further hesitation, Bu Jingyun gathered his energy, channeling his true essence along a specific trajectory into his right palm. He struck the stone wall with a powerful blow. Instantly, a hand made of condensed energy tore through the hollow, less than 50 centimeters thick stone wall effortlessly, revealing a chamber of approximately 100 square meters. Without a moment's pause, as the dust settled, the 3 of them swiftly darted into the stone chamber, immediately noticing the humanoid patterns etched into the walls. At that moment, they found themselves entranced, unable to tear their gaze away from the profound mysteries of the Xuanwu true art, instinctively practicing the intricate moves they envisioned in their minds. Thus, for the next period, they were absorbed in their training. Nie Feng wielded his snowdrink blade, instinctively executing the Wuo blade technique and the fierce leg technique. Bu Jingyun, with his sword capable of slicing through iron, practiced the Destiny Sword Path and the Xuanwu Divine Palm, and Duan Lang, brandishing the Fireland Sword, performed the Destiny Sword Path and the Dragon Claw technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed once more. On this day, within the depths of Lingyun Cave, in a stone chamber inscribed with the profound techniques of the Xuanwu true art, Wu Feng sat in serene meditation, eyes closed for an extended period. Suddenly, at a particular moment, a radiant light began to emanate from his body, a luminous jade-white glow intensified with the slow passage of time until it completely enveloped him, illuminating the entire stone chamber. The brilliant, piercing light not only brightened the chamber in an instant, but also roused the curiosity of his 3 brothers, who were waiting outside. Among them, the inquisitive Duanlong continually peered in, eager for a glimpse. As time ticked away, the brilliance of Wu Feng's radiance grew ever more dazzling, seemingly reaching a peak or threshold, causing the originally gentle light to transform into a searing heat. Fortunately, this transformation did not endure for long. Shortly thereafter, as Wufeng gradually opened his eyes. The intense light softened once more, eventually retreating back into his being, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, the Xuanwu true art lived up to its reputation as a transcendent skill above the shattered realms. It was truly remarkable and immensely beneficial. Sensing the increasingly pure and profound energy within him, along with a slight breakthrough in his martial will, Wufeng could not help but express inward admiration. Yet, he pondered, if he could gather more techniques of equal caliber to the Xuanwu true art, such as the Sacred Heart technique, the Crimson Fire divine art, or the Transcendent Sky technique, would it not assist him in making further advancements, reaching the realm beyond the shattered? For the moment, let us set aside Wufeng's aspirations upon his emergence and turn our attention to the fact that the Tianxia Society, having dominated the martial world, had finally reached a unanimous decision after 3 days and nights of deliberation. They resolved to take decisive action against the formidable stronghold of Wushuang City, a challenge they could no longer avoid. At this moment, Niera Wang, one of the 3 elders of the Tianxia Society, who had long been concealed by Wufeng, was leading all disciples from the 6 halls of the society, excluding the top 3, to surround the tightly shut gates of Wushuang City, creating an impenetrable barrier. Oh, who might this be? Is it not the once renowned Bane Quangdao, Niera Wang? When did he become a mere pawn for the Tianxia Society? From atop the city walls, Dugu Yifang looked down and, upon recognizing the leader, could not help but mockingly exclaim, you merely flaunt your tongue. I disdain to engage in such trivialities. Dugu Yifang, if you possess the courage, come down and face me in battle. Niera Wang responded with a calm demeanor, his gaze filled with disdain. Very well. Then let me experience the true prowess of Bane Quangdao. With those words, Dugu Yifang leapt from the city walls, executing the first form of the dragon descending leg, charging directly at Niera Wang. Come, receive my blade, Jing'an Yipi. Without a moment's hesitation, Niera Wang unleashed a powerful strike, releasing a blade of energy that spanned 10 zhang, effortlessly dismantling the myriad leg shadows Dugu Yifang had unleashed, forcing him to roll away in a state of disarray. Yet, before Dugu Yifang could lament his recklessness or misjudge his opponent's strength, Niera Wang followed up with another strike, icy cold energy coalescing from the Tinjiang blade, aimed directly at Dugu Yifang, who had just regained his footing. Realizing he was ensnared by the opponent's overwhelming aura and had no means of evasion, Dugu Yifang, with no choice left, gathered all his true energy and executed the final form of the dragon descending leg, unleashing a tempest of leg shadows to clash against the chilling blade energy. With a thunderous roar, Dugu Yifang momentarily gained the upper hand, shattering Niera Wang's second strike and preserving his life. Without pause, Niera Wang unleashed a third strike, equally vast in size and even more rapid and potent than the last, as if it were forged from reality itself. Breakthrough, Thunderous Dragon. Dugu Yifang, seeing the massive blade energy hurtling towards him, could no longer suppress his rest of true energy and poured all his might into another desperate counterattack. As the 2 strikes met, the chilling blade energy effortlessly cleaved through the myriad leg shadows, scattering them and mercilessly carving through Dugu Yifang, leaving a gaping wound that pierced through the city wall, creating a blade-shaped cavity. You are formidable. The silver blade energy is commendable, Dugu Yifang managed to utter, pointing weakly at Niera Wang. Before succumbing to the overwhelming blade force that tore him apart, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Father, do not stop me, get away. I must save my father. Dugu Ming cried out, desperately struggling against the grasp of the guardians, Shiwuzhen and Mingwe Laolao, who held him back. Young lord, you must not. Please, calm your wrath. Shiwuzhen urged, his face contorted with anguish. Indeed, young lord, remain patient. Do not throw your life away foolishly. The enemy is exceptionally strong. Even the city lord is no match for them. We must await your uncle, the Sword Saint, for him to seek justice and avenge our grievances. Mingwe Laolao added, her expression filled with sorrow. Ah, where is my uncle? When will he arrive? Why has he still not come? Dugu Ming shouted in frustration before forcing himself to calm down, wiping the tears from his face, and looking at the guardians with a hoarse voice, devoid of emotion. By all accounts, he should have arrived by now, one of the guardians replied, exchanging bewildered glances. Indeed, with the Sword Saint's agility, he should have been here already. They confirmed, their expressions reflecting their confusion. Kill. The disciples of the Tianxia Society surged towards the gates of Wushuang City, led by Qi Feng, one of the 9 hall masters. With a single strike of Frosty River, he shattered the gates, leading his comrades through the breach to engage in battle with the defenders inside the city. As the Tianxia Society forces breached the gates, Shiwuzhen could no longer remain idle. With a powerful leap, he descended from the walls, unleashing a palm strike, Buddha moves mountains, aimed directly at the charging Qin Feng. You seek death, frost, and dew. Begone. Qin Feng, having just fought his way through, barely had time to revel in his success before facing Shi Wuzen's near ambush. Infuriated, he retaliated with a powerful strike that encased Shi Wuzen in ice. With a resounding crack, Shi Wuzen summoned all his true energy, shattering the ice that enveloped him, and rolled to evade Qin Feng's imminent lethal blow. Frosty Snow Mountain, perish. Qin Feng, undeterred by his previous failure, launched another attack to eliminate Shi Wuzen. However, in that critical moment, Mingwei Laolao seized the opportunity, launching a counterattack against Qin Feng, forcing him to redirect his power towards her. With a thunderous clash, Mingwei Laolao found herself at a disadvantage, sent flying at least 10 zhang away upon impact. Pooh! A mouthful of blood, cold and tinged with malevolence, erupted from her lips. Sister, are you all right? Shi Wuzen rushed to her side, his face filled with urgency. Do not worry, I will not perish just yet. Help me up, let us fight together. As long as we can hold on until the Sword Saint arrives, everything will change, the tide will turn in our favor, Mingwei Laolao stated with solemn determination. Very well. Today I shall sacrifice my own strength to ensure we persist until the Sword Saint arrives, Shi Wuzen declared, helping her to her feet with a resolute expression, as if bolstering his own courage. Chattering fools, since you wish for death together, allow me to do you a favor. Qin Feng, steeped in the ideology of a new era, held zero tolerance for those who obstructed its arrival. Die beneath the falling snow. This time, who else can save you, remnants? Qin Shuang uttered coldly with smug satisfaction after unleashing his most formidable technique. The four-form strike represented the ultimate and most powerful move of the Frost Fist, once executed. A chilling aura permeated within a radius of 7 to 8 zhang, freezing everything in its path at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, it surged toward the two guardians supporting each other. Bearing boundless frost and piercing cold, this supreme technique effortlessly shattered the final combined assault of the Twin City Guardians, encasing them in ice. Just as they were about to be frozen to death, a colossal sword aura brimming with unparalleled sharpness tore through the frigid tempest, dispersing it instantly and rescuing the imperiled duo. Master, should we simply stand by and watch? And why did you let the Sword Saint leave earlier? Having witnessed the entire scene, Duan Lang could no longer suppress his curiosity and turned to Wu Feng for answers. Enough, junior brother Duan. Speak less. Master surely has his own considerations, Nia Feng interjected swiftly. Indeed, junior brother Duan. Hold your tongue for now. Must you question Master's decisions? Bu Jingzhen added icily, his gaze flickering toward Wu Feng's expression. Enough, you three rascals. Impressive, in such a short time. Not only have you learned to perform in front of me, but you've also mastered the art of cornering me with words. Truly remarkable. Wu Feng retorted, torn between amusement and exasperation as he exposed their act. Heh. We knew we couldn't deceive you, master. But don't be angry, Duan Lang began sheepishly, only to be cut off. Spare the excuses. Do you think I don't know what you're after? You want to know why I let the Sword Saint walk away despite the perfect opportunity, don't you? Yes. Why? Master, this contradicts what you've always taught us. Simply because the Sword Saint has yet to reach his zenith. The strike I anticipate still lacks its full essence, Wu Feng mused, reminiscing about their earlier confrontation. Turning away, he strode off, adding, Go aid your comrade. Niren won't last much longer. And deliver a message to the Sword Saint. I eagerly await the emergence of the 23rd sword, yearning to witness its peerless edge. Stunned, the three disciples exchanged glances before complying in unison. Without delay, they unleashed their peerless lightness skills, racing toward Twin City, where Qin Shuang and Niera Wang were faltering under the Sword Saint's onslaught. Is this the legendary Nameless of the South, Sword Saint of the North? Compared to him, my title of Mad Blade of the North falls woefully short. Humiliated by the Sword Saint's overwhelming dominance, Niera Wang chastised himself inwardly. How foolish I was to revel in attaining Silver Blade Chi. Such arrogance is inexcusable. Daring to lose focus in battle with me? Seek death. Enraged, the Sword Saint bypassed intermediate techniques, directly unleashing the 21st sword. Instantly, 21 gleaming sword auras, each spanning at least 10 zhang, surged forth with merciless intent and world-rending sharpness, engulfing the already beleaguered Qin Shuang and Niera Wang. At that critical moment, just as it seemed that the two would meet their demise at the hands of the Sword Saint, the urgent arrival of the three brothers, Bu Jingzhen, was marked by their immediate deployment of recently mastered ultimate techniques to counter the rapidly approaching colossal sword energy. The Xuanwu Divine Palm, the fierce and unyielding leg, and the Destiny Sword path manifested simultaneously, each measuring several tens of feet in size. In an instant, enormous hands, leg shadows, and fiery sword energies appeared, each rushing to intercept the 7 streams of sword energy, colliding with them and neutralizing one another. Ultimately, most of this energy dissipated into the air, leaving only a small portion that ricocheted outward, ravaging the surrounding area within 100 meters, causing buildings to collapse and leaving a landscape marred by intersecting, chaotic deep craters. Ah, it is you. So, you are also members of the World Association, the Sword Saint remarked, his face grave as he contemplated the sudden intervention. Indeed, you are correct. My brothers and I are among the 9 current Hall Masters of the World Association, Nia Feng responded earnestly, having saved Qin Shuang and Nia Ruang at the critical moment. Very well then, let the expert who intercepted us earlier make their appearance as well. Upon receiving confirmation, the Sword Saint coldly declared, disregarding the trio of Bu Jingzun and the remaining presence of Qin Shuang and Nia Ruang. Humph, what audacity! If you wish to battle our master, you must first contend with us 3. A visibly provoked Duanlong retorted. After exchanging a fleeting glance with Nie Feng and Bu Jingyun, he took the initiative, unleashing a blazing sword energy that stretched 7 to 8 feet long, aimed directly at the Sword Saint, who stood with his hands behind his back. Humph, how foolish. The Sword Saint dismissed the oncoming fiery sword energy with a casual wave, conjuring a 10-foot sword energy that carried an overwhelming destructive force, effortlessly dispersing the illusory flame attack and directing its residual might toward Duanlong, all while maintaining a cold, disdainful demeanor. Realizing that his meticulously crafted strike had been so easily thwarted and that he was now faced with the backlash, Duanlong had no choice but to hastily unleash a sword strike that he had yet to fully prepare, barely countering the remnant force of the Sword Saint's blow. You too. Why are you still standing idly by? Did we not agree to attack together? Frustrated, Duanlong shouted at Nie Feng and Bu Jingzun, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. Haha, Duanlong, do not take offense. I was momentarily distracted. I'm on it now. Here comes the snow tracking plum. Bu Jingyun swiftly followed suit. Ah, young ones, do you seek death? The Sword Saint, witnessing their reckless assault, displayed a hint of impatience, casting aside his earlier caution. Then allow me to oblige you. With a single stroke of his sword, 18 streams of sword energy, each measuring several tens of feet, surged forth, targeting the combined attacks of Feng, Yun, and Lang. The inevitable outcome was a scene of utter devastation, as the sword energies met their targets with overwhelming force. After a mere second of resistance, they shattered the trio's combined efforts, sending a wave of destruction hurtling toward them. Goodness, how fierce. Take cover, Duanlong instinctively warned. Though it proved to be an unnecessary remark, as both Bu Jingyun and Nie Feng had already evaded to the sides before he could finish speaking. Only Duanlong was slightly delayed, narrowly escaping the incoming cataclysmic sword energy at the cost of a single hair. The remnants of the sword energy, imbued with boundless destructive might, struck a nearby 3-story tavern, instantly collapsing it and scattering its remains like confetti through the air. With one failed strike, the Sword Saint's destructive energy re-emerged in a flash, unleashing an even more potent wave of sword energy that enveloped the trio, leaving no possibility for further evasion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the 3 quickly understood that they must now fight with all their might. They formed a defensive triangle, standing back to back, each preparing to unleash their most powerful techniques against the oncoming onslaught of chilling, annihilating sword energy. Cloud of Sorrow, Cold Blade, Destiny's Singular Path. The 4 techniques collided, resonating with thunderous roars that echoed for miles, obliterating everything in their wake and leaving behind a scene of utter desolation. Let's go. With dust and debris swirling around them, the trio, except for Bu Jingzhen who opted to stay behind, swiftly assisted Nie Ruang and Qin Shuang before leaping towards the city wall of Wushuang City without hesitation. Humph. You think you can escape? Dream on. The Sword Saint, having been momentarily pushed back by the furious energy of their clash, steadied himself and coldly commanded. In an instant, the most potent move of the Sacred Spirit Sword technique was unleashed from the enraged Sword Saint's hand, showcasing immense power. With a swift motion, he summoned a sword imbued with ruthless intent, capable of summoning storms and shifting the heavens, as it surged toward the remaining 5 Feng, Yun, and Lang. In that moment, the 5 individuals, 3 lightly injured and 2 severely wounded, who were completely ensnared by the Sword Saint's unparalleled strike, felt as though their bodies were mired in a quagmire, each movement becoming exceedingly arduous. Cold sweat cascaded down their faces like a torrential stream, and an overwhelming chill enveloped their hearts, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. As they braced themselves for the inevitable, Bu Jingzun, straining against the relentless pressure of the sword intent, summoned the weighty qi within him. invoking the earlier bestowed fist intent from Wu Feng at the brink of life and death. With a resounding force, a magnificent fist intent, imbued with an awe-inspiring might, erupted forth, effortlessly dismantling the merciless sword intent and destructive force wielded by the sword saint. The oppressive grip upon the five was instantly alleviated, allowing Feng, Yun, and Lang to seize the opportunity and make their escape. The sword saint, momentarily staggered back several steps by the unexpectedly powerful fist intent, struggled with all his might to counteract it, his face a mask of fury as he helplessly watched the five depart with composure. "Ah, a mere will without a master, be shattered," he bellowed, yet the resplendent fist intent, now waning in strength, ultimately dissipated into the air after a fierce contest lasting several seconds. However, before the enraged sword saint could pursue the fleeing figures, a voice echoed across the distance. "The Northern Sword Saint certainly lives up to his reputation, far surpassing us in strength. I am enlightened by this encounter. Yet, do not bask too much in your triumph, for my master bids me convey a message." He eagerly anticipates the emergence of Sword 23, wishing for its unparalleled power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. "Sword 23, you say?" The Sword Saint fell into contemplation, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Yet, this state of bewilderment was fleeting. As he murmured the words repeatedly, the haze gradually lifted, replaced by a fleeting spark of insight, followed by a radiant clarity that illuminated his understanding. In that moment, the Sword Saint, having grasped a fleeting spark of inspiration, was indifferent to all people and matters. Without uttering a word, he promptly turned and raced back along the path he had come, disappearing from the sight of the two guardians of Wushuang City. He paid no heed to the sorrowful cries of Diguming as he hastened toward the secluded place where he had long been in retreat. The Sword Saint showed no hesitation or delay, entering into profound meditation and cultivation. He endeavored to deduce and practice based on the insight he had captured, striving to comprehend the transcendent Sword 23. However, unbeknownst to the Sword Saint, as he sought to understand the unparalleled sword that defied the world, the sky above the sword pavilion transformed dramatically. In an instant, the winds rose and clouds gathered ominously from all directions, swiftly obscuring the radiant sunlight and plunging the surrounding area into a shroud of darkness. "What is happening? Why has the sky suddenly darkened?" exclaimed Duguming and the two guardians, who had been left far behind in pursuit of the Sword Saint, astonished by the abrupt celestial phenomenon. Before they could comprehend the situation, a cataclysmic surge of sword intent erupted from within the sword pavilion. It manifested as a colossal sword, towering 100 feet, its tip pointed skyward. The sword intent sword, exuding an overwhelming will that compelled all upright beings and objects within a 10-mile radius to bow in reverence. What an extraordinary sword intent! It appears that under my guidance, the Sword Saint has indeed grasped the Holy Spirit sword technique a bit earlier than expected, achieving the ultimate transcendence. Truly, he has not disappointed me. At this moment, seated within the grand hall of a branch sect, Wu Feng was casually perusing various letters and martial arts manuals. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards the distant Jianlu, which lay at least 100 miles away, and sighed. "Ah, has that unparalleled sword of the Zhonghua Pavilion finally emerged into the world? How troubled the common people are." At this moment, the enigmatic teacher, who was instructing his disciple Jianshan in the mysterious swordplay, abruptly halted and gazed towards the distant sword pavilion, situated hundreds of miles away. With a heavy sigh, he murmured, "Master, what captivates your attention so? What sword could possibly transcend the world?" Observing the sudden pause in his mentor's teachings, Jianshan couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. "It is nothing. Let us continue." The master, momentarily shaken from his reverie by his disciple's interruption, shook his head and replied with an impassive expression. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. On this day, the Sword Saint, having fully comprehended and mastered his newly created technique, officially emerged from his seclusion. Upon leaving the sword pavilion, he exchanged a few mundane words with his nephew, Duguming, before resolutely setting off towards the headquarters of the World Association, where Wu Feng was currently located. As he traversed the path to the World Association, the Sword Saint reflected on the immense fist intent he had experienced over half a month ago. To ensure his readiness, he resolved to embark on a journey of accumulation. After a moment of contemplation, he determined a steadfast direction and began his ascent towards Tianshan, overcoming mountains and rivers with unwavering resolve. With each step he took, his momentum and confidence grew, propelling him forward on this relentless journey. 3 days later, upon reaching the World Association's headquarters, the Sword Saint attained an unprecedented peak of power. Calmly and deliberately, he ascended the steps to the summit of Tianshan, standing atop the grand training ground of the World Association. "You have arrived as you wished," I have come. Are you prepared? Everything is perfectly ready. Then what are you waiting for? For the opportune moment. Oh, when is that? It is now, Sword 23. With the final words of the Sword Saint. His peak momentum manifested as the most formidable strike of the Holy Spirit sword technique. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. As Sword Intent soared into the sky, stirring and gathering the profound forces of the universe, the pervasive Sword Intent enveloped the entire training ground, compelling the elemental forces from all directions to rapidly coalesce into a domain governed by the Sword Saint's divine essence. As the sword domain formed, the surrounding space seemed to come to a standstill, freezing all beings and objects within it. Apart from their conscious thoughts, the individuals could not move even a fraction. Left at the mercy of the dense Sword Intent saturating the domain, silence reigned. The training ground resembled a painting hanging on a wall. Everything but the Sword Saint's divine essence remained frozen in time. Even Wufeng, who had prepared for this moment, found himself momentarily immobilized. As he swiftly regained his composure, he discovered that the Sword Saint's divine sword was mere inches away from him. Without a moment to spare, Wufeng displayed the artifact of his years of cultivation, the Creation Green Lotus platform, to deflect the imminent threat of the Sword Saint's divine sword. Seizing the brief opportunity afforded by his own divine essence, he summoned all his true energy and launched a formidable punch at the Sword Saint's corporeal form. Seeing this, the Sword Saint, transformed into a divine sword, knew he could not continue to clash with the Green Lotus platform. In a flash, he returned to his physical body, channeling the power of the sword domain to form a protective shield while leveraging his home ground advantage to completely suppress and nullify the elemental force gathered by Wufeng's punch, easily absorbing the remaining pure energy. Before the Sword Saint could revel in his success, a sudden, overwhelming punch erupted forth, its fierce intent driving away the destructive sword intent that had filled the training ground, compressing the Sword Saint's domain to a mere 3 feet around him before it finally halted, exhausted. Is this the sublimation of martial will? This feeling of mastery over all is indeed splendid. Wufeng, who had long surpassed the necessary conditions for a breakthrough but had been held back due to the barrier of knowledge, now found clarity through his first-hand experience of the Sword Saint's sword domain. In an instant, he comprehended everything and naturally broke through, transcending several minor realms due to his profound accumulation, thus overwhelming the Sword Saint's will domain to its limits. Success. Master has succeeded, exclaimed Duanlang, who was watching from the sidelines, his face alight with excitement upon witnessing the overwhelming presence of Wufeng. Indeed, success. Everything unfolded just as Master anticipated, said Nyafeng, his eyes shining with admiration as he gazed at Wufeng in the training ground. What is there to be astonished about? Every endeavor of Master has been executed only after achieving a tenfold assurance, remarked Bu Jingzun. Though internally thrilled, he maintained an air of calmness. You have been calculating from the start, using me to aid your breakthrough of the will barrier. No wonder my journey has faced no interruptions, the Sword Saint questioned incredulously, unable to accept that he had become a stepping stone for Wufeng. You flatter me, esteemed one, and have set my worth too high. I have merely been flowing with the currents, moving as the situation dictated, replied Wufeng, a subtle smile gracing his face as he savored the essence of his newly attained fist domain. Without further delay, Wufeng raised his hand, gathered his strength, and unleashed a punch, executing a series of movements in the blink of an eye. He struck forth with a steady, ordinary direct punch, initially the size of an adult's fist, which rapidly expanded as it approached the Sword Saint. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a size of 100 feet and continued to gather the elemental forces from a radius of 10 miles, becoming increasingly colossal. By the time it reached the Sword Saint, it had transformed into a 300-foot behemoth, its overwhelming weight akin to a mountain. This enormous punch did not merely shatter the 100-foot sword conjured by the Sword Saint, it sent him crashing into a nearby snow-capped peak, resulting in a catastrophic demise, ending his lifelong obsession with the sword. The earth quaked and echoed with the sounds of the avalanche, reverberating through the air, leaving the high-ranking members of the World Association, who had been observing from a distance, utterly astonished and speechless. At this moment, the crowd, deeply shaken, felt as though something within them had utterly collapsed, only to be swiftly and impeccably reconstructed in a mere instant. Indeed, such is the nature of a true hero. How magnificent, how awe-inspiring. The first to regain his composure, the esteemed king of men, alongside Duan Shui, one of the 3 revered elders, simultaneously marveled in astonishment. Is this not merely a reflection of the legendary powers of the celestial beings? Indeed, what distinguishes the force that shatters mountains from that of the divine? Can human strength truly reach such heights? Although my master had mentioned it previously, this seems exceedingly extravagant. It is indeed true. My master once stated that humans could undergo relentless cultivation to transcend into divinity, yet at that time, we were rather skeptical. Now, upon reflection, if this is indeed the case, then the concepts of reincarnation, the underworld, and my master's assertion that with sufficient strength, one can accomplish anything, including resurrection, resonate profoundly. In this moment, a myriad of thoughts about Bu Jingyun flooded my mind. And I secretly resolved to dedicate myself 100-fold more than ever before to the pursuit of martial arts cultivation, aspiring to reach the realm described by my master, where one could potentially rescue deceased loved ones. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this moment, the last stumbling block in plain sight, the city of Wushuang, has been shattered by the Tianxia Association, marking the preliminary fulfillment of its grand aspiration to unify the realm. At this juncture, there remains solely a martial arts supreme, devoid of any semblance of intimidation or dominion, resembling a mere mascot, awaiting the Tianxia Association to gently raise the slaughtering knife and bring about its demise. On this day, in the grand hall of the Tianxia Society, a straightforward hall master among the 9 spoke up, perplexed by the hesitation of his peers. What is there to deliberate? We should simply push through. How could a mere martial arts dynasty pose a challenge to our Tianxia Society? However, the astute strategist of the group immediately countered. This is not prudent. Such actions would compromise our integrity and honor, exposing us to criticism and portraying the Tianxia Society as brutish and tyrannical, which would hinder our future governance. Another hall master echoed his sentiment. Indeed, rashness is the least desirable course of action. We should not resort to it unless absolutely necessary. The boisterous hall master, feeling dismissed, declared, if none of my proposals hold water, then I shall withdraw from the discussion. With that, he closed his eyes, seemingly retreating into deep contemplation, truly intending to disengage from the deliberations ahead. Let us not dwell on this fool, suggested Qin Shuang, the host of the meeting, breaking the awkward silence. I believe there is merit in the thoughts of Hall Masterly, but we must approach it with subtlety. For instance, we could deploy our members to assist in maintaining order, allowing the original guards, who have served diligently, to retire and enjoy their well-deserved peace. Naturally, we must also eliminate a few misguided loyalists to set an example. What do you all think? Observing the escalating debate among the hall masters, Duan Lang, who had remained a passive observer, interjected, what a brilliant idea. We can indeed render the supreme martial artist powerless, turning him into a mere puppet. At this moment, a previously indecisive hall master, influenced by the detached elder's disciple, chimed in with flattery. Yes, indeed. This plan is exceedingly clever. Soon, it seemed as though consensus had been reached, as the once arguing hall masters unanimously began to echo and embellish each other's thoughts. In an instant, apart from the detached Niafeng, Bu Jingzun, and Qin Shuang, all 5 hall masters, including the previously dismissive hall masterly, expressed their agreement. Thus, the meeting concluded with Duan Lang's proposal as its core, supplemented by the contributions of the other 5 hall masters. The next day, eager to implement the decisions made, 4 of the 9 hall masters swiftly led their subordinates towards the residence of the supreme martial artist. In the ensuing period, everything unfolded as the hall masters had envisioned, culminating in the relentless execution of hundreds of misguided loyalists, effectively quelling any overt resistance. Furthermore, a third of the Tianxia Society's members successfully took their positions within the martial arts dynasty, completely replacing the previous guards and ensuring stability. During this time, it is noteworthy that due to the policies of the Tianxia Society, which abolished systems including but not limited to feudal slavery, the supreme martial artist and his family found themselves in a state of self-sufficiency. This situation was not solely a result of the hall master's machinations, but also stemmed from the supreme martial artist's family's failure to recognize the changing realities. At this moment, the 9 hall masters, who had long been troubled by the supreme martial artist's family, reached an unspoken agreement. As long as the family would not perish from starvation or unforeseen calamities, they would be allowed to enjoy a semblance of freedom, albeit one that was more akin to that of reformed prisoners. Time passed swiftly, and a decade slipped by. Over these 10 years, the Tianxia Society witnessed numerous significant events. First and foremost, 9 years ago, when the constitutional monarchy was established, a rebellion was instigated by remnants of the former dynasty and loyalists of the feudal system. Although the Tianxia Society had anticipated this uprising and swiftly quelled it, it nonetheless resulted in considerable losses. For instance, due to a careless oversight by a duty hall master, the supreme martial artist and his entire family tragically fell victim to the rebels. Moreover, the once reclusive Xiong Ba, the leader of the Xiong gang, was interrupted at a crucial moment of his cultivation, leading to his downfall. He became a mere shell of his former self, bedridden and in a coma, missing the grand ceremony of ascension, an unfortunate turn of events. Additionally, 7 years ago, an invasion led by the sovereign of the Japanese Wujushin Palace, Juwushin, aimed to conquer the Central Plains. Despite the Tianxia Society's swift response, a few of Juwushin's core subordinates managed to escape, setting the stage for a subsequent attempt at invasion. However, before any actual aggression could commence, the 9 formidable members of the Imperial Council intervened at the coastline, thwarting Juwushin's ambitions and leaving him and his cohorts at their mercy. Not long after this incident, a significant discussion within the Imperial Council led to the dawn of the Age of Exploration, spearheaded by council members Duan Lang, Yang Jin, and Su Hong. Lastly, it is essential to mention that due to the unwavering support of Wu Feng, the first elected president of the Imperial Council 9 years ago, the development of martial arts has flourished, enriching Wu Feng's knowledge and bridging many gaps in the evolution of martial disciplines. Since the moment Wu Feng declined to seek re-election 1 year ago, he has immersed himself within the confines of the Wu Temple, diligently absorbing and organizing nearly 99% of the martial arts knowledge accumulated therein. Now, a year has elapsed, and Wu Feng's achievements are nothing short of monumental. Over this period, he has not only thoroughly refined all his martial arts, distilling them into a singular essence, one punch, unmatched in prowess, one finger, unparalleled in uniqueness, one kick, without peer in the world. Furthermore, he has preliminarily classified a new framework of martial realms, destined to be disseminated across the land, delineated as the 9 streams and 9 heavens. Wu Feng has meticulously categorized the martial realms into 2 principal domains and 18 subrealms, the 9 streams of mortal martial arts and the 9 heavens of divine martial arts. To elaborate, the mortal martial arts correspond to the 9 subrealms from the lowest to the highest, while the divine martial arts align with the 9 subrealms from the 1st to the 9th heaven. Specifically, any warrior who has opened 1 to 4 of the 12 meridians is classified within the realm of 9 streams. Those who have opened 5 to 8 are deemed to reside within the 8 streams. Warriors who have accessed 9 to 12 are recognized as belonging to the 7 streams. Those who have unlocked one of the 8 extraordinary meridians are labeled within the 6 streams, whereas those who have opened 2 to 3 are classified as 5 streams, and 4 to 6 as 4 streams. The mastery of the Ren and Du meridians, along with the 8 extraordinary meridians, leads to a transformation through the cleansing of marrow and the evolution of vital energy, marking the 3 streams realm, a state characterized by the innate quality of infinite vitality. The realization of one's martial path, the crystallization of personal martial will, or the creation of a unique martial art represents the 2 streams realm, often referred to as the Grandmaster's domain. With initial mastery achieved, the martial will can manifest, empowering every move with vitality, spirit, and essence, reaching the pinnacle of mortal existence, thus attaining the 1 stream realm, celebrated as the apex of the mundane Grandmaster's state, when the essence, spirit, and vitality culminate at their respective zeniths, and one grasps the harmony between the cosmos and oneself, gradually integrating and adjusting until achieving unity with the natural world, where every action resonates with the forces of heaven and earth. This denotes the 1st heaven realm, transcending the ordinary to become one with the divine. The convergence of the grand synthesis of man, nature, and spirit, along with the initial manifestation of martial will and the emergence of the martial domain, signifies the 2nd heaven realm, previously known as the realm of shattered void. The solidification of martial will and the complete formation of the martial domain, marked by the flourishing of the yang spirit and the communion with the cosmos, enables the ability to shatter mountains and valleys, characterizing the 3rd heaven realm, which presently reflects Wu Feng's state. With the martial domain fully realized, one gains the ability to manipulate all things within nature, moving with intent and wielding immense power, signifying the 4th heaven realm. The transformation of the martial domain into an independent world, achieving celestial status and wielding destructive capabilities, is representative of the 5th heaven realm. As for the remaining realms of the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens, due to Wu Feng's limited understanding and exposure, he is unable to delineate them at this time. Thus, they remain in abeyance, awaiting a future when he may broaden his horizons and encounter deeper martial wisdom for further refinement and completion. Report. A voice interrupted. Addressing the Grand Speaker, Qin, who was summoned to the Imperial Council Hall regarding a matter of great importance concerning the Heavenly Gate, the former leader of the Universal Assembly, now serving as secretary and assistant to Qin Shuang, Hongyu, hastily approached the entrance of the Wu Temple, his expression one of utmost respect and admiration. Very well. I understand. Please relay my message that I will arrive shortly. Oh, and by the way, I am no longer the speaker. You may wish to adjust your address accordingly. Wu Feng replied, having just concluded his reflections. Grand Speaker, you may not be aware, but upon assuming office, the first act of Speaker Qin was to propose your candidacy, unanimously endorsing you as the Grand Speaker of the Celestial Dynasty, a lifetime appointment equivalent to that of a semi-sovereign. As expected, this received unanimous support, Hong Yu explained, bowing respectfully. Preposterous. What is this? An emperor or a regent? Wu Feng questioned sternly. Ah, Grand Speaker, you misunderstand. The position of Grand Speaker is merely nominal and is solely designated for you. There shall be no further appointments of this nature. Hong Yu quickly clarified upon witnessing Wu Feng's authoritative demeanor. Oh, is that so? Very well. It seems I have inadvertently burdened Qin Shuang. Let it be as it is. But do not let it recur, Wu Feng mused, shaking his head with a wry smile after a moment's contemplation. In the Celestial Dynasty, within the Imperial Council Hall. On this day, the Grand Hall once again assembled the current 9 council members and a speaker. Teacher, you've arrived, greeted Wu Feng, walking leisurely into the hall. The gathered individuals immediately rose to welcome him, their expressions marked with respect. All right, please return to your seats. There is no need for unnecessary pleasantries. Let's get straight to the point. What pressing or troublesome matters have compelled you to disturb me once more? Upon entering the assembly hall, Wu Feng raised his hand to signal everyone to remain seated and without hesitation, addressed the issue at hand. Ah, indeed, teacher, you remain as forthright as ever. In that case, I shall not delay and will proceed directly to the main agenda of this meeting. Based on the fragmented information gathered by spies across the Divine Land over the past few years, we have identified 3 urgent matters that require the Empire's immediate attention and action to avert future complications. The first and most pressing issue is the formidable force known as Tianmen, which has been lurking in the shadows of the martial world, a power established over 1,000 years ago by the deity known as Yushi Tian or Su Fu. Has Tianmen officially emerged now? Before the current speaker, Qin Shuang, could continue, Wu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, his expression turning serious as he interrupted with a question. Yes, teacher. According to our spies, there has been a recent surge of mysterious individuals in the vicinity of Gui Shuepo. And Lan Ruo Temple has also seen an influx of such figures, Qin Shuang responded earnestly, his tone reflecting the gravity of the situation. Understood. Please continue. Wu Feng indicated after a moment of contemplation. Yes, teacher. I shall now proceed to the second urgent matter, Qin Shuang replied, raising the documents in his hand to signal the assembly before continuing. According to reports from spies in the Eastern Isles, the enigmatic leader of the Hidden Swords sect, the founder of the Su Nu Society, has made a public appearance for the first time, exhibiting ambiguous intentions. Has the infamous De Emotion made any appearances or shown signs of activity? Asked Duan Lang, who was already well informed of the world's most exceptional masters, as he recalled. Oh, and what of his father, the ancient being known as Xiao San Xiao, who is reputed to be the longest lived among them? Have there been any notable discoveries regarding him? Regrettably, there have been no significant findings. You must understand that given the prowess of such ancient beings, it is entirely beyond our Empire's spies to detect them if they choose to remain hidden, Qin Shuang explained with a wry smile, clearly exasperated. Indeed, I overlooked that point. Please continue, Qin Shixiang, Duan Lang admitted, recognizing his oversight. Lastly, the Empire has made groundbreaking advancements in the experimental research of the blood essence of the fire Qilin, one of the 4 divine beasts. The project, codenamed Qilin Enhancement Agent 4, has reached a stage where the Qilin Guard initiative can commence ahead of schedule. Additionally, after years of exploration and inquiry, we have finally located the island of Dragon God, the habitat of the strongest of the 4 divine beasts, the Azure Dragon. Qin Shuang shared, a smile illuminating his face as he divulged the only piece of good news among the 3 matters. Ah, finally, we have received some exhilarating news. Qin Shixiang, you were so serious that I feared even worse calamities were in store. Nie Feng exclaimed, relaxing his previously tense demeanor and breaking into a smile. Indeed, echoed Duan Lang and the others, joining in the light-hearted banter, save for the suddenly solemn Wu Feng. My lord, having listened attentively from my post. Do you have nothing to contribute? Wu Feng turned abruptly to the upper right, his expression grave. Truly, you are the renowned god of martial arts, Wu Feng. I merely revealed a hint of my presence, fleeting as it was, yet you managed to detect and pinpoint me. Replied the figure that was none other than the deity Yushi Tian, who had recently awakened from a long slumber. Having been informed of the significant events occurring in the world over the past decade by his disciple, Luo Xian, Yushi Tian, driven by curiosity, ventured alone to the capital of the Divine Land, effortlessly making his way to the assembly hall. He listened intently as the council discussed the three pressing matters. It was only when Qin Shuang mentioned Dragon God Island that Yusher Tian felt a ripple in his otherwise tranquil demeanor, causing a crack in his previously impenetrable aura. Humph. Whosoever dares to eavesdrop on the Empire's confidential affairs shall meet their doom. Surrender at once, shouted Bu Jingzun, recognizing the intruder and immediately launching a fierce attack. Unleashing a devastating move aimed directly at Yusher Tian. With profound internal energy, Bu Jingyun's palm strike coalesced, rapidly forming an enormous cloud-like handprint that descended towards Yusher Tian, intent on obliterating him entirely. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yusher Tian stood unmoved, seemingly paralyzed by fear, allowing the strike to pass through him without inflicting any harm. How is this possible? Gasped everyone present, except for Wu Feng, who calmly remarked, "Have you forgotten that I informed you of the 7 no boundaries?" With that, Wu Feng turned to the now acting mysterious Yusher Tian. "I was wondering which legendary master had the leisure to play the eavesdropper, only to discover it was you. The leader of Tianmen. You, a presumptuous child, dare to speak so boldly before me. I shall ensure that from now on you will find neither life nor death to be an option," Yusher Tian declared angrily. With that, he swiftly appeared before Wu Feng, launching a powerful punch aimed at incapacitating him, only to find his strike firmly caught by Wu Feng's hand, unable to advance further. Recognizing that his attack had been thwarted, Yusher Tian retreated. In an instant, he launched another attack towards the back of Wu Feng. With a swift motion, akin to a flash of lightning, the strike landed squarely on Wu Feng's back, seemingly catching him off guard. However, before Emperor Shi Tian could revel in his success, he felt an unsettling sensation, as if he had struck nothing but air. Realizing the deception, he glanced at the afterimage he had effortlessly pierced through and immediately darted to the side without hesitation, narrowly evading Wu Feng's retaliatory punch that followed closely behind. Impressive footwork, Wu Feng remarked, his expression remaining impassive as he acknowledged the sudden acceleration of Emperor Shi Tian's retreat. "You have surprised me." Once stabilized, Emperor Shi Tian wore a vigilant demeanor, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. In the midst of his swirling thoughts, he resolved, "Yet, this is merely the beginning. Soon, you shall understand why the divine is deemed divine." In the blink of an eye, Emperor Shi Tian surged forward once more, his movements reminiscent of thunder and lightning, creating a multitude of afterimages that surrounded the steadfast Wu Feng. The onslaught came swiftly from all directions, akin to a torrential downpour. Yet, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, facing the relentless barrage with calm composure. He countered each attack with precision, returning punches with punches and kicks with kicks, matching each move. From a distance, he resembled a towering pine tree, resolutely anchored on a sheer cliff, standing firm and unwavering. As the tempest of rapid strikes assailed him, he remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility, effortlessly blocking each powerful attack that threatened to overwhelm him. The unfolding scene left the onlookers utterly astonished and speechless. This was due to the extraordinary display of speed exhibited by the formidable figure of Emperor Shi Tian, whose agility was both dazzling and disorienting to the celestial beings present. In contrast, the steadfast Wu Feng remained immovable as a rock. His seemingly slow yet incredibly swift reactions and strikes further captivated the spectators, broadening their horizons once more. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, trading thousands of strikes within a mere 30 seconds. After a prolonged assault, Emperor Shi Tian, unable to gain the upper hand, deftly withdrew from the fray. Standing at a distance, he gazed at Wu Feng with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty, exclaiming, "Young one, your prowess astounds me. Reminiscent of a figure from centuries past, one who shared your age and arrogance. You refer to the peerless warrior Wu Wudi, who nearly claimed your life 300 years ago." "How unfortunate," Wu Feng replied with a slight shake of his head and a resigned sigh. His expression then shifted to one of determination. "Since he failed to fulfill his mission to end your life, allow me to conclude it for you." "Ah, such audacity. Young one, you court death. I declare this warm-up game at an end. Prepare to witness the might of a deity, a force far beyond the grasp of mere mortals." With this proclamation, Emperor Shi Tian lightly pressed his right foot against the ground and soared into the sky, hovering 100 meters above, arms outstretched. In an instant, as he executed this gesture, the heavens transformed, the winds surged and clouds gathered, the elemental forces within a 10-mile radius converging frantically under his command. They coalesced into a colossal hand of profound ice, radiating a chilling aura and a ghostly white light, which descended rapidly towards Wu Feng. Before the formidable hand of ice could fully descend, the oppressive force it carried left all present, save for Wu Feng, struggling to maintain their footing. Warriors beneath the celestial realm collapsed to their knees, their faces pale with fear as they beheld the icy hand, resembling a miniature glacier. "Get up, all of you. Leave this place and cease this disgrace," shouted Duan Lang, who, despite the overwhelming pressure, struggled to stand firm for the fallen guards. "Enough, Brother Duan. Do not blame them. The enemy's strength is indeed beyond the norm." Following closely behind, Nie Feng, while explaining the situation to the guards, joined Duan Lang alongside Bu Jingzun, Qin Shuang, and other allies to collectively withstand the immense pressure. The development of events unfolded slowly, yet it transpired in mere seconds. Wu Feng, the primary target, stood alone at the center of the looming hand, experiencing a pressure of momentum that was several times greater than that felt by those around him. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast and composed, standing upright with his hands behind his back. Apart from the gently swaying hem of his garment, he seemed entirely unaffected by the overwhelming pressure, displaying an expression of tranquility. He even found the leisure to observe his surroundings, and upon spotting a sight that pleased him, a subtle smile graced his lips. With the realization that his anticipated objective was within reach, Wu Feng decided against further delay and made his move. He slowly raised his fist towards the sky, delivering a seemingly childlike straight punch that, in reality, was deceptively swift and impactful, colliding with the massive hand of ice several hundred zhang away. Upon their contact, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, echoing for miles around, akin to the sound of thunderclaps. The disproportionate clash between fist and palm appeared deceptively mundane. Yet it concealed an immense and restrained power, bursting forth with overwhelming force. In an instant, it shattered the icy hand, sending shards flying while still retaining sufficient strength to strike at the airborne Emperor Shi Tian. As the residual force of the punch dissipated, Emperor Shi Tian furrowed his brow, a look of bewilderment crossing his face as he turned to search for Wu Feng, only to find him absent. Before he could ponder further, Wu Feng reappeared in an instant, having taken the precaution to obliterate all large ice fragments to prevent any collateral damage. After trading blows for so long with him on the defensive, Wu Feng declared, "Now, allow me to deliver a strike." Without waiting for Emperor Shi Tian to respond, he continued, "This punch, my original creation, is being unveiled for the first time. I invite you to witness my unparalleled prowess." With that, he unleashed his fist, and the domain manifested. In an instant, everything within several miles seemed to freeze in time, resembling a colossal amber, vivid yet fragile, poised to shatter with the slightest touch. In that moment, within the entire realm of martial arts, aside from the master, Wu Feng, every individual, including the formidable Di Shi Tian, was utterly immobilized. The vast and boundless aura of martial intent that permeated the domain coalesced with the formidable forces of nature surrounding them, forming an immense punch of 1,000 zhang in size, propelled directly toward Di Shi Tian, whose eyes widened in terror and whose face contorted into a grimace, desperately striving to move yet finding himself paralyzed. As Di Shi Tian, having exhausted all his strength in a futile struggle, faced imminent obliteration, he cried out in desperation, "Heavenly punishment! Shatter for me!" Driven to his limits, he unleashed the most powerful move of his own creation, the Sacred Heart technique. In a desperate bid to break free from the confines of the martial realm and secure a chance at survival. However, even this fervent effort was ultimately in vain, for the outcome had been sealed the moment Wu Feng's fist was launched. Despite Di Shi Tian's most potent attack merely serving to slightly mitigate the overwhelming force of the punch, he was swiftly overwhelmed and annihilated by the remaining might of Wu Feng's strike, his soul scattering into oblivion. Had it not been for Wu Feng's desire for phoenix blood, he would have undoubtedly aimed his fist at Di Shi Tian's corporeal form, resulting in far more than just the disappearance of vast expanses of cloud high in the sky. In this moment, as Wu Feng slowly retracted his fist, the winds began to stir once more, and the birds in the sky flapped their wings again, steadying their suddenly descending forms, while the falling leaves continued their gentle descent to the ground. With a resounding thud, Emperor Shi Tian's body plummeted straight to the earth from a height of 100 meters, having lost the support of his strength. "Teacher, have you truly attained such a level of power? I, your disciple, am profoundly aware of how far I fall short." As Wu Feng's thoughts shifted, the confines of the fist domain were lifted, and the onlookers regained their freedom. At this moment, Bu Jingzun, who had persistently honed his skills, murmured to himself, a lingering look of astonishment gracing his face, "Master, what level have you truly attained?" Recovering his composure, Duan Lang, still visibly shaken, patted his chest and, infused with curiosity tinged with reverence, inquired further, "Indeed, have you perhaps achieved a significant breakthrough, reaching the fourth heaven as you envisioned?" Following closely, Nie Feng, with a visage full of curiosity and excitement, also posed his question. Enough with the wild conjectures. Your master does not possess such grotesque talent as to achieve two monumental breakthroughs in a short span, Wu Feng replied, a bemused smile playing on his lips. He then shifted his tone, adding, however, although I have not made another breakthrough, I am but a mere half-step away from transcending to the next realm. Not a breakthrough? That doesn't quite add up, Qin Shuang interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion. If you haven't broken through, how then did you single-handedly vanquish the formidable Emperor Shi Tian, whose strength rivals that of the fourth heaven warriors you delineated? Haha, that question demonstrates your growing acumen, Qin Shuang. You've struck at the heart of the matter. Wu Feng remarked, a smile illuminating his face as he praised the young man. He continued, his voice calm and measured. Do you recall my assertion? Realms are one thing, while battle prowess is another. It is essential to understand that sometimes the realm does not equate to combat strength, especially in the hands of certain exceptional beings. At this juncture, Wu Feng's mind wandered to the myriad protagonists he had encountered in novels, each possessing either extraordinary talents, aberrant bloodlines, or defying the heavens with their training. In the eyes of those protagonists, a battle of the first level was standard, a second-level clash was a full unleashing of power, while a third-level confrontation was a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, Wu Feng, reflecting upon the current situation, swiftly reined in the burgeoning arrogance that had recently taken root in his heart, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Despite exerting all his efforts, he had merely attained the standard configuration of the next tier. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It had been precisely 3 months since Wu Feng had obliterated the Lord of the Heavenly Gate, Emperor Shi Tian, with a single punch in front of the council hall. However, during these 3 months, the Celestial Empire had seemingly taken no action, as if nothing had transpired, were it not for the grand spectacle of that world-shocking battle, which reverberated for miles around. Even the common folk would have been oblivious to the underlying movements that the Empire had long since set in motion. In the capital of the Celestial Empire, within the council hall, the newly ascended chairman Qin Shuang, sporting a broad smile, addressed the 9 council members seated beside him, inquiring about their gains. Not just gains, we have achieved monumental breakthroughs. After absorbing all the martial knowledge amassed by the Heavenly Gate over the past millennium, I have shattered my own bottleneck and ascended to the second tier, exclaimed Duan Lang, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, this underscores the vital importance of martial traditions and the severity of feudal practices that dictate the inheritance of knowledge, added the solemn council member Yangzhen, who, like Duan Lang, had also experienced significant advancement. Brother Yang is right. It is high time we take decisive action against those stubborn traditionalists. As we have delayed far too long, asserted Bu Jingxin, who rarely spoke, suddenly chiming in, just as Jianshan, the council member once revered as a martial legend, prepared to voice his disagreement, he was interrupted by Bu Jingxin. There is no room for debate. You should be well aware of the prevailing trends of the future. After all, you are an esteemed graduate of Baichuan Academy. It is time to abandon the outdated teachings of your master. Bu Jingxin spoke candidly, striking directly at the crux of the matter. Indeed, Brother Jianshan, what Yunjun says is quite reasonable. Should we not discard the dross of the old era? Niefeng added in agreement. But there are no buts in this matter. It is non-negotiable, especially since the teacher has already consented, Duan Lang interjected, his demeanor leaving no room for dissent. Very well, I understand, Jianshan conceded, feeling dejected upon realizing that even Wu Feng had tacitly approved of the plan. All right. Then it is settled. We shall implement this forthwith. Now, let us proceed to discuss the second proposal, Qin Shuang declared, sealing the decision as Jianshan. The sole dissenting voice relented. In a mountain range of the Eastern Kingdom, the great demon god smiled as he observed his brother approaching. Are we all prepared? He inquired. Yes, all is set. We merely await the right moment, replied the equally smiling Xiaoyoshi. Commencing the grand calamity ahead of schedule raises questions about the final outcome. By the way, have we ascertained the true strength of that martial deity who unified the realm? The great demon god asked, his expression unchanging. His power is indeed formidable, comparable to a peerless warrior of 5 centuries past, not unlike the invincible Wu from 300 years ago. Xiao Aoshi responded with utmost seriousness. Oh, is that so? Then he is not to be underestimated. He is worthy of the title of martial deity, mused the great demon god, gazing into the distance. True. Yet when compared to you, dear brother, he is but a mere speck, Xiao Aoshi remarked with a hint of pride and disdain. Huh, indeed. What is a mere martial deity when compared to us brothers? Just an insignificant insect, after all. How can a grain of rice dare compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The great demon god laughed heartily in agreement. In a secluded village in the heart of the realm, an elderly man, his face marred by sores, lamented, "Why has the grand calamity arrived so prematurely? This is troubling." "Oh, the suffering of the people." Nearby, a curious little girl asked, "Grandfather, what is wrong?" "Ah, it is nothing. Let us hurry home." The old man chuckled ruefully, shaken from his reverie by his granddaughter's voice. The next morning, at the great training grounds of the Celestial Empire, Qin Shuang stood atop a high platform, addressing the gathered assembly. "Everyone, are you prepared?" "Rest assured, Chairman, we are fully prepared and await your command to strike down all enemies," the generals from the Imperial Cabinet proclaimed in unison. "Excellent. In that case, I shall dispense with unnecessary words. Soldiers, heed my command in advance," Qin Shuang declared, his voice brimming with resolve. Later that day, in a nearby sea, the naval commander Huaikong commanded, "Surround that pirate ship. We must not let a single thief escape." "Yes, we obey," the soldiers replied, rallying with fervor. "Charge. Fire. Sink it. No matter the cost, our leader has yet to return," the sixth leader exclaimed, urgency creeping into his voice as they found themselves cornered by the Celestial Empire's navy. "What is there to fear? With our strength, dealing with this rabble will require little effort," the fifth leader scoffed nonchalantly. "Indeed, they are but ants foolishly attempting to shake a tree," the fourth leader added, brimming with arrogance. "Enough idle chatter. The enemy's assault is upon us," the third leader warned, his expression grave as cannon fire erupted around them. With the sound of cannon fire echoing, blazing projectiles surged towards the Xianhua ship. Just as they were about to strike, an array of energy waves erupted from within the ship, countering the incoming fire with sword chi, fist force, and other martial energies. With a thunderous crash, the projectiles were obliterated in midair, either reduced to powder or sliced in half before plunging into the sea. "Continue firing. Do not cease until I command it. I wish to see how much inner strength they possess." Upon witnessing the first wave of artillery shells, all were intercepted, leaving the Xianhua ship unscathed. Huaikong, with a cold snort, issued a command. The sounds of cannon fire and the friction of air intertwined, a relentless barrage directed towards the encircled Xianhua. Akin to a torrential downpour, rapid and fierce. "Have you all considered the implications? Continuing in this manner is hardly prudent," the second-in-command remarked sternly, while diligently fending off the incoming shells. "Very well, I concur. Let us unite our forces and launch an assault on the enemy's flagship ahead." "I too agree." With unanimous consent, the command was given. "Charge forth." As the words fell, the group unleashed their powers in unison, 7 magnificent streams of energy, each spanning at least 10 zhang, surged towards the flagship's location with a sweeping ferocity. Like a knife through butter, they cleaved through the hundreds of shells amassed by the Celestial Empire's navy, scattering them as effortlessly as autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind, piercing through the formidable barriers directly toward the flagship. "Humph. Do they think to seize the generals had amidst a sea of warriors to sway the outcome of this encirclement? Such folly. Send my orders, immediately deploy the Xuanwu Guard, and eliminate without mercy." Huaikong, having discerned the enemy's intentions, spoke with a grave demeanor and a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Yes, my lord, I shall relay the message at once. After nurturing troops for 1,000 days, now is the time to utilize them. This will also serve as a test of whether the Empire's long-invested 5-direction Sacred Beast Guard is truly worthy." As the messenger hastened away, Huaikong fixed his gaze forward, murmuring to himself. Meanwhile, in a forest near the coastline of the Eastern Isles, the chief, alarmed by the news of the encirclement of the Xianhua, hurriedly rushed to offer aid. Suddenly, a fierce sword aura, ablaze with intense flames, surged towards him, forcing the chief, Xiao Aoshi, to halt abruptly, raising his hand to gather energy for defense. Path blocked. He unleashed a wave of sword energy, and in that instant, the figure of Duan Lang appeared swiftly from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he positioned himself 3 meters before Xiao Aoshi, leaning on his sword while yawning, exuding an air of languor, as if just awakened from slumber. "Ah, you are the Fire Lin Sword Saint, Duan Lang." Upon recognizing the visitor, Xiao Aoshi exclaimed, quickly realizing, "So, all that has transpired today was orchestrated by you beforehand." "Indeed, just as you surmised. Therefore, I advise you against futile struggles. Surrender willingly to spare me further exertion." Despite maintaining an outwardly relaxed demeanor, Duan Lang was inwardly vigilant, nonchalantly urging capitulation. "Humph. An excessively arrogant youth. Prepare to meet your end." Provoked by Duan Lang's demeanor and words, as well as his own mounting urgency, the chief, Xiao Aoshi, bellowed and took action. Instantaneously, a formidable strike imbued with hundreds, if not thousands, of diverse martial techniques erupted forth. causing the very heavens to shift and the earth to tremble, bending all around it. A tempest arose, the overwhelming force of the attack surged forth, enveloping an area of several hundred zhang. At this moment, a palpable pressure enveloped the scene, locking onto the atmosphere, rendering any attempt to evade futile. Duanlong, unwilling to yield, instantly summoned all his internal energy to counter the impending onslaught, unleashing the fiery might of his blade. As his words left his lips, a furious strike surged forth, drawing upon the elemental forces of nature within a mile radius. This energy coalesced into a colossal sword aura, ignited by flames rivaling molten lava, and it advanced resolutely towards the multitude of different forces converging upon him. The clash of two formidable attacks echoed in the air. A violent confrontation where neither side relented nor yielded, their energies clashing and dissipating in a spectacular display. The shockwaves radiated outward indiscriminately, obliterating everything in their path, reducing the once lush and densely wooded forest into an expansive void of approximately 10 miles, with a violent explosion propelling him hundreds of meters away. Duanlong felt a sharp pain in his chest upon landing, a bitter taste flooding his throat as he could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a torrent of crimson. Meanwhile, Xiaoshi, similarly thrust back, managed to regain his footing after retreating over 100 meters. From a distance, aside from his more labored breaths, he appeared completely unscathed. "Ha! Do you see this, you reckless youth? This is the insurmountable chasm that lies between us." With a few strides, the imposing leader approached Duanlong, who knelt with one hand propped on his sword, a smug expression of derision painting his face. Without further ado, he unleashed another ruthless strike, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Duanlong. "The four great calamities shall meet their demise. You, ignorant child, are destined to perish. The heavens decree that I alone wield the sword." In the face of this life-threatening assault, Duanlong could only muster his remaining internal power. Channeling his will into the divine sword, he grasped tightly. In that fleeting moment, amidst a torrent of thoughts, he distilled his resolve into a singular intention. With a desperate strike, he stirred the elemental forces within a 10-mile radius, cleaving through the air with a blazing sword aura of immense proportions. As their attacks collided, the force of Duanlong's blade, infused with all his strength, gained the upper hand, slicing through Xiaoshi's lethal strike with ease, sending residual power hurtling towards him. A breakthrough in the heat of battle, is it? But what of it? It cannot alter your inevitable defeat. For the gap between us is far too vast for such a minor advancement to bridge. Xiaoshi scoffed disdainfully, unfazed by the impending onslaught of Duanlong's massive sword. With a roar, the ultimate strike, embodying the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, surged forward, infused with an aura of destruction and malevolence. It effortlessly penetrated and scattered Duanlong's transcendent strike, continuing its relentless advance towards him. At that moment, Duanlong, having expended nearly all his vitality in his desperate attack, could only brace himself against his sword, helplessly watching as the overwhelming force approached. Suddenly, the three strikes' clouds of sorrow, divine wind, and thunderous roar collided, unleashing a deafening explosion that radiated outward, obliterating everything in its vicinity. The vegetation turned to ash, soil was uprooted, and the earth cracked, creating a chasm 3 feet deep within a radius of several miles. At last, you have arrived. Had you come even a moment later, you would have had to seek me in the underworld. Duanlong, suspended in the air between Bujingzun and Yefeng, glanced at the chaos below, a mixture of trepidation and levity dancing on his features. "Enough chatter, Brother Lang. You must take the latest Buddha-like pill from the alchemy pavilion and tend to your wounds." Yefeng urged, concern etched across his face. "Indeed, Brother Lang, focus on healing while we take care of everything else," Bujingyan added with a gentle tone, turning to face Xiaoshi with an impassive expression. "Rest assured, my brother will ensure he receives a thorough lesson, one that will undoubtedly satisfy you." "Ah. So you two are the esteemed disciples of the 9 saints of the Celestial Empire, Yunxing Bujingzun and Fengsheng Niefeng. Remarkable indeed, to possess such strength at such a tender age. Yet, how unfortunate, for heaven is often envious of talent, and you shall not live to see another moment, having provoked someone you should never have crossed." The leader's eyes gleamed with malice as he lamented their fate. "Someone we should not provoke? Are you speaking of yourself? How arrogant, to overestimate your significance. Do you truly believe yourself a deity wielding dominion over life and death?" Wu Jingyun retorted coldly. "Enough, Brother Yun. Our master has advised against engaging with these soulless monstrosities. We should strike without hesitation," Niefeng added, his gaze fixed on Xiaoshi with an icy resolve. With that, he channeled his internal energy, enhancing his speed as he swiftly closed in on Xiaoshi. Observing this, Bu Jingyun wasted no time. launching forward with an evolved version of the cloud-pushing palm, pressing the attack against Zio-Oshi. One palm stronger than the last, each strike swifter than the previous. Niafeng and Bujingzhen executed a perfectly synchronized assault against Zio-Oshi, their movements blurring into a series of afterimages. From a distance, only the three figures could be seen, darting like lightning as they engaged in relentless combat, appearing in one location one moment and then reappearing hundreds of meters away the next. As time flowed steadily onward, the intensity of their battle escalated, the three combatants moving with increasing speed. Soon, the battlefield was a kaleidoscope of three distinct colors, intertwining and clashing in a mesmerizing display. For a moment, the impeccable coordination between Bujingzhen and Niafeng allowed them to hold their own against Zio-Oshi, a feat unprecedented. However, such moments of glory are fleeting. As their energy reserves dwindled rapidly, the duo found themselves unable to contend with a seasoned adversary who had lived for at least 5 or 6 centuries. Gradually, their forces began to wane, their once unbreakable alliance showing signs of vulnerability, which the experienced Zio-Oshi swiftly exploited, breaking through their defenses and shattering their combined strength. Let you all perish. Seizing upon a fleeting gap, Zio-Oshi first sent Bujingzhen crashing away with a powerful palm strike, then swiftly turned and delivered a spinning kick that sent Niafeng hurtling into the distance. With a sickening thud, both brothers were left grievously injured, landing hundreds of meters away, blood spilling from their lips as they gasped for air. Brother Feng, it seems our only option now is to unite once more and execute the ultimate technique our master spoke of, the Maha Infinite, if we are to turn the tide. Bujingzhen declared, wiping the blood from his mouth with resolve. But Brother Yun, we both know we have yet to master the technique. If we unleash it, we may not be able to control it, and innocent lives could be harmed. Niafeng replied, a pained expression crossing his face at the thought of such devastation. At this juncture, we cannot afford to hesitate. If we do not act, we, along with Brother Duanlong, shall perish. Bujingzhen stated coldly, determination etched in his features. Very well. Although possessing a kind heart, Niafeng, not one to be overly naive, reluctantly agreed. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into action without a trace of hesitation. He met Bujingzhen, who was also soaring through the air. And with a forceful clash of their feet, they intertwined their respective elemental powers. United in their might, they became an unstoppable force in an instant. As the two combined their energies, the winds surged and the heavens dimmed, the sun and moon losing their brilliance. The elemental forces within a radius of several dozen miles gathered with fervor, coalescing into a colossal tornado wielding at least the strength of an 18-level gale, connecting heaven and earth in a spectacle of grandeur and overwhelming might. Enough, Brother Lang, there is no need for further obstruction. Retreat swiftly, Niafeng urged, exerting his utmost to control the immense, oceanic elemental power alongside Bujingzhen, his voice tinged with urgency directed at the struggling Duanlong. With that, Duanlong seized the opportunity to exchange injury for escape, successfully distancing himself. However, after retreating a considerable distance, he could no longer suppress the overwhelming pressure, spilling fresh blood that stained the ground before him as he staggered away. Perish, you malevolent fiend, harboring wicked intentions and devoid of humanity. With an indignant roar, the duo of Feng and Yun unleashed the swelling elemental forces, directing the towering tornado towards the unsuspecting Xiao Aoshi. Despicable youth, you are truly insufferable and courting death, roared Xiao Aoshi, compelled to channel all his inner strength into an ultimate, formidable strike. In that moment, the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind converged within a vast area, swirling around him to form a chaotic manifestation of nearly 1,000 feet in size. The colossal tornado clashed with this elemental storm, resembling two giants engaged in relentless combat. Each collision sent ripples of devastation across the land, obliterating trees and shattering mountains in a wild frenzy. After a brief yet fierce confrontation, the epic battle reached its conclusion. Xiao Aoshi, having reached his limit, was obliterated in an instant. His physical form and spiritual essence were shattered by the chaotic elemental forces, and his consciousness was vanquished by the wills of Feng and Yun, scattering his soul to the winds, returning him to the cosmos. As the outcome became apparent and the enemy lay defeated, the two warriors exchanged relieved smiles, their tension easing. They allowed the magnificent elemental power to dissipate around them before descending gently to the earth, their bodies meeting the ground with a soft thud, leaving behind a pool of crimson. As the new year dawned, I extend my heartfelt wishes to all readers for a joyful and prosperous year ahead, filled with harmony and fulfillment. Meanwhile, as Feng, Yun, and their brother Duanlong united to confront their formidable foe, a scene unfolded in a distant rice field in the east. At this moment, the resplendent sun, a vibrant crimson, gradually descends towards the distant western horizon. The evening glow spreads across half the sky, and as time gently flows, the blood-red sun ultimately sinks, vanishing beyond the edge of the heavens. Indeed, dusk has silently arrived, unnoticed. Should I address you as Zhongwu? Or perhaps the great demon god? Or should I simply call you by your name, the astonishing Xiaojing Tian? I arrived early to this place, observing Wu Feng, who has transformed into an ordinary farmer, laboring in the fields, waiting until dusk falls and night envelopes the land before I suddenly inquire. How did you discern my presence when I believed I was well concealed? Once wholly devoted, stooping with the guise of an ordinary farmer, Xiaojing Tian immediately straightens his back, his expression turning grave, his gaze icy as he poses the question. Does this hold any significance? Haha, indeed. It matters not, for after I eliminate you, I shall eradicate all who are privy to this knowledge. With a self-satisfied smile, the great demon god coldly replies, and without hesitation, he unleashes his attack, the 4 ultimate techniques of the Mixed Heaven, Sun Feng Fist. It must be noted that the Mixed Heaven 4 ultimate techniques, crafted by the ancient and formidable Xia Sangxiu, who has lived for over 4 millennia, is a supreme martial art that encompasses the 4 elemental forces of the universe. Wind, thunder, fire, and rain can effortlessly harness the ceaseless natural energies of the world, elevating the practitioner's power to a realm unmatched in antiquity. As the formidable demon god unleashed his might, the very earth trembled within a 10-mile radius. The winds, a natural force of the universe, surged forth with a fury reminiscent of a 12-level typhoon, sweeping towards the distant Wu Feng with an overwhelming intensity. The chaotic winds transformed into a multitude of razor-sharp blades, hurtling towards Wu Feng with relentless velocity. In the face of this onslaught, Wu Feng remained composed, his body unyielding as he invoked a protective barrier, an enhanced version forged through years of refinement. A deafening roar echoed as dust and debris filled the air, the landscape marred by the destruction of collapsing buildings and uprooted trees, while fissures marred the ground for miles. Moments later, as the haze began to clear, Wu Feng stood unharmed, astonishing the demon god. Indeed, you are worthy of being the strongest boss in the realm. That punch carried remarkable power, one of the mightiest I've ever encountered. Although it fell just short of breaching my invincible barrier, you deserve commendation, Wu Feng remarked with a hint of mockery, brushing off the dust from his shoulder. Such a boastful title as boss is mere nonsense. I refuse to believe your defenses are impenetrable. Prepare for your demise. The 4 supreme techniques of chaos, Thunderclap Fist. With unwavering resolve, the demon god summoned his full strength, channeling his energy into a devastating blow aimed directly at Wu Feng. As the attack was unleashed, the skies darkened, winds howled, and clouds converged into a tempest, enveloping the land in darkness. Only the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder illuminated the chaos, transforming the area into a scene of utter devastation. With a calm demeanor, Wu Feng faced the oncoming storm, his composure unshaken. He expanded his invincible barrier, ready to withstand the titanic force of the incoming strike. The thunderous clash resonated for miles, shaking the very foundation of the earth as Wu Feng was propelled backward, demolishing trees and buildings in his wake, creating a trench that stretched for 10 miles before finally regaining his footing. Surely, this must be the end for you. The exhausted demon god gasped, surveying the distance. Apologies, but I fear you will be disappointed, Wu Feng replied, advancing steadily towards the demon god, undeterred. What? How can this be? You remain unscathed? Who are you? The demon god questioned in disbelief. Did I not mention? To shake my invincible barrier, you are still leagues away. Wu Feng's tone remained calm. Then he turned to gaze at the rising moon. As for who I am, did you not already surmise? With a triumphant laugh, the demon god gazed at the luminous moon, exclaiming, You have fallen for my ruse, Wu Feng, the divine martial god of the Shenzhou. Yet before he could finish, Wu Feng interjected coolly, Since you have recovered, let us continue. Show me what you are capable of under the full moon's influence. You're intentionally provoking me. You knew my techniques beforehand, the demon god said, his expression serious. Why else would I engage in such banter? I sought to witness the pinnacle of your 4 supreme techniques, Wu Feng replied nonchalantly. Arrogant child, you shall pay dearly for your hubris. Prepare for the 4 supreme techniques of chaos, wind, thunder, fire, and rain, united as one. With a fierce shout, the demon god unleashed his ultimate attack. The skies churned, and the very fabric of reality warped under the might of his strike. In a matter of moments, colossal tornadoes formed, thunderous clouds surged, and a vast inferno illuminated the night, accompanied by a torrential downpour that fell like daggers. Amidst the chaos, Wu Feng remained undaunted, enveloped in his protective barrier, unyielding against the relentless onslaught. He stood firm against the searing flames, the howling winds, and the ceaseless barrage of rain, his demeanor tranquil. As the storm intensified, lightning descended in waves, each strike more potent than the last, as if a celestial trial was being imposed upon him. The voltage surged from millions to billions. Yet the demon god, unable to summon more power, was compelled to cease his relentless assault. After enduring the trial by fire, the deluge of rain, and the tempestuous winds, Wu Feng emerged, steadfast and unbroken. At the heart of the battlefield between the two combatants, a desolate expanse of devastation stretched for 100 miles. All that remained were ruins and shattered remnants, jade and stone reduced to ashes, suffused with a pervasive stillness, devoid of life, a stark tableau of desolation. Amidst the swirling dust, the towering demon, having transformed the once hillock landscape into a vast, gaping crater, surveyed the surroundings with meticulous scrutiny. After confirming that no trace of life lingered but for himself, he gasped for breath, his laughter echoing with a mixture of exhilaration and arrogance. Yet, before the demon could fully indulge in his triumphant mirth, a sudden, jarring sound shattered the silence. The crack of stones fracturing and tumbling echoed ominously across the barren land. "How can this be?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Witnessing Wu Feng emerge from the depths of the pit, suspended in midair, his form unmarred by any injury. The demon's laughter abruptly ceased, his body freezing in astonishment. Eyes wide with incredulity. "I refuse to believe this. It cannot be real. I must be dreaming. Yes, I surely haven't awakened yet." In a state of denial, grappling with a profound shock that shattered his worldview, the demon covered his face with trembling hands, uttering words he himself could scarcely accept, desperately attempting to hypnotize himself into believing an alternate reality. For a moment, he appeared utterly deranged. "Ah, so this is your folly? Your spirit is remarkably fragile." Wu Feng mused, his expression one of pity as he regarded the demon. "Rather than allow you to languish in this madness, tarnishing the legacy of a once great warrior, permit me to grant you a grand farewell, preserving your name for eternity." With that, Wu Feng wasted no time, building his energy and focusing his spirit. He unleashed a precise and powerful punch towards the demon. The force of his strike generated an overwhelming pressure that compressed the air, transforming it into a lethal projectile that traversed the distance in an instant, aimed at vanquishing the demon. Just as the air cannon was on the verge of striking the still raving demon, the latter, in a frenzied motion, arched backward, narrowly evading the lethal blow. How did you?" the demon stammered, only to be interrupted by Wu Feng. "I see through your ruse, do I not?" Wu Feng interjected, his tone laced with exasperation. "Honestly, I cannot discern whether it is you who is foolish, or I, for even with such glaringly poor theatrics, I am left bewildered by the audacity to believe." At this moment, as Wu Feng pondered, his mind was flooded with memories of the television dramas and films he had once watched. Those scenes where the defeated antagonist, feigning enlightenment and repentance, was generously forgiven by the sweet and naive protagonists along with their companions. "Ah, I shall contest you with all my might." The demon god, seemingly insulted by the dual affront to his acting and intellect, leaped into the air, standing defiantly 100 meters above the ground, beneath the moonlight. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a series of rapid strikes, and as he completed his assault, he turned without hesitation, propelling himself swiftly toward the distant ocean. "So now you wish to flee? Alas, it is too late. After having unleashed so many attacks upon you, it is only virtuous for me to return the favor. If you can withstand my blow, I might spare you." With that declaration, he unleashed a punch. An overwhelming wave of martial intent erupted, instantly enveloping a 100-mile radius, akin to a colossal tsunami, drowning everything in its path. The vast expanse was filled with a palpable aura of martial prowess, solidifying the very space around it as if frozen in amber. All that existed, save for conscious thought, was rendered immobile, trapped in this manifestation of energy. From a distance, the demon god, in a desperate bid, unleashed a final attack infused with hurricane winds, lightning, arrows, and flames, aiming at Wu Feng midair. Suddenly, it came to a halt, suspended motionless. Not only that, the unyielding martial intent quickly solidified the incoming assault and surged outward, overtaking the fleeing demon god in an instant. In that fleeting moment before being caught, the demon god let out a desperate wail, only to be rendered helpless as the overwhelming martial intent engulfed him, seeping into his very being. Alas, had you summoned the courage to fight with all your might in that final moment, perhaps a faint glimmer of hope would have remained. Wu Feng shook his head, lamenting softly. With that, he wasted no time and turned away, strolling towards the locations of his disciples, Hu Jingjun, Nie Feng, and Duan Lang, moving at a deliberate pace. Within mere seconds, he vanished from the sight of the demon god, whose head was still lingering in the process of disintegration. Moments later, as Wu Feng approached from afar, he appeared to move slowly yet was as swift as a thought, arriving simultaneously with his words. How do you feel now? Having emerged from this battle? Have you come to recognize your true capabilities? Or does your heart still swell with pride? With a gentle smile gracing his face, Wu Feng addressed the three brothers, who were now supporting each other. Master, please refrain from mocking us further. We have come to understand our mistakes, Duan Lang replied. His face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Master, I now fully grasp the wisdom of the saying, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people, Mie Feng added, following suit. Master, after this battle, I am acutely aware of my deficiencies. I humbly request your permission to resign from my position as a counselor upon my return, so I may devote myself entirely to the martial path and strive to achieve the supreme realm you have spoken of, to rescue my mother. Bu Jingyun asserted with resolute determination. Brother Yun, you enough. Both of you cease your chatter. Wu Feng interrupted sternly before turning his serious gaze upon Bu Jingyun. Have you made your decision? Do not regret it. No regrets, Master. I am resolute in my decision, Bu Jingyun replied, kneeling without hesitation, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. Very well, so be it. You may rise. Wu Feng, after a moment's contemplation, relented, a hint of compassion softening his demeanor as he spoke with a sense of resignation. With his interest waning, Wu Feng strode purposefully towards the Xinzhou Navy, which had completed its mission and awaited by the shore. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the late July of the 19th year of the Celestial Empire. It had been 30 full years since Wu Feng arrived in this realm. 19 years since the establishment of the Celestial Empire, and a decade since the defeat of the demon god and the mastermind behind the Great Calamity. Indeed, ever since Wu Feng and his three disciples vanquished the two instigators of the Great Calamity a decade ago, it was less than a month before they announced two shocking events that reverberated throughout the empire. The first was the sudden resignation of Bu Jingyun, a prominent counselor, who returned to his hometown to focus on his martial training. The second was the commencement of the dragon-slaying campaign, spearheaded by the Empire in collaboration with various martial artists and sect masters, lasting an entire month. The battle, albeit at a tremendous cost with the near-total casualties of the esteemed martial artists involved, ultimately achieved its intended objective, successfully returning the gravely wounded colossal Azure Dragon to the Celestial Empire. Notably, it was this very dragon-slaying conflict that led to the significant losses among the martial experts, which in turn caused a handful of incorrigible malefactors, those with modest skills who had been sowing discord and whispering treasonous rumors throughout the empire, to falter in their nefarious ambitions of rebellion and restoration of a bygone dynasty. With the absence of their once formidable protective backing, these conspirators were swiftly apprehended by the empire's covert operatives shortly before the arrival of the following year. Consequently, the Celestial Empire, unencumbered by the machinations of these petty intrigues, experienced a period of unprecedented prosperity and development in the ensuing years, advancing with remarkable speed and efficiency, akin to a leap forward. Thus, to this day, the Celestial Empire has not only completely unified the entire Eurasian continent, but has also ushered in an unprecedented era of great navigation and adventure. Furthermore, it has made preliminary strides towards its lofty aspirations of establishing a world where equality, freedom, and harmony prevail among all. In this grand endeavor, the nation relies on a newly constructed entertainment city in Lesan, known as Lecting. At this moment, within a bustling three-story establishment named Julian, a cacophony of voices fills the air, with every seat occupied by a myriad of idle individuals hailing from all corners of the world, creating a veritable sea of humanity. Ahem, quiet down, everyone. The time has come. The three lists will be unveiled. At the center of the end stage stood an elderly man in a gray robe, lean yet with a glint of brilliance in his eyes and prominent temples, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, as he called out loudly, Old Gu. Is it true that the most mysterious of the three lists, the Tian Bang, will be revealed this time? A middle-aged man, clad in opulent attire and evidently familiar with the elder, eagerly posed this question. Indeed, exclaimed another young man, robust in appearance. It has been at least a decade since the three lists have surfaced, yet only the Ranbang, representing the common folk, and the Dibang, representing the earthly immortals, have been disclosed. The Tian Bang, which symbolizes the divine beings akin to legendary celestial beings, has remained shrouded in secrecy. Absolutely, echoed the crowd, their voices rising in agreement before Old Gu could respond. All right, everyone, please settle down. I shall indeed unveil the long-rumored Tian Bang this time, Old Gu assured, gesturing for silence and affirming his intent. Let us not indulge in pleasantries any longer. We shall proceed directly to the matter at hand. I will reveal all three lists simultaneously. Old Good declared forthrightly. With a swift motion, 3 scrolls, one azure representing the Renbang, one white for the Debong, and one golden for the Tianbang, descended from above and unfurled gracefully. The crowd gazed in awe as the first names of the Tianbang emerged. 1. Nuwa, the ancient goddess, creator of humanity and mender of the heavens. 2. Rulai, the ancient deity, observer of heaven and earth. 3. Huangdi, the ancient human emperor, progenitor of civilization. 4. Chiyu, the ancient demon lord, scourge of the living. 5. The god of the future, master of time and space. 6. The ancient swordsman, lord of the sword realm. As for the 7th to the 36th positions of the Tianbang, they remained vacant and undecided. The Debong's first 5 were as follows. 1. Wufeng, the martial god of the celestial empire. 2. Guanyu, the martial saint of romantic legends. 3. Senshao, the 12 astonishments. 4. Wudi, the master of the true art of Xuanwu. 5. The reincarnated sword saint of the 23. The Renbang featured 1. Longer, the reincarnated sword saint. 2. Butian, the wielder of infinite divine palms. At the foot of the Lesant giant Buddha, beside the entrance of Lingyun Cave, a tearful Niafeng gazed at Wufeng, who stood by the riverbank, whispering with reluctance, Master, must you truly leave? Cannot you stay? Indeed, Master, could you not remain? Urged another. Enough. Stop. You, Jingyun, refrain from speaking further. My mind is made up. There is no need for you to persuade me any longer, Wufeng replied resolutely. He continued with a hint of exasperation. Besides, was it not agreed upon long ago? And most importantly, I am not departing forever. Yet, Master, if an ancient menace arises after your departure, what shall we do? Asked Duan Lang, concern etched on his face. Ah, you rascal. Do you play the fool? With your current strength, if you unite, you could not only contend against the world, but at the very least fear no half-god. Wufeng pointed at Duan Lang, half amused, half annoyed. Enough. I understand your reluctance. But let us cease this chatter. Years of cultivation have allowed me to quickly regain my composure, Wufeng said softly. Master, at that moment, the 3 disciples looked at Wufeng, who stood facing the great river, lost in thought, his aura increasingly ethereal, as if he might vanish with the wind at any moment. An uncanny premonition surged within them, casting a shadow over their hearts. Do you recall the first time we met, when you spoke to me? Wufeng asked, his garments billowing in the river breeze, his form growing ever more elusive. Immortal, Duan Lang and Niafeng exclaimed in unison, suddenly recalling the moment. Indeed. I must now ponder from whence I came and where I shall return, Wufeng said, turning to gaze deeply at the 3 before breaking into a gentle smile. Yuner, Fenger, Langer, until we meet again, my dear disciples. With that, Wufeng, free of lingering thoughts and worries, willed his intent, activating his fully charged abilities. In an instant, as silently as he had arrived, he vanished without a trace. In the Dragon Ball universe, North Galaxy, Earth. In this moment, the sun shines brightly and the sky is clear over a primeval forest on the continent of Westwind. Various creatures frolic about, either joyfully playing or instinctively engaging in beneficial physical activities. Amidst this vibrant scene, a formidable male Tyrannosaurus Rex prepares to assert his dominance over a female of his kind. Suddenly, an unexpected figure materializes between them, none other than Wufeng, returning from a tumultuous world laden with experiences after a 30-year absence. Before Wufeng can exhale a sigh of nostalgia or express his sentiments regarding his long-awaited return to his cherished homeland, a noxious attack rushes toward him, accompanied by a furious roar. The male Tyrannosaurus, attempting to bite through Wufeng's instinctively impenetrable aura, finds his sharp teeth shattering upon impact, scattering across the ground. The pain from his broken teeth elicits a heart-wrenching howl, prompting him to thrash his massive head in agony while retreating from Wufeng as if realizing he has provoked a formidable adversary. Alas, it is too late. The moment Wufeng laid eyes on the 2 dinosaurs, he had already resolved in his heart to seize the opportunity presented by fate. His first meal upon returning would be the long-forgotten taste of dinosaur meat. Moments later, by a nearby brook, Wufeng methodically dispatched the 2 unfortunate creatures while reflecting upon the myriad gains from his recent journey through time and space. One thing is abundantly clear, the goal he had set before his odyssey not only has been perfectly achieved but has also been surpassed beyond measure. Now returned to the Dragon Ball world, he can feel the exhilarating power surging within him, a breath that is over 200 times more potent than before. If his combat power prior to the journey was approximately 600, it now stands at around 750,000, far exceeding the average prowess of the strongest beings in the 7th universe. He surpasses even the formidable Frisia in his base form, establishing himself as a small yet significant force in the cosmos. While the surge in strength is indeed a gratifying triumph for Wufeng, it is not his sole source of joy. Through his travels, he has come to understand a crucial matter concerning himself: the time ratios between the worlds he traverses in the Dragon Ball universe. In an ordinary world devoid of extraordinary elements, a year passes for every second in the Dragon Ball realm. This correlation varies with the nature of the worlds, with different ratios for lower and higher realms, culminating in a perfect world where time flows equally. Having clarified these temporal dynamics in his mind, Wufeng set out to confirm his findings. He expanded his senses to envelop the entirety of Earth and selected a random individual as presence as his target for instant teleportation. In a swift motion, he disappeared, only to reappear in the same spot less than a second later, confirming his earlier deductions about the time discrepancy. He had even managed to procure some barbecue seasoning during this brief venture. Once all preparations for his barbecue were complete, Wufeng focused his intent, causing a blade of energy to manifest from his fingertips. Swiftly, he began to slice through the two tyrannosaurs, each measuring at least 7 to 8 meters in length, transforming the fruits of his labor into a feast. After savoring his long-awaited meal, he wasted no time in utilizing his teleportation abilities to visit his uncle, Mutaito, ensuring his safety and confirming his continued growth and strength. In the next moment, he found himself in a valley, observing his loved ones as they busied themselves with daily tasks or engaged in rigorous training. Satisfied by their well-being, he quietly moved on, reappearing on a small island to glance at his disciple, Wu Tian, before departing once more. He continued this pattern, traversing to a martial arts dojo in a bustling metropolis, exchanging fleeting glances with Tao Baihe before silently vanishing again. Thus, Wufeng, utilizing the convenience of his instantaneous travel, visited each of his acquaintances. And after checking on his last disciple, he made his way to Karen Tower to exchange for a bounty of senza beans. At this moment, after bidding farewell to Karen-sama, Wufeng hesitated no longer and unleashed his full sensory perception. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness traversed the entire solar system and reached towards the Henei star domain. Finally detected a familiar presence. Very well, it shall be you. With those words, Wufeng instantly activated his teleportation ability. His figure flickered momentarily before vanishing completely from the top of Karen Tower. Not far from the solar system, within an obscure and unnamed star cluster, there existed a planet that had gained cosmic renown solely because of one extraordinary individual. At this moment, before a grand palace situated at the heart of a planet named Zuno, a cacophony of voices filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Suddenly appearing through a portal, Wufeng was greeted by an endless line of peculiar extraterrestrial beings, resembling a sinuous dragon stretching into the distance. What is this place? He pondered with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings, taken aback by the multitude of aliens who were obediently forming an orderly queue. Silence, everyone. Please, called out a voice. Next, we invite Mr. Kabuzaki to step forward. Please follow me, Mr. Kabuzaki. At that moment, an extraterrestrial being with a round face, large ears, a bald head, and rosy lips, clad in a striking red and yellow ensemble, emerged leisurely from the palace. As he flipped through a small booklet in his hands, he called out loudly with an expressionless demeanor. Just as he was about to instinctively turn away, he abruptly halted halfway and directed a serious gaze towards Wufeng, who was idly wandering nearby. Sir, the gentleman who is meandering about. Yes, you. Kindly adhere to the rules and form an orderly queue, if you please. Otherwise, Lord Zuno shall not entertain any inquiries from you. Lord Zuno? That name seemed vaguely familiar. Ah, yes, it came to mind. How intriguing. Little did I expect that my inaugural destination in this vast sea of stars would lead me to the realm of this extraordinary being, reputed to possess boundless knowledge and insight into all matters of existence. Reflecting upon the descriptions of Zuno found in the original narrative, Wufeng was momentarily struck with astonishment. Subsequently, he anticipated that, upon deeper contemplation, the occurrence was both unexpected yet within the realm of reason. For it was mentioned by the Galaxy Patrolman, Gark, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Ultraman, that Zuno's planet was not far from the solar system. After thoroughly rummaging through the long-buried recesses of his memory from the depths of his soul, Wufeng murmured in sudden clarity. In this process, apart from the initial indication, the servant who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zuno, aside from their differing sizes, was entirely overlooked. Sir, are you even listening to me? If you have heard, please adhere to Lord Zuno's rules and line up at the back properly. The servant, strikingly similar to a larger Zuno, noticed that Wu Feng remained unresponsive even after being reminded, and with a face tinged with frustration, shouted again. Well, never mind. It's best to avoid unnecessary trouble while out and about. Being cautious is never a mistake. Having occupied a high position in the turbulent world for an extended period, Wu Feng, upon hearing these words, initially felt anger rising within him but quickly remembered that he was on someone else's territory, which might harbor powerful individuals or peculiar methods. To prevent any potential mishap that could lead to an unfavorable outcome, Wu Feng chose to suppress his fury and continuously reason with himself. Although he knew from the original text that Zuno's strength was not particularly formidable, certainly not reaching the level of Super Saiyan 2, as evidenced by the intimidation from Zama's. The apprentice Kaioshin of Universe 10, it was clear that Zuno possessed the power to command a significant force or certain extraordinary abilities. After all, without a modicum of strength, how could so many aliens from different planets remain so well behaved? Zuno? Perhaps it is best to let it be for now. I shall set it aside and revisit it when I am stronger. For now, onward to the next destination. After casting one last glance at the exceedingly long queue stretching nearly 1,000 miles, Wu Feng contemplated for a moment and decided to temporarily disregard the matter. He resolved to continue his journey, seeking out formidable fighters in the cosmos for combat experience and to witness the renowned planets from the original text, Yardrat and Metamor. With a decisive thought, Wu Feng, having mentally noted the aura of Zuno and his servants, no longer hesitated. He activated his instant transmission and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight amidst the crowd. Half a day later, in a bustling urban street on Aura Star, he mused, is this truly the famed trade star of the universe? It is indeed vibrant and lively, bustling with activity. After passing through several planets, Wu Feng arrived at this most renowned celestial body, observing the myriad of spaceships coming and going. Marveling at the scene, without further delay, he made his way to a large store selling spaceships, intending to purchase one as per his premeditated plan. Upon entering the shop, he did not wait for the sales staff to utter their customary greetings but directly stated, I need to buy the fastest and most high-performance spaceship. Oh, and it must include a gravity adjustment chamber. Hello, according to your specifications, we currently do not have any available stock that meets your requirements. It would need to be custom-made. May I inquire if you have an urgent need for it? If you are not in a hurry. A deposit of 10% is required, and you would need to wait approximately a month, replied the blue-green-skinned female sales associate with a professional smile. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggested. How much deposit is required? Wu Feng decided with a calm demeanor after a brief contemplation. Hello. The custom spaceship based on your specifications will cost a total of 100 Shijin, meaning you need to provide a deposit of 10 Shijin. Upon hearing this, the alien saleswoman, who resembled a lizard, had her previously smiling face brighten even more. Shijin? Isn't that a form of cosmic currency? Do you not accept universal coins here? Wu Feng, slightly perplexed, furrowed his brow and inquired. Not quite. Esteemed guest, you misunderstood. We certainly accept universal coins issued by the Galactic King. However, on Aura Star, we have always been accustomed to trading in Shijin, which is why I used it as the currency unit. I hope you can understand. That's fine. It's my oversight for not clarifying beforehand. Please inform me of the exchange rate between Shijin and universal coins, Wu Feng replied with a wave of his hand, maintaining a composed and gentle tone. Certainly, esteemed guest. On Aura Star, the usual exchange rate is 10,000 universal coins for 1 Shijin, meaning you would need to pay a deposit of 100,000 universal coins. 100,000 universal coins, is it? Very well, here you go. Let us proceed with the transfer. Wu Feng casually produced a crystal card he had obtained while opening a bank account during his journey and handed it to the female sales associate with an air of indifference. He felt no remorse or reluctance at the prospect of nearly exhausting the funds on the card. This was not due to an elevated perspective on money or an abundance of wealth, but rather because the funds within the card were acquired through a series of fortunate encounters along his travels. After all, when the money isn't earned through one's own toil, one tends to be less pained by its expenditure, such as human nature. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, according to the agreed terms, Wu Feng arrived. Having amassed a considerable amount of money over the past month through reverse robbery and entrapment, he promptly delivered the sum to the alien saleswoman before departing with his newly acquired spaceship, now entirely his own, under her cheerful farewell. Moments later, in the vast expanse of space not far from the Ola system, a uniquely designed spacecraft hurtled through the cosmos erratically. As a novice pilot, Wu Feng, guided by the simplistic instructions of the ship's artificial intelligence, slowly practiced maneuvering. However, due to his inexperience, he nearly collided with dozens of commercial spacecraft en route to Ola and, upon navigating through an asteroid belt, shattered hundreds of meteors of varying sizes. Under the AI's alerts and warnings, Wu Feng had no choice but to exit the vessel, relying on his profound internal energy to convert into internal breathing. Instinctively shielding himself from the myriad cosmic rays and radiation that jeopardized his life, he expelled all potential threats, allowing him to float safely in the void of space. Once detached from his newly acquired spacecraft, Wu Feng took a moment to acclimate before swiftly launching a barrage of energy beams with a mere wave of his hand, obliterating the obstructing meteors into cosmic dust that dissipated into the universe. Instantly clearing all obstacles, he habitually dusted off his hands and returned to the cockpit, relishing the novelty of piloting a spaceship for the first time. 3 hours later, having once again played the role of a cosmic janitor, the initial thrill faded, prompting Wu Feng to switch to intelligent control mode. With a look of disinterest, he exited the cockpit and entered the gravity chamber, preparing to experiment with the most notable cheat-like training method from the original narrative to assess its efficacy on his current self. To err on the side of caution, he decided to incrementally increase the gravity, starting with double Earth's gravity. After some contemplation, he resolutely abandoned the reckless idea of immediately setting it to 500 times Earth's gravity. Instead, he opted for a gradual approach to test his limits. Upon hearing the prompt, he felt the weight of double gravity descend upon him, an almost imperceptible sensation. Increasing it to triple gravity yielded a similar lack of pressure, prompting him to continue to quadruple gravity. Still too low? He escalated to 5 times Earth's gravity, finally sensing a noticeable force. Yet, it was insufficient. He pressed on to 200 times gravity. At last, he approached his limits at 413 times, his face flushed and trembling under the immense weight, nearly bending at the waist as he struggled to articulate. After enduring the strain for a while, Wu Feng, having reached his threshold, promptly disengaged the gravity apparatus using the controller in his hand. Breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, he slumped with his legs spread wide and his torso bent towards the floor, allowing the sweat-soaked fabric of his clothes to drip incessantly onto the ground. Gradually regaining his composure, Wu Feng straightened up, unsteadily opening the bathing chamber designated for cleansing after rigorous training. The following day, rejuvenated after a night of rest, Wu Feng, having replenished his energy, hastily enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast before resolutely returning to the gravity chamber, setting the gravity to 400 times. He once again embarked on the arduous and monotonous path of cultivation. The monotonous and tedious period of training did not last long. Nearly 3 days later, Wu Feng was interrupted by the intelligent reminder he had previously set. Has the first station requiring annotation arrived so swiftly? Time truly flies when one is engaged in cultivation. Being jolted from his meditation, Wu Feng mused quietly to himself. Never mind, I shall hasten to mark each celestial body as per the original plan. It won't take much time, anyway. With that thought, Wu Feng promptly deactivated the gravity, which was set at an astonishing 420 times that of Earth, and stepped into the cleansing chamber. After a brief refreshment, he opened the spaceship S hatch and leaped onto the desolate planet before him, which bore a resemblance in size to Earth yet exhibited no signs of life. With a resounding thud, Wu Feng landed directly on the barren ground, creating a sizable pit at least a meter deep. According to his original plan, encountering a lifeless planet was indeed the easiest scenario. He merely needed to find a few inconspicuous spots to hide the energy spheres he had prepared, which radiated his essence. As his thoughts raced, Wu Feng decisively unleashed his mental energy, swiftly moving and scanning the planet beneath him. In no time, he had thoroughly surveyed the area and swiftly compared it to the hundreds of pre-selected locations that met his criteria. Ultimately, after careful deliberation, he chose the 10 spots with the broadest coverage to conceal the energy spheres, which would serve as markers for future teleportation. Having completed this task, he felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing it would facilitate his travels and provide a retreat in case he encountered insurmountable foes or enemies who resorted to self-destruction. This strategy effectively mitigated the possibility of Earth or other inhabited planets facing destruction alongside him. As time slipped away like a fleeting thread, 3 months passed in Wu Feng's continuous training and busyness. At this moment, having just marked the last of the designated planets in the nearest solar system, he promptly placed his spaceship in a concealed spot on the moon and did not hesitate to teleport once more to a notorious stronghold of space pirates in the western region of the Milky Way, known as Skullstar. Upon his arrival, Wu Feng was immediately detected by the surveillance systems scattered throughout the planet. The artificial intelligence promptly alerted the entire planet. Warning, warning. An intruder has entered. Location: outside the Caribbean Hotel, at the junction of Black Pearl Avenue and Gulch Avenue. The local pirate lord is requested to implement immediate capture protocols. How quickly he had been exposed. Was it truly necessary for a planet known for its lawlessness and rampant crime to adopt such advanced surveillance techniques? Shouldn't he embody chaos, noise, and continuous bloodshed instead of this orderly scene? Wu Feng couldn't help but question. Hurry, hurry, let us go see. A thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. Another reckless fool attempting to uphold so-called justice has barged in. Indeed. Let us see which fool dares to disrupt our villainous domain. Yes, let us hurry. If we're late, we'll miss the exceptional battle of one of the infamous 10 Lords of Evil, Aurelia. Though we can predict the outcome. I still hope this lunatic can hold out a bit longer. As the alarm echoed across the planet, the denizens of this chaotic world did not react with the panic typical of other planets. Instead, they appeared unfazed, eager to converge at the scene to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Aurelia, the ruler of one of the 10 kingdoms of villains, was engaged in beneficial physical exercise. How long had it been? Another foolhardy intruder had barged into my territory, which was truly infuriating. Upon hearing the alarm, Aurelia, in a fit of anger and impatience, effortlessly dispatched several robust alien women who did not conform to Earth's aesthetic standards with a single wave of energy. After donning a battle-ready outfit, she furiously soared toward Wu Feng's location. Gunfire and the sounds of rockets and laser cannons erupted incessantly within moments of Wu Feng's appearance. A barrage of intense artillery rained down upon him, enveloping a 1-mile radius around his position. After enduring a relentless 15 minutes of destructive fire, even though the concentrated bombardment had long ceased, the area remained shrouded in smoke, obscuring all visibility. Is he dead? He must be, right? After withstanding such firepower for so long without a peep, he must have kicked the bucket, muttered Salima, a defensive officer under Aurelia. I never expected this intruder to be so weak, unable to survive the first wave. What a disappointment. Let us retreat. Wait, Lord Salima. Look, that person isn't dead. Indeed. Lord Salima. Not only is he alive, but he appears unscathed, exclaimed a sharp-eyed soldier, his voice trembling in disbelief as he swallowed hard. Everyone, remain calm and follow my orders. 3, 2, 1, run. Upon witnessing Wu Feng standing unharmed and seemingly unmoved, the experienced Salima calmly issued commands. Just as he finished speaking, he dashed toward a nearby building, followed closely by his subordinates, who scattered in various directions with practiced precision, as if they had rehearsed this escape countless times. Finished and thinking of fleeing? Is it that easy? Wu Feng arched an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he directed his hand toward the center, and with a mere thought, a small energy wave expanded into a watermelon-sized force, capable of annihilating a vast expanse in a single blow. As the energy wave coalesced, it hovered in the air, ready for release. In an instant, a violent eruption radiated outward, reminiscent of a sea urchin, swiftly annihilating the fleeing defenders, including Salima, reducing them to mere ash. Simultaneously, the Demon King Aurelia, arriving just a moment too late, bellowed in fury, "Impudent rogue, you seek death, perish by my void obliteration wave." With a swift motion, the oncoming assault surged towards him. Yet, Wu Feng remained unperturbed, his heart steady and his gaze unwavering. As he invoked the formidable energy derived from his very own cells, he erected a protective barrier of immense strength. He braced against Aurelia's wrathful strike, a blow potent enough to obliterate a planet. Managing to sustain the explosive energy just 3 feet before him, immovable as stone. Bang! At this moment, unwilling to squander any more time in a stalemate, Wu Feng stretched out his hand and effortlessly grasped the energy wave launched by Aurelia, crushing it into oblivion, dissipating it into the air. Who are you? Aurelia, the cunning Demon King, narrowed his eyes and asked with a wary expression, realizing that his surprise attack had been effortlessly neutralized. Isn't it too late to utter such meaningless words now? Wu Feng remarked indifferently, brushing off the dust from his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Wu Feng appeared before Aurelia, delivering a powerful punch that sent the unsuspecting demon flying, crashing through at least 100 skyscrapers and numerous mountains before finally coming to a halt, exhausted. As he landed, Aurelia instinctively clutched his chest, feeling a sweet taste of blood rising in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of crimson. My blood, you have truly enraged me, unforgivable. I shall tear you to shreds and make you pay with your life. Since his ascension as the Demon King during the fierce battles of the Galactic Pirate King's election hundreds of years ago, Aurelia had never suffered injury or shed blood. Now, provoked, he launched an all-out, reckless assault on Wu Feng. Faced with the barrage of energy waves coming from all directions, Wu Feng remained unfazed, merely raising a protective barrier, allowing Aurilla's relentless attacks to bounce off him without effect. As time passed and Aurilla's stamina waned, his furious onslaught gradually slowed. Have you reached your limit? Very well. I have observed enough, Wu Feng stated calmly. With that, he instantly vanished from his previous position, reappearing in front of Aurilla just as the demon attempted to retreat in alarm. Where do you think you are going? Allow me to escort you. Without further ado, Wu Feng unleashed a devastating energy wave, obliterating Aurilla before he could react, leaving no trace behind. The residual force continued to tear through the vast mountain ranges and the boundless oceans of the planet. Thus, one of the 10 pirate kings, known as the Demon King, vanished without a trace, save for a final, despairing scream. Everyone has been watching for quite some time. Do you not intend to make your presence known? Wu Feng addressed the unseen observers, who remained silent despite Aurilla's demise. Suddenly, 9 formidable energy cannons, capable of effortlessly annihilating a planet, converged on Wu Feng's location. Faced with this unexpected assault, Wu Feng's demeanor shifted. He no longer feigned nonchalance. In a split second, he propelled himself downward, leaping into the air just before the attack struck, escaping the encirclement and ascending to a height of 100 meters. From this vantage point, he surveyed the devastation left on the ground, the once flat terrain now marred by a massive crater, as if struck by a celestial body. Had the attackers not redirected their strikes at the last moment, the planet would have been obliterated in that joint attack. It is not my principle to be struck without retaliation, Wu Feng declared, having evaded the lethal barrage. He decided to take the initiative, soaring through the air and targeting the weakest of the 9 assailants. With a swift motion, he delivered a crushing blow to the alien resembling an oversized cockroach, sending it flying miles away, demolishing buildings and trees in its wake, before crashing into towering mountains. So fragile, Wu Feng mused, astonished at the ease of the kill. Next, he approached the second weakest foe, a creature resembling a giant fox. As it attempted to defend itself, Wu Feng's punch obliterated its arms, launching it into the depths of outer space, where it vanished into the cosmos. In rapid succession, Wu Feng dispatched 6 of the 9 opponents, each possessing combat powers between 100,000 and 300,000, leaving only the 3 strongest, with powers exceeding 390,000, 460,000, and 530,000 to train and hone his skills against. Who are you? One of the remaining adversaries exclaimed in frustration. Why have I never heard of someone with your level of power in the universe before? At this moment, the last 3 stood back to back, forming a defensive triangle. Among them was the strongest, the undisputed king of the notorious interstellar pirates, a figure cloaked in mystery and rarely seen, the uncrowned monarch of the evil star, Damark. While carefully observing the elusive Wu Feng, he spoke with a face full of rage. Being uninformed does not equate to the absence of truth, especially in a universe so vast, teeming with formidable beings. How much can one truly know in a lifetime? Let us not even mention the likes of Moro and Majin Buu, whose unparalleled strength could nearly conquer the entirety of the cosmos. Closer to home, we have King Kuld of the Frozen Demon Clan, the Grand Elder of the Namekians, and the First Master of the Western Galaxy, Ribfry, each possessing combat prowess exceeding millions. Pah! What nonsense about Moro and Majin Buu. They are but fabrications of the older generation, mere deceptions. And as for King Kuld, do you truly believe I have not encountered him? His combat power is a mere 470,000, which reveals that your mentioned Grand Elder and Ribfry are hardly remarkable. As Damark combined his rapid attacks against Wu Feng, he scoffed with disbelief, his tone dripping with contempt. 470,000? What a twisted sense of humor you share. Is it any wonder that you are father and son? However, if the norm is indeed 470,000, then his final form after 3 transformations must approximate 12 million in combat power. How enlightening, indeed. At this moment, Wu Feng deftly countered the rapid, shifting assaults of the 3 adversaries, exchanging blows with fists and feet, leaving a flurry of indistinct shadows in the air within a 3-foot radius around him. Simultaneously, his mind was occupied with silent contemplation and conjecture. How audacious, to engage us while being distracted, such recklessness. Seizing the opportunity presented by Wu Feng's momentary lapse in focus, the trio exchanged knowing glances and leaped back in unison, forming a triangular formation. In an instant, they unleashed their most formidable techniques with unwavering determination. Are you all truly giving it your all? Very well, let it be so. Allow me to conclude this battle with a move that has remained unseen since its inception, the extreme fist at 1x power. As Wu Feng's declaration resonated, an awe-inspiring aura materialized, enveloping the surroundings in an oppressive weight that radiated outward. The air shimmered visibly in waves, displacing the already ravaged structures and debris that littered the battleground. In a heartbeat, as Wu Feng's words hung in the air, a terrifying surge of energy coalesced in his hand, rapidly expanding from the size of a pea to that of a basketball. With a mere thought, he propelled this massive energy wave, releasing 3 exceptionally potent energy blasts to counter the incoming attacks from all sides. Upon their collision, the approaching waves were obliterated with astonishing ease, swiftly repelled back toward the trio, whose faces contorted with horror and sweat as they confronted their impending doom. The energy surged through them, annihilating their forms completely, and continued onward, piercing through the magnificent mountain range that sprawled for thousands of miles behind them. It then surged into the boundless ocean, revealing an ocean floor extending for hundreds of thousands of miles before finally dissipating deep within the Earth's crust. Witnessing the apocalyptic scene wrought by his final strike, Wu Feng felt a twinge of remorse and sorrow. Regret washed over him as he beheld the once resplendent landscape now marred by his own hand, and lamented the relentless suffering endured by the native life on this planet at the hands of merciless cosmic marauders. In such dire circumstances, you managed to evade disaster. Impressive. Before Wu Feng could fully reflect on this, he prepared to depart, returning to the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance to complete his mission and collect his substantial reward. At that moment, a faint breath unexpectedly emerged within Wu Feng's perception. It was none other than Damilk, the notorious leader of the 10 great cosmic pirates, who was presumed dead, reduced to nothingness. Upon realizing Damilk was still alive, Wu Feng swiftly appeared before him, who was now only half alive, prostrate on the ground. His face twisted in agony and malice. Damilk, seeing that he had ultimately failed to evade capture, understood that his fate was sealed. Damn it. Damn it. I will see you dead. I shall ensure your demise. Just wait. Even in death, I shall take you down with me. In a moment of despair, Damilk gritted his teeth, resolutely pressing the button hidden in his palm, which was meant to safeguard and protect, but in truth was a mechanism to imprison and seal his elder brother's dormant healing chamber. With a face contorted in rage, he shouted venomously, "Oh! Now that you have delivered your final words, farewell." "Oh, no, I misspoke. It is a farewell that shall never be." After patiently listening to Damilk's last utterance, Wu Feng no longer hesitated. He raised his right hand slightly, palm directed at Damilk, and swiftly concentrated energy into a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, which he launched directly toward him. With a thunderous explosion, the once robust, pink-skinned Damilk, now reduced to a mere upper half, was obliterated, disintegrating into dust invisible to the naked eye, scattered by the wind into the atmosphere. Simultaneously, as Wu Feng's thoughts moved and he unleashed the energy wave, Damilk's voice echoed in desperation, "Stop this at once. Damn it, hurry. Make it faster." At this moment, from the distant location of the healing chamber, the infamous star of villainy, Donadad, rushed towards the impending demise of his beloved brother at the hands of Wu Feng. With a loud cry of protest, he strained every ounce of energy within him, yearning to increase his speed and save his only kin. However, fate often defies one's desires. The renowned pirate king of the cosmos, recognized by countless space pirates, Donadad, ultimately arrived a moment too late, helplessly witnessing the sudden departure of his last remaining family member. I want you dead. Die." Donadad's face was aflame with rage, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he relentlessly unleashed wave after wave of energy blasts, potent enough to obliterate the earth, towards the distant Wu Feng. Yet, Wu Feng, with an air of nonchalance, deftly evaded the onslaught, his figure shifting unpredictably as he danced left and right, forward and back. No matter how swiftly Donadad launched his attacks, Wu Feng always seemed to anticipate and evade them with ease. As time flowed slowly, the relentless barrage of energy blasts from Donadad wreaked havoc upon the Star of Villainy. The landscape was marred by devastation, cataclysmic storms, raging tornadoes, and an eruption of volcanic lava that threatened to submerge the entire continent, alongside colossal tsunamis that loomed ominously. All these signs foretold the imminent doom of the infamous Star of Villainy, a harbinger of annihilation. This is not good, if this continues. The Star of Villainy will surely disintegrate and explode. There can be no more games. It is time to end this battle. With a decisive thought, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, propelling himself forward in a fierce confrontation with Wu Feng. Suddenly, amidst their fierce struggle, a tremendous force erupted, sending Wu Feng's opponent flying at least 1,000 meters before he regained his footing. Did you think you were the only one capable of amplifying your power? Transform and kill. Seeing Wu Feng's surge in energy, Donadad, belonging to the same lineage as Dodoria in the original tale, refused to be outdone. He pressed on recklessly, unleashing his ultimate form and rushing towards Wu Feng once more. The two figures, now locked in an intense duel, moved at blinding speeds, their forms becoming mere blurs. Only the varying afterimages left in their wake hinted at the ferocity of their clash. As their battle escalated, lightning crackled in the sky, entwining around their rapidly moving silhouettes. In a moment of cataclysmic collision, the vast force of their clash sent shockwaves through the air, producing an ear-splitting roar that reverberated across the surroundings. The tremendous energy expelled sent both combatants reeling backward, their bodies struggling to maintain balance. The resulting shockwave obliterated everything within a 1,000-mile radius, scattering clouds and enveloping the area in a dense cloud of dust. The earth trembled under the pressure, shattering like tempered glass. "You are formidable," Wufeng gasped, coughing as he acknowledged the strength of his foe. "You are the strongest I have encountered thus far. Let us decide our fate with one final blow, the planetary annihilation blast." With a resolute sigh, he prepared to unleash his ultimate power, ready to pay homage to his worthy opponent. Extreme Fist, threefold. In an instant, a colossal beam of blinding white energy surged forth to meet the dazzling green energy beam from Wufeng. Upon their clash, a momentary stalemate ensued, but soon, the brilliant white beam broke through, overwhelming its adversary. It consumed Donadad entirely, leaving a path of destruction in its wake as it annihilated all obstacles, mountains, oceans, until it soared into the cosmos, obliterating meteors along its trajectory, ultimately plunging into a lifeless planet slightly larger than Earth. In that instant, a magnificent explosion illuminated the cosmic expanse, a breathtaking spectacle of colors that dazzled the eye, occurring dozens of light years away from the star of villainy. Breathless and drenched in sweat, Wufeng leaned against his knees, panting heavily. "Indeed, surpassing my limits threefold has brought me to the brink of what my body can endure." In that moment, Wufeng, reflecting on all the battles he had endured, absorbed the lessons learned, and with a weary sigh, spoke out. Without further delay, he bit down forcefully, crushing the celestial bean he had kept in his mouth since before the fight, swallowing it whole. Almost instantaneously, Wufeng felt his injuries, both severe and minor, as well as his nearly depleted stamina, completely restored to their original state. Following this miraculous revival, Wufeng was determined not to linger. He extended his perception, enveloping the now ruined evil star entirely. After a brief moment, confirming that there was not a single trace of living essence within the desolate realm, a faint smile of satisfaction involuntarily appeared on his face. Though it was but a fleeting instant, it signified that Wufeng's spirits were remarkably high. This not only indicated that he had completed one of the 10 S-ranked missions that had plagued the Galactic Mercenary Alliance headquarters for 3 centuries, but also that he, a once impoverished individual, was on the verge of becoming a modestly wealthy figure in the cosmos, akin to possessing a life planet. Nearby, the Galactic Patrol headquarters was situated, a major force in the universe that, while belonging to the domain of the Galactic King, operated independently of the Galactic Patrol. "Greetings, Mr. Wufeng. Regarding the S-rank task you recently accepted and accomplished, the eradication of the cosmic pirate stronghold, Evil Star, we require a moment of your time to verify and gather evidence. Please bear with us for a brief interval," remarked a receptionist at the Galactic Mercenary Alliance headquarters, a striking extraterrestrial beauty who embodied the general aesthetic preferences of Earthlings. Her expression soft and her tone gentle. "Very well, I shall browse the mission hall for a while and return shortly," Wufeng replied after a moment's contemplation. With that, he proceeded without hesitation towards the adjacent mission hall, meticulously examining several S-rank missions that had long been unclaimed. Upon entering the mission hall, Wufeng's gaze was immediately drawn to the floating crystal display screen in the center, showcasing S-ranked and higher missions. Wisely, he chose to disregard the more advanced tasks and focus directly on those of S-rank. S-ranked mission: eradicate or capture the leader of the Frozen Demon Clan, King Kurd, in the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. S-ranked mission: destroy or capture the intelligent mechanical star, Big High Star, drifting in the Northern Galaxy. Status: pending completion. S-ranked mission: eliminate the Demon General, Amandus, and his cohorts, who escaped from the Demon Realm. Status: pending completion. S-ranked mission: annihilate the evil Namekian, Schlag, and his demonic subordinates occupying Schlag Star. Status: pending completion. S-ranked mission: eradicate all vicious criminals on the Evil Star, the lair of cosmic pirates. Status: undetermined, non-repeatable. S-ranked mission: assist the great cosmic scientist in a century-long exploration and study of black holes. Status: undetermined, non-repeatable. S-ranked mission: investigate and chart a preliminary map of the mysterious Gamma 73 Nebula. Status: pending completion. S-ranked mission: eliminate the juvenile beast, Edge, that has strayed from the demon realm. Status: Pending completion. S-ranked mission. Vanquish the evil monster, Demon Pwai, on the planet Pandera. Status. Pending completion. S-ranked mission. Capture the fugitive swordsman, Gekwa, who is on the run in the universe. Status. Pending completion. After a moment of careful examination, Wu Feng's brows furrowed in confusion. Have I somehow traversed into a mixed-version Dragon Ball universe? In this moment, as Wu Feng contemplated the various malevolent and utterly terrifying bosses he would inevitably encounter in the future, he found himself beset by a headache, yet could not help but feel a flicker of competitive spirit and anticipation. Hello, Mr. Wu Feng. Following our investigation, we have confirmed that you have indeed completed an S-level mission. Please proceed with the formal handover of the task, so you may promptly receive your reward for this undertaking. The alien receptionist, with her yellow-green skin, expressed a hint of surprise, her face adorned with a beaming smile, and spoke in a melodious tone. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng did not hesitate. He naturally produced his mercenary badge, resembling a bank card, crafted from an unknown crystal. Here you go. Oh. And could you also process my promotion in mercenary rank while you're at it? Certainly, please hold on for a moment while I take care of the promotion procedure. The alien receptionist replied, her smile unwavering. With that, she gently pressed her palm against the counter, and in an instant, a virtual projection materialized in the air. At this moment, the receptionist paid no mind to Wu Feng's astonished yet relieved expression. Instead, she pointed at the interface in the void and opened a display, her fingers flying over the controls as she deftly navigated through the incomprehensible program. After a brief interval, the alien receptionist paused her rapid operations and turned to Wu Feng, saying, Mr. Wu Feng, due to your unique circumstances, after special authorization and calculations from headquarters, you will be promoted directly from the lowest F-level cosmic mercenary to a B-level cosmic mercenary, making you the fastest upgrading cosmic mercenary in history. Congratulations. Oh. Could you kindly elaborate on the specific classifications within the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance? Wu Feng inquired, accepting the new mercenary badge handed to him by the alien. His curiosity piqued. Not at all, Mr. Wu Feng. You are too polite. It is my duty to address any inquiries from cosmic mercenaries like yourself. After briefly introducing her responsibilities, the alien continued, in the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, mercenaries are categorized into 9 levels, ranked from lowest to highest as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, X, and Z. Notably, the first 3 levels generally correspond to combat power between 100 and 10,000. The middle 3 levels correspond to combat power between 10,000 and 1 million, while the latter 3 levels, with S level corresponding to combat power between 1 million and 100 million. The X level typically corresponds to combat power exceeding 100 million but below 10 billion. As for the final Z level, representing the god of mercenaries, it remains an enigma, as only Lord Silas, from 10 million years ago, has ever attained it. Moreover, as a general rule, to ascend in rank, a cosmic mercenary must complete 3 F-level missions to automatically promote to E-level, 9 E-level missions to ascend to D-level, and 27 D-level missions for promotion to C-level. Following this pattern, completing 81 C-level missions grants 1 B-level status, 243 B-level missions for A-level, and 729 A-level missions for S-level. For ascension beyond S-level to X-level, one must complete a fixed number of 2,187 S-level missions and possess corresponding formidable strength to qualify for promotion. As for the legendary Z-level, representing the god-tier cosmic mercenary, ascension requires fulfilling 2 conditions: a heart of justice and the absolute strength to rival and contend with the divine. The scene shifts to the Isha galaxy on the planet Higher. The sound of thunder reverberates. At this moment, this life-laden planet, consumed by the malevolent Amandus and his band of marauders, exuding an aura of slaughter akin to that of hell itself, is undergoing a relentless bombardment from the energy cannons of Woofing. How infuriating! You wretched fiend, how dare you invade the territory of Amandus? Prepare to perish under my demon annihilation bomb. At that moment, the demon general, thoroughly incensed by Woofing's actions, soared into the sky. Without hesitation, he gathered his formidable power and unleashed a furious strike towards Woofing, his face twisted with rage as he bellowed in wrath. In the face of the rapidly approaching energy projectile that sent waves of peril coursing through him, Woofing deftly executed a swift evasion. Just in the nick of time, he ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters, casting a glance at the instigator of his plight, Amandus, while also observing the energy blast that he had narrowly dodged. The black and purple energy orb, brimming with a sense of annihilation, collided violently with a colossal peak nearly 10,000 meters high. The earth-shattering explosion reverberated with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The violent tremors compressed the air, creating visible waves akin to colossal ripples. Like a gigantic tsunami, it engulfed everything within a radius of several thousand miles, centered around the towering peak. Moments later, as the dust settled, only a vast crater remained. If one were to liken Hailstar to an apple, from a distance, it appeared as though a bite had been taken out of a rotting fruit. The cataclysmic detonation did not deter the two combatants engaged in fierce confrontation. In the next instant, Wufeng swiftly transitioned to launch a vigorous offensive, targeting Amondus's vital points with relentless speed. For a brief period, Amondus found himself scrambling to defend against the onslaught. However, after a moment, drawing upon his combat prowess that far surpassed Wufeng's typical capabilities, he gradually adapted, gaining the upper hand and initiating a powerful counterattack. With a thunderous punch propelled at high velocity, the air erupted with a deafening crack, as an overwhelming force, akin to the weight of 5 mountains, bore down upon Wufeng. In this moment, confronted by a fist capable of shattering the earth, Wufeng could no longer afford to conceal his true strength. With a mere thought, he elevated his ultimate technique to threefold, unleashing it directly against the oncoming colossal punch that bore down upon him like a mountain. The impact of their fists colliding produced a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing it to rupture and spread outward in a pattern reminiscent of a spider's web. From a distance, it appeared as though space itself had shattered like a mirror. After a few seconds of fierce resistance, Wufeng, empowered by his threefold technique, found that Edmund's strength, though formidable, was insufficient to endure the onslaught. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wufeng propelled himself forward with renewed vigor, hurtling across the landscape and crashing into a mountain towering 3,000 to 4,000 meters high, located 1,000 miles away. The collision obliterated the mountain, sending shockwaves that pulverized over 100 peaks, before Wufeng finally came to rest in a valley, sprawled motionless like a lifeless body. Had it not been for the faint residual energy he sensed still lingering within Edmund's form, he might have been deceived by Edmund's facade. Understanding the situation, Wufeng chose not to expose Edmund's disguise. Instead, he concentrated fully, meticulously confirming that the essence of the native inhabitants of Hailstar had vanished, leaving only scattered remnants of demonic energy across the planet. Without hesitation, he ascended rapidly into the sky. In mere moments, he breached the atmosphere of Hailstar, gazing down upon the ravaged landscape, enshrouded in dark energy. Lifting his right hand, he directed his palm toward Hailstar, silently gathering an orb of energy. Within seconds, this orb expanded to the size of a millstone, emanating an overwhelming power. As Wufeng completed his final search with unwavering resolve, he slowly opened his weary eyes, his expression transforming into one of profound coldness. With a mere thought, the immense energy orb was unleashed toward Hailstar. With a swish, the attack, infused with the full might of Wufeng, traveled at a velocity akin to light, plunging straight into Hailstar. Upon contact with the planet's surface, it penetrated the crust effortlessly, akin to a knife slicing through tofu, and continued unimpeded into the molten core. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion resonated throughout the entire Isha star system. At that moment, it felt as though even the vacuum of space could not hinder the propagation of the deafening blast. The laws of physics seemed to lose their significance. The shockwave from the detonation of Hailstar obliterated surrounding meteors, comets, and satellites into mere fragments, subsequently propelling Wufeng, who was left defenseless, several million miles away. Only then was he able to regain his composure, gazing in awe at the distant Hailstar, which erupted with a series of colossal explosions resembling an ever-blooming inferno. Captivated by its radiance, he was simultaneously overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment and trepidation at the sheer magnitude of the unleashed power. In this moment, Wufeng intimately experienced the formidable power of a planet's explosion. It not only made him acutely aware of his own insignificance, but also instilled in him a profound understanding of the immense energy contained within a single planet. This force was capable of obliterating all existence beneath a divine level in an instant. At that moment, Wufeng, convinced of this truth, silently pondered. The explosion of the planet, dazzling like fireworks, also possessed the fleeting nature of fireworks, lasting only a few seconds, a mere flash in the grand scheme of time. After admiring the cosmic spectacle, Wufeng wasted no time. With a swift teleportation, he departed and reappeared on a medium-sized life planet, Taganai Star. Without further delay, on Taganai Star, Wufeng hunted a few kings of fierce beasts for a barbecue feast. After spending an hour savoring his meal, he activated his teleportation once more, arriving at the headquarters of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Having learned from his previous experience, he refrained from teleporting directly into the mission hall. Instead, he materialized beside the entrance, underwent the necessary scanning, and then stepped inside. Not long after, he stood once more before the extraterrestrial receptionist, Renity. Before she could offer her customary professional smile and tedious greetings, he directly stated, "All right, Renity, I've had enough of the pleasantries. If you say any more, it will become bothersome. Please process my mercenary rank promotion along with the usual tasks." "Certainly, esteemed warrior Mr. Wufeng. Please hold on for a moment while I complete the paperwork," Renity replied with a gentle smile and soothing tone. A brief moment later, she addressed him warmly, "Greetings, Mr. Wufeng. First, congratulations on completing another S-level mission after a month. Secondly, congratulations on your promotion, as you have now become the 631st S-level Cosmic Mercenary since the establishment of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Lastly, heartfelt congratulations on acquiring the title and privileges of the King of Mercenaries." 631st? Wufeng responded with a puzzled expression. "Yes, esteemed Mr. Wufeng. Do you find that number excessive? On the contrary, I believe it is rather scarce. As far as I know, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance has existed for at least 10 million years. If we consider that span, it seems incredible that such a vast universe has produced only one S-level Cosmic Mercenary approximately every 100 years. Mr. Wufeng, there may be a misunderstanding. This situation arises because, over the years, many individuals have met the qualifications but failed to meet the mission requirements as A-level mercenaries. However, that doesn't seem plausible. Were there really no sufficient tasks during their time? I am aware that the mission hall has numerous millennial tasks available," Wufeng queried, increasingly perplexed. "Mr. Wufeng, you may not be aware, but 40 years ago, before the reforms at the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance headquarters, mercenaries could only accept tasks suitable for their levels. Moreover, being a mercenary is a perilous profession. Many qualified candidates for S-level have perished along the way. Additionally, several impatient A-level mercenaries abandoned their careers, choosing to explore the cosmos or establish their own factions, while others opted for a life of seclusion. Ultimately, various factors have resulted in a dwindling number of mercenaries remaining eligible for S-level promotion." Renity explained slowly and gently, her demeanor calm and composed. "Oh, I see. So, I happened to arrive at a fortuitous time. Otherwise, I might have also chosen to abandon my path like those others," Wufeng remarked with a touch of self-deprecating humor. Without waiting for Renity to finish her laughter, he inquired, "Now, could you enlighten me about the privileges associated with the title of King of Mercenaries?" "Certainly, Mr. Wufeng. The title of King of Mercenaries is a prestigious honor granted to you by the Alliance headquarters after deliberation, along with several exclusive privileges. Could you elaborate on that?" "Of course, Mr. Wufeng. Specifically, you now hold the honorary title of King of Mercenaries, meaning you have gained fame. You will become a renowned and celebrated figure throughout the cosmos. In addition to this honor, you have obtained the following privileges. First, a dedicated reception staff at your service. Second, you will no longer need to personally visit the headquarters for task acceptance. You can do so via a communicator. Third, you are exempt from any intermediary tax deductions, allowing you to receive the full reward for your tasks. Lastly, and most importantly, after discussion at the headquarters, you have gained access to certain Alliance intelligence, enabling you to share in all non-S-level information collected by the Alliance." "Oh, the headquarters truly regards me highly," Wufeng remarked, raising an eyebrow and casting a meaningful glance at Renity, his tone imbued with significance. Only when Renity, unable to bear the weight of his gaze, lowered her head and withdrew into her own modest demeanor, did Wufeng finally avert his eyes, turning away without hesitation while softly uttering, "Thank you." On the planet Olara, the trade capital, after successfully completing 2 S-level bounty missions, Wufeng's pockets were now full, allowing him to advance his plans. Adhering to the principle of not overburdening himself with multiple tasks, he returned to the very shop where he had purchased his spacecraft. As he entered, it was no surprise that he was once again greeted by the quick-witted salesperson. Recognizing Wufeng, the salesperson wasted no time in rushing over with a warm greeting. "Welcome back, esteemed customer. How may I assist you today? Please feel free to share your requirements." "Well, in that case, I would like to order 10 spacecraft identical to the last batch. Additionally, please prepare a detailed instructional video for constructing your least advanced version of a spacecraft and gravity chamber," Wufeng stated without hesitation, listing his desired purchases. "Certainly, esteemed customer. Please hold on a moment while I process your request and calculate the total price and deposit." After a brief interval, the salesperson returned, "Greetings, esteemed guest. I have everything prepared for you. The items you requested are currently being produced at an accelerated pace, and they will be ready in approximately 3 days. How does that sound? That works for me. I am not in a hurry. Take your time with the production. This will allow me to explore and procure other necessities on Alara. Here is the deposit. I will return in 5 days to collect my order. Farewell. Wu Feng wore a serene smile, his eyes glimmering with an undeniable authority. With an expression of calmness and a tone of indifference, he spoke slowly. Upon finishing his words, he did not linger, taking his crystal card and turning away without a trace of reluctance. Time flowed like light, and the days slipped by in a fleeting moment. Soon. 5 days had passed. True to his word, Wu Feng arrived punctually at the large store selling spacecraft. Without unnecessary delay or disturbance, he completed the transaction with the salesperson, settling the remaining balance in one go. He then boarded one of the spacecraft, initiating its launch and swiftly heading towards the predetermined direction. As Wu Feng's spacecraft took off, 9 unmanned vessels, laden with a variety of cargo, followed suit the very next second, activating their intelligent navigation systems to pursue him. After indulging in the experience for half a day, Wu Feng exited the cockpit without a second thought, switching to the automatic driving mode. He proceeded directly to the gravity chamber, adjusting the gravity to its maximum of 500 times and embarking on the monotonous yet unwavering journey of his training. Time flew by in an instant, and 3 months passed unknowingly as Wu Feng devoted himself to his cultivation. At this moment, before Wu Feng could continue his usual cultivation, the alarm on the spaceship suddenly blared, abruptly interrupting his practice. It was the ship's intelligence system, which had been pre-programmed by Wu Feng, notifying him that they had arrived in the solar system. Has it really arrived so quickly? It feels as though not much time has passed. Wu Feng exclaimed, panting slightly, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his thoughts. Master, you need not question this. It has indeed been 3 months since you commenced your cultivation. The ship's intelligence, which Wu Feng had casually named Xiaoxi, affirmed promptly upon hearing his words. All right, Xiaoxi, I was merely expressing my thoughts without any doubting you. By the way, please prepare the bathwater for me. I will need it shortly, Wu Feng replied, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on his face. Understood, Master, your command has been received. And the bathwater is being prepared, Xiaoxi responded dutifully. Very well, do as instructed. Call me again once the spaceship has reached the Earth's surface in 15 minutes. Wu Feng instructed calmly, his demeanor composed. Affirmative, your command is noted. Please rest assured, Master, Xiaoxi replied with precision. A little over a quarter of an hour later, having emerged from the bathing chamber fully attired, Wu Feng glanced back at the 9 spaceships, each brimming with an array of high-tech products crafted by extraterrestrial ingenuity. Satisfied, he commanded, Xiaoxi, set a course directly for the Chilean mountains on Earth. In this moment, the friends and neighbors of Wu Feng and Lianshan Valley were busily engaged in their usual activities. The children, aged between 5 and 16, gathered in the central circular area, diligently training alongside Wu Feng's second uncle, Wu Shan. Nearby, a number of toddlers, not yet 5 and just learning to walk, amusingly mimicked their older siblings' movements, undeterred by the occasional tumbles. They would immediately rise again, embodying the spirit of relentless imitation. Simultaneously, the peaks where Wu Tai had once imparted his teachings to Wu Feng were now occupied by youths over 16. Buzz. As Wu Tai stood atop the peak, overseeing the training of the young martial artists in the mastery of Qi, a sudden humming noise interrupted his admonitions. What could it be? A new type of aircraft? Wu Tai gazed up with a mix of confusion and vigilance at the 10 spacecraft hovering above. Wait, something's amiss. Did that rascal return without so much as a greeting? In a flash, Wu Feng appeared beside Wu Tai, his demeanor calm yet filled with joy. Uncle, it's been too long. As expected, your strength has significantly increased, and your aura radiates vitality once more. How delightful. Enough of your superfluous chatter. Let me witness the fruits of your training over the past year, Wu Tai interjected, steering the conversation back to focus. Without delay, he launched a direct punch toward Wu Feng. With a casual yet swift response, Wu Feng caught his uncle's fist with one hand, holding it firmly in midair. Ah, good lad, take this. Upon seeing his attack thwarted, Wu Tai praised genuinely, transitioning his fist into an open palm while simultaneously sweeping his feet toward Wu Feng's lower body. In a mere second, a flurry of strikes unfolded between them, Wu Tai delivering a series of attacks while Wu Feng adeptly countered, his defenses impeccable. The surrounding youths gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they witnessed the spectacular exchange. However, as time progressed, Wu Tai consciously accelerated the pace of their spar, leaving the onlookers struggling to keep up, their vision blurring as if they were blind. With each step, Wu Tai unleashed his full power, igniting a spark of combativeness within Wu Feng. The intensity of their clash heightened, prompting both to leap into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Without unnecessary words. They engaged in combat the moment they reached the heights, exchanging blows, fist against fist, palm against palm, leg against leg, in a rapid-fire exchange. Observers could only perceive two figures shimmering with azure and white light, their movements a blur as they entwined and collided. In one instant, they were entangled. And in the next, they collided from thousands of meters apart, only to separate again and engage anew, locked in an unbreakable struggle. Rumble. The unrelenting barrage of strikes caused the air to finally succumb, erupting in a cacophony of deafening explosions. Waves of pressure cascaded outward, creating visible ripples that swept across the surroundings, obliterating everything in their path. The thick white clouds covering the area dispersed in an instant, unveiling a brilliant cascade of light. The majestic peaks, draped in snow, crumbled under the force, unleashing a colossal avalanche that buried the remaining third, exposing the underlying terrain. Bang! After yet another exchange, Wutai, now fatigued, was flung downward from the 10,000-meter height, plummeting 7 or 8,000 meters before regaining his composure. With a wry smile, he shook his head, letting out a sigh before reappearing atop the mountain. Not wishing to prolong the battle, Wufeng, too, moderated his rising combat spirit, teleporting to Wutai's side. Before Wutai could speak, Wufeng expressed his astonishment. "Uncle, you truly astonish me. It has only been a little over a year. You little rascal, what are you so surprised about? If anyone should be amazed, it's me. In just over a year, your strength has undergone a tremendous transformation, truly remarkable. Now, tell me, how much of your strength did you utilize in our earlier bout?" "Spare me the pleasantries and speak honestly," Wutai replied, his expression serious and eyes narrowed. "Well, approximately 30%. Wufeng hesitated, his gaze flickering uncertainly. "Are you certain? No deception?" "Absolutely, it's the truth. 30% of my strength, I assure you," Wufeng affirmed with determination. Though internally he thought, merely 30% of my 30%. After a moment of scrutiny, Wutai waved his hand dismissively, conceding, "Very well. I shall take your word for it. Now, go see your second aunt. She has been quite worried about you during your absence." "Understood, uncle. I shall see her and the rest of my siblings shortly." With that, Wufeng leaped into the air, heading swiftly toward his second uncle's home. Watching him depart, Wutai turned back to the curious onlookers, his expression serious. The group instinctively lowered their heads, retreating from his authoritative gaze as he declared, "Continue your training." Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed since Wufeng's return to Lianshan Valley. In the past 6 months, aside from the initial month following Wufeng's return, during which he inexplicably granted himself an extended leisure break, there has been an unwavering tranquility, with no unexpected events occurring. After a month of carefree relaxation, at the beginning of the second month, Wufeng formally initiated his plans. He first registered a company dedicated to the development of high-tech innovations, under the name of all the residents of Lianshan Valley. Subsequently, after a month of establishing the company, he launched several extraterrestrial high-tech agricultural products that benefited the populace in the following month. After a period of growth and gaining notoriety, he promptly introduced additional advanced high-tech products that addressed various societal needs. To this day, 6 months later, the enterprise known as Lianshan Valley High-Tech Research Group has rapidly ascended to become a formidable global chain, solidly securing its position as the leader in the business world. Unrivaled at the forefront, this astonishingly swift development can be attributed to 2 significant factors. Firstly, the company's inherent strength, consistently delivering groundbreaking products that serve the public good almost every month, and secondly, the remarkable consequences that befall any forces or nations that dare to obstruct the company's rapid advancement. Those who attempt such interference invariably find themselves confronted by formidable martial artists, who promptly escort them to a dazzling fireworks display before returning them to their original locations. It has been proven that, barring the foolish, anyone who witnesses such a spectacle is bound to issue a public apology the following day, followed by a proclamation of their intent to assist. Moreover, some astute individuals even seek to ingratiate themselves with the company. Although no entity has successfully integrated into the company, Wufeng, in a gesture of goodwill, formed alliances with several robust enterprises through a mutual defense pact. The once rugged terrain of Lianshan Valley has transformed into a flat expanse of rocky ground, adorned with over 100 homes constructed from concrete, stone, and timber, all reflecting the rich cultural essence of the valley. Nearby, several charming villas and 10 substantial gravity training rooms for spacecraft have been erected, close to the expansive training grounds. As Wufeng beheld the monumental changes in Lianshan Valley and the genuine smiles of friends and family within, A sense of profound satisfaction enveloped him. In an instant, he teleported to his uncle's martial arts arena. Upon arriving, he surveyed the newly renovated and expansive dojo before casually striding inside, heading towards the gravity room designated solely for his uncle, Mutaito. Moments later, as Mutaito emerged, drenched in sweat, he glanced at Wu Feng and, while ambling towards the bathing area, inquired, "What brings you here today? Is there a significant matter you wish to discuss? Does my visit need to be prompted by pressing matters?" Wu Feng jested, feigning sorrow. "Oh, so there is nothing urgent to deliberate? Splendid. Please wait here until I finish my bath, and then we can catch up," Mutaito replied, before entering the bathing room, closing the door behind him. With a sigh, Wu Feng resigned. "All right, I shall wait, as you are my uncle." After a while, in Mutaito's bedroom, he queried, "So, you mean to say that the First World Martial Arts Conference will commence next year? Isn't that a bit rushed? You must understand that your fellow disciples and those proud young talents from the valley are likely not at their peak strength." "Uncle, you worry unnecessarily. I have already devised a solution," Wu Feng replied, beaming with confidence. "Oh, pray tell. How do you intend to ensure that these inexperienced youths won't be overwhelmed by the seasoned martial artists in the competition?" Mutaito asked, his expression turning serious as if he contemplated dubious methods. "Uncle, it's quite simple. We can categorize the martial arts competition into two groups, youth and adults." Wu Feng explained, suppressing a smile as he hurriedly articulated his thoughts. "Is that so? Well, that is a commendable solution. Very well, let us proceed with that. If you have no other pressing matters, you may leave," Mutaito concluded. "Uncle, you can't be serious. I haven't even had a sip of water yet." Wu Feng protested. "Are you going to leave, or must I force you to?" Mutaito retorted. "All right, I'll take my leave now. Farewell, uncle." With a swift thought, Wu Feng activated his teleportation, vanishing from Mutaito's presence. In the next instant, he reappeared in his own bedroom within a villa in Lianshan Valley. Time, ever fleeting, had quietly elapsed, and 5 months had passed since Wu Feng established his prominent global enterprise. Unbeknownst to him, the calendar had turned to the first month of the second year since his return. At this moment, on a medium-sized island nestled amidst mountains in the central western region of the Earth, a multitude of martial arts masters from across the globe have gathered. Accompanied by a throng of onlookers, enthusiasts, and opportunists drawn by the allure of the event. This congregation follows a 10-minute promotional film aired simultaneously in various locations worldwide. Funded by the Lian Mountain Valley High-Tech Research Group 3 months prior, this once obscure medium-sized primitive island has suddenly risen to prominence, ushering in a delightful spring. Meanwhile, across various regions of the world and among numerous broadcasting stations, dear listeners, greetings to you all. Welcome to the timely news segment brought to you by our station. I am your old friend, Tart. Let us dispense with any unnecessary preamble and delve directly into today's topic, the first ever World Martial Arts Championship. Meticulously organized and hosted by the globally recognized leading enterprise 3 months ago, along with the substantial prizes awarded to the top 10 competitors in both the youth and adult categories. At this moment, on the medium-sized island aptly named Battle Island by Wu Feng, the central location had long been transformed into a competition arena reminiscent of an enlarged ancient Roman Colosseum, a feat accomplished a month prior. During the construction, Wu Feng took into account that martial artists with combat power exceeding 100 points moved with a speed far beyond the perception of ordinary humans. Thus, from the outset, the design incorporated alien high-tech camera equipment to ensure synchronized slow-motion playback at all times. Furthermore, the entire competition venue, particularly the vital fighting stage, was constructed from the hardest material found in the cosmos, known as thunder steel. Notably, Wu Feng even took the opportunity to make a wish using a Dragon Ball for this purpose. At the martial arts competition registration test site, a long queue of hopeful participants formed, bustling yet orderly, devoid of chaos. A guide, dispatched by the Lianshan Valley High-Tech Corporation, greeted the first contender with a polite smile. "Hello, please strike this testing machine with all your strength. If you illuminate the lights, you may officially register for the competition." "Is that all? It seems too simple. Watch me." Upon understanding the instructions, a muscular young man, evidently a fitness coach, gathered his strength and confidently struck the machine without hesitation. Bang! However, the ensuing moment was rather embarrassing. Apart from the loud impact, the testing machine exhibited no response, and not a glimmer of light appeared. "This is impossible. Again, I refuse to believe it. Light up for me." The determined young man persisted, exerting all his might in repeated attempts. Yet, despite his efforts, the the machine remained unyielding. The guide gently interjected, "Sir, according to the rules of the martial arts competition, each participant is permitted only 3 attempts. May I kindly ask you to step aside for the next contestant?" "Humph, stepping aside is fine. But I'll see how many can make this wretched machine light up." Reluctantly, the muscular man, filled with frustration, moved aside to watch. After his departure, the guide mechanically continued with the next candidate. "Hello, may I ask your name and age?" "My name is Wutian, and I am 26. "Very well. Please strike the machine with all your strength." With a resounding bang, the machine emitted a series of beeping sounds and illuminated brilliantly. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? The muscular man, observing nearby, was struck with disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. The guide, ignoring the astonished onlooker, quickly congratulated Wutian with a beaming smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Wutian. You have qualified. Please proceed to the waiting hall." "Okay," Wutian replied calmly, turning to walk toward the waiting area. "All right, everyone, please be quiet. Next contestant." The guide, momentarily recovering from the earlier shock, maintained a professional smile and continued. Bang. No light, disqualified. Next. Bang. Light. Qualified. Congratulations. Next. Disqualified. Next. Qualified. Congratulations, Mr. Taubaiha. Next. After a lengthy morning of preliminary tests, fewer than 400 contestants emerged qualified to officially participate in the martial arts competition, a lamentably small number. This also highlighted the decline of martial arts in the world, as statistics indicated that over 50 to 60,000 participants had registered globally. Yet, only a mere fraction managed to pass the initial selection. It is noteworthy that of the fewer than 400 qualified contestants, more than half hailed from Mutaito's dojo in Lianshan Valley. Had it not been for Wu Feng's tireless efforts over the years, it is questionable whether even 100 participants could have been assembled for this competition. That afternoon, at precisely 1 o'clock, the host of the tournament, Franz Siegel, addressed the audience. "Dear viewers and esteemed guests, welcome to the first ever World Martial Arts Tournament, meticulously organized by Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises. Without further ado, let us welcome the first contestant, Jonathan Zitlin, along with his opponent, Marian Casal, to the stage." As the announcer's voice boomed across the 40 by 40-meter arena, 2 burly men, muscles rippling, strode confidently from opposite sides, ascending the steps to the platform with ease. Standing approximately 10 meters apart, they confronted each other with grave expressions, causing the atmosphere to grow tense and oppressive. Assuming their stances, both men sprang into action at the sound of the host's begin. In mere seconds, they collided, grappling fiercely and tumbling to the ground, entwined in a struggle that persisted until the host, nearly dozing off from the monotony, finally declared Marian Casal the victor due to Jonathan's slightly inferior endurance. The contest has concluded, and the winner is Marian Casal. Let us all congratulate him. The quick-witted host wasted no time in announcing the result and continued. Now, let us welcome the second pair of contestants to the stage. With that, the prepared Tao Bai Bai and the world champion in Sanda, Ormond, leapt gracefully onto the 3-meter-high platform. As the golden-haired host signaled the start of the match, Tao Bai Bai, having trained alongside her brother and reached a preliminary level of martial arts proficiency, launched a probing straight punch with 30% of her strength towards her opponent. Bang. In this moment, faced with a barrage of rapid punches, Ormond realized that evasion was utterly futile. Thus, in a fleeting thought, he relied on his extensive battlefield experience, summoning all his strength to unleash his most formidable punch in a head-on confrontation. As their fists collided, Ormond felt as though he had struck a small car hurtling towards him at a speed of 100 miles per hour, rendered powerless and sent hurtling off the stage, plummeting to the ground below. The abruptness of the outcome and its theatrical nature left ordinary spectators in a state of bewilderment. A chorus of incredulous voices erupted, each questioning the authenticity of the event. "This is utterly implausible. Indeed, a fixed match should not resemble this. Goodness, you aren't even attempting to feign sincerity. It feels like a deliberate mockery. Are we to be treated as fools? Is this a blatant insult to our intelligence?" A voice cut through the clamor. "Please, everyone, calm down. If there are any doubts, kindly refer to the slow-motion replay on the big screen. On behalf of Lianshan Valley High-Tech Enterprises, I assure you, we do not engage in deception nor orchestrate fixed matches. Everything within this competition is conducted with fairness, justice, and transparency." At that moment, on the suspended projection screen above the arena, an image familiar to all suddenly appeared, that of Wu Shan, the general manager of a high-tech enterprise in the valley. As soon as he made his entrance, he first silenced the noisy crowd, then, with a serious expression, made a solemn promise. Enough of the superfluous chatter. Let us now observe the true circumstances of the recent match. The instant his words fell, the screen gradually displayed the rapid punches of Tao Bai, which resembled meteors, along with a scientific analysis of the force behind those punches, vividly illustrating comparisons to real-life scenarios. Ah, so that's how it is. Is it truly possible for martial arts to reach such heights? Incredible! Indeed, it was astonishing. I've learned so much. It's simply, regardless. I have made my decision. From this moment on, I shall practice martial arts and aspire to become. But how can this be? I refuse to believe it. It defies the laws of science. Cough, cough. All right, everyone, please quiet down. The match must continue, so let us settle down a bit, shouted the blonde host. Once the audience complied, he continued, enough of the idle talk. Let us invite the third pair of contestants to the stage. In a swift motion, two figures leaped from approximately 10 meters away, gracefully landing on the arena, inciting a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Cousin Fei, will you choose to step down voluntarily now? Or shall I kick you down myself? Humph, Cousin Jing, do not speak too soon. We shall see who ends up being kicked down. Oh. Then I shall wait and see. Prepare yourself. Humph. Receive my shadow split fist. As Wu Fei's words echoed, her figure blurred. And in the blink of an eye, she was suddenly in front of Wu Jing, who stood several meters away. Without allowing Wu Jing a moment to react, Wu Fei's form trembled, and in the next instant, realistic images of her clones emerged, swirling around Wu Jing in a tight formation. Yet, despite being surrounded, Wu Jing displayed no sign of panic. Instead, she closed her bright eyes, calming herself, remaining perfectly still, and focused intently on listening. In but a moment, it seemed Wu Jing had heard something. A slight smile formed at the corner of her mouth as she swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful punch in a specific direction. Thinking to herself, as expected, some things never change. She has not learned from her past mistakes. The culmination of her rigorous training was swiftly exposed, leaving Wu Fei astonished. Barely managing to cross her arms to shield herself, desperately attempting to halt her backward momentum to avoid tumbling off the stage. Perhaps it was luck or the favor of the heavens, but just as Wu Fei was about to fall, she managed to regain her balance. Standing firm once more in the center of the arena, with a mix of trepidation and relief, she patted her relatively flat chest, murmuring to herself, that was close. I almost fell. Though she had lost the initial advantage, Wu Fei, now steady, did not succumb to despair. Instead, she meticulously defended herself, seeking an opening in Wu Jing's relentless attacks to turn the tide. Yet, after a brief period, she still found no opportunity to exploit Wu Jing's weaknesses. This was not due to Wu Jing's flawless technique or a sudden increase in her strength. Rather, it was purely because Wu Fei's abilities were inadequate. Even when she noticed several openings in Wu Jing's assault, she lacked the necessary strength to capitalize on them and reverse the increasingly unfavorable situation. From a distance, the two figures, moving with lightning speed, collided on the stage, each encounter resulting in a swift disengagement. The intensity of their exchanges generated resounding echoes that reverberated throughout the arena, leaving the ordinary spectators bewildered and astonished. Oh no, this is disastrous. My prize money is gone. As Lu Sun once wisely remarked, what is held too long will inevitably be lost, and indeed, this was the immediate manifestation of that truth. In a state of passive defense, Wu Fei grew increasingly fatigued, leading to a momentary lapse in concentration that exposed a vulnerability. Wu Jing, seasoned and possessing a distinct advantage, seized the opportunity, breaking through Wu Fei's defenses and unceremoniously kicking her off the stage. Without casting a glance back, Wu Jing turned and departed, leaving Wu Fei behind, seated on the ground with an expression of despair, muttering to herself, "Can someone please explain what just happened? How did it come to pass that moments ago we were evenly matched, and in the blink of an eye, the outcome changed so drastically?" At this moment, a bewildered spectator asked in confusion, "Huh? Can't you just watch the slow-motion replay on the big screen? Stop pretending to understand when you clearly don't. It's a dead heat. Are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can rightfully inherit my $1 million debt?" Another foolish viewer then chimed in with mock seriousness. "The winner has been decided, Wu Jing, also from the sacred martial arts grounds. Congratulations, Ms. Wu Jing. Now, without further ado, let's welcome the next pair of competitors." The blonde host, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary words, swiftly and directly announced, "Time flies, and the once bright sky has gradually dimmed. The setting sun lingers, its last sliver resembling a crescent yet to vanish. Evening quietly descends, and dusk is upon us. Meanwhile, the competition, which has lasted all afternoon, is nearing its conclusion. To avoid delaying everyone's dinner, the final match of the Youth Division elimination round in the martial arts tournament will now officially begin, the host declared hoarsely. His voice strained from hours of commentary without a sip of water. As soon as the host finished speaking, the last pair of impatient competitors appeared on the stage simultaneously. They exchanged a swift, respectful salute before charging at each other without hesitation. Within seconds, they collided at the center of the arena. Boom, boom, boom. The two fighters held nothing back, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes and counters. Their movements were so rapid that the entire stage was filled with fleeting afterimages. The sheer force of their clashes sent tremors through the massive platform, startling even the host, who cowered at the edge, trembling uncontrollably. Wow, look at that. Unbelievable. The shockwaves from their battle are making the million-ton stage shake. An enthralled spectator exclaimed, leaping to his feet in amazement. Wait, it's true, the stage is actually moving. This is insane. After this match, I'm signing up for martial arts training, declared an enthusiastic teenager, his voice cracking with excitement. This defies physics, it's impossible, protested a renowned physicist in disbelief. On the highest balcony of the martial arts tournament grounds, Wu Feng frowned as he observed the two combatants locked in a fierce, almost hostile duel. After all these years, why are Wu Xian and Wu Yin still at odds like this? He asked his uncle, Mutaito, with a puzzled expression. Mutaito snorted in irritation, recalling unpleasant memories. Ever since that incident, these two brats have been like this, utterly unchanged. No amount of persuasion has worked. Is that so? Haven't T fifth uncle and fifth aunt tried to intervene? If this continues, they might become genuine enemies, Wu Feng remarked disapprovingly. They've tried. But temporary fixes don't solve the root problem. It's ultimately futile. I see. In that case, leave it to me. Such discord cannot be tolerated. Wu Feng declared sternly, stepping toward the railing with a resolute expression. Fine. If you want to handle it, go ahead. Just make sure neither of them ends up dead. Mutaito replied with a faint smile, glancing at the life-or-death struggle unfolding below. Bang. Lightning fast, the two fighters momentarily separated, each retreating to opposite edges of the stage. After a brief pause, they gathered their strength and lunged at each other once more. The resulting collision sent a deafening shockwave reverberating through the arena, forcing the thousands of spectators to cover their ears in pain. Moments later, the two combatants stood at opposite ends of the stage, their bodies drenched in sweat and blood. Pant. Pant. Are we really continuing this, Xiaoyan? Wu Xian gasped, hunched over in exhaustion. His voice laced with reluctant pleading as he watched his younger brother, Wu Yin, barely holding himself up on his knees. Wu Yin clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead in frustration. Damn it. I lost again, just by a hair's breadth. Why? Why? Thud. 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 Consumed by bitterness and unable to recognize his own shortcomings, Wu Yin vented his rage by pounding the unyielding stage beneath him. Ahem. Contestant Wu Yin. Do you wish to continue? If not, I will officially declare Wu Xian the winner of this match, the host interjected cautiously. At that moment, the blonde host, steadfastly committed to her professional duties, compelled herself to suppress her fears. With great courage, her body trembling, she approached Wu Yan's side and cautiously uttered, Next time. I assure you, I will never lose to you again. You must wait for me. At this moment, filled with a fervent resentment and grinding teeth, Wu Yan, after delivering his harsh words, turned without hesitation and staggered back along the path he had come. Witnessing this, Wu Xian felt a pang of anguish and instinctively reached out a hand in an attempt to retain him. Yet, as the words hovered on his lips, he found himself at a loss for what to say, ultimately allowing his hand to fall helplessly, watching the retreating figure with a dejected expression, whispering softly, Xiaoyan. Why must you go through this? Alas. The night passed in silence, and the following day dawned bright and clear. Dear audience, let us now invite the first pair of contestants from the non-teenage group to take the stage, exclaimed the golden-haired host, her voice brimming with excitement after a night of rest had restored her vocal clarity, perhaps driven by a desire not to be underestimated by the younger generation. The two seasoned masters of martial arts, among the few remaining in the world, made their entrance with a speed that resembled teleportation. Please welcome, Brother Lu Yuan. Please welcome, Master Duo Fa. Upon finishing their greetings, they moved in an instant, covering a distance of over 10 meters to the center of the arena, swiftly engaging in combat. The speed of their strikes was akin to bullets, as they exchanged blows and moved fluidly. In no time, the residual images left by their rapid movements filled the arena, creating an illusion of a crowd packed tightly upon the stage. This spectacular scene left the surrounding ordinary spectators in a state of astonishment and awe. However, unlike the oblivious onlookers, the formidable Mutaito, standing on the open balcony, quickly discerned something amiss. What are these two old fellows up to? A grand martial arts performance? Cough. Uncle, I believe it is very likely as you said. Their actions clearly indicate they are here for promotion and advertising. Wu Feng remarked with a bemused expression. What nonsense. At their age, they should have some sense of propriety. Unable to watch any longer, Mutaito leaped down heavily towards the two men in the arena. Boom. The sudden onslaught from Mutaito caught the performers off guard, and they were immediately swept away by the overwhelming force, crashing down beneath the stage. Amaba, do not be angry. Do not be angry. You. Mutaito, not only do you disregard the rules of the competition, but you also dared to launch a sneak attack on me and Master Duo Fa. You two old fellows. I respect you as predecessors, so I shall not dwell on this incident. I have given you face. Do not be ungrateful. If it were not for the sake of our past guidance, I would not bother with your fates. I now hope you will recognize the situation and withdraw promptly. Otherwise, when my nephew steps in, the consequences will be dire. While Mutaito coldly advised the two, he secretly reflected. Sir. Might I request that you adhere to the competition rules and refrain from causing disruption? The golden-haired host, though trembling inside, feigned bravado and inquired softly. Very well. I had no intention of making a scene. Mutaito sighed slightly, his expression firming. From this moment forth, whoever can force me to retreat one step shall be the champion of this martial arts tournament. Uncle, this. Well, do as you wish. It may serve as a deterrent and a model for others, a win-win situation, Wu Feng said, shaking his head slightly before picking up his phone to make a call. All right, I understand. No need to intervene. Furthermore, let everything proceed as the gentleman on stage has stated. Meanwhile, back on the stage, the golden-haired host was about to continue when the sound of a phone ringing interrupted him. After a brief moment, he hung up, his face filled with confusion and surprise. He glanced at the solemn Mutaito before announcing with gravity, Dear audience, due to unforeseen circumstances, after obtaining the consent and approval of the organizers, the rules of the upcoming matches will undergo a comprehensive adjustment to a defense competition format. This meant that henceforth, whoever could hold their ground until the end would be declared the ultimate champion, a spectator knowledgeable in the law murmured. Isn't this akin to underground fights in the black market? Another frequent visitor to such venues exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, this is utterly chaotic, and it undermines the fairness of the competition, a more discerning spectator questioned. Why bother with so much? Isn't it all about the spectacle? A carefree observer chimed in. Moments later, Master Duo Fa, stepping back onto the arena, wasted no time and took the initiative. Instead of attacking the central figure of Mutaito, he chose to circle around him rapidly, conjuring a tornado of approximately 100 meters in size within mere seconds. Aiming to confine Mutaito within a space of less than 1 square meter, lurking within the swirling winds, ready to strike. Seeing no further developments from his opponent, Mutaito scoffed disdainfully. Flashy yet ineffective, let me break this. Without so much as a glance, he calmly launched a punch toward the upper left. A seemingly playful strike akin to a child's game. This methodical punch, neither fast nor slow, struck true, contrary to the audience's expectations, landing squarely on the self-satisfied Master Duo Fa hidden within the tornado. How can this be? Master Duo Fa exclaimed in disbelief as he was sent flying by the blow, feeling as though he had willingly dashed toward Mutaito's fist. Next, who will come forward? Ignoring Master Duo Fa's stunned words, Mutaito resumed his stance. Arms crossed, expression unchanging as he coldly stated, I shall come forward. I am Lu Yuan, seeking the guidance of the Grand Master. As he stepped forth, emanating an aura of boundless swordsmanship, his earnest demeanor was both serious and respectful. Mutaito regarded him with appreciation. You are quite impressive. Far superior to your shameless uncle. You truly embody the essence of a swordsman. Thank you, Grand Master. I do not deserve such praise. Please. Very well, make your move. With that, Mutaito ceased further conversation, closing his eyes in anticipation, awaiting his opponent's strike. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan unleashed a powerful thrust, channeling all his might into the blow, the intent of his sword radiating forth as he attacked. Suddenly, an overwhelming radiance emanated forth, sending a chilling wave through Mutaito, who stood 3 yards away. In a flash, a sword strike, executed with lightning speed, broke through the sound barrier, causing the air to explode with a resounding bang. Within the blink of an eye, the sword pierced through layers of atmospheric resistance, arriving before Mutaito. However, in mid-air, merely a foot away from Mutaito, the sword, infused with unparalleled might, was abruptly halted by 2 fingers that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. In an instant, it came to a standstill. Witnessing his all-out effort rendered futile, Lu Yuancheng, with a look of astonishment, murmured to himself, "Is the disparity truly this vast?" After a brief moment of shock. Before Mutaito could speak, Lu Yuancheng bowed deeply, expressing his admiration. "Senior, you are indeed a grandmaster of martial arts. I concede, and I am humbled. Farewell." Mutaito, with a calm demeanor, replied, "You are commendable as well. Keep striving." He then called out to the arena, "All right, next contestant." Time flows swiftly, and moments slip away in an instant. The time spent overwhelming opponents always passes quickly due to the absolute disparity in strength. Consequently, without exception, no contestant managed to make Mutaito move, not even a single step, throughout the entirety of the tournament. Thus, Mutaito, who single-handedly triumphed over all other participants, rightfully claimed the title of champion in the inaugural martial arts tournament for the non-team category. He was awarded a staggering prize of 100 million and a coveted opportunity to study for 3 years at the sacred land of martial arts. Although these accolades held little significance for Mutaito at that moment, he still went through the motions of the necessary formalities for the sake of future considerations. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a month had elapsed. As of now, nearly half a month had gone by since the conclusion of the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament. Originally, this period was meant to mark the end of the competition, but due to Mutaito's intervention, what was supposed to be a 2-week advancement round for the not-team category was remarkably condensed to just 1 day. Wu Feng, having observed the month-long youth competition, personally adorned the champion, his junior brother Tao Baiha, who was not yet 30, with the champion's badge. After offering a few words of encouragement filled with heartfelt wisdom, he strode away with an expression of uncontainable joy and satisfaction towards the distant Lianshan Valley. In this moment, however, Wu Feng instinctively overlooked the need to comfort his second junior brother, Wu Tian, the runner-up who had narrowly lost to Tao Baiha, as well as his cousin Wu Lin, who had secured 3rd place and was watching him with wide eyes. On this day, the weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly and the sky clear. At this moment, having secluded himself for half a month since his return, Wu Feng had finally begun to distill and organize the essence of his martial arts philosophy. Utilizing a combat power tester invented by extraterrestrials, he clarified his combat power at each stage or corresponding interval. For instance, prior to breaking through to the innate realm, Wu Feng's apparent bloodline potential was capped at 150 points of combat power. After undergoing the cleansing and transformation associated with the innate breakthrough, his visible bloodline potential increased to 300 points. Upon reaching the returning to truth realm, this potential escalated to 900 points. Following the attainment of the unity of heaven and man, the first celestial realm, it reached 3,600 points. After breaking into the second celestial realm, the theoretical void-breaking realm, it peaked at 18,000 points. Upon entering the third celestial realm, the limit soared to 108,000 points, and finally, after achieving the fourth celestial realm, it reached an impressive 756,000 points. It is worth noting that the so-called visible bloodline potential limit refers to a state achieved through relentless training, where no further increase in strength is possible, thus signifying the constraints of the physical body. This corporeal constraint is universally prevalent among nearly all sentient beings in the cosmos. It can be asserted that, with a few rare exceptions, every entity inevitably experiences this bodily limitation. The sole distinction lies in the variance of these constraints among different races, or more specifically, among individual beings. For instance, individuals with low bloodline potential may find themselves constrained upon achieving merely 10 points of combat power, while those with moderate bloodline potential might only encounter such limitations at a formidable 1,000 points. Moreover, those endowed with high bloodline potential, or those whose bloodlines have undergone mutations, may not experience any constraints until they reach staggering heights of 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 billion or more in combat power. This illustrates the significance of bloodlines within the Dragon Ball universe, highlighting the paramount importance of being born into a favorable lineage. Furthermore, if there exists overt bloodline potential, it follows that there must also be latent bloodline potential. What is meant by latent bloodline potential? As the term suggests, it refers to the ancestral heritage hidden deep within the body or bloodline, which is exceedingly difficult to unearth. The sporadic bloodlines inherited from our ancestors vary significantly. Some may prove advantageous while others remain uncertain, entirely dependent on whether a formidable progenitor emerged from one's lineage. In this moment, as Wu Feng contemplates this reality, he deeply senses the veracity of the bloodline supremacy ideology prevalent in the Dragon Ball universe. while simultaneously feeling a profound sorrow for his fellow Earthlings, who belong to the same inferior bloodline. However, it is fortunate that absolutes do not exist. Within the enigmatic fabric of fate, there lies a glimmer of hope that allows those of lesser bloodlines to transcend their limitations through arduous training akin to a purgatorial ordeal, ultimately achieving a profound understanding of the esoteric martial arts and breaking free from the shackles of their heritage. This transformative journey towards the divine realm has been imparted by the first deities of each life-bearing planet since the nascent stages of the universe. It is noteworthy that the martial arts of the Dragon Ball world were not solely discovered through the ancestors' explorations, but were initially taught and transmitted by the deities of various planets. The ancestors merely refined and propagated this knowledge through generations of distinguished martial artists, enhancing and innovating upon it over the ages. A meticulous examination of the martial legacies left by the Earth's deities reveals a structured path leading progressively towards the realm of true divinity. Had it not been for the exceptionally high demands of perception and aptitude required by this celestial path, along with its protracted duration, Wu Feng might have already ascended to the status of Earth's deity, thus sparing himself the daily tribulations of rigorous training. Instead, he could have embraced a more elegant existence, engaging in serene meditation and attaining insights into the higher dimensions of the universe, all while continuously evolving his soul. It is worth noting that the legacy of Earth's deities indicates that elevated dimensional realms can indeed assist martial artists in breaking their personal confines. Wu Feng comprehends the significance of dimensional realms for the martial practitioners of the Dragon Ball universe. For any martial artist aspiring to attain the status of true deity through cultivation, the dimensional realm presents an insurmountable threshold. Only those who have reached the divine dimension may be deemed true gods, endowed with nearly eternal lifespans, akin to the great kings of the universe. Generally speaking, a mortal martial artist must transcend 6-dimensional realms to achieve divinity, ascending from the lowest to the highest, the immortal dimension, the deity dimension, the Yama dimension, the king dimension, the great king dimension, and ultimately the divine dimension. It is crucial to mention that each level of dimensional realm corresponds to specific ranges of combat power. For instance, the immortal dimension correlates to a combat power range of 100 to 999, while the deity dimension spans from 1 million to 999. The king dimension encompasses 100 million to 999, and the great king dimension stretches from 10 billion to 999. As for the divine dimension, due to its profound mysteries and uncertainties, it cannot be quantified by specific combat power metrics. It is only known that the disparity before and after a breakthrough is immense, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Wu Feng believes it is essential to elaborate on 3 points regarding the aforementioned classifications. Firstly, reaching the corresponding dimensional realm does not instantaneously confer the associated combat power. Relentless and arduous training is imperative to achieve it. In essence, the actual effect of higher dimensional realms is merely to elevate the previous physical limitations. Secondly, for those endowed with powerful bloodlines and exceptional talents, such as Scions, Namekians, and the Frost Demon Clan, the dimensional realms may be disregarded, enabling them to advance unimpeded through sheer strength. Thirdly, the divine dimension differs significantly from other realms. It represents a transformative leap where the distinction before and after a breakthrough is profound. Moreover, the essence of the divine dimension eludes any sensory perception. The wielder's power is contained to an extreme degree. Thus, in comparison to the state prior to breaking through to the divine dimension, both overall combat power and the efficiency of power utilization are drastically different. The following day, under a clear and refreshing sky, Wu Feng, seated atop the highest peak of the Chilean Mountains, gradually opened his weary eyes after meditating for an entire day and night. Letting out a soft sigh. Is it still not attainable? What precisely is amiss? After numerous attempts, there seems to be no change. Fatigued and troubled, he muttered to himself. Perhaps it is best to cease dwelling on it. I shall endeavor one last time. If I still cannot succeed, then, shaking his head resolutely, Wu Feng steeled himself. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes once more, gradually emptying his mind, allowing himself to drift between wakefulness and slumber. Envisioning a pattern of a blue lotus. With familiarity, Wu Feng soon settled into a meditative state, conjuring a grand blue lotus platform radiating a gentle azure glow within his soul. This seemingly tangible lotus floated serenely above the ocean of his spirit, continuously absorbing the surrounding liquid spiritual energy, nurturing, developing, and growing slowly. Occupying nearly 1/10,000th of the vast ocean of his soul, the immense blue lotus platform, despite its incessant nourishment, showed no signs of growth, as if it had reached some form of limit or saturation. After multiple attempts, Wu Feng felt an elusive sensation indicating something essential was missing, hindering the cultivation of his soul's visualization from unfolding as anticipated. Gradually, the blue lotus began to unfurl its delicate petals. Moments later, after yet another unsuccessful attempt, Wu Feng found himself utterly exhausted. His chest heaved, his expression waned, and his eyes bore a bloodshot hue, leaving him on the brink of collapse. I have reached my limit. It appears I can no longer continue. Recognizing his dire state, his face pale as a ghost, Wu Feng reflected inwardly. In this moment, Wu Feng, having reached his limits, ceased to feign strength. He slowly rose, swaying with each step, and made his way into the secluded stone chamber, approximately 2 or 3 zhang away. Upon reaching the bedside, he collapsed onto the bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Perhaps it was the result of pushing himself too hard this time. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Wu Feng slept for an astonishing 7 days and nights. During this time, the second aunt who brought him meals was greatly alarmed. Had it not been for Mutaito's timely discovery of Wu Feng's still-breathing form, a lavish funeral would have already been prepared for him. After 7 days, having indulged in ample rest and fully restored his energy and spirit, Wu Feng opened his eyes to behold the worried visage of his second aunt, Lu Lan, who had raised him since childhood. More a mother to him than his biological one. Beside her stood the second uncle, Wu Shan, along with his family, while the elder uncle, Mutaito, leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing at the sky. Witnessing this heartwarming, silent scene stirred within Wu Feng, who had long attained a state of tranquil composure. Waves of emotion and warmth. Are you hungry? Don't linger in bed any longer. Rise quickly. Look, your second aunt has prepared your favorite dishes, Lu Lan gently chided, her face a picture of kindness. Indeed. Hurry up and eat. Your second aunt began cooking for you before the rooster even crowed when she learned you would awaken today. Wu Shan added with a hint of exasperation. All right, I shall eat. Wu Feng, despite wishing to assert his ability to fast, glanced at his second aunt's tender expression and chose silence, diving into the meal with fervor. Smart boy, Mutaito silently mused, observing the scene. Having recently attained the realm of fasting in his internal cultivation, a night passed in silence, and the following morning dawned upon the highest peak of the Chilean mountains. At this moment, Mutaito stood facing the distant horizon, hands clasped behind his back atop a boulder near the cliff's edge. After a fleeting glance at Wu Feng beside him, he spoke slowly. How long do you intend to be away this time? Well, uncle, it's truly uncertain. You must understand, the universe is vast. Hunting down a fugitive in its boundless expanse is like searching for a needle in the ocean. So, before Wu Feng could finish, Mutaito cut him off. Enough. No need for explanations. I understand. Just return swiftly. Without another word, he turned and leaped gracefully, soaring toward his dojo in the blink of an eye, vanishing into the distance. Left standing there, Wu Feng swallowed the carefully prepared excuses he had mustered, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Oh, well, I suppose that saves me the trouble. With a sigh, he resigned himself. No matter. This is for the best. Without further hesitation, he activated his unassuming, singularly functional golden finger, a faint purple progress bar resembling a virtual character's health gauge. As before, the profound and inscrutable teleportation ability, far surpassing mere instant movement, engaged without preamble. In an instant, Wu Feng vanished, leaving no trace, no ripple in the air. Since the legendary Yu the Great unified the 9 provinces millennia ago, debates have raged over which of these lands reigns supreme in strength. Yet, when it comes to prosperity, splendor, and abundance, none rival the illustrious Yangzhou, the land where one might ride a crane down to Yangzhou. And speaking of Yangzhou, one cannot overlook the dominant sects governing its territories, the foremost Qinghu Island, controlling 9 of its 13 commandery cities, followed closely by the twin second-tier powers, the Guiyuan sect and the Ironclad sect. But let us set aside the rest for now. Within Yangzhou's borders, in the Jiangning commandery wholly under the Guiyuan sect's dominion, lies a place called Yicheng. Near Yicheng stretches the vast, 1,000-mile Dian Mountain. Midway up its twin peaks lies an unfathomably deep, icy pool, the Bihan Pool. Within its frigid waters dwell numerous breeds of demonic beasts, and one ancient dragon, said to have lived for at least 5,000 or 6,000 years. On this day, the ancient dragon named Zishi, who had once crossed paths with the legendary Yu the Great, was peacefully slumbering as usual when a sudden, thunderous noise jolted it awake. The dragon, blissfully dreaming with bubbles escaping its nostrils, was instantly filled with rage upon being disturbed, fueled by a fierce temper. This primordial creature resolved to exact vengeance upon the audacious intruder who dared to awaken it, intent on obliterating the source of its ire. Meanwhile, the unwitting culprit responsible for this turmoil was none other than Wufing, who had been directly transported to the vicinity of the shimmering blue pool right before the violet-scaled dragon. Without hesitation, the dragon lunged at Wufing the moment he appeared. However, Zishi, whose strength was merely equivalent to that of a celestial being in this realm, was swiftly repelled by Wufing's instinctively activated protective aura, colliding violently with the nearby mountain face. The impact sent boulders tumbling, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a cataclysmic landslide. Awakened from the stunningly beautiful vista witnessed during his abrupt journey through time and space, Wufing had no intention of lingering in the cold pool. He leapt from the water, soaring several meters into the air, where he began to project his immense spiritual energy, capable of enveloping a 1,000-mile radius. Instantly, he discerned various presences, some formidable and others feeble. Among the more potent entities were a black-purple dragon nearby, comparable to the pinnacle of the third celestial realm, and a golden tortoise guarding a submerged palace. As Wufing busily employed his spiritual awareness to gather information about this martial world, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a colossal dragon claw that surged toward him. In an instant, a tempest arose, heralding the appearance of a massive dragon, radiant with a greenish haze and measuring no less than 20 zhang in length, descending from a height of 100 zhang. The dragon instinctively drew upon the surrounding moisture, conjuring a cloud formation that spanned at least 300 to 400 zhang, casting a shadow over the entire summit and transforming it into a realm of darkness. Emerging from the cloud, the gigantic claw, though moving at a deliberate pace, was nevertheless overwhelming. As Wufing instinctively attempted to evade, he discovered himself ensnared by the very forces of nature. In a moment of desperation, Wufing summoned his indomitable aura, bracing himself to confront the assault head-on. With a resounding crash, Zishi retracted its now swollen claw, emitting pained howls. The debris from the mountain crumbled, revealing Wufing, who remained unharmed and composed amidst the chaos. Unwilling to be a mere victim, Wufing swiftly positioned himself before Zishi's massive head and, without allowing the dragon a moment's reprieve, unleashed a punch enveloped in pure, vigorous energy. This strike propelled Zishi into one of the mountain's towering peaks, shattering a summit several hundred zhang high. The thunderous sound reverberated across the surrounding area, sending countless boulders cascading down with the force of an avalanche, affecting a radius of 10 li. In the wake of Wufing's furious strike, the myriad of beasts and creatures residing in the Great Yin Mountain suffered immeasurable devastation. The aftershocks of the landslide ultimately reached the foot of the mountain, impacting the innocent villagers of Tingjia Village and Lijia Village, who had long inhabited this land. At this very moment, Tingjia Village was hosting its annual festival. The expansive training grounds were adorned with over 100 tables filled with food, as villagers of all ages, from the elderly with silver hair to newborns, gathered joyously, feasting and reveling, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Moments later, having indulged in their fill, the villagers, led by their current patriarch, Tung Yulong, commenced the afternoon's festivities, preparing to test the strength of the children aged 6. The first contestant, Teng Chi Tiger, successfully lifted 60 jin, an impressive feat yet, before Ting Yulong could finish his praises. A thunderous roar interrupted him, startling nearly every able-bodied individual in the village, including Ting Yulong. With confusion and alarm, they turned their gazes toward the direction of Great Yin Mountain. Before they could inquire further, the ground trembled violently, sending pebbles bouncing and shaking the tables set throughout the training ground. The village's domesticated animals panicked and began to leap erratically. In mere moments, a villager dispatched to assess the situation returned, breathless and wide-eyed with terror. As he ran, he shouted, "Patriarch, it's bad. Everyone, run. The mountain is collapsing. The mountain god is furious. Hurry, or it will be too late." "What? How can this be?" Tung Yulong exclaimed in horror, but quickly regained composure, urgently instructing Tung Yolei, "Tung Yongxiang, Tung Yofan, Tung Yongyo, you must assist the elderly, pregnant women, and children in evacuating the village. The rest, follow me to buy them time to escape." The deafening noise drew closer, and the ground began to shake violently. Ting Yulong and his band of brave souls anchored themselves to the earth, determined not to yield to the tremors. Armed with heavy iron weapons, they valiantly smashed the initial falling boulders, creating a barrier to protect their retreating kin. However, tranquility was short-lived, for soon the true torrent of debris arrived, faced with an overwhelming torrent of stones capable of engulfing the village. Expressions of horror and despair etched across Ting Yulong and his companions' faces. They realized that this time, there would be no escape. With desperate roars, they charged toward the impending deluge, hoping to use their bodies to buy precious seconds for their loved ones. Suddenly awakened to the reality of the catastrophic aftermath of the landslide, Wufing hastily summoned his utmost speed, arriving at the mountain's base in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch into the torrent of rubble soaring about 100 meters high. The force cleaved the flow directly down the middle, redirecting most of it into the uninhabited areas on either side. Following this, he swiftly positioned himself at the forefront, erecting an immense barrier of energy that held back the remaining surge, preventing it from breaching the boundaries of the village. The resounding impact of the torrent crashing against the luminous barrier reverberated through the air, creating a cacophony so deafening that it roused the dazed group of Tung Yunlong and the nearby Li Huijuan from their stupor. They gazed in awe at Wufing, who stood at the vanguard, his hands gently pressing forward into the void, radiating a pure, cloud-like luminescence. Their astonishment rendered them speechless for a prolonged moment. Only when the torrent above finally ceased its relentless flow did Wufing retract the immense energy he had summoned to create the barrier. Turning to survey the chaotic scene strewn with remnants of limbs and severed body parts, he lowered his gaze slightly and inhaled deeply before speaking. Due to my battle with the demon dragon, you have suffered collateral damage. This is my fault. Though I acted swiftly to rectify my error, it ultimately came too late, resulting in this calamity. Yet, it is of no use to dwell on it now. As a gesture of apology or recompense, I shall grant each of your villages one promise. When you have formulated your specific requests, you may find me at the Baihan Pool on Dian Mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, Wufing did not wait for a response but hastened towards the recovering demon dragon, Zishi, still simmering with rage. Sensing Wufing's rapid approach, Zishi did not back down and soared upward to meet him head-on. The collision produced a thunderous sound, accompanied by the crack of bones as Wufing remained steadfast, unmoving in the air. Zishi, however, was sent crashing into a mountain lake, sending a colossal wave that engulfed everything nearby. Dazed and coated in mud, Zishi shook its head vigorously, clearing itself of the filth before diving into a bottomless pit halfway up the mountainside. It realized that alone it could not contend with Wufing and sought help from its old neighbor, the golden dragon tortoise, to join forces against this monstrous beast masquerading as a human. Indeed, Zishi now regarded Wufing as a terrifying aberration. Despite Wufing's inability to harness even a fraction of the power of heaven and earth, he had managed to overpower Zishi, a formidable beast of the virtual realm. If Zishi were not an exceptionally gifted creature, could Wufing truly be considered human? In a fleeting moment, Zishi traversed the depths of the pit and arrived at the underwater palace where the golden dragon tortoise slumbered. Wake up. Stop pretending to be asleep and help me fight, Zishi urged. The tortoise, feigning slumber, was already awake and, realizing it could not deceive Zishi, feigned loyalty and righteousness. Leave me be. I wish to rest and guard the temple of heavenly floods. I have no time for battles. Zishi, both amused and exasperated, retorted. Cut the act. We both know each other well. Get up and assist me against that monstrous beast outside. The golden dragon tortoise stubbornly refused, retreating into its shell despite Zishi's frantic pleas. Seeing the tortoise's unwavering resolve, Zishi, filled with indignation, resolved to confront Wufing alone. With determination, Zishi ascended rapidly, soaring through the clouds towards Wufing. Upon reaching within 3 paces of him, Zishi, channeling its speed, executed a powerful tail strike while unleashing a torrent of black-purple icy winds that enveloped an area of 100 paces. The frigid gust froze everything in their path, reducing it to ash. Observing this, Wufing understood the gravity of the situation and attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by the overwhelming force of the surrounding energy. With no time to extricate himself as he had previously, Wufing, feeling an intense sense of frustration, summoned an indomitable energy shield to withstand Zishi's relentless assault. As the shield expanded, Wufing was encased in a massive ice cocoon, only to be struck with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. The impact shattered the icy shell, revealing Wufing unscathed within his transparent energy barrier, though his expression betrayed confusion and frustration. Propelled by the force, Wufing crashed through 3 towering peaks before plummeting into a tributary of the Yuyang Grand Canal. The river erupted in a surge of waves nearly 100 meters high, splashing against its banks as Wufing, like an arrow, pierced through the obstacles and descended to the riverbed, smashing a boulder and creating a deep pit in the process. Having stabilized himself at the riverbed, Wufing wasted no time and propelled himself upward, soon emerging above the water, hovering 100 meters in the air. With a glance at the approaching Zishi, he swiftly vanished from sight. In a flash, he arrived beside the demon dragon Zishi and unleashed a powerful uppercut filled with fury. Instantly, Zishi, caught off guard, was sent flying like a rocket, soaring straight into the sky. Before the demon dragon could reach its peak and exhaust its strength, he swiftly maneuvered above the ascending Zishi and, crossing his arms, delivered a heavy blow. This caused Zishi's once-arched descent to contort into a U-shape. Its enormous eyes bulging as it expelled a torrent of dragon saliva, plummeting rapidly downward. However, before Zishi could crash to the ground, the still-fuming Wufeng executed another swift move. Arriving on the ground ahead of time, he followed up with another uppercut. Thus, the relentless exchange continued for a quarter of an hour, with Wufeng alternating strikes, until he finally ceased, allowing Zishi to land safely, creating a serpentine pit approximately 3 fathoms deep. With a resounding thud, Wufeng brushed aside the debris and dirt that splattered towards him and turned to the nearby river, addressing the old turtle. "You, ancient turtle, had a splendid opportunity just now. Why did you not intervene to save your comrade?" Realizing its disguise had been uncovered and that further concealment was futile, the golden dragon turtle leaped from the river's surface, cautiously floating 3 paces before Wufeng. After casting a quick glance at the battered Zishi, whose body had swelled to twice its size and was gasping for breath, it trembled and said, "Roar, roar, roar. I am not foolish enough to engage in a fight like that stupid dragon, fully aware I cannot win. Moreover, I have discerned that while your strikes are fierce, they are not lethal, indicating you never intended to slay that foolish dragon. Why then should I seek out trouble? Inviting punishment?" The wise golden dragon turtle silently contemplated. "Ah, very well. I overestimated you, thinking you had mastered the human tongue," Wufeng remarked, rubbing his forehead in response to the golden dragon turtle's varying roars, both soft and forceful, slow and rapid. Although Wufeng did not comprehend the dragon turtle's words due to his lack of knowledge of beast language, Zishi, belonging to the same beastly kin, understood perfectly. Ignoring the intense pain coursing through its body, Zishi roared in reply. "Ah, you still possess the strength to shout at me. It seems my blows were somewhat lenient." With that, a series of cracks echoed in the air. At that moment, Wufeng, mistakenly believing that the demon dragon Zishi was demonstrating its defiance, turned sideways and, while conversing with the dragon, began to stretch his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. Upon hearing Wufeng's words, before the golden dragon tortoise could articulate an explanation, the demon dragon Zishi, disregarding its own pain, hurriedly swung its increasingly colossal head back and forth, its speed generating a gentle breeze. "What is this? Just a moment ago it was so resolute, roaring defiantly. Why has it succumbed so swiftly?" Wufeng, who was poised to administer another round of massage to the demon dragon Zishi, wore a face of confusion and astonishment. Hiki. The golden dragon tortoise, witnessing this, let out a rather strange and comical laughter, if it could indeed be called laughter. Wufeng pondered uncertainly in his heart. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, in the early morning, a gentle breeze swept through as the warm sun rose. Dyn Mountain, originally known as Schwantu Mountain, is now referred to as Dntu Mountain or alternatively, Bilian Mountain, an appellation recently bestowed upon this martial peak. At this very moment, Bilian Mountain has been hollowed out by WFing, creating 2 spacious cavities, approximately 70 to 80 square meters each, across 2 levels, intended for habitation for an extended period henceforth. It is noteworthy that this dwelling, named by WFing as Shi Oyo residence in commemoration of the past, is situated adjacent to the BHN pool. The reason for this proximity lies in WFing's intention to designate the subdued demon dragon ZX as the guardian beast of the Shi Oyo sect in this realm. Moreover, had it not been for the golden dragon tortoise's deep-seated nostalgia, which vehemently opposed leaving its post before fulfilling the wishes of the Great Yu, it would have refused to depart. WFing has already regarded it as another guardian beast of the Shi Oyo sect. Although WFing is not currently coercing the golden dragon tortoise into becoming the mountain guardian, he is filled with confidence, having gathered sufficient intelligence about this realm, firmly believing that the golden dragon tortoise cannot escape its destined role as the protector of the Shi Oyo sect. After dedicating some effort to tidying and adorning what is destined to become the illustrious headquarters of the Shi Oyo sect, WFing proceeded to meticulously compare and summarize his recollections with the information collected over the past few days. Primarily, in light of the previous fierce battle with ZX, where he found himself in dire straits due to the forces of heaven and earth, WFing discovered through experimentation that this realm treats beings like himself with a distinct bias. In essence, should WFing confront an existence at the level of the void or higher in this realm, he would find himself at a disadvantage in battle, constrained by the forces of heaven and earth in various ways. Nevertheless, even so, WFing can still rely on his formidable strength, comparable to the mightiest in this realm, to overpower or vanquish any being beneath that level of supremacy. However, this would inevitably provoke a backlash from all the powerful beings in this realm. Even if they could not breach his defenses, they could still seal him away indefinitely. Aware that mere brute force would not suffice, W.F. resolved to temporarily retreat and immerse himself in the martial arts of this realm. Awaiting the moment he reaches the void level, enabling him to wield the forces of heaven and earth with mastery rather than through arduous exertion. At that time, the true might of the Shi-O sect would herald its dominion over the world. Contemplating this, W.F. cast a glance towards the direction of the Tiang family village, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ah, is the true protagonist of this realm on the verge of being born? How fortuitous, indeed, as it comes at the perfect moment. With a knowing smile, W.F. mused that this would grant him the upper hand, placing him in an invincible position from the very outset. Time flowed swiftly. 3 months had passed since the tumultuous clash between W.F. and the Demon Dragon ZX, and during this period, tranquility reigned, with no significant events transpiring. On that day, in the early morning, as usual, Wu Feng sat cross-legged atop the peak of Billion Mountain, absorbing the ethereal energies of the dawn. Shortly after he had settled, a series of footsteps echoed in his ears. It was a group of 4 individuals, a venerable elder, 2 robust youths, and a young one, approaching the summit at a leisurely pace from 10 miles away. Grandson, Jinfu, I must reiterate, once you arrive, you must be obedient and respectful. Do you understand? Li Huijuan, the patriarch of the Li clan, expressed his concerns with relentless admonitions throughout their journey. I understand, grandfather. I will certainly be obedient and respectful. You can rest easy. Li Jinfu responded with unwavering composure, displaying no hint of impatience. Ah, that is good. That is good. You must remember that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was earned at the cost of your uncle's lives. Do not squander it. Do you hear? Yes. Grandson comprehends and will keep it firmly in mind. Li Jinfu replied with determination in his gaze, his voice steady and resolute. Half an hour later, they arrived. And everyone prepared themselves, meticulously arranging their attire. With that, Li Huijuan took the lead, assisting his grandson Li Jinfu in adjusting his clothing and grooming his hair. Once they felt adequately prepared, the 4 of them, under Li Huijuan's careful guidance, cautiously stepped into the man-made gorge of Billion Mountain. Upon entering this evidently crafted narrow canyon, they were immediately greeted by the chilling sight of the frigid pool, emanating an aura of coldness directly opposite them. Next, their eyes were drawn to 2 dragon-shaped stone pedestals, intricately carved from rock, positioned beside the frigid pool. And the grand stone door adorned with mysterious and complex patterns nestled between them. Finally, as they ventured a little further in, their gaze fell upon a smooth, mirror-like circular marble table, resting beneath an ancient pine tree of unknown origin, aligned with the frigid pool. Flanking the table were 2 cylindrical stone pedestals, each nearly as tall as the marble table, standing in pairs opposite each other. At that moment, as the gazes of the 4 individuals swept towards the stone table, they were suddenly struck by the sight of 4 steaming cups of tea, clearly freshly brewed, placed at each corner of the table, corresponding to the cylindrical stone pedestals. Before the 4 could voice their bewilderment, a voice, imbued with an ethereal quality, resonated. Esteemed guests, you must have endured a long journey. Please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea to refresh your spirits. Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, each assessing the others, uncertain whether to heed the invitation of the mysterious voice or to consider it an imprudent act. After a brief hesitation, Li Huijuan, the clan leader, decisively stepped forward. His demeanor akin to one approaching the gallows, and with a firm resolve, he took the lead. He sat down and, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the unfamiliar cup, downing its contents in one swift motion, undeterred by the scalding heat that lingered, easily exceeding 70 degrees Celsius. As this scene unfolded, Wu Feng could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Old sir, do you always drink tea in such a hearty manner, especially when it is quite hot? And don't you find it scalding? Upon hearing Wu Feng's inquiry, Li Huijun immediately realized his misunderstanding and ceased to feign composure. He fanned his mouth with both hands, gasping for air. Meanwhile, Li Jinfu, witnessing this, hurried over to gently pat his grandfather's back, soothing his chest. Ah, child, please stop. That is of no help. Allow me. As soon as he spoke, Wu Feng gracefully leaped from the summit of Bailian Mountain, effortlessly arriving before the gasping Li Huijun. He extended a hand, and a wave of chilly energy, known in this realm as true essence, rushed into Li Huijun's body, swiftly healing him. I was reckless. And I thank you for your kind assistance, Li Huijun expressed with gratitude, bowing deeply to Wu Feng. However, before he could fully kneel, Wu Feng waved his hand, a gentle force preventing him. Old sir, there is no need for such formality, it was merely a trivial effort. You may address me as Wu Min Master or Wu Zong Master, whichever you prefer. Without waiting for Li Huajun to respond, Wu Feng inquired, Old sir, have you come prepared with a request for me? Ah, no, I mean, Wu Zong Master, I do have a request, Li Huajun replied, his expression revealing some hesitation. His words faltering. Please, just speak freely. Rest assured, I will not hold any unreasonable demands against you. What is it? Wu Feng encouraged him with a gentle smile. Well, I fear it may burden you. I wish for you to accept my grandson, Li Jinfu. I do not seek him to be your disciple, but rather as your assistant or subordinate, Li Huajun confessed, clenching his teeth and closing his eyes as he delivered his prepared plea in one breath. After finishing, he opened his eyes, casting a hopeful glance toward Wu Feng before quickly lowering his head, too anxious to meet his gaze, waiting anxiously alongside his grandson. Is that all? So simple? Wu Feng responded with a smile, having anticipated a more formidable request. How about this? For now, I do not require any subordinates or servants. Let your grandson remain with me to learn for a time. If, and I emphasize if, he earns my approval in one aspect, I shall take him as a named disciple. Should he gain my approval in most areas, I will accept him as a formal disciple. What do you think? That is entirely agreeable. We have no objections. We will follow your wishes, Li Huajun replied, elated. Years passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 6 years had elapsed. Gasping for breath, clad in a heavy armor forged from pure purple gold weighing around 1,000 kilograms, Li Jinfu tirelessly ran and climbed around by Lian Mountain, drenched in sweat and panting as he silently urged himself to persist, just a little further, hold on. Simultaneously, while Li Jinfu remained steadfast in his daily training, a group consisting of an elderly man, 2 robust youths, and a young boy arrived at the Yin Mountain. On this day, it was precisely the first day following the annual memorial ceremony of the Tang family. At this moment, a quartet consisting of the venerable Tang Yunlong, his 2 disciples Tang Yonglei and Tang Yongfan, along with the prodigious young talent Tang Qinshan, was making their way towards the location of the Bihan pool. Shortly thereafter, Li Jifeng, who had just completed his daily weight training, finished washing up and was about to meditate and cultivate his internal energy as per his usual routine when he heard, Jifeng, my disciple, pause your training for a moment and go down the mountain to receive our esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. Yes, master, Li Jifeng replied promptly. Not daring to delay, and promptly turned around, jogging towards the intersection of Bilian Mountain and Dian Mountain. Within moments, he spotted the 4 distinguished visitors arriving at Shaoao residence, none other than Ting Yunlong and his 3 grandchildren. Soon, Ting Yunlong and his party reached Li Jifeng. At the moment they met, before the reincarnated Ting Qinshan could speak, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as he scrutinized the tall and robust figure of Li Jifeng, who exuded an intimidating aura of strength, Ting Yunlong exclaimed, You must be Li Huijuan's grandson, Li Jifeng, who has grown so tall and formidable. I remember when you were just a child, visiting with your grandfather, I once held you in my arms. Indeed, Grandfather Tang, you are not mistaken, I am Li Jifeng. He replied courteously. Without waiting for Ting Yunlong to speak again, he stepped aside and gestured, All right, Grandfather Tang, let us make haste. Otherwise, my master will grow anxious. As he spoke, Li Jifeng led the way with measured steps, remaining silent save for the initial exchange. Before long, they traversed over a mile of mountain path and arrived at the grand stone gate erected 4 years prior outside Shaoao residence. Grandfather Tang, please wait here for a moment. I will inform my master and return shortly. Li Jifeng began, adhering to the customary reception procedure, but was interrupted by a voice from Wufeng, Jifeng. No need for formalities. Directly escort them to the reception hall to meet me. Yes, master, Li Jifeng replied immediately, silencing further words as he approached the massive stone doors weighing approximately 10,000 pounds. With a slight exertion, he pushed them open with a creaking sound. Please follow me, he said, turning back to the 4 before leading them to the reception hall established 5 years ago, where Wufeng awaited. In no time, under Li Jinfeng's guidance, they stood before Wufeng. Upon seeing Wufeng's unaltered visage, Tang Yunlong was about to bow in greeting, but before he could bend, Wufeng swiftly waved his hand, halting the gesture. No need for such formalities, my old friend, Wufeng said with a gentle smile. Oh, in that case, I shall obey your wishes, Tang Yunlong replied, somewhat taken aback. Now then, it has been 6 years. You have come prepared to make a request, have you not? Wufeng inquired knowingly. Indeed, you are correct. I have come to humbly request that you accept my grandson Ting Qinshan, just as you did with Li Jifeng, Tang Yunlong said earnestly. That is indeed possible, however. You must understand that my disciple Ji Feng was not accepted lightly. He underwent rigorous trials before I recognized him as my named disciple, Wu Feng stated with a slightly stern demeanor. This. Teng Yunlong felt a pang of anxiety, regretting not inquiring about the specifics beforehand, and struggled to find his words. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke the tension. Grandfather, I can endure any trials and tribulations, just like brother Ji Feng. Dear grandson, are you truly resolute? It will be arduous, exceedingly so. Teng Yunlong, turning to face Teng Qinshan, crouched down, placing his hands gently on his shoulders, his expression grave. However, before he could finish, Teng Qinshan, with unwavering determination in his eyes, interjected, Grandfather, I am not afraid. After gazing intently into his grandson's resolute eyes for a moment, Teng Yunlong rose without hesitation and respectfully addressed Wu Feng. I entrust my grandson Qinshan to your care. Very well. Ji Feng, please escort our esteemed guests back. Wu Feng nodded slightly, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. Moments later, only Wu Feng and Teng Qinshan remained in the hall. You are Teng Qinshan, are you not? Wu Feng casually inquired, playing with a crystal teacup in his hands. Yes, master, the spirited Teng Qinshan replied promptly. Ah, you little rascal. You've taken to addressing me as master right away. Wu Feng teased, amused by Teng Qinshan's eager demeanor. The following day, as dawn broke and mist lingered in the mountains, two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a series of movements in the vast training ground hewn by Wu Feng 5 years prior. Young Qinshan, master has instructed me to teach you some fundamental techniques first. Pay close attention and follow my lead. If you encounter anything unclear or difficult, feel free to stop me and ask. Understood? Li Jifeng said, his tone warm yet tinged with seriousness. Yes, big brother, I understand. Teng Qinshan replied earnestly. All right, watch closely. First, then. Upon receiving confirmation, Li Jifeng commenced a slow-motion practice of foundational yoga techniques for body strengthening. Meanwhile, in the opulent stone chamber where Wu Feng sat in meditation, he reached a significant breakthrough in his internal cultivation. A sound reminiscent of a long-blocked passage being suddenly opened resonated from the depths of Wu Feng's soul, reverberating throughout his entire being. Ah, is this what they call the true self realm? Indeed impressive. It has taken me 3 years to surpass this barrier. With newfound clarity, Wu Feng joyously reflected on his breakthrough. Now that the most challenging barrier has been surmounted, I shall continue my efforts to strive for an immediate leap into the void realm, thereby vanquishing all foes and reshaping the world. At this moment, Wu Feng, who had languished in silence in this realm for nearly 6 years, was filled with an insatiable desire for movement. After a brief interval under the influence of his transcendent spiritual force and formidable true essence, Wu Feng successfully comprehended the so-called return to simplicity of this realm, thereby attaining the pinnacle of the innate golden elixir. However, despite his relentless efforts thereafter, his internal cultivation did not progress even a fraction. This stagnation was due to Wu Feng's understanding of the Tao within the celestial realm not yet reaching the threshold required for transcending the illusory state. Time flowed swiftly like a river, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, as dusk descended upon the courtyard beside the imposing Billion Mountain and the frigid Han Pond, two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a series of peculiar postures. The larger figure, while performing, kept a watchful eye on the smaller one from the corner of his gaze. Moments later, as twilight enveloped the scene, a series of crackling sounds reminiscent of firecrackers echoed, emanating from their bones. With flushed faces and a profound sense of exhilaration, Li Jifeng and Teng Qinshan found themselves once again immersed in a bliss that resonated throughout their beings. Suddenly, Wu Feng's voice pierced through their moment of tranquility, instructing, You two, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Startled by the unexpected call, both individuals exchanged puzzled glances, realizing they bore the same look of confusion. After a brief moment of silent communication, they dared not delay and responded in unison, Yes, master. Upon uttering these words, they set aside their expressions of bewilderment and cautiously made their way into Wu Feng's inner chamber. Upon seeing Wu Feng seated upon a white jade mat, they both bowed deeply in greeting, saying, Students greet the master. May we inquire about your commands? Indeed, well done, Wu Feng praised, observing the two of them. In merely 3 months of practice, you have already achieved the remarkable state of harmonized sinews and open meridians. You have done well. Thank you for your kind words, master. I am undeserving, Teng Qinshan replied, suppressing his lingering confusion as he stepped forward and bowed. Excellent, you remain humble and composed, which is commendable. If you continue on this path, you will soon be on the brink of becoming my true disciple, Wu Feng encouraged with a gentle smile. turning his gaze towards Li Jifeng, who had remained silent, patiently awaiting his turn. Jifeng, do you know how long you have been learning under my guidance? Wu Feng inquired. Master, I have been studying with you for over 6 years, Li Jifeng replied earnestly. Indeed, it has been more than 6 years now. I recall when you were merely a child of not yet 14, and now you have matured into adulthood. Your coming-of-age ceremony is but a day away, Wu Feng remarked. Filled with nostalgia. Upon hearing this, an unsettling feeling began to stir within Li Jifeng. He quickly interjected, Master, have I displeased you in some way? Please grant me another opportunity. I assure you that I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to my cultivation and duties. Please do not send me away. Wu Feng chuckled, unable to restrain his amusement. Oh, you. How can I express my thoughts regarding you? Always jumping to conclusions without letting others finish their words. Realizing he had once again frightened himself, Li Jifeng quickly admitted his mistake. I apologize, Master. Please do not take offense. I beg your forgiveness. Very well. I hold no ill will towards you this time. In fact, part of your assumptions was correct, Wu Feng replied. Master, I am but a dullard. Please elucidate. Li Jifeng requested humbly. Today, I have summoned you for 2 important announcements. First, regarding your forthcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Second, Jifeng, you are officially graduating. This means that starting tomorrow, you may return home. Master, I do not wish to go home just yet. I implore you to reconsider and allow me to continue my studies under your guidance. Li Jifeng exclaimed, resolutely suppressing his desire to return home, feeling he had yet to achieve his aspirations of becoming a true disciple. No, my decision is final. There is no room for negotiation on this matter, Wu Feng stated firmly, his tone imbued with authority. Understood, Li Jifeng replied, lowering his head, his expression somber and voice subdued. At this moment, witnessing Li Jinfei's eventual submission, Wu Feng nodded with satisfaction and, seemingly casually, remarked, all along, I have not conveyed to you the formal or specific criteria for discipleship within our Shaoao sect. However, now I can elucidate them. At this juncture, Wu Feng paused briefly, casting a glance at the 2 pairs of attentive ears, and continued, to become a direct disciple of the Shaoao sect's leadership, one must fulfill 3 conditions. First, possess exceptional talent or insight. Second, be invincible among peers or capable of surpassing one's own level. Third, exhibit unwavering perseverance and determination. If one possesses any one of these attributes, they may be regarded as a registered disciple. If 2, as an official disciple commonly referred to as an inner disciple. And if all 3, as a direct disciple. Having imparted this information in a composed manner, Wu Feng ceased to speak and entered a meditative state to cultivate his spirit. Observing this, the 2 individuals wisely refrained from further disturbance, exiting the inner chamber in succession. Silently, they returned to their respective quarters. Lying upon their beds and reflecting upon every word Wu Feng had shared regarding discipleship, a night passed in silence. The following morning, the 2 brothers, having risen early, stood at the foot of Billion Mountain, bidding a reluctant farewell. After exchanging all that needed to be said, Li Jinfei cast one final, lingering glance at Billion Mountain before resolutely turning away and striding towards Lijiazwang at the base of Dian Mountain, unaware of Wu Feng's presence atop Billion Mountain, who silently observed Li Jinfei as he gradually vanished from sight. After a moment of watching, Wu Feng, as quietly as he had appeared, faded away from the summit of Billion Mountain. Time swiftly turned once more, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. At this moment, in Yangzhou, Jiangning Prefecture, at the Wanchang Tower, a cacophony of voices fills the air, creating an atmosphere of exuberant excitement. It's out. It's finally out. The latest edition of the 4 list of Jiuzhou is now on sale. Here as 400 tales. Hurry, bring me a copy. I want to be the first to see it. Quickly, I want one too. Within moments, nearly everyone is clutching several books, quietly perusing their contents. Among them, some individuals from the martial world, upon discovering intriguing passages, cannot restrain their excitement from vocalizing their thoughts. For instance, the first person to purchase a book, a lean middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, exuberantly exclaims, Ha! Just as I suspected, the thunderous staff, Li Jifeng, has indeed defeated the 3rd ranked on the Earth list. The peerless sword, Zhu Qianqiu. Really? Is that true? Let me see. Oh, it truly is. Yes. His progress is astonishingly rapid. Indeed. It has been less than a month since he defeated the 9th ranked, the god of Thunder Blade, Wu Yu, with 10 strikes. Remarkably so, it's precisely 27 days. Of course, if one were to reflect carefully, it would become evident that since Li Jifeng made his debut 3 years ago by striking down the 2 elders of the Celestial Palace, his objective has always been clear, to vanquish all masters of the Earth list. At this moment, a slender middle-aged man with 2 mustaches spoke earnestly. In the Jiuzhou continent. In Yuzhou, within the Yuang city, lies the Jioding Hall. Inside this grand hall, which served as the power center of all Yuzhou, several influential figures who held the fate of Yuzhou were seated. So, how are the arrangements coming along? The current foremost figure of the Yu Huang sect and the highest-ranking elder, Huang Tianqin, opened his previously shut eyes and spoke in a detached tone. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I have already given the instructions. And I believe they are being executed as we speak, replied Yu Tonghai, one of the 3 prominent figures in the Yu Huang sect's virtual realm, exuding confidence. Master, forgive my candor, but I feel we might be overreacting slightly. He is merely a trifling ant of the acquired realm. Even if he were to rise to the top of the Earth ranking, what would it matter? To us. He remains an ant that can be extinguished with a mere wave of our hand, remarked Lu Xia, a fellow elder of the Yu Huang sect and a formidable presence in the virtual realm. Ah, Lu Xia, are you not aware of the events that transpired 3 years ago concerning the Shaoao Palace? Huang Tianqin responded with a hint of surprise and inquiry, then turned his displeasure towards his disciple, Ta Hai. Has it really been so long that you haven't informed your senior brother Lu Xia in detail? Ah, Master Uncle, you misunderstand. You have been in seclusion for many years, perhaps unaware that since 4 years ago, senior brother Lu has been engrossed in his own meditation and cultivation, only emerging yesterday. Therefore, I have yet to catch him up on the details, Yu Tonghai explained with a wry smile. Indeed, that explains it. No need to blame you, Shitty. Lu Xia nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, Tonghai, you may now elaborate to Lu Xia, Huang Tianqin commanded in a calm tone. Yes, Master Uncle. Yu Tonghai replied with a nod, then turned to Lu Xia with a smile, saying, Senior brother Lu, are you curious as to why Master Uncle and I place such importance on someone who has yet to reach the innate realm? Yes, I must admit. This does perplex me, Lu Xia replied. Well, what if I told you that he has defeated or killed 72 peak experts of the acquired realm in just 3 years? Yu Tonghai spoke with a trace of admiration, fully aware that his own past as an Earth-ranking expert could not compare to such feats. Is that truly the case? While that is indeed astonishing, it seems insufficient on its own, Lu Xia remarked, his composed demeanor momentarily shifting. What if I add that he has a virtual realm beast as his protector and a mysterious master who can strike with devastating force from 1,000 feet away? As he spoke, Yu Tonghai's expression grew serious, his voice tinged with deep respect. What? A virtual realm beast acting as a protector for an acquired martial artist? And the ability to injure a virtual realm expert from such a distance? I doubt even a perfected Dongshu realm expert could achieve that. Or is this master akin to the renowned archer Shingu Ta, a brother of the virtual realm? At this moment, the astonishing news left Lu Xia unable to maintain her usual calm demeanor, her brows furrowing as she speculated with uncertainty. Deep down, she understood that if her conjectures were indeed accurate, the Yu Huang sect would not be displaying such a posture of imminent threat today. Brother Lu, do you truly believe that if that person had used arrows at the time, we would be in such a predicament? Yu Tonghai remarked with a wry smile, disregarding Lu Xia's increasingly serious expression. According to the reports from our spies stationed in Qizhou, the one who severely injured the old master of the Shaoao Palace unleashed a formidable punch that measured 100 feet in size. Furthermore, not long after, I secretly went to observe the aftermath of that blow and the old master's injuries, all of which unequivocally indicated that it was a detached punch. At this moment, Lu Xia, devoid of any remaining hope, found herself speechless with shock. Enough, you two need not be so concerned. Even if his strength truly matches that of the Northeast King Hong Tian, do we not have a revered master to oversee us? Huang Tianqin observed the fearful demeanor of his 2 formidable companions, and with a hint of insincerity, he sought to bolster their spirits. Indeed, our Yu Huang sect is bolstered by the presence of a venerable master. What is there to fear? Both Yu Tonghai and Lu Xia's eyes sparkled with renewed confidence as they spoke in unison, oblivious to the potential discrepancies at play, such as the true strength of the revered master or whether Li Jinfeng's mysterious mentor might surpass Hong Tian. And they subconsciously chose to overlook the possibility of encountering an unparalleled adversary. Meanwhile, in Yuzhou, Qingyang County, within the county city, a newcomer recently published in the latest issue of the magazine ranked 7th on the Earth ranking, having actually defeated the 2nd-ranked Jin Tian Bang Li Jifeng a week prior. At that moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Yu Tianjiang, a direct disciple of the Yu Huang sect and the current 1st-ranked fighter on the Earth ranking, striving to seize the top position and achieve one of his 2 predetermined goals, to become invincible among his peers. With the fierce combat having persisted for some time on the arena within the city, both combatants recognized that the exploratory and warm-up phase had concluded. Thus, they simultaneously unleashed powerful strikes that collided mid-air, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. Following a fierce clash of fists, both fighters experienced a tremendous recoil, retreating step by step until they reached the edges of the arena, at which point they finally exerted their strength, stamping down hard and causing their feet to penetrate the smooth, mirror-like surface of the arena, anchoring themselves firmly at the edge. Lee brother, if I recall correctly, the entire arena is constructed from rock as sturdy as forged iron, is it not? A spectator, a peak postnatal powerhouse on the Earth ranking, inquired incredulously while pointing at the arena. Indeed, the two combatants are beyond imagination, resembling humanoid beasts. As a fellow expert on the Earth ranking, witnessing their battle fills me with an overwhelming sense of defeat, as if I were facing an innate being. The individual referred to as Lee brother, feeling disheartened, offered a self-deprecating smile. The clash of weapons echoed urgently across the arena, illustrating the intensity of their struggle, a stalemate that showed no signs of resolution. As the duel progressed, Yu Tianzhong realized that they could not determine a victor in the current state of affairs. Resolving to reveal his trump card, he unleashed his signature technique. In response, Li Jifeng, undeterred, invoked his own unique skill, a synthesis of various martial arts he had meticulously honed. In an explosive exchange of strikes, an immense sound reverberated through the arena. However, after their techniques clashed, a sharp crack resonated as Yu Tianzhong's weapon, the formidable Fa Tian Huaji, which weighed over 100 pounds, could not withstand the overwhelming force and shattered. May I ask your name? Li Jifeng inquired, having regained his composure after the intense confrontation. Is it true that the Jin Tianbang is now asking for the name of his opponent? Did he not claim to disdain learning the names of the defeated? A fellow expert familiar with Li Jifeng's principles expressed astonishment. What, do you intend to humiliate me further after learning my name? Yu Tianzhong gripped the broken pieces of his weapon tightly, his eyes reddening as he growled softly. Not at all. The reason I ask for your name is that your strength merits such inquiry. With that, Li Jifeng wasted no time and turned away, leaping down and striding out of Qingyang County without a backward glance. In Yangzhou, Xuanan County, in a private estate known as Li Garden, located near the Yuyang Grand Canal. At this moment, Li Jinfis has already been here, recuperating and replenishing his energy in preparation for the imminent breakthrough into the innate realm. It has been a full month since Li Jinfis hastily returned from Yuzhou. Over the past month, apart from the essential daily practice of his internal cultivation, Li Jifu appeared to have completely relaxed, spending his days either painting or fishing by the river. It was only today, a month later, that he concluded this seemingly leisurely period, instantly retracting his languor and contentment, his countenance returning to one of resolute calmness. After a month of mental emptiness, feeling that he had reached an unprecedented state of optimal condition, Li Jifu sensed that the moment had arrived. It was time to transcend into the realm of innate perfection. Acting upon this realization, he bid farewell towards the direction of the inner lake in the estate and resolutely strode into his secluded chamber. Simultaneously, as Li Jifu prepared to enter his retreat to break through to the innate realm, at the lofty Diyin Mountain, in the magnificent Bailian Peak, an unexpected yet anticipated revelation unfolded for Wu Feng. Just an hour prior, Ting Qishan had falsely claimed to have inadvertently created an internal martial art known as Xingyi Quan, which he wished to present to Wu Feng for evaluation and guidance. Initially, upon hearing of this renowned martial art from a previous life, Wu Feng did not regard it with much seriousness, adopting a stance of mere curiosity. However, after a meticulous appraisal, Wu Feng was left astonished, if not utterly captivated. At this moment, Wu Feng acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated the legendary internal martial arts or traditional Chinese martial arts from his previous life. The internal martial arts, meticulously crafted by the great masters of various eras on Earth to adapt to the natural world, possess a unique essence that sets them apart. For Wu Feng, this moment marks a significant awakening in his martial journey, as he delves into the previously overlooked path of vital energy and physical prowess, thereby filling the gaps in his own martial practice and further perfecting his personal path. At this moment, Wu Feng, having discerned the significance of the situation, eagerly inquired with his disciple Teng Qishan about the intricacies of the internal martial art known as Xingyi Quan. Following this thorough discussion, he hastened to the training ground to engage in practice. After half an hour of intense collaboration with Teng Qishan, during which they executed the movements repeatedly, Wu Feng felt he had grasped the essence of the art. Convinced of his understanding, he instructed Teng Qishan to cease and take a rest. Alone, Wu Feng remained on the training ground, delving into contemplation and exploration. After a brief period, he identified several subtle aspects of his physical form that eluded his comprehension. Thus, he began to meticulously replicate Tung Qingshan's every movement and breathing pattern, as recorded earlier, with flawless precision. As he continued this practice, the previously elusive concepts gradually became clear to him. Moreover, he experienced a series of novel insights and discoveries, leading to a deeper understanding of the mysteries inherent within the human body. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day slipped away, and Wu Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength, which had seemingly reached its limit, had indeed grown. Although he had not achieved a definitive breakthrough in his realm, this transformation brought him immense joy, for it signified a more solid foundation, inching closer to perfection. For Wu Feng, whose aspirations soared high, the establishment of an unshakable and flawless foundation, enabling him to advance further, was far more gratifying than merely ascending to the next level. Consequently, he temporarily set aside his daily meditations aimed at breaking through the virtual realm and redirected all his energies toward the internal martial arts, particularly the cultivation of the body's vital energy and blood. Time flowed swiftly, and 6 months passed as Wu Feng immersed himself in the study of the path of vital energy and blood. On this day, as dawn broke, the sky was clear and serene, with a refreshing autumn breeze rustling through the fallen leaves, returning them to the earth. On the verdant Lian Mountain, where the abode of the carefree resided, the evergreen pine stood tall, and the tranquil pool remained unchanged. At this moment, not far from the cold pool, on the expansive martial arts arena, 2 figures, one large and one small, were maintaining a peculiar stance, utterly motionless. It was only when the sun gradually ascended to its zenith that these 2 seemingly sculpted figures began to stir, slowly concluding their practice. How does it feel, Qingshan? Is the effect of my integrated training method, which combines the 3 body stance of Xingyi Quan with the foundational body strengthening technique, satisfactory? Wu Feng inquired with a proud smile. Master, you truly embody the role of a master. I am deeply impressed, and words escape me, Tung Qingshan replied, reflecting on the internal energy cultivation and the circulation of qi and blood he had experienced throughout the morning, feeling a genuine admiration. Indeed, well said. You are an honest and obedient child, haha. Now, enough of the jesting. I shall retreat to meditate. You continue to exert yourself in your training. Without paying heed to the now exasperated Tung Qingshan, Wu Feng walked directly towards the stone chamber on the 2nd floor. Thus, the cultivation concerning the physical body's qi and blood had reached a temporary conclusion. Given Wu Feng's current physical strength, further training without abundant resources would be futile. Therefore, whether for the successful execution of his previous plan to unify the 9 provinces or to pursue his own cultivation of physical vitality without reservation, he could not avoid an urgent and crucial matter: to comprehend the principles of the universe, thus breaking through to the void realm, gaining mastery over celestial forces, and freeing himself from limitations. Although at this moment, with his significantly enhanced strength, Wu Feng could, without grasping the principles of the universe or breaking through to the void, still compel the entire realm through sheer power. He, being one who has never been one to give up halfway, resolved to proceed with his original plan. The primary reason, of course, was that he had recently sensed that his breakthrough to the void realm was imminent. The years spent in cultivation often slipped away unnoticed. Yet much time had already passed. On this day, it was precisely the 12th birthday of Tung Qingshan. Due to a prior arrangement with Wu Feng, he was presently at Tingjia village, nestled at the foot of Dianshan, joyfully celebrating this milestone with his family at his maternal grandfather Tung Yunlong's residence. Moments later, after the family had indulged in a sumptuous feast and Tung Qingshan had savored the longevity noodles lovingly prepared by his mother, they formally transitioned into the main topic of the gathering. Tung Yunlong, as the head of the family, with a hint of concern, inquired once more, Dear grandson, are you truly certain there are no issues? Grandfather, please rest assured. I am not deceiving you. The Xingyi is indeed a creation of your grandson. It does not constitute the unauthorized dissemination of our sect's profound teachings. You may allow the villagers to practice it without fear of repercussions. Tung Qingshan replied with a solemnity that brooked no doubt. Observing Tung Qingshan's earnest expression, Tung Yunlong gradually closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and allowed his myriad worries to coalesce into a single affirmation. Very well. Tomorrow I shall gather everyone and convey this matter to them. Grandfather, I must say, it was high time for this, Tung Qingshan remarked, his face lighting up with the satisfaction of having his grandfather finally make the right decision. In Yangzhou, at Qinghu Island, within the county town where the headquarters was located, stood a 5-story establishment known as the Wuhu Inn. At this moment, this grand inn, reportedly funded by a highly esteemed and influential figure from Qinghu Island, was bustling with activity and vibrant chatter. Brotherly, have you heard? The thunderous staff, Li Jinfu, has ascended another rank on the heavens list, now standing at the 21st position. Ha, of course I have heard. Not only that, but I personally witnessed that incredible battle a fortnight ago. Oh, brotherly, could you elaborate on that thrilling encounter for your humble younger brother? Well, to be frank, it wasn't particularly spectacular. There was nothing remarkable to recount. Oh, forgive my ignorance. May I ask why? Because the entire confrontation lasted merely a minute, if even that. The thunderous staff, Li Jinfu, struck his opponent 3 times and decisively claimed victory. What? That cannot be. Oh, I see now. That explains why the thunderous staff's rank has soared from 36th to 21st in just 6 months. Meanwhile, as the two gentlemen seated by the window engaged in their lively discourse, a sudden murmur rippled through the inn, bringing a hush over the crowd. Did you see? Just now, passing by the entrance, it appeared to be the illustrious thunderous staff, Li Jinfu. This simple exclamation prompted all patrons within the inn to rise in unison, eagerly peering outside to glimpse the famed figure. At this moment, due to the geographical advantage of being near the window, the tall Zhang man quickly turned around and, with a glance, immediately spotted the imposing figure of a young man, suspected to be the formidable Jin Tianbang, about 10 zhang away from the restaurant. Indeed, from his silhouette and weapon, there was a resemblance, but was it really him? Before Zhang could finish his thought, he was directly interrupted by the young man named Li at the same table. It is him, Jin Tianbang Li Jinfu. Upon seeing the familiar figure and the massive, menacing iron rod strapped to his back, Li spoke with certainty. He then pondered aloud, it's strange, why would Jin Tianbang appear here at this moment? Is he here to challenge Zhao Danshan, who ranks 10th on the heavenly list, or Gu Yong, the 7th on the list? But that doesn't seem right. Based on my investigations over the years, Jin Tianbang should be aiming to conquer both the heavenly and earthly lists systematically. Li's expression was one of uncertainty as he muttered to himself. Fortunately for him, before he could delve too deeply into his muddled thoughts, a voice from within the restaurant emerged, instantly awakening and answering his doubts. Ladies and gentlemen, if this old man remembers correctly, 10 years ago, the one who ranked 20th on the heavenly list was none other than the esteemed elder Yuan Lufeng from Qinghu Island, correct? With this proclamation, the patrons, suddenly stirred from their long-forgotten memories, erupted into gasps and exclamations. A significant portion of them hastily summoned the waiter to settle their bills, while others casually tossed a banknote or a gold ingot onto the table, abandoning their meals as they rushed towards the headquarters of Qinghu Island. In a matter of moments, the once crowded tavern was left desolate, devoid of patrons, save for the beleaguered waiter and accountant who continued their endless tasks, with even the owner of the establishment mysteriously absent. Meanwhile, Li Jinfu had arrived at the entrance of the Qinghu Island headquarters. After a brief glance at the majestic structure that combined both grandeur and solemnity, he paid it no further attention, just as Gu Yong and his entourage, who had been notified in advance, were about to step out to greet him. Li Jinfu raised both hands, palms facing upward, and slowly moved them upward until they reached his throat. With a thunderous roar, a sound akin to thunder erupted from his mouth. Roar. The sound wave technique, lion's roar, unleashed by Li Jinfu sent ripples through the air, crashing towards Gu Yong and the others, who had just stepped outside, prepared for customary pleasantries. Jin Tianbang, what is the meaning of this? Gu Yong, leading the charge, attempted to disperse the sound waves with his innate true essence forming a protective barrier, his face betraying his surprise as he questioned. Seeing that his casual probing attack had been effortlessly thwarted by Gu Yong and his companions without causing any harm, Li Jinfu chuckled nonchalantly, haha, nothing much. Just wanted to see if the architecture of Qinghu Island is sturdy. Humph, brotherly, you jest. With the might of your earlier strike, I doubt there exists any structure, save for one forged from 10,000-year-old dark iron, that could withstand it. Gu Yong retorted with a cold snort, his smile not reaching his eyes. Haha, you are gravely mistaken. Ah, truly, how terrifying it is to lack experience. My junior brother does not deceive me. Li Jinfu scoffed, recalling how until now, he had been unable to inflict the slightest damage on the 2 stone doors of the carefree residence or the palace at the bottom of the Tianhong Lake. Humph. Li Jinfu, spare me your grandiloquence. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Speak plainly, what brings you here today? Yu Yong inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, his tone stern. Ah. You are feigning ignorance. I cannot be bothered to waste further words with you. Quickly summon Yuan Lufeng so I may resolve this matter and depart at once. Li Jinfu declared with unabashed confidence. Humph, boasting. Today, let me, Yuan Lufeng, teach you a lesson with my sword." Before Gu Yong could utter another word, the proud demeanor of Li Jinfu had already ignited the ire of Yuan Lufeng, who swiftly drew his sword and charged forward. "Very well, come at me." Upon seeing the swift thrust of the sword aimed directly at him, Li Jinfu did not hesitate. He praised, "What a fine strike." And in an instant, he clenched his right fist, channeling his innate true essence, converging it into a powerful punch that met the incoming sword. Clang! With the force of nearly 700,000 pounds combined with the explosive power of his innate true essence, Li Jinfu's fist struck with the weight of a mountain, sending Yuan Lufeng and his sword flying upon impact. With a resounding crash, the once pristine and opulent structure, previously shielded by Gu Yong and his companions, was ultimately unable to escape the fate of destruction due to Yuan Lufeng's collision. "Damn it, scoundrel! You seek death." The gathered elder law enforcers, witnessing the scene, quickly grasped that Li Jinfu had done this intentionally, launching Yuan towards the headquarters. They were filled with righteous indignation, eager to take revenge on Li Jinfu. However, before any elder could act, Gu Yong, the island master, suppressed the raging fire of his fury, his expression dark as he gritted his teeth. "Everyone, stand down. It's a one-on-one match, a fair contest, no interference allowed." "Island master, do you not understand the command?" Gu Yong, feeling an increasingly intense murderous intent from above, urgently shouted at the gathered elder law enforcers, his face devoid of warmth. "I said no outsiders are to interfere in the battle. Return to your positions immediately." Clang! Just as Gu Yong was preventing the elders from intervening, Yuan Lufeng, his face contorted with anger, emerged rapidly from the rubble of the destroyed building. He once again invoked his sword technique, charging towards Li Jinfu, who appeared completely unguarded and full of openings. Whoosh! Due to the incredible speed and the absence of air resistance, this strike was nearly silent. Apart from the sound of the sword cutting through the turbulent innate true essence, it was a near-perfect strike, swift, precise, lethal, imbued with spirit and momentum. At this moment, Yuan Lifeng, having unleashed a sword imbued with all his emotions, felt an unparalleled sense of comfort and focus, as if he were merging with the very essence of the universe. Under the immense pressure exerted by Li Jinfu, coupled with the weight of his own honor and disgrace, he subtly crossed a minor threshold, achieving a preliminary state of unity with the cosmos, an ability reserved for those who have reached the realm of illusion. Although Yuan Lifeng understood that this extraordinary state could not be sustained for long, a mere instant sufficed for him. Moreover, after this fleeting moment of enlightenment, he believed that such experiences would multiply, and with continued reflection, he would eventually grasp it again. When he next entered this unique state, it would signify his breakthrough into the realm of illusion. As thoughts flitted through his mind, envisioning a future filled with promise, Yuan Lifeng swiftly retracted his focus, plunging once more into a state of unthought, harmonizing with the vast emptiness of the world around him. This was a sight that left Elder Hu, a fellow law enforcement elder of Qinghu Island, utterly incredulous. Indeed, as you have surmised, this is the transcendental merging with the void that one must undergo to break through to the realm of illusion. Yet, it was unexpected that Elder Yuan would achieve it first. Ancient Yang expressed his admiration with a nod of affirmation. If that is the case, does it not imply that Elder Yuan has the potential to win this battle? Elder Tai, the weakest law enforcement elder among the Qinghu Island Council, remarked with a glimmer of hope. According to conventional wisdom, that should be the outcome, as Elder Yuan now possessed the strength equivalent to that of a half-illusionist. However, the strongest among them, Zhao Danshan, whose prowess and insight surpassed all present, spoke with uncertainty. Yet, one must fear. Before he could finish, the fierce battle, which had seemed evenly matched, took an unexpected turn. In an instant, Yuan Lifeng, appearing as harmonious as light and dust, wielded his sword with such finesse that he conjured countless sword shadows, enveloping Li Jinfu entirely. Forced into a frenzy, Li Jinfu began to unleash a barrage of punches, attempting to dissipate the onslaught of sword intent. Despite Li Jinfeng's efforts to counterattack and disperse the incoming streams of sword energy, he ultimately fell short against the overwhelming might of Yuan Lifeng, who had harmonized with the universe. Seizing a fleeting opening, Yuan Lifeng unleashed a devastating sword aura that sent Li Jinfu hurtling backward, crashing through a row of houses and two inns, eventually leaving a straight trench in the stone pavement that stretched for 1,000 meters before he finally came to a halt. Gasping, Li Jinfu looked at his hands, bloodied and revealing glimpses of bone, and a flicker of a smile crossed his otherwise stoic face. In a gesture of respect for Yuan Lifeng's formidable display of power, he slowly drew his weapon, the Jin Tian Bang, from behind his back. The moment he grasped his weapon, Li Jinfeng's demeanor transformed drastically. shedding any semblance of lethargy for an aura of ferocity and authority. Without waiting for the dust to settle, he locked onto unwittingly, who was now 1,000 meters away, his expression one of caution and vigilance. For Li Jifeng, that distance was traversed in mere seconds. The sound of their weapons clashing reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that disoriented the onlookers gathered 100 yards away. Before the spectators could recover from the initial shock, Li Jifeng struck again, his powerful blow crashing down with immense force. In an instant, unwittingly was driven into the ground. The stone slab beneath him shattering like a spider's web, the cracks extending hundreds of meters away. Thus, in the span of just 2 strikes, the outcome of the battle had become clear. Yet, one feared that he, like the beast King Wu Ho, was an anomaly defying reason. Witnessing the rapid turn of events, Ancient Yang muttered in disbelief. Suddenly, as if awakening from a trance, he leaped forward to where unwittingly lay, his head bloodied and on the ground. Ignoring Li Jifeng's nearby lamentations, Ancient Yang quickly mobilized his innate energy to coalesce around unwittingly, forming an indomitable blade of light that sliced toward the area surrounding him. Moments later, after Ancient Yang's intervention, the gravely injured unwittingly was rescued and rushed to the finest physician on Qinghu Island for treatment, completely disregarding Li Jifeng's murmurs of frustration. Fortunately, Li Jifeng paid little mind to this, soon finding the situation tedious and walking away without a backward glance. 3 days later, in the city of the Ying family in Yangzhou, Li Jifeng, who had traveled for 3 days at a leisurely pace, gazed at the imposing closed city gates with growing confusion. However, before he could ponder too long, a lithe figure leaped down from the towering city wall, blocking his path. "Are you the one known as Li Jifeng, who aims to penetrate the realms of the heavens and earth with the Jintianbang?" Although posed as a question, the tone was laden with certainty. "Who are you? Why do you obstruct my path?" Li Jifeng inquired, his brow furrowed and his expression unfriendly. Who am I? After we fight, you shall know. Prepare yourself for my sword. Let me witness the might of the Jintianbang against one who stands at the threshold of the illusionary realm." Ing Haojiang, ranked 19th on the celestial list, declared boldly. As he finished speaking, Ing Haojiang prepared to unleash his most powerful strike, but before he could, visibly impatiently Jifeng sent him flying with a single, forceful punch, crashing him into the city wall 100 yards away. With a thunderous crash, a large dent resembling the character appeared in the wall. "What a lunatic!" Li Jifeng remarked, retracting his fist and brushing it against his clothing, his expression one of disinterest. Without further ado, he turned away, first confirming his direction before striding purposefully toward his next destination. Meanwhile, on Dine Mountain at Billion Peak, Ting Qingshan, who had recently celebrated his 12th birthday, was oblivious to the unfolding events. At this moment, within the gravity field derived from the earth path manifested by the golden dragon turtle, I am enduring the arduous experience of a tenfold gravity regimen. After observing Ting Qingshan's cultivation under this immense pressure for a while, Wu Feng, having discerned no adverse effects, decided to shift his focus. He retracted a fragment of his consciousness and began to immerse himself in the quintessence of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the aspiration of achieving a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the void realm. Mastering the forces of heaven and earth, he envisioned soaring freely through the skies, no longer reliant solely on his formidable spiritual power to remain suspended in the void. It is worth noting that had Wu Feng not been so ambitious, entertaining the fanciful idea of achieving an immediate breakthrough to the void realm, he could have transcended this realm long ago. Although his simultaneous comprehension of 5 paths had exponentially increased the difficulty, preventing him from breaking through the void realm to this day. During this period, he astonishingly discovered a fortuitous occurrence. Through his continuous enlightenment of the natural world, Wu Feng's spiritual essence, or soul energy, had deepened and solidified, gradually shattering the bottleneck in his soul cultivation. This catalyzed the emergence of a phantom lotus leaf from the massive azure lotus at the center of his soul sea. Time flew swiftly, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, without warning, the previously clear sky above Dine Mountain became shrouded in ominous clouds as if conjured from thin air, enveloping the entire mountain range in darkness. Bolts of lightning erupted from the thick black clouds, accompanied by deafening thunder, casting the once vibrant Dine Mountain into a pallid hue. This was the thunderous retribution summoned by the consciousness of the Jiuzhou world, a phenomenon that had never before graced the mortal realm. Triggered by Wu Feng's abrupt breakthrough to the void realm, which rendered him a significant anomaly within the Jiuzhou world. Before achieving this breakthrough, Wu Feng had been a genuine native of the Jiuzhou world, unaware of the divine integration with the cosmos. However, upon transcending into the void realm, He inadvertently exposed his foreign soul essence to the world as consciousness. The immediate reaction was one of wrath. The world as consciousness was incensed, manifesting as a tempest of dark clouds and electric fury. Realizing his oversight, Wufeng pressed his hand to his forehead and clenched his fist, striking the rocky ground with regret and a wry smile. He consoled himself, recognizing that dwelling on his missteps was futile. Observing the tumultuous black clouds swirling above Billion Mountain, accompanied by colossal bolts of lightning, he took a deep breath and resolved to confront this challenge before addressing anything else. A flash of lightning, as thick as a chopstick, descended upon him in an instant, striking directly above his head at the summit of Billion Mountain. Without hesitation, Wufeng braced himself against the onslaught, intending to utilize the heavenly punishment to temper his body and refine his essence. However, reality soon proved that he had underestimated the nature of this divine retribution. The thunder of punishment was utterly devoid of life, brimming instead with destructive power, unlike the transformative lightning of tribulation which was tempered by the essence of creation. Wufeng, unaware of the stark distinction between heavenly punishment and tribulation, attempted to turn this peril into an opportunity. The consequences of his impulsive decision became evident as he felt his hair standing on end, his entire being crackling with electric energy, exhaling smoke in a state of distress. Teacher, what is he doing? Using lightning to temper his body? Ting Qishan, drawn by the sudden atmospheric disturbance, questioned as he witnessed Wufeng's audacious defiance against the lightning. Before he could ponder further, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, resonating with a thunderous roar that reverberated for miles, causing all creatures, even the formidable beings of the void realm, to tremble in fear. Only the esteemed Pei San, the foremost expert in the current realm, remained unfazed as he hurried towards the source of the anomaly. Wufeng, seeing the colossal bolt of lightning approaching, swiftly channeled the pure essence accumulated within him to mend the wounds inflicted by the previous strike while simultaneously dispelling the ravaging power of the thunder. In a moment of urgency, just as the second bolt of heavenly punishment was about to strike, Wufeng had nearly healed all his injuries. He retaliated with a powerful punch, colliding with the descending lightning, resulting in an explosive victory that obliterated the divine retribution. The sight left Ting Qinshan utterly astounded, his jaw agape in disbelief. As if incited by Wufeng's brash actions, the once expansive black clouds began to compress and swirl ominously. In mere moments, the storm gathered into a dense mass of electrifying darkness, poised to unleash a colossal bolt of thunder. Witnessing the unprecedentedly massive bolt descending upon him, Wufeng's pupils constricted as he internally lamented, "This is truly reckless. Why provoke the heavens? What have I done?" With a resounding thud, Wufeng, despite the turmoil within his heart, had no choice but to once again meet the force with his own fist. Following the colossal impact, it became evident that he was at a disadvantage. Not only was Zhang left in a state of utter disarray, but the ground beneath him, the Billion Mountain, had also been adversely affected, appearing to shrink ominously and becoming riddled with craters, occasionally emitting sparks of electricity. As if sensing that the target had yet to be vanquished after the recent blow, the dark clouds in the sky constricted once more. In mere moments, the vast expanse of ebony clouds condensed into a sphere with a radius of 3 miles. The ominous clouds, now more profound than ever, exuded an oppressive aura powerful enough to suffocate a postnatal martial artist. They gave rise to visible, colossal lightning dragons, twisting and coiling, with claws bared in a menacing display. As time progressed, the swirling, darkening clouds continued to churn, slowly, moment by moment, as the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy. In this moment, gazing up at the heavens, the increasingly dense and somber black clouds loomed overhead, resembling a dragon's thunder. Wufeng could not help but swallow hard, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, spurred by the oppressive celestial might manifesting in the sky. Thump, thump. As he awaited the impending moment, Wufeng's mind was intensely focused. So much so that aside from the rapid beating of his own heart, the world around him fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, as Wufeng braced himself for the thunderous strike that the heavens were about to unleash, his foremost disciple, heaven-shaking staff Li Jinfu, was diligently preparing for the imminent contest for the second position on the celestial rankings. At this moment, within a grand temple resembling a city, situated on the border between Rongzhou and Liangzhou amidst an unending range of mountains, there exists a vast, empty arena, or rather, a martial arts training ground. This immense training ground, traditionally utilized by the monks of Moni Temple for their morning exercises, is currently surrounded by a throng of spectators, a sea of humanity. A truly spectacular sight. One might wonder whether the formidable Li Jinfu, known for his thunderous stick, can once again dispatch the second ranked by Mei Lao Sang with merely 3 strikes. It is uncertain. Perhaps he can, perhaps he cannot. Such speculation is futile. Do you not understand? It is crucial to recognize that when masters of the heavenly rankings engage in combat, the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity is paramount, meaning that any external factor could significantly influence the outcome of the battle. Hence, I assert that it may go either way. Oh, is that so? Humph. You all are simply ignorant. Just wait and see. Observing the crowd's unwavering confidence in Li Jinfu's victory, though they are unsure of the exact moment of triumph, the monks of Moni Temple feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. A moment later, the temple's bronze bell, which serves to remind the monks of their morning practice, rang out. After 7 resounding chimes, it finally ceased. The sudden tolling of the 7 bells caused an expression of astonishment to spread among the monks of Moni Temple, particularly among the elders, who alone grasped the profound implications of the 7 chimes, which signify a threat nearly as dire as the impending calamity heralded by 8 chimes. It is known that the temple typically sounds 7 bells to signal the infiltration or arrival of formidable adversaries. Is the abbot overestimating this thunderous stick? Inquired a purple-robed monk, furrowing his brow in confusion. There is no need for doubt. Trust in the abbot's judgment, responded a bald, long-browed elder with indifference. Indeed, Master Uncle, the purple-robed monk acknowledged. Look, the thunderous stick is here. All right, quiet down, will you? Are you blind? As Li Jinfu approached the densely packed arena, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure evident. Feeling somewhat impatient, he chose not to follow the path indicated by the guiding monk. Instead, from a distance of 100 meters from the throng, he leaped gracefully onto the temple wall, drawing upon his energy to unleash the lion's roar, calling out. By Mei Lao Sang, atop the mountain peak, let us settle our differences. Dare you come? Having declared his challenge, Li Jinfu wasted no time and soared nearly 100 zhang, vanishing from the confines of Moni Temple and appearing at the highest point of the mountains. Old monk, I have come as you requested. A similar sound wave echoed from within Moni Temple, and shortly thereafter, a gray-clad monk with white eyebrows quietly set down his broom and leaped into the air. He swiftly pursued Li Jinfu's figure, racing away. Witnessing this spectacle, the eager onlookers, who had expended considerable resources to gain entry, immediately erupted in lamentations, with only a select few adept in the innate realm managing to justify their expenses by leaping into action, employing their own abilities to follow in pursuit. At the summit, where Li Jinfu arrived first, he poised himself, balancing delicately on the steep cliff, eyes closed as he awaited the arrival of Bai Mei Lao Sang. Ah, you have arrived. Indeed, old monk. I could not decline the invitation. You have aged. I am merely 108 years old, still capable of consuming 3 bowls of rice. Ah, that is good. Please proceed. Forgive my rudeness, Ba. With the necessary inquiries and exchanges concluded, the 2 men harbored no further hesitation. In unison, they soared into the air, each unleashing a palm strike directly toward one another. With a sharp sound, the 2 exchanged forces, swapping positions and standing firm, their gazes locked onto each other, entirely oblivious to the violent air current generated by their palms colliding, which swept away the surrounding white mist and sent shattered cliff rocks tumbling down, inadvertently harming many innocents below. Not bad, come again. The old monk, showing respect, declared, I shall respond with the Moko fist. As he finished speaking, he unleashed a dazzling golden light that enveloped him, coalescing into a massive golden fist several dozen feet in size, hurtling toward Li Jinfu. Faced with the overwhelming force of the approaching punch, Li Jinfu's expression remained stoic until a fleeting glimmer of excitement crossed his eyes. Good, this is just as it should be, he exclaimed, trembling with anticipation as he unsheathed the thunderous stick from his back, striking fiercely at the colossal golden fist. With another clash of their unrestrained powers, the mountains could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, they crumbled, the rocks cascading down. In mere moments, what was once close to 3,000 meters had diminished to below 2,000. Old monk, are you suppressing your breakthrough? Li Jinfu remarked after shattering the golden fist with a single strike. Ba, be cautious. This is my most powerful move, originally intended for Wu Ho, the old monk warned. Avoiding the question, as his words faded, he executed a dazzling golden swastika seal, embodying the dual forces of the golden path he had comprehended, advancing with overwhelming might and surging power. At this moment, before the elder monk with white brows could unleash his magical seal, Li Jinfu sensed an overwhelming crisis. His body instinctively reacted, the hairs on his skin standing on end, and cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Confronted with a threat to his very existence, Li Jinfu's thoughts raced, and he dared not hold back any longer. For the first time, he unleashed his full power, executing the formidable heaven-shaking three sticks. With a thunderous roar, two forces, each having just reached the realm of the void, collided, shaking the very foundations of the earth as if a meteor had struck. A small mushroom cloud formed between the two combatants, and the violent shockwaves compressed the surrounding air into visible ripples. In an instant, everything within a 10-mile radius was obliterated. Gratitude filled the air as our Dragon Ball path finally prepares for release, scheduled for today at 12:05 p.m., although there may be a few minutes delay. With updates commencing at 12:30. It is my first publishing experience, and I feel a mix of excitement and nervousness. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the readers who have shown affection for this book, especially those who have cast their monthly votes and recommendations. Without your support through collections, comments, and endorsements, our Dragon Ball path would not have reached this stage. Additionally, I owe a debt of gratitude to the editor, Peng Lai, for signing this work, as well as to the signing editor, Sumu. Lastly, I sincerely hope that all esteemed readers will lend their support and grace us with an initial subscription. Once again, I bow in appreciation. Quickly act to save Wuxiang. A powerful figure from the Void Realm in the Moni Temple, witnessing the Elder Monk's perilous state beneath the immense explosion's aftermath, shouted urgently. In a moment of crisis, a monk cloaked in black disregarded the competition rules and swiftly moved. Just as the situation seemed dire, he appeared before the Elder Monk, raising a hand to deflect the savage aftershocks. Meanwhile, Li Jinfu, having braced himself with the massive heaven-shaking stick, was thrust backward for 1,000 feet before managing to steady himself, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he landed. Though he sustained significant injuries, it did not alter the outcome of the contest. It was evident to all present. The elder monk, supported by his apprentice as he descended, sighed heavily. I have lost. Fully resigned. Umitba. Brother, do not despair. You have not truly lost. It's merely that Li Jinfu's genuine strength is not of the innate realm, but that of a void expert, the black-robed monk stated coldly. Indeed, master, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. The obvious truth is that losing is losing, and you cannot argue otherwise. Or perhaps, is it that Moni Temple cannot afford to lose? Li Jinfu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Brother, you need not. The elder monk began, a hint of hesitation in his voice, but was interrupted. Wuxiang, do you think your brother is intentionally making things difficult for Li Jinfu? Is he causing trouble? Well, I trust my brother's integrity. But why would he say such a thing? The younger monk replied, puzzled. It is normal for you to have doubts, as you have not yet officially reached the realm of the void. Do you not realize that in that last strike, your opponent, Li Jinfu, wielded the powers of heaven and earth only accessible to true void experts? The black-robed monk raised his voice deliberately so that nearby innate experts could hear. Is that truly the case? The elder monk's expression turned grave. Indeed it is. If you still harbor doubts, you may personally inquire with him. I doubt Li Jinfu can provide a satisfactory explanation, the black-robed monk replied confidently. Utter nonsense. Old monk, your narrow-mindedness blinds you. If you do not understand, refrain from speaking. Li Jinfu scoffed disdainfully, having overheard their exchange. You dare to deny it? A respected figure of the void being exposed. Yet you refuse to acknowledge it and shamelessly attempt to evade responsibility. Truly, the heights of arrogance for a void expert, the black-robed monk proclaimed with righteous indignation. I am not a void expert, at least not until I defeat Wu Ho. I have no intention of advancing prematurely, Li Jinfu stated, his demeanor calm, yet brimming with confidence. It was as if he dismissed the significant barriers that had caused countless innate golden core experts throughout history to tremble in fear. Still quibbling. You truly are blind to reality. Very well. Let me demonstrate what it means to be a master of the void, the black-robed monk declared, enraged by Li Jinfu's obstinacy. As the truth lay bare before them, Li Jinfu remained shamelessly defiant, and the black-robed monk prepared to strike him down. Although Li Jinfu felt a flicker of confusion about why the black-robed monk was so certain of his status as a void expert, he could firmly assert that he was merely at the peak of the innate realm, perhaps a step away from the void. There was no way he had reached that realm. The thought that only a true void expert could wield the power of heaven and earth lingered in his mind. Yet, he realized that he was indeed unique among the innate experts capable of drawing upon such power. Thus, he reasoned that his own master must be a being beyond the void realm, not belonging to the innate level, while his junior brother had yet to attain the golden core stage. In a flash of understanding, Li Jinfu intended to explain that harnessing the power of heaven and earth was a secret technique of his sect. However, before he could do so, the black-robed monk, full of rage, struck. Faced with the impending attack, Li Jinfu summoned all his internal strength, launching once more into his strongest technique, the heaven-shaking three sticks. With a resounding blast, Li Jinfu was violently propelled away by the black-robed monk's strike, crashing 100 feet away and carving a deep trench into the ground. Kneeling with the stick in hand, disheveled and weary, Li Jinfu struggled to dissipate the impact. Blood filled his throat, spilling forth onto the earth. How could this be? Is it possible he is not truly a void expert, or is he concealing his true strength? Li Jinfu pondered, bewildered. Yet, he resolved to test the black-robed monk again. After the devastating blow, the monk felt something amiss. Ah, so that is it. A true master of the void can completely command the power of heaven and earth, manipulating it at will. Unlike me, who merely borrows it and finds myself utterly restrained at the innate level. At this moment, Li Jifeng, having finally grasped the entirety of the situation, experienced a flicker of enlightenment. Simultaneously, the black-robed monk once again summoned a layer of celestial power, intensifying his already formidable attack, which swiftly surged towards the severely wounded Li Jinfeng, now just 100 yards away. In that instant, the purple dragon, Zili, the son of the demon dragon Zishi, who had been covertly following and protecting Li Jifeng ever since breaking through the illusory realm a decade ago with Wu Feng's unselfish assistance, interjected with a fierce roar. How dare you? Stand down, you two bald thieves. Get away from me. Upon hearing this, the elder monk guarding the Mani temple, who was tasked with obstructing the purple light flood dragon's rescue attempt, could barely contain his astonishment. You can speak? How is this possible? Of course I can speak. What a lack of experience you show, making such a fuss over it, retorted the dragon, frustrated. Now, I will say this for the last time. Get lost. And do so quickly, or face the consequences. As the transformed purple light flood dragon, enhanced by Wu Feng's ventriloquism and empowerment techniques, expressed its impatience and urgency, Li Jifeng, in a moment of desperation, disregarded his internal injuries and summoned his remaining strength to counter the black-robed monk's overwhelming second strike. The clash of their forces produced a thunderous roar. In that instant of impact, Li Jinfeng's celestial energy was utterly crushed, and due to the eruption of his internal injuries, he was immediately overwhelmed, leaving him battered and bloodied, save for his vital areas which he desperately defended. With a violent cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as he knelt on the ground, gripping the thunderclap staff to prevent himself from collapsing. He glared fiercely at the black-robed monk, who now wore an expression of uncertainty hundreds of yards away. Wait, this child does not seem to be a true master of the illusory realm, the monk thought, a frown creasing his brow. Have I misjudged? What will I do now? However, he swiftly dismissed his doubts, convincing himself that this battle would eliminate a future threat to both himself and the Mani temple. In that moment, he cast aside his long-held convictions and shackles, determined to sacrifice Li Jifeng's life to preserve his own reputation and that of the Mani temple. As that resolve solidified, a surge of murderous intent erupted from within him, saturating the air around him, transforming it into a thick, oppressive atmosphere. Kill. Great compassion, Diamond Fist. With those words, the monk unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a roar filled with malice. He swiftly formed a shimmering golden seal with his hands, which began to spin and radiate blinding light. As the swastika seal surged forward, it drew in the celestial energies of the surrounding realm, amplifying its power until it loomed before Li Jifeng like a small mountain. Humph! You think you can take my life? You are far from worthy. Li Jinfeng's eyes glinted with madness as he glared at the incoming seal, his expression twisted with rage. He swung his staff overhead, striking down upon the seal with all his might. Yet, despite his desperate effort, the impact did not afford him any hope of survival. The tremendous recoil sent the thunderclap staff flying from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground 10 yards away, without the staff to shield him. The massive swastika seal descended upon him, forcing Li Jifeng to raise his hands in defense. The ground beneath him cracked and caved in as if shattered glass, fissures radiating outward from his feet. You truly seek death. How dare you target the disciple of my master? The purple light flood dragon, Zili, roared in alarm upon witnessing Li Jinfeng's perilous state. In a frantic bid to save him, it unleashed its innate divine ability, attacking the two purple-robed monks that stood in its path. The frigid aura emanating from Zili instantly froze everything in its wake, sending the monks reeling backward in fear. Seeing its opportunity, Zili flicked its tail and rushed towards Li Jifeng. However, fate had other plans. A white-haired elder monk unexpectedly appeared in its path, blocking its advance. "Get out of my way, you cursed thief!" Zili bellowed, enraged, as it accelerated to ram into the elder. But reality proved to be a cruel master. That brief moment of interception allowed the two purple-robed monks to recover and form a formation, effectively trapping Zili in place. As time slipped by, the golden swastika seal grew heavier and larger, surpassing even the weight of a mountain. Li Jifeng was now bent like a bow, his lower body sinking into the earth. Covered in his own blood, Li Jifeng clung to his indomitable spirit for support, for without that fierce will, he would have been crushed into pulp beneath the seal. With the immense pressure, his veins began to burst, blood gushing forth as his bones creaked ominously under the strain. Just as it seemed that Li Jifeng would be utterly obliterated, a deafening dragon's roar resonated from afar, drawing nearer with each passing moment. In but a fleeting moment, the fearsome dragon, Zishi, unleashed a tremendous roar and arrived. With a single sweep of its tail, it sent the colossal golden swastika seal nearly level with Li Jinfus's head, soaring far away, followed by a resounding explosion. In an instant, after rescuing Li Jinfus, the towering figure of Zishi, measuring over 20 zhang, did not pause. It swiftly directed a fierce claw attack towards the black-robed, dark-haired monk. With a thunderous crash, the monk, caught off guard, was instantly struck by Zishi's claw, hurtling him into a massive mountain 1,000 zhang away, shattering the iron-like rock face and becoming embedded within it. Having dispatched the dark-haired monk, who had been relentlessly assaulting Li Jinfus, Zishi proceeded directly towards the location of Zili. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of deep blue icy wind, aimed directly at the three individuals ensnaring Zili. This identical technique, when executed by the dragon Zishi, yielded drastically different results. The three, unable to evade in time, were enveloped by the frigid air capable of freezing all. Just as they were on the brink of being reduced to icy shards, an elderly monk clad in yellow robes suddenly appeared. In a moment of dire urgency, he intervened to block Zishi's assault, saving the trio. "Yuan, is it really you? I cannot believe you are still alive. How astonishing!" Zishi exclaimed, recognizing the monk who had thwarted its attack. "Ah, I almost forgot. Shakyamuni seems to have devised a method of reincarnation. It appears you are one of its beneficiaries." Without waiting for Yuan to respond, Zishi continued, enlightened. "Amitabha, Zishi, it has been quite some time. I am surprised you have learned to speak like a human," Yuan remarked, a hint of nostalgia in his tone, before his expression turned serious. "Might I inquire as to your purpose here? Are you here to rescue your kin? Or to save that formidable figure? Ha! After 7 or 8 centuries, you dare to speak to me in such a manner? You presume to make me choose." "As if you have grown tired of life," Zishi retorted, observing the once timid monk challenging him now with a narrowed gaze, filled with rage. "Amitabha, this moment is not like the last, Zishi. You should swiftly make your choice." Yuan, now exuding confidence, had evidently mastered the supreme skill of the Buddha's golden body created by Shakyamuni. With a furious roar, Zishi seemed to suddenly recall something, its expression shifting to one of malicious glee as it taunted, "I hope you can retain your confidence in the face of the impending despair that looms ahead." At this moment, endowed with formidable perceptive abilities, Liao Yuan sensed the impending threat emanating from the swiftly approaching Wu Feng, whose chilling aura unleashed waves of murderous intent. The demon dragon, Zishi, expressed a profound anticipation for the tragic and regret-laden fate that awaited Liao Yuan. "Ah, Amitabha," he mused. "Are you implying that the enigmatic master wielding the thunderous staff will bring despair to both me and the Mani Temple?" Initially furrowing his brow in contemplation, Liao Yuan soon appeared to have an epiphany, his confidence restored. "Amitabha, I shall await the unfolding of events with bated breath." At this moment, Liao Yuan, who believed he had mastered the supreme divine technique of the Moni Temple, the Buddha's golden body, felt that apart from the supreme beings on par with the ancestral Sakyamuni, he was now the strongest. Even Hong Tian, the northeast king of yesteryears who was just one step away from supreme power, could at best match him now. Liao Yuan considered himself the foremost figure of the current era, though he harbored a trace of wariness toward Wu Feng, who had remained elusive like a phantom. He did not take him too seriously, viewing him merely as a worthy opponent. This was the unshakable confidence of someone who ruled over 2 provinces and led the world's greatest sect for millennia. Whoosh, as time slipped away, Wu Feng, racing at breakneck speed, saw the wounds inflicted by divine punishment gradually heal. By the time his figure officially arrived at the foot of the mountain range where the Moni Temple stood, his injuries had vanished without a trace. Has he arrived? Wait, no, This aura belongs to a void realm cultivator. It shouldn't be him. Liao Yuan, who had been confronting the demon dragon Zishi since his appearance, silently assessed the situation. Roar, ha ha ha. Little monk, you're finished. The sect master has arrived, prepare to die. From this day forth, the Moni temple shall be erased from the 9 provinces. Zishi declared with absolute certainty and confidence. Ba, demon dragon, are you suggesting that the void realm cultivator rushing here is the sect master you speak of? Liao Yuan questioned, his expression unreadable. No, Zishi was about to confirm emphatically when a voice brimming with killing intent cut him off. This question I shall answer myself, old monk. Before the words fully faded, Wu Feng had already flashed to the side of the barely consciously Jinfu, feeding him a life-restoring elixir, the rebirth pill. Then, in the same breath, he appeared between the man and the dragon, his back turned to Liao Yuan while his piercing gaze locked onto Zishi. The dragon stiffened under the pressure, his head involuntarily lowering, his eyes flickering uneasily. Only then did Wu Feng slowly withdraw his glare. With deliberate, commanding authority, he enunciated, I do not want a next time. Notably, throughout this, Wu Feng completely disregarded Liao Yuan standing 10 zhang away. Yet, rather than feeling slighted, Liao Yuan, witnessing Wu Feng's unfathomable speed, felt his pupils constrict in shock. The movement technique Wu Feng had just displayed far surpassed Liao Yuan's understanding of speed. Before this, he had believed the Phoenix to be the fastest in the world, far beyond his own capabilities, yet at least discernible. But now, he realized he hadn't even seen how Wu Feng had appeared between him and Zishi. This astonishing revelation instantly filled Liao Yuan with horror, prompting an immediate surge of vigilance and alertness throughout his being. His gaze was fixed intently on Wu Feng's silhouette, afraid to make any rash movements. It was not until Wu Feng, standing in the air, slowly turned to face the black-haired monk, his expression devoid of emotion, that he spoke to Liao with an impassive tone. Old monk, I present you with 2 choices. He dies, or they all perish. After uttering these words, Wu Feng ceased to elaborate further, unleashing a magnificent and overwhelming aura. In an instant, it enveloped all the monks of the Moni temple at the virtual realm and above. With a resounding force, this formidable aura rendered the air within a 10-mile radius thick and viscous, akin to glue, causing the martial artists below the virtual realm, caught in the residual waves, to feel a suffocating sensation as if sinking into a mire. Each of them wore expressions of flushed faces and sluggish movements. Even those practitioners who had attained the innate breathing technique in the congenital realm were no exception. One can only imagine the extent of discomfort experienced by the primary targets of this assault, several monks at the virtual realm and the peak of the cave void, including Liao Yuan himself. Tick-tock. With each passing second, as the seemingly endless pressure intensified, the 5 monks at the virtual realm could no longer withstand it. Beads of sweat poured from their foreheads, cascading to the ground. How is this possible? The elderly monk with white hair and long brows gazed at Wu Feng, his countenance a deep crimson, murmuring to himself, It cannot be. I refuse to believe that such a powerful virtual realm exists in this world. Break from me. The black-haired elder monk, bent like a crescent moon under the pressure, wore an expression of disbelief, bordering on madness. Is he truly of the virtual realm? Surely. He cannot be an impostor of a supreme being. The bald monk, also succumbing to the oppressive weight, could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. His heart surged with tumultuous waves of self-doubt. Is this still the virtual realm? Even the first beast of the virtual realm from the Yuhuang sect, the Black Bear Sovereign, could not reach such heights? Fong Kong, who had previously been fortunate enough to witness the sovereign's prowess, thought to himself, Old monk, have you reached a decision? Provide me with a definitive answer. Wu Feng's expression was cold and indifferent as he regarded Liao Yuan, who was still struggling to resist. Ba. We monks of Moni Temple have never sullied the teachings passed down from Shakyamuni. To bow and scrape, compromising our principles. Sacrificing one life for the safety of the entire sect is indeed contrary to our founder's teachings. In that moment, Liao Yuan erupted, unleashing all his power to shatter the immense weight of Wu Feng's aura. Following this, he leaped forward, crossing Tinzhong in an instant, and launched a powerful punch directly at Wu Feng. Boom. In the face of Liao Yuan's sudden assault, akin to a mountain crashing down, Wu Feng remained unfazed, not even flinching as he effortlessly stopped the oncoming strike with a single finger. Dang. Before Liao Yuan, still in shock, could regain his composure, Wu Feng subtly bent his index finger and flicked it with slight force. In an instant, a fierce wave of energy surged towards Liao Yuan's fist, The overwhelming force propelled Liao Yuan, now in his golden body state, backward, sending him crashing through a towering peak several hundred meters high before finally coming to a halt. Cough, Umitba, cough, cough. I shall return. At this moment, having leaped out of the pit more than a meter deep that he had created himself, Liao Yuan was not only astonished by Wu Feng's unparalleled strength, but also felt a long-buried surge of blood and fighting spirit awakening within him. Faced with Wu Feng's nearly unmatched power, Liao Yuan was overwhelmed by an immense pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. Yet, paradoxically, it was this unprecedented pressure that illuminated a glimmer of hope for him to advance his own strength. Realizing that the bottleneck that had troubled him for so long was beginning to loosen, Liao Yuan cast aside all distractions and devoted himself entirely to the battle that would determine the fate of Mani Temple. With no room for complacency, he took a moment to adjust his breathing before unleashing a powerful move, understanding that any attempts to probe would be futile. He bypassed all preliminaries and struck with his ultimate technique. The Great Compassion Vajra Fist was the same technique used by the old monk by Mei. Yet its effects vary dramatically in the hands of different practitioners and realms, to the point of being worlds apart. As Liao Yuan, a master at the pinnacle of the Void Realm, executed it, all the elemental forces of gold within 100 miles surged forth, rapidly coalescing into the tremendous force of his punch. In a mere instant, it transformed into a colossal fist that filled Wu Feng's vision as it approached within 3 feet. Gazing at the dazzling golden fist that loomed close, Wu Feng's expression remained unchanged, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he coolly remarked, "Flashy but insubstantial." With deliberate slowness, he raised his right hand, palm forward, effortlessly blocking the incoming punch, which was as formidable as a small mountain. Then, with a slight flex of his palm, he unleashed a counterforce equal in size to his own hand, which effortlessly sliced through the disproportionate might of Liao Yuan's punch as if it were mere tofu. Wu Feng's casual yet refined counterattack shattered the core of the punch that had gathered the elemental forces, sending its residual energy hurtling towards Liao Yuan, who stood 100 feet away. 10,000 Buddhas returned to the origin, confronted with the swiftly approaching, seemingly insipid palm strike emanating a faint aura of power. Liao Yuan dared not underestimate it. He gathered all his internal energy once more and launched another ultimate move to meet the diminutive yet potentially devastating attack that could effortlessly pierce a 1,000-meter mountain. Upon the collision of their techniques, a resounding boom echoed, causing the ground to tremble, making it difficult for onlookers to maintain their footing. Fortunately, this tremor subsided quickly, returning to normalcy. However, at that moment, the gathering of over a dozen powerful figures from across the 9 provinces bore witness to a scene they would never forget. A dimly glowing, ethereal small palm strike, appearing slow yet swift, struck Liao Yuan, who was caught off guard, sending him flying and crashing through 10 miles of mountain range before exploding in a thunderous blast, creating a massive pit approximately 100 meters wide and 10 zhang deep. Is this real? One of the 8 great sects, the Snow Eagle sect, is left speechless by this sight. The old master of the free and unfettered palace, after swallowing hard, muttered to himself, "Is this the legendary Supreme Being? Surely it cannot be so. Supreme Being? No, that cannot be right. Even our ancestors could only split a 1,000-meter mountain with 5 strikes." Yutong Hai's face was a picture of shock and uncertainty. Has he surpassed the Supreme Being? At that moment, Qin Shiqi, one of the 3 Void Realm experts present, found himself grappling with thoughts that shattered his worldview. So there are realms beyond the Supreme Being. Even stronger existences? Truly, the path is boundless. Pei San, deemed the foremost in the contemporary world aside from Wu Feng, felt his perspective broadened, deepening his understanding of the core philosophies of Taoism. A flicker of enlightenment flashed through his mind, compelling him to retreat for seclusion to break through his own limitations. However, he was acutely aware of the current battle's significance, which would influence the unfolding of the world's fate. Indeed, not only did you withstand a fatal blow, but you also broke through your current limits in a life-or-death struggle, transcending the barriers set by the teachings of Shakyamuni. Old monk, you truly deserve my commendation. Wu Feng observed Liao Yuan, who, despite being disheveled and exuding a brilliant half-purple, half-golden light, displayed a hint of admiration on his otherwise expressionless face. Yet, it is a pity that you, who should have become the 5th supreme being of the 9 provinces, made an exceedingly grave mistake. Wu Feng sighed regretfully as he allowed Liao Yuan to consolidate his newfound strength. In an instant, as Wu Feng's words faded, Liao Yuan, having fully adapted to his newfound power, launched a sudden, unannounced strike at the seemingly unguarded Wu Feng. Dong. Just as it seemed he would make contact in a fraction of a second, Wu Feng's hand appeared suddenly before Liao Yuan's fist. halting the tremendous force that could pierce through 100 towering mountains, preventing it from advancing even the slightest bit. Is this yet another failure? Even with a sneak attack. Is it still futile? Does nothing change? Liao Yuan, witnessing his failed ambush, lamented in dejection, a bitter smile forming on his lips. It is time to end this farce. Wu Feng cast an indifferent glance at Liao Yuan before declaring his verdict devoid of emotion. As his words fell, he began to channel his energy. And with a resonating hum, all elemental forces within a 1,000-mile radius converged instantly into his palm strike, which expanded into a colossal hand capable of overshadowing a 10-mile expanse. Boom. Break it. Stop it. The 5 Void Realm experts of Mani Temple yelled desperately, exerting all their strength to counter the overwhelming hand. While Liao Yuan frantically urged the 5 from Fan Kong to hold their ground, pushing himself to resist the immense weight of the celestial hand that felt like a mountain. Yet, it was all in vain. The strike, far beyond the limits of this realm, effortlessly crushed everything in its path. Boom. The earth could no longer withstand the pressure, fracturing and creating a chasm that stretched for dozens of miles in mere moments. Help me. Save me. Master, please. I am not ready to die. I have yet to learn. Amitba, one reaps what one sows. Sigh. Amitba. After a brief moment, the dust settled. From a distance, one could see the once illustrious and renowned first sect of the 9 provinces, the Mani Temple, now reduced to nothing but rubble and remnants of walls, devoid of any other substance. It was evidently consumed entirely by the chasm that had cleaved through the entire mountain range. After delivering a powerful strike from the air, Wu Feng cast a detached glance at the deep fissures he had created, then swiftly surveyed the scene, noting the expressions of the dozen or so ethereal beings who, upon meeting his gaze, became unnaturally stiff, their smiles frozen, as well as the 2 beings of the cave void realm, quietly committing the essences of all the ethereal beings present to memory for future reference. Wu Feng then wordlessly flashed to the colossal head of the dragon, Zishi. In a calm tone, he said, "Let us return." Upon hearing his command, Zishi, no longer daring to hesitate, let out a roar to her companion, Zili, and swiftly took flight in the direction from whence they came, not looking back. Close behind her was a smaller dragon, clutching a comatose individual in its right claw. In this moment, gazing at the 2 serpentine dragons gradually receding into the distance, the assembled formidable beings from various powerful factions stood in a daze, their eyes flickering as they contemplated the gorges below, lost in their thoughts. After a brief interlude, Pei San, who was the first to regain his composure and hastily set off to retreat and break through his realm, led his subordinates and disciples away, prompting the others to disperse in a flurry. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month in the Qin Emperor's calendar, a day marking the ascent of the ancestral dragon according to historical records, it had been half a year since Wu Feng's palm had obliterated the Mani Temple. Upon his arrival in this world, Wu Feng had been struck by the harrowing sights and sounds of the brutal survival of the fittest. Thus, he resolved to transform this distorted and backward realm, aspiring to restore harmony, stability, and prosperity to the innocent populace of this world. Hence, on this day in Yangzhou, the establishment of a supreme dynasty, the martial dynasty, aimed at ruling the entire world, was officially proclaimed, perhaps due to the advance notice given a month prior. On this day, following Wu Feng's public announcement of the martial dynasty's formation, numerous leaders of various sects and factions from across the 9 provinces promptly expressed their willingness to submit. Among them were 7 of the 8 super sects, excluding the annihilated Mani Temple, showcasing the unanimous attendance of all significant powers in the 9 provinces. With the precedent set by the Mani Temple, a powerful entity, the remaining 5 super sects, including the renowned Yu Huangmin and the Ying family, dared not show any resistance, willingly submitting to the martial dynasty established by Wu Feng. Observing this, Wu Feng chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he entrusted Elder Wu from the Guiyuan sect, who had already pledged allegiance to him, to receive the guests and discuss the future goals and direction of the martial dynasty. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 6 months had passed since the establishment of the martial dynasty and the subsequent submission of the 9 provinces. Under Wu Feng's vigorous measures and strong suppression of all dissent, the martial dynasty gradually began to align with Wu Feng's envisioned trajectory, achieving its initial goals. From this moment forth, all individuals under the rule of the martial dynasty, regardless of their prowess as warriors or their status as ordinary citizens, were formally regarded as equals in the eyes of the martial dynasty's constitution, with no exceptions permitted, unless one could surpass the founding monarch of the martial dynasty, Emperor Wu Feng. In Dian Mountain, at Billion Peak, and in the abode of leisure, after dedicating half a year to fully recuperate from his injuries, Li Jinfu had, 3 months prior, ventured to the vast grasslands beyond the borders in search of the top-ranked on the heavenly list, the beast King Wuho. After defeating him in battle, Li Jinfu returned directly to his sect to engage in seclusion and cultivation, aiming to break through to the realm of the void. As of this moment, 3 full months had elapsed since Li Jinfu had entered his seclusion to advance his realm. On that day, during the morning hours, Tung Qingshan, who was around 13 or 14 years of age yet bore the appearance of a young man of 17 or 18, was engaged in his customary battle against the monstrous beasts lurking within the cold pool. Suddenly, a resounding crash interrupted his practical training. Forced to halt, Tung Qingshan turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion, only to be astonished to discover a gaping hole the size of a watermelon in the grand stone doors of the Xianyao residence. Peering through the aperture, he caught sight of Li Jinfeng, his body rigidly frozen in a stance as if poised to deliver a powerful punch, his expression a blend of joy and dismay, clearly marked by a sense of embarrassment. At this moment, Li Jinfu, who seemed to realize he had caused trouble, raised his gaze toward Tung Qingshan and awkwardly explained, "If I say it was unintentional, a mere oversight, do you believe me, junior brother?" "I do," Tung Qingshan replied swiftly. However, his trust bore no weight. The crux of the matter lay in whether their master believed him. Tung Qingshan added with utmost seriousness, "Indeed. By the way, junior brother Qingshan, could you kindly inform master that I have urgent matters to attend to? That will be all." With a guilty conscience, Li Jinfu, now indifferent to the joy of breaking through his cultivation, hastily leaped down the mountain, eager to make a swift escape. However, fate was not on his side. For Wu Feng had just returned to the great Yinshan. "Oh, what urgent matter requires such haste?" Li Jinfu, caught at a distance of 100 zhang by Wu Feng's grasping technique, realized escape was futile and had no choice but to lower his head in acknowledgement of his mistake, pleading for Wu Feng's forgiveness. "Master, I was wrong. I should not have inadvertently shattered your door in the midst of my emotional turmoil." Is that all? There is more. I should not have contemplated fleeing." Attempting to evade your punishment, Li Jinfu quickly added after stealing a glance at Wu Feng's expression. "Much better," Wu Feng said with a hint of satisfaction. "However, you have indeed committed an error, and a fitting punishment is necessary." "Please, master, impose your punishment," Li Jinfu said submissively. "Very well. I shall assign you to lead a troop to cleanse the persistent banditry within the Wu dynasty. It is fortuitous that you have recently attained the Void Realm, fitting the military structure I have established." Wu Feng feigned a playful tone before his expression became stern. "Understood, master. I accept this command and assure you that I will not disappoint you. I will eradicate all banditry within the Wu dynasty within 3 years," Li Jinfu exclaimed, initially stunned by Wu Feng's words, which disguised a reward as a punishment, before quickly recovering and promising loudly, "Enough. I am aware of your loudness. Lower your voice." Time has passed, and it has been over 2 years since Li Jinfu assembled an army of 10,000 elite warriors to sweep away the banditry plaguing the Wu dynasty. On this day, within the expansive realm of the Jiuzhouan, a grand chain of large-scale lodgings that has flourished since the inception of the Wu dynasty. At this moment, the place was teeming with people, their voices rising in a cacophony, a confluence of individuals from all walks of life. It was the day when the representatives of the Wu Chao dynasty's Wanxiang Tianji Pavilion announced the latest editions of the Tiandi Ren and Shebang rankings. With a rustle, the 4 major lists unfurled, and the crowd in the inn fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into a flurry of discussions and debates. Have many new faces appeared on the human rankings? Indeed. After all, it encompasses both the previous outstanding talent and Earth rankings. Frequent updates are only to be expected. Wait. How curious. Why is Tung Qingshan absent from the human rankings this time? Logically, he should have defeated the 3rd-ranked Swift Swordsman and claimed the 3rd position. Yes, it is indeed strange. Could it be that Tung Qingshan suffered a defeat? However, from what I have heard, it seems he emerged victorious. All right, you too. Stop your astonishment and take a look at the Earth rankings. Tung Qingshan has now ascended to the 72nd position. Where? Let me see. It is true. Does this mean Tung Qingshan has now become a master of the innate realm? Without a doubt. Although there might be some embellishment on the 4 rankings. That is a point. But by the way, does anyone recall how old Tung Qingshan is this year? It seems to be around 16 or 17. Is that true or false? It is indeed true. To be precise, Tung Qingshan has just turned 16. At that moment, one of the representatives from the Wanxiang Tianji Pavilion, who had remained silent except for the announcement, suddenly interjected in a serious tone. The crowd gasped collectively, momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Ting Qishan, the very subject of the inn's discussions, found himself within a temporary military camp situated in Liangzhou. Junior brother Qishan, you are indeed impressive. Truly impressive. I admire you wholeheartedly, exclaimed Li Jinfu, laughing heartily after taking a sip of wine. The youngest master of the innate realm in history, hailed as a prodigy that appears once in a millennium. All right, brother Jinfu, please do not jest at my expense any longer. Ting Qinshan, well aware of his own circumstances, felt unworthy of such praise when considering his past life. Aha, enough of the jokes. Speak up. What brings you here to see me? And do refrain from saying you missed me or wish to see me. Li Jinfu's expression turned serious, albeit with a hint of a smile. Ah, ha ha, it seems I could not conceal my intentions from your discerning gaze, brother. Tung Qinshan responded while acknowledging his flattery. However, Li Jinfu saw through it instantly. Stop with the pleasantries and get to the point. What is it that you have come to discuss? Very well, since you insist. I shall speak plainly. I have come in regard to a certain officer named Li Laoshi under your command, Tung Qinshan declared resolutely, realizing that this situation could not persist. Pray, elaborate on this matter, junior brother. When did you develop an interest in such trivialities? Li Jinfu furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with a hint of authority. Well, to be succinct, it is a long story that I shall summarize briefly. Essentially, here are the details after spending a quarter of an hour. Tung Qinshan recounted the entire sequence of events. You mean to say that the woman you inadvertently saved, whose entire family was slaughtered by bandits, noted the appearance of the bandit leader and the dark red birthmark on his arm, and even sketched it on paper? Indeed, brother. Please take a look. Tung Qinshan confirmed, retrieving the drawing from his waist and presenting it to Li Jinfu. So, you traced your investigation here based on these two clues and have now further narrowed down the target, correct? Li Jinfu inquired, scrutinizing the drawing with keen interest. Before Ting Qinshan could respond, Li Jinfu's expression shifted to one of sudden realization as he stared intently at the birthmark, seemingly connecting the dots. Brother, what troubles you? Why the sudden change in demeanor? Ting Qinshan began to question. Yet, Li Jinfu's expression transformed again, revealing a look of enlightenment. No wonder. Now it all makes sense. To think that the elusive traitor we have been seeking could be the most unlikely individual. Brother, what do you mean I am fine? Do not concern yourself, junior brother. This time, you have unwittingly aided me greatly in uncovering a traitor within the camp whom we could never catch. I must express my gratitude to you. Li Jinfu laughed joyfully. Afterward, he promptly stood up and gestured for Ting Qinshan to follow him as he strode out of the military tent. Soon, they arrived at the quarters where the other officers resided. Without waiting for the soldiers stationed outside to offer their greetings, Li Jinfu swiftly entered the tent, heading straight for a seemingly honest and straightforward individual. With a swift motion, a formidable expert in the virtual realm captured a practitioner of the innate golden core without any resistance. Who? Who is it? Ah. It is the general. We pay our respects to the general. We were unaware of your sudden visit. Please forgive us enough, you lot. Cease with the formalities. Li Jinfu waved his hand, a gentle energy lifting the 9 officers who were bowing. General, I am unsure of what I have done wrong to incur your wrath. Please, tell me, and I assure you I will rectify it in the future. Could you possibly release me? Li Laoshi, caught in Li Jinfu's grip, looked bewildered and aggrieved. Indeed. General, please show leniency and spare Li Laoshi this time, pleaded an officer whom Li Laoshi had once saved. General, we too are willing to vouch for Li Laoshi. Please, grant him clemency once more, echoed the other 8 officers, all of whom had received favors from Li Laoshi. Huh, vouch for him? What nonsense. Li Jinfu retorted with a mix of anger and amusement. After scolding them, he turned to Ting Qinshan and said, Junior brother, do you now understand what I meant earlier? I comprehend, but truly, brother, you need not act so. Ting Qinshan realized that Li Jinfu's mood must surely be less than pleasant. After all, the revelation that a trusted subordinate, well-liked by colleagues, was in fact a traitor would weigh heavily on anyone. It is of no consequence, after all. It is said that family disgrace should not be aired in public. You are no outsider, junior brother. Would I truly fear your laughter? Li Jinfu feigned an air of indifference. After shrugging at Ting Qinshan, he turned his gaze towards his subordinate, Li Laoshi. After a moment of intense scrutiny, he summoned the true essence within him, sealing all of Li Laoshi's acupoints. Then, releasing his grip, he bellowed, Bring forth the traitor, Li Laoshi, and cast him into the dungeons. Yes, General, came the response, and two imposing soldiers clad in golden armor entered, their footsteps resonating as they carried the seemingly catatonically Laoshi away. "General, surely there has been a mistake. How could Laoshi possibly be?" Before the officer Wang, whom Li Laoshi had once saved, could finish his plea, Li Jifeng interjected sharply, "No need for further explanations. The evidence is irrefutable." With that, he turned abruptly and strode purposefully towards the central military tent. Not wanting to linger, Tang Qingshan followed closely behind, leaving behind Officer Wang and the others, who exchanged incredulous glances. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, outside the military camp, Tang Qingshan addressed Li Jifeng with utmost seriousness. "Senior brother, please stay." "Very well. I shall not see you off further. Until we meet again, junior brother," Li Jifeng acknowledged, understanding that parting is inevitable after a long journey. "Until we meet again," Tang Qingshan echoed, and without delay, he activated the enhanced lightness skill, Lingbo Weibu, developed by Wu Feng, leaping away with remarkable agility, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Once Tang Qingshan had completely disappeared from view, Li Jinfeng's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a countenance as cold and unyielding as frost. And he hastened towards the dungeon where Li Laoshi was confined. Yangzhou, Tianyang County. After 3 days and nights of relentless travel, Tang Qingshan finally arrived at his intended destination, the majestic cliff of the Swift Sword, ranked 71st on the land list. At that moment, he was immersed in the exploration of the diverse customs and cultures across the 9 provinces. At that moment, as Yao Suo casually picked up a grotesque mask from a roadside stall, a sudden and formidable aura enveloped him, locking onto his presence. This is intriguing," he mused, feeling the provocative intensity of the force. After leisurely placing the mask back down, he swiftly sprang into action, racing towards the figure he sensed moving outside the city. In a flurry, 2 white shadows, akin to the swift winds, leapt effortlessly beyond the county town, landing on the surface of a large lake 5 miles away. As if walking on solid ground. "Who are you? Why do you provoke me without cause? Are you not afraid of death?" the Windblade swordsman demanded, gripping the hilt of his sword menacingly. "I shall reveal my identity once I emerge victorious," Tang Qingshan replied coolly. "Oh, if that's the case, then let us fight," Yao Suo quipped, his tone whimsical. In an instant, he drew his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped sword energy that cleaved the lake into 2, raising a tumultuous wave that resembled towering walls of water. With a clang, Tang Qingshan, facing the oncoming wave of sword energy, deftly twirled his spear, conjuring ethereal spear images that blossomed like lotus flowers, directly countering the massive energy. After a brief clash, both energies dissipated into the air. The sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously, reverberating across the lake, startling the water into ripples that danced sporadically. As the 2 warriors engaged in increasingly heated close combat, Tang Qingshan found himself at a disadvantage due to their disparity in realms. Despite his near invincibility in close quarters, he was consistently forced back by his opponent's overwhelming strength. Moments later, both warriors, having gathered their energy, clashed once more with fervent intensity, aiming to resolve the battle with a decisive blow. With a thunderous crash, a monumental wave erupted from the point of their confrontation, momentarily revealing the muddy lakebed below. In an instant, a colossal wave, akin to a water dragon, surged upwards to a height exceeding 100 meters before crashing down violently. Each droplet of water shot forth like arrows, striking the surrounding area with a sweeping force, leaving the lakeshore pockmarked and the willows resembling honeycombs. The sound of water droplets colliding with weapons filled the air as both combatants, propelled backward by the force of the explosion, swung their weapons to deflect the oncoming barrage of water. Eventually, as the dust settled and the lake regained its serenity, they sheathed their weapons, standing 100 paces apart, once again locked in a tense standoff. "Indeed, it seems I have overexerted myself. After this battle, I must retreat to diligently cultivate my skills, at least to elevate my internal cultivation to the innate golden core realm before I can emerge again," Tang Qingshan thought, glancing at the red stain in the palm of his right hand, his expression unchanging. Where has this anomaly come from? Despite merely being at the innate true dance stage, he can contend with me thus, Yao Suo pondered, concealing his trembling right hand behind him as he switched to wielding his sword with his left, observing Tang Qingshan's youthful visage with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Wu dynasty, within the grand and opulent palace that dominated much of Yangzhou, the founding martial emperor, Wufeng, was diligently processing a myriad of documents while simultaneously contemplating the various principles of the world. This endeavor nurtured the blossoming Qinglian platform within his spiritual sea. Since Wufeng's momentous breakthrough to the virtual realm, which had accelerated the evolution of his soul, He had been continually absorbing the myriad principles of the cosmos. At this very moment, perhaps overwhelmed by the multitude of insights, he inadvertently discovered a balance point among the principles he had grasped. This revelation propelled him to naturally transcend the barriers of his realm, reaching the void realm. This was not the end. Like a chain reaction, Wu Feng would frequently experience further breakthroughs, continuously ascending through the void realm with each newfound understanding. This situation persisted from morning until evening, only settling down as dusk approached. In this moment of tranquility, Wu Feng, with leisure at hand, experienced a profound sense of satisfaction and pride as he contemplated the unique power of the world he had cultivated within his mind. Merging hundreds of principles into his own distinct realm, with a mere thought, he extracted a thread of this world power, comparing it to the external world power of the 9 provinces. After a careful observation and reflection, he concluded that while his essence was still inferior, it was remarkably close. Nodding in satisfaction, Wu Feng proceeded to train in mastering the world power he had birthed, perhaps due to its intrinsic nature as his own creation. Wu Feng required little time, less than a day, to completely grasp it, achieving a level of familiarity that allowed him to manipulate it effortlessly. After mastering this new power, he did not revert to his previous habit of sifting through a multitude of memorials to sharpen his skills while managing state affairs. Instead, he sat upright on the dragon throne, closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, and suddenly spoke in a detached tone. "How goes the investigation? Have you found any leads or compelling evidence from those individuals?" In response to the martial emperor, "I have secretly traced an important gathering point of those individuals based on the clues in Li Laoshir's mind. Awaiting your command. We can strike with overwhelming force and ensure not a single one escapes," Li Hang, cloaked in a voluminous black robe, respectfully replied. As one of the few solitary cultivators of the void realm in the 9 provinces unbound by any faction, Li Hang harbored no fondness, indeed, perhaps a slight aversion for the once mighty sect leaders now reduced to pariahs. Thus, he treated the task of covertly investigating these sects with utmost diligence. "Patience, take your time. First, find a way to gather those individuals together, and then we shall sweep them all away in one fell swoop. Do you understand?" Wu Feng stated, tapping his fingers on the armrest of the chair, his expression stern and his tone indifferent. "Understood. I know what to do," Li Hang responded, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining his composure. "Very well, then go," Wu Feng replied calmly. "Yes, I take my leave," Li Hang said, and in an instant, he vanished from the grand hall as abruptly as he had arrived, leaving behind only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. "I hope you do not disappoint me this time," Wu Feng murmured to himself, watching Li Hang's fleeting figure. "After all, this is your declaration of loyalty," he silently mused. Time flowed on, and a decade passed swiftly. Throughout these 10 years, the Wu dynasty faced numerous crises, both large and small. The most severe occurred 5 years ago when remnants of the sects instigated a rebellion that nearly paralyzed the entire empire, although it lasted a mere 3 months. Swiftly suppressed by the suddenly re-emerged Wu Feng, the resultant casualties and economic losses still lingered, testament to the rebellion's devastating impact on the empire's foundation. Fortunately, with the assistance of Wu Feng and Ting Qingshan both possessing insights far beyond this world, the empire endured and now flourished as if reborn from the ashes, exuding the grandeur of a prosperous nation. Since the complete eradication of the last stubborn sect remnants 5 years prior, Wu Feng's 3 major reforms faced no further obstacles. Thanks to Wu Feng's relentless advocacy and Ting Qingshan's vigilant oversight, the new generation embraced fresh ideologies, discarding old, harmful traditions in favor of a worldview rooted in survival of the fittest. Wu Feng believed that with the passage of 2 more generations, the era of sect domination would be forever extinguished, for the citizens, having tasted the fruits of democracy and freedom, would inherently resist the resurgence of that barbaric and backward age. In the capital of the Wu dynasty, the Forbidden City, a group of children, aged 7 to 9, freshly emerged from the Imperial Academy, rushed through the wide streets, hawking newspapers. They occasionally halted to respond to calls from passers-by or patrons of nearby taverns, hastily handing over thick stacks of paper. At that moment, Wu Feng and his 2 disciples were seated at a window on the top floor of the Wellite Tavern, observing the lively scene below with shared smiles. After indulging in their meal, they began a serious discussion. "Have you both considered who will inherit the position of the leader of the Shaoao sect and who will take the prime minister's seat in the empire?" Wu Feng casually inquired, noting that the tavern was now solely occupied by himself and his 2 disciples. Upon hearing this, Ting Qingshan and Li Jifeng exchanged glances before responding in unison, their expressions earnest. "We shall leave everything to Master S discretion. We dare not overstep. Enough with the formalities. Speak honestly. Otherwise, once I make my decisions, there will be no turning back, Wu Feng said sternly. Well then, I shall choose the position of the Xiaoao sect leader. Ting Qinshan declared firmly, his ambitions focused solely on promoting his internal martial arts. Since junior brother Qinshan has chosen the leader's position, I shall not hesitate to claim the role of prime minister, Li Jifeng said, his tone betraying a hint of eagerness for power. Have you both made your final choices? No changes? Wu Feng asked, sensing the expected responses. After a brief moment of silent communication, Ting Qinshan and Li Jifeng reiterated in unison, no changes. We have made our decisions, and we seek master's approval. Very well then, let it be so. Jifeng, you shall officially take office tomorrow. And Qinshan, be prepared to assume the role of leader of the Xiaoao sect, Wu Feng said with a gentle smile. Yes, master, I accept my orders and understand. They replied in unison. The two individuals replied with satisfaction. The night passed without a word, and the following morning dawned clear and bright under the warm sun. In the grand hall of the Wu dynasty, a multitude of high-ranking officials had already taken their seats, quietly awaiting the arrival of Wu Feng, refraining from uttering even a whisper, as the atmosphere remained profoundly tranquil. It was only after Wu Feng arrived and articulated the day's principal matters that the officials felt emboldened to engage in discourse, expressing their varied opinions with fervor. As the morning assembly neared its conclusion, amidst a cacophony of debate, a tall and imposing figure gradually strode into the hall. It was none other than Li Jinfu, the former general of the empire, who was to be appointed as the prime minister that day. Concurrently, Ting Qinshan was undergoing a pivotal transformation from the Void Realm to the Cave Void Realm. This remarkable coincidence arose from the prior day's selection dialogue, which had alleviated the burdens on Ting Qinshan's heart. Feeling a newfound lightness, he became acutely aware of a fleeting inspiration, entering a state akin to enlightenment. With his focus entirely absorbed in his thoughts, oblivious to the external world. Fortuitously, not long after Ting Qinshan entered this exceptional state, the playful Z discovered him and stood guard, ensuring that his breakthrough remained undisturbed by external influences. Consequently, after a day and night of relentless effort, Ting Qinshan successfully ascended to the Cave Void Realm, becoming the 5th saint-level powerhouse of the Wu dynasty. Is this the unique power of one's own world, as my master and senior brother described? Mused Ting Qinshan, savoring the burgeoning strength emanating from his dantian. How does it feel to be the 5th and youngest Cave Void powerhouse of our time? Jested Li Jinfu, who had swiftly finished his responsibilities as the new prime minister to come and observe. Ah, Qinshan, I appreciate your senior brother Jinfu for his tireless guardianship. Ting Qinshan replied earnestly, disregarding the playful banter. Spare me, spare me. Furthermore, junior brother, you might be mistaken about whom to thank. It was not me who first noticed you, but Z. Li Jinfu gestured towards the sky, where the playful guardian beast of the carefree sect, the Azure Dragon Z, frolicked in the clouds. Oh, so that is how it was. I wondered why I sensed an unusual presence lingering beside me for so long, Ting Qinshan realized with clarity. After saying this, Ting Qinshan gazed fondly at Z, who was weaving through the clouds, his expression softening as a smile graced his lips. Thank you, Z. I owe you one. Time flew by, and 5 years swiftly passed. On this day, in the morning, they found themselves at the peak of Billion Mountain, the current holy land of martial arts, at the residence of the carefree sect. At this moment, the trio of Wu Feng and his disciples reunited after a year apart in a pavilion he had previously named the Ethereal Pavilion, designated for receiving guests. Seated across from one another as usual, they savored the exquisite tea in their hands, enveloped in contemplative silence. Only when the steaming tea gradually cooled to a gentle warmth did they softly set down their cups, retracting their wandering thoughts and minds. Qinshan, Jifeng, how do you find the tea? Has my skill in the art of tea improved yet again? Wu Feng inquired with a gentle smile, preempting the hesitant words of his disciples. Indeed, there has been progress, but master, must you truly depart? Li Jifeng, whose mind was preoccupied with the thought of Wu Feng's imminent departure, casually remarked before urgently voicing his innermost feelings. Yes, master, even if you must leave. Is it necessary to be in such haste? Surely, you could wait until after the 500-year deadline has passed? Ting Qinshan, equally disinterested in the tea, gazed at Wu Feng with reluctance and seriousness, quickly echoing Jinfeng's sentiments. Ah, enough, enough. There is no need for such concern, my dear disciples. I do not intend to leave just yet. It will be some time before that moment arrives. Rest assured, when the time comes for me to truly depart, it will be only after I have made all necessary preparations for the future. After all, I would not wish for my labor and the foundation of the Wu dynasty to be obliterated shortly after my departure. Wu Feng replied with a teasing glint in his eyes as he regarded his two disciples. Master, you need not worry. As long as I am here, I shall ensure that such a fate does not befall us. Li Jifeng, poised to break through to the realm of the ultimate strong and poised to succeed Wu Feng as the second emperor of Wu, declared resolutely. Indeed, Master, rest assured. With both Jifeng and myself, two ultimate strong at the helm, the empire's safety is guaranteed. Teng Qishan, who had recently surpassed in cultivation and was the first to reach the rank of ultimate strong, stated with a hint of confidence. While I have no doubts about your capabilities, it is still not entirely secure. You both can only safeguard the Wu dynasty for a maximum of 400 more years. And then it will come to an end. I do not wish for the kingdom I have established to meet the same fate as that of the former Emperor Yu or the heavenly Emperor Qinling. Thus, I must fortify the Wu dynasty with a robust layer of security and support, ensuring it surpasses all predecessors and attains a level of durability that endures through the ages. This is the course of action I intend to undertake next. Therefore, in the coming period, Jifeng, you must hasten your breakthrough to the realm of the ultimate strong, so that you may assume my position and responsibilities. Yes, Master, I shall retreat into seclusion immediately and strive for an early breakthrough, Li Jifeng responded, eager to begin his training. Come back and sit down. I hardly know how to address your impetuousness. After all these years, your temperament remains as impatient as ever. Wu Feng said, shaking his head with authority. What do you plan to do with that resolute expression? Force a breakthrough and risk losing your mind? My apologies, Master. I was in the wrong, Li Jifeng admitted, his head bowed in defeat. All right, enough. I can hardly be bothered to scold you further. Wu Feng sighed lightly before adopting a serious demeanor. Jifeng, if you truly wish to expedite your breakthrough, then you should seek out a duel with Pei San on the Dumo continent. Understanding his disciple's disposition, Wu Feng recognized that if he did not present Li Jifeng with a viable opportunity to break through the bottleneck now, Jifeng would undoubtedly retreat into a perilous and secretive seclusion. Therefore, in weighing the lesser of two evils, Wu Feng resolved to allow Li Jifeng to confront Pei San in a life and death battle, thereby awakening his latent potential and shattering the constraints of his current realm. In this manner, as long as Wu Feng remains a vigilant guardian in the shadows, even if the endeavor fails, he can promptly rescue Li Jifeng, thereby averting a perilous fate. Grateful for the master's guidance, the disciple comprehends the course of action required and takes his leave. Li Jifeng resolves to heed Wu Feng's counsel, intending to compel himself to swiftly transcend to the realm of the Supreme by engaging in a life and death battle with Pei San. At this moment, with his resolve firmly established, Li Jifeng did not wish to linger any longer. He promptly submitted his resignation and departed with swift strides, as if propelled by the winds of destiny. Master, regarding the confrontation between my senior brother and Pei San, how confident are you in his success? After retracting his gaze that had followed Li Jifeng's retreat, Teng Qinshan inquired with a puzzled expression. If it were you, I would say I have at least an 80% assurance. However, as for your senior brother, I cannot say, Wu Feng lamented, a look of melancholy etched upon his face. Then why would you allow my senior brother to engage in such a perilous duel? You seem to have an excessive amount of faith in him, Teng Qinshan remarked, a mixture of bewilderment and amusement gracing his visage. I understand. But what else can be done? I cannot simply stand by and watch your senior brother descend into a state of despair and ultimately perish, Wu Feng replied with indignation. This way, at the very least, I can preserve his life in times of dire need. Oh, so that is your intention. I did not realize you were contemplating it in such a manner. Nevertheless, this does indeed provide a greater sense of security, Teng Qinshan acknowledged, a dawning comprehension illuminating his expression. Enough about your senior brother. We must now discuss your situation. Wu Feng abruptly shifted the conversation. My situation? What situation do I have? Teng Qinshan responded, utterly perplexed. Do not feign ignorance with me. Very well, I shall speak plainly. What do you have to say regarding your relationship with the young lady Li Jun, whom you accidentally rescued, and the precious daughter of Councilman Zhuge Yuanhong, Zhuge Qing? Well, Master, to be honest, my relationship with Miss Qing and Miss Li is merely that of very close friends, Teng Qinshan stammered, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Oh, is that so? If that is the case, then the matter is easily resolved. I was quite troubled by Councilman Zhuge's proposal, but now it seems unnecessary. I shall decline it upon my return, Wu Feng mused, seemingly convinced by Teng Qinshan's words. Please, do not. Absolutely do not, Master, Teng Qinshan exclaimed, urgency lacing his tone. He hastened to clarify, if you do this, it will bring great shame to Miss Qing, and she will be the subject of gossip and scorn. Continue explaining. I am curious to see how you will extricate yourself from this predicament, Wu Feng teased, observing Ting Qingshan's awkward attempts at justification. As Ting Qingshan fell silent, Wu Feng's expression grew serious. Time waits for no one, Qishan. With that, Wu Feng wasted no more time. Turning swiftly towards the distant silhouette of a grand city, soaring away with great speed, leaving Ting Qingshan standing in a daze, lost in thought for an extended period. The following day, under the bright morning sun, the scorching rays enveloped Ting Qingshan. The warmth awakened him from his reverie, and he regained his senses. After a night spent in contemplation, he finally found solace within himself. Coming to terms with all that pertained to his beloved from a past life, now merely wisps of memory drifting away. At this moment, Ting Qingshan, fully awakened, resolved to release the burdens that had weighed upon his heart. He intended to heed the true desires of his inner self, cherishing the present and the people before him. Ah, what a splendid day it is! He exclaimed, squinting up at the radiant sun, exhaling deeply with a smile of genuine admiration. With that, he turned without hesitation and dashed towards Li Jun, the closest person to him, vanishing into the vast expanse of Dian Mountain in an instant. Let us momentarily set aside the joyous and eager Ting Qingshan, who could hardly contain his excitement as he rushed to meet the two women he cherished, his fiancée Es. Meanwhile, Wu Feng, after leaving Dian Mountain the previous day, did not return directly to the Forbidden City. Instead, upon receiving some significant news midway, he sped towards the ancient wilderness south of Yangzhou. At this moment, having hurried through the depths of the wilderness, Wu Feng beheld a colossal white tiger. Its fur gleaming like snow and devoid of any blemish, standing as large as 3 ordinary elephants. A knowing smile crept upon his face. Indeed, if this world is home to the legendary dragon, the mystical tortoise, and the fiery phoenix, how could it possibly lack the divine beast, the white tiger? Roar. Esteemed human, what brings you here? The tiger, sensing Wu Feng's formidable aura from afar, hesitated. Though it rarely moved from its lair and had been a homebound creature for an extended period, the virtual realm beast had, to some extent, experienced a long history. Thus, the white tiger, fully aware of the survival of the fittest principle, dared not show any defiance or disrespect before Wu Feng, a supreme being. Fortunately, during a moment of leisure years ago, Wu Feng had taken the time to learn the language of beasts. Otherwise, he might have misinterpreted the giant tiger's earlier roar as a challenge. Despite the tiger lowering its voice, it still resonated powerfully, creating a thunderous effect. Have you heard of the black bear that accompanied the fire phoenix during Emperor Yu's flood control? Wu Feng did not begin with intimidation but sought to proceed with gentler persuasion, adopting a tone akin to that of Little Red Riding Hood's grandmother. Roar. Yes, of course, not only have I heard of it, but I have also witnessed it myself. The white tiger, one of the earliest beasts of the virtual realm, expressed a hint of envy as it recalled its companions, who had advanced far beyond it in status. Oh, I see. Would you be willing to follow me? Just as the black bear and the fire phoenix did? Ignoring the traces of jealousy in the tiger's roar, Wu Feng inquired with a gentle smile, feigning nonchalance. Roar. As long as you can help me enhance my strength to rival that of the fire phoenix and the black bear, I am willing to follow you with unwavering loyalty. The white tiger, having gained wisdom over time, understood the importance of seizing opportunities and sought to negotiate favorable terms for itself, knowing outright refusal was not an option. Ah, such simple conditions? Very well, I accept. Furthermore, I can promise you this, as long as you do not forget your earlier words. You will not only attain parity with the fire phoenix and the black bear, but may even become the first beast of the void realm in history. How does that sound? Wu Feng confidently offered this enticing proposal. Roar. Good, good, good. I accept. I pledge my loyalty and will never betray you. The white tiger, captivated by Wu Feng's promises, roared with excitement. Then come with me now. Aware that time was of the essence, lest he miss the opportunity to secretly protect Li Jifeng, Wu Feng swiftly led the way, calling out lightly as he took off at great speed. The white tiger, though reluctant to part from its home of 1,000 years, ultimately resolved to follow. Glancing back with a heavy heart as it left, with Wu Feng's rapid flight, they returned to Yangzhou, Dian Mountain, and half the time taken to depart. Master, you have finally returned. Ting Qingshan, sensing Wu Feng's presence from afar, had been waiting eagerly. As Wu Feng reached the skies above Dian Mountain, Ting Qingshan soared toward him, warmly greeting him. Enough of the pleasantries, Qingshan. Quickly tell me, where is your senior brother now? Wu Feng, anxious to know, cut straight to the point. Regarding senior brother Jifeng, do not worry, master. He is not as reckless as you might think. he did not charge headlong into a duel with Pei San. Ting Qingshan replied with an amused expression. Oh, so Ji Feng is still in Yangzhou and has taken actions that are unexpected and surprising, correct? Wu Feng speculated with curiosity. Master, you may be misunderstanding. Senior brother Ji Feng did not do anything particularly astonishing. He merely sent a challenge letter to the end of the Earth continent. Ting Qingshan explained sheepishly. Is that so? Wu Feng felt a bit speechless but realized that, upon reflection, it was likely the case. After their conversation, Wu Feng, having reassured himself that there was no cause for concern, focused entirely on the plan involving the 4 divine beasts. Intending to bind the grand destiny of the Wu dynasty with the legendary beasts described in ancient texts, time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. This day marked the commencement of the battle at Iron Leaf Island, initiated by Li Jinfeng's challenge to Pei San, who would select the location for their conflict. 3 days prior, Li Jifeng had retreated to a small island near Iron Leaf Island to meditate. At this moment, just as the sun rose, he opened his eyes, which had been closed for 3 days, revealing a glimmer of brilliance that flickered and vanished as he slightly moved his somewhat stiff body. Immediately, with unwavering determination, he dashed towards the faintly visible Iron Leaf Island on the horizon. Moments later, arriving first at the summit of Iron Leaf Island, Li Jinfeng noticed that his opponent, Pei San, had yet to arrive. With a slight glint in his eyes, he leaped gracefully to the highest point of the island. There, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, entering a meditative state, silently awaiting the appearance of his adversary. Meanwhile, as Li Jinfeng awaited Pei San's arrival, Wu Feng, fully immersed in enhancing the foundation of the martial dynasty and securing its final crucial safeguard, found himself at a pivotal moment. Perhaps it was destined by the heavens to bestow upon Li Jinfeng a calamity, and ironically, it came at the most inopportune time. In this moment, Wu Feng, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, could not help but grit his teeth and mutter to the sky above, "Damn you, heavens, you are truly merciless." Due to the unexpectedly smooth arrangement of the formation, the most critical step had not unfolded as Wu Feng had envisioned, arriving punctually 4 months later. Instead, it occurred a month earlier, coinciding with the early morning of the day when Li Jinfeng and Pei San were to face off. Consequently, Wu Feng, deeply engrossed in his work, failed to react promptly. Just as Wu Feng sensed that everything was progressing too smoothly, almost as if aided by divine intervention, it was already too late. At this moment, Wu Feng found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He could either disregard the chaos that would ensue from the absence of his guidance in the massive formation, leading to the death or injury of countless innocent citizens of the martial dynasty, or he could continue to oversee the operation of the Grand Array and witness his disciple, Li Jinfeng, engage in a battle that had a 99% chance of being fatal. Ultimately, out of sheer desperation, Wu Feng resorted to transmitting thoughts across 1,000 miles to Ting Qingshan, hoping he could replace him and covertly protect Li Jinfeng at this critical juncture. Perhaps the cosmic forces of the 9 provinces had not anticipated that someone could communicate over such a vast distance. Unexpectedly, Wu Feng once again demonstrated the truth of human determination conquering heaven by utilizing the vast reservoir of innate true essence within him to break through the constraints imposed by the universe. After confirming that Ting Qingshan had received his message and promptly set aside his urgent matters to hasten towards Iron Leaf Island, Wu Feng felt a slight relief wash over him. With his restless spirit steadied, he redoubled his efforts to complete the central part of the 4 divine beasts array to safeguard the dragon vein and national fortune, striving to extricate himself from these constraints and rush to Iron Leaf Island as a precaution. Wu Feng's urgency stemmed from an instinctual premonition, persistently urging him to extricate himself quickly, lest misfortune befall him. Having validated the 6th sense through various experiences in the past, he held steadfast faith in its warnings. Meanwhile, the life and death battle on Iron Leaf Island was about to commence. A sound reminiscent of dragonflies skimming the water echoed across the now silent Iron Leaf Island, swiftly permeating Li Jinfeng's tranquil mind, causing ripples of disturbance. "Ah, you have finally arrived. I thought you were too afraid to show up," Li Jinfeng remarked, momentarily jolted from his reverie. Suppressing the turmoil within, he maintained an impassive facade, hoping to unsettle his opponent's state of mind while buying himself precious time to regain composure. "Oh, for that, I confess it is my fault. I should not have allowed a sudden insight on my way here to plunge me into a state of epiphany. Alas, what a shame." At this moment, Pei San spoke with an air of calmness and indifference. His expression and tone conveyed an utter lack of sincerity. "Is this how you display your complete insincerity and indifference?" Li Jinfeng's gaze sharpened, his eyes fixed on Pei San with an imposing demeanor. "Ha! The plethora of nonsense you present is not why I am here to engage in verbal sparring. Even before his words had fully escaped his lips, Pei San had already launched his attack. With a sudden and unconventional strike, Pei San caught Li Jifeng, who had been on high alert since his arrival, off guard. As Li Jifeng instinctively raised his hand to block, their fists collided with a resounding impact. The force was so great that Li Jifeng was propelled backward, leaving a line of deep footprints in his wake. Only after retreating a considerable distance did he manage to dissipate the full force of Pei San's seemingly casual blow. After the confrontation, the superiority of Pei San was evident, yet he did not allow his advantage to breed complacency or underestimate his opponent. Instead, he followed with another strike, intent on incapacitating Li Jifeng with a single blow. With a thunderous sound, Li Jifeng only had time to activate his strongest defensive technique, Golden Body, before being sent flying by Pei San's punch. He crashed through a substantial portion of Iron Leaf Island and plunged into the abyssal depths of the ocean, only coming to a halt after colliding with the seabed rocks and shattering them. Regaining control, Li Jifeng dared not linger at the depths of the ocean. Without hesitation, he launched himself upward with great speed, soon spotting the immense shadow of Iron Leaf Island above the surface. With no time for hesitation or concern, Li Jifeng accelerated and burst forth from the water, shooting upwards into the sky, hovering at an altitude of roughly 1,000 meters. He then released the pent-up blood from his throat, which momentarily stained the surrounding clouds of vivid crimson, rendering them dazzling and resplendent, albeit fleeting like a blooming flower. After coughing up the blood and clearing his throat, Li Jifeng, his complexion slightly pale, glanced at Pei San, who was merely 10 paces away, and hesitantly inquired, "Have you, perhaps, broken through to the realm of ultimate strength?" Not quite, but close enough," Pei San replied with a mysterious smile, brimming with confidence as if everything was under his control. Simultaneously, while responding, Pei San did not pause. As his words fell, his fist followed, with the relentless offense of Pei San bearing down upon him. Li Jifeng exerted every ounce of strength he possessed to fend off the seemingly casual yet immensely powerful strikes that each held formidable force. In this moment, under the immense pressure exerted by Pei San, Li Jinfu gradually awakened all of his latent potential. As time passed, he slowly adapted to the rhythm of Pei San's attacks and the formidable strength that was nearly overwhelming. Gradually, he matched the intensity of Pei San's assaults. And as the battle wore on, Li Jinfu transitioned from a state where he could barely withstand the onslaught with all his might to a position where he could steadily fend off Pei San's attacks. At times, he could even return a few strikes. From initially being at a significant disadvantage, he had evolved into a state where he could both attack and defend. Having persevered through the most arduous moments and secured valuable time to catch his breath, Li Jinfu, after a brief moment of recuperation, spoke with a hint of confusion. "Pei San, what exactly is your current state? Your aura feels akin to that of the strongest, like junior brother Qishan, yet the power you exhibit pales in comparison. Surely, even the strongest must have varying degrees of strength, but this disparity seems excessive. I recall once sparring with junior brother Qishan, during which he effortlessly defeated me with a mere casual move. That moment remains vivid in my memory." Li Jinfu seemed to be transported back to a summer evening a year ago. So that's it. A true powerhouse can dispatch someone like me, Li Jinfu, who is comparable to the king of the Northeast, Hong Tian, with a single move. If that is the case, then my current realm is not what I had envisioned, akin to a true powerhouse, but rather a half step into that realm, or perhaps a quasi-powerhouse. With this realization, Li Jinfu pieced together Pei San's situation and murmured to himself. However, although Pei San spoke softly, Li Jinfu, who was always vigilant of Pei San's every move, overheard him. "So, a quasi-powerhouse, is it? Quite fitting," Li Jinfu mused silently. Upon clarifying his unique situation, Pei San no longer hesitated and immediately launched another assault, swift and fierce, catching Li Jinfu off guard as he scrambled to defend himself. "Stop. Hold on." A voice filled with urgency and authority called out from a distance. Unfortunately, Pei San merely paused for a moment before disregarding Teng Qingshan's warning. With a thunderous crash, Li Jinfu was struck forcefully by Pei San's overwhelming blow, sending him crashing into Iron Leaf Island, piercing through numerous hills before plunging into the vast ocean, finally coming to rest at the mantle layer of the seabed after exhausting all his strength. In the process, he had collided with and obliterated dozens of marine creatures, including a hunting tiger shark, several squids aligned in a vertical line, and a school of fish passing by. Finally, it should be over, right? Pei San, having abruptly ceased his high-intensity, high-frequency onslaught, floated atop the massive waves stirred up by Li Jinfu's fall, gazing at Li Jinfu's rapidly descending figure with a conflicted expression. Pei San, you have truly ignited a long-buried anger within me, he murmured. Meanwhile, Teng Qishan, rushing in but arriving just a moment too late, struck Pei San with a furious blow that sent him flying before plunging into the sea to pursue Li Jinfu. Moments later, with a splash, Teng Qishan emerged from the water, bearing the battered and severely twisted form of Li Jinfu, and soared to a height of 100 meters, where he hovered steadily. Without hesitation, as long as Li Jinfu still had a breath left, Teng Qishan swiftly administered the life-saving Xingxing Zhao Hua Dandam, a miraculous elixir capable of reviving the dead and restoring life. After stabilizing Li Jinfu's life, Teng Qishan waved his hand, conjuring a protective barrier of true energy and world power that enveloped Li Jinfu, transporting him to an unnamed island several hundred miles from Iron Leaf Island. Pei San, I must commend your courage. It is truly admirable that you did not attempt to flee. Though even if you had, it would have been of no consequence. Teng Qishan remarked with an expressionless face. Flee? Absurd. The words escape have never existed in my lexicon. Thus, even if you are a powerhouse, I cannot tolerate your insult. Pei San declared, and without further hesitation, he accelerated like lightning, charging towards Teng Qishan, intent on overwhelming him. As Teng Qishan faced the incoming assault, a fist imbued with Pei San's full might, he remained utterly unfazed, his expression as cold as stone, his eyes unwavering, with a sound reminiscent of a colossal bell. Pei San's once lightning-fast figure abruptly halted before Teng Qishan's outstretched hand, revealing a look of disbelief on Pei San's face, as if his full force had collided with an immovable mountain. How can this be? Pei San exclaimed, incredulous. What is impossible? What do you truly know? Teng Qishan replied disdainfully. With a single exertion, Teng Qishan unleashed a solidified wave of energy that sent Pei San hurtling away, his body tumbling uncontrollably. As the force pushed Pei San further from Teng Qishan, it absorbed the surrounding energies of heaven and earth, rapidly expanding. By the time Pei San crashed into the mountains of Iron Leaf Island, the force had grown to an immense size. With a deafening roar, Iron Leaf Island, once spanning over a dozen miles, shattered into countless smaller islands. As calm returned and the dust settled, it became evident that Pei San had not perished. Rather, he seemed to have experienced a breakthrough, his life force still flickering, albeit faintly, like a candle in the wind. At that moment, beneath the seabed of Iron Leaf Island, Pei San felt overwhelming pain coursing through him, yet his mind was ablaze with flashes of insight and the influx of enigmatic truths from the cosmos. A sound, as if from the depths of his soul, resonated within him, triggering a monumental transformation that unfolded instantaneously. Meanwhile, as Pei San's spirit underwent this metamorphosis, Teng Qishan, suspended in midair, sensed the rapid evolution of Pei San's aura, which initially vanished entirely, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. In an ephemeral moment, a breath of life returned. And as time gradually flowed by, Pei San's aura of vitality grew increasingly robust and vibrant. Half a minute later, Pei San, having undergone a complete metamorphosis, emanated an essence that, to Teng Qishan's perception, was akin to the brilliance of the sun at its zenith. Under the clandestine favor of the heavenly Tao consciousness in the Jiuzhou world, Pei San seized the opportunity without fail, achieving a remarkable breakthrough to the realm of the Supreme Being, thus becoming the seventh Supreme Being in the annals of history. After a transformation reminiscent of the creation of the heavens and the earth, not only had Pei San completely healed from his injuries, but his strength had also undergone a profound enhancement, akin to a carp leaping through the Dragon Gate, signifying a sublime elevation of his very essence. A resounding roar echoed forth. At this moment, Pei San, feeling extraordinarily well, summoned the power of the world within him. In an instant, he erupted from the surface of the sea, soaring to a height of 10 meters before the formidable Teng Qishan, launching a powerful punch. Faced with the seemingly unremarkable yet deceptively potent strike capable of obliterating a 1,000-meter-high mountain, Teng Qishan's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of gravity, his expression betraying a rare hint of astonishment. The clash of their fists, though brief, unleashed a cataclysmic upheaval. Waves of energy radiated in ripples from between them, sweeping across all within a radius of 30 to 40 miles. A vast, circular shockwave not only dispersed the dense, overcast clouds but also cleaved the ocean, revealing a gaping abyss of inky darkness beneath. Though fleeting, the void was quickly reclaimed by the boundless sea. Yet the tumultuous waves surging upon the surface attested to the overwhelming ferocity of their exchange. Teng Qishan, unable to resist, staggered backward several steps, each footfall fracturing the air beneath him. In mere seconds, he left behind several fissures resembling shattered glass in the fabric of space. Something was amiss. Despite Pei San's ascension to the same pinnacle of strength, such extraordinary power should not have been unleashed. After the exchange, Ting Qingshan's countenance darkened as he pondered the bewildering disparity in strength. Is this the sensation and power bestowed by destiny? Indeed, it feels both exceptional and formidable. Standing still, Pei San reflected on the unparalleled might he had harnessed under the influence of the 9 provinces, murmuring to himself. Barely a moment after the initial confrontation, the battle reignited. But this time, it was Ting Qingshan who took the initiative, launching a rapid assault. From a distance, one could only perceive a grayish light that swiftly traversed the expanse, hurtling directly towards Pei San, piercing through the seemingly tangible illusion left in his wake. In that fleeting moment, Pei San, who had also entered a state of extreme speed, transformed into a slightly dimmer beam of gray light, closely pursuing the radiant glow of Ting Qingshan. For an instant, only 2 varying shades of gray light could be seen entangled, swirling, and intersecting amidst the sea, islands, sky, and clouds, each racing forward in a fervent clash, occasionally erupting into dazzling mushroom clouds. Simultaneously, the 4 elemental beasts, Zis, Fire Phoenix, Dragon Tortoise, and White Tiger, swiftly returned to their predetermined positions as instructed by Wu Feng, who anxiously urged them on. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 ethereal divine beasts, previously persuaded by Wu Feng through reason and emotion, leaped into action, instantaneously reaching their respective locations. With a resounding thud, as Wu Feng observed his selected 4 guardian beasts positioned correctly, he wasted no time in activating the colossal formation he had meticulously arranged over the past 3 months, intending to envelop the entire Jiuzhou continent. A sigh of relief washed over him as he accomplished the crucial central component. Yet, a fleeting expression of regret crossed his face as he mused, alas. It seems the remaining details must be entrusted to Qingshan and Jinfu. In that moment, unrestrained, Wu Feng vanished from his original location, reappearing 1,000 zhang away. Now prepared to evade being forcibly expelled from the Jiuzhou realm, he unleashed his full power and speed, soaring towards the location of Ting Qingshan with unparalleled swiftness. In an instant, his speed reached its zenith, shattering the sound barrier and swiftly accelerating to a staggering 100 times the speed of sound, traversing 30 to 40 kilometers in a mere second. Breaking free from all constraints, Wu Feng defied the limitations imposed by the Jiuzhou realm on the velocity of objects. Within less than 2 minutes, he crossed vast distances, arriving before Ting Qingshan, who had just exited his high-speed state due to excessive exertion, intercepting a mighty blow from Pei San, who pursued him like a destined adversary. The sound of a colossal metal object plummeting from the heavens echoed across the land, rendering all life within 100 miles deafened and motionless. Where Wu Feng and Pei San's fists collided, the overwhelming force unleashed exceeded the constraints of the Jiuzhou realm, creating a dark void approximately 10 meters wide, a space rift resembling lightning that erupted with immense gravitational pull, devouring the energy from their clash entirely without leaving a trace. This phenomenon occurred as the consciousness of the Jiuzhou realm instinctively mobilized a fragment of its boundless power to safeguard itself from harm. Wu Feng staggered back 3 heavy steps before stabilizing himself, while Pei San, continually bolstered by the energies of the Jiuzhou realm, remained unfazed, merely swaying slightly as if unaffected. It is you, the martial emperor Wu Feng. You have finally arrived. Do you know that the opponent I have long dreamed of defeating is you, the legendary strongest? The ultimate champion? Pei San exclaimed, brimming with excitement and pride, eager to contend for the title of the supreme champion. Master, please be cautious. Pei San's current state is exceedingly strange. Battling him feels akin to fighting against the Jiuzhou realm itself. You must be alert and strive for a swift resolution. Ting Qingshan's telepathic warning was cut short as Wu Feng calmly waved his hand, interrupting, Qingshan, there is no need to elaborate. I understand. Furthermore, Pei San's current state is the pinnacle of the perfect integration of man and heaven, a concept I once discussed with you. What? Master? You mean this is the ultimate state of man and heaven you previously mentioned, which existed solely in theory. But I recall you stating it was merely an ideal speculation. Ting Qingshan responded incredulously. Indeed, to be honest, even I would not have believed it before engaging Pei San, Wu Feng lamented, gazing at the heavens with a complex expression. Now, let us not dwell on useless matters. Qingshan, do not resist. I will convey the remaining elements of the 4 divine beasts formation into your mind. As Wu Feng deftly dodged Pei San's rapid assault, he simultaneously transmitted the formation details and vital instructions directly into Ting Qingshan's consciousness. In the ensuing chaos, only 2 beams of light, one gray, the other a luminous white, could be seen racing across the expanse between the sea and clouds. Once Wu Feng had imparted all necessary information to Ting Qishan, he abruptly halted. With all concerns relinquished, Wu Feng felt a long-lost sense of relaxation wash over him. In that moment, he resolved to no longer suppress himself and aimed to break through to the realm of the Supreme Champion right then and there. As Wu Feng released the constraints on his internal energy, his power surged like an impending volcanic eruption. With a thunderous roar, it erupted forth, undergoing a rapid transformation that resonated within the essence of his being. In a mere breath, Wu Feng completed his breakthrough, ready to unleash a strike potent enough to shatter mountains. In an impossible moment, he hurled a fist forward, transcending the limits of the Jiuzhou realm. With an explosive force, the air shattered as Wu Feng's fist broke through the fabric of reality, creating a vast rift or black hole in space, engulfing Pei San and erasing him from existence amidst the chaotic void. At this moment, due to the immense spatial rift that exceeded the limits of the rules governing the Jiuzhou world, the realm could no longer operate as it once did. In an instant, as if by instinct, it effortlessly mended the spatial fracture, restoring itself to its former state. This prompted the consciousness of the Jiuzhou world to instinctively surge with anger and dissatisfaction, mobilizing a tremendous force equivalent to the entire Jiuzhou realm to expedite the repair of the vast rift, while simultaneously manifesting a fragment of its consciousness before Wu Feng. Before Wu Feng could express his confusion, the world's consciousness wielded its power without hesitation, enveloping him in a crushing pressure that rendered him immobile, and with a single strike, cast him into the chaotic void behind the incompletely restored spatial rift. It appeared I had been formally exiled, and it seemed I would be blacklisted as well. The projection of the Jiuzhou world's consciousness struck Wu Feng, who, in that fleeting moment, had no capacity for resistance. And a thought flashed through his mind. Simultaneously, in the next heartbeat, Wu Feng bitterly smiled and thought to himself, although I was aware that breaking through to become a supreme being would elicit the Jiuzhou world's instinctive rejection, I never anticipated it would manifest so overtly, even to the extent of personally driving me away. One must admit, this is indeed a peculiar honor. Ah, well, where I am not welcomed, there shall I find my refuge. Off I go, my golden finger activated, homeward bound through the power of traversal. Reflecting on the moment when I was immobilized by the heavenly pressure, I shook my head in resignation, pondering my predicament. In the next instant, a violet glow erupted from within Wu Feng, enveloping him entirely in an instant. Then, without a sound, it whisked him away, vanishing into thin air. During this process, not a single ripple disturbed the chaotic void, nor did it create any fluctuations in space or time. It was as if he had never existed at all. In the Dragon Ball world, the seventh universe, the North Galaxy, Earth, over the past 40 years, the Lian Mountain Valley High-Tech Research Group has ceaselessly introduced a series of advanced technological products, leading to a rapid evolution of civilization on Earth, changing almost daily. For instance, at this moment, microcameras suspended in the air almost entirely covered the surface of the Earth, alongside thousands of variously sized artificial satellites orbiting in space. Beep, beep. Please be advised, a suspected extraterrestrial invader resembling a human has been detected. What is happening? Could it be that this return did not lead me back to the Earth of the Dragon Ball world? Upon being brought back by the Golden Finger's progress bar, Wu Feng found himself surrounded by an entirely unfamiliar environment, with alarms blaring in his ears, leading him into a spiral of self-doubt. To ascertain if the planet beneath him was indeed Earth, Wu Feng hastily unleashed his vast mental power, transformed and akin to an ocean, enveloping the entire globe in his consciousness. In the next moment, he clearly discerned the somewhat aged visage of his uncle, Mutaito, with his snow-white hair and wrinkled face. Who? Mutaito, sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Wu Feng, instinctively became alert and called out. It was not until he recognized the presence and appearance of the newcomer that his expression morphed into one of disbelief, stuttering, "You are Wu Feng? You are still alive." "Uncle, what are you talking about? What do you mean I am still alive?" Wu Feng replied, bewildered. Before Mutaito could respond, he pressed on with his unsettling premonitions. "By the way, Uncle, why have you suddenly aged so much? And why can't I sense Auntie and Uncle Era's presence anywhere on Earth?" At this moment, Wu Feng, who believed he had only vanished for approximately 40 days in the Dragon Ball world, was overwhelmed with confusion and a nagging sense of foreboding. "You little rascal. Why do I look like this? You truly do not know?" Mutaito, with an exasperated expression, instinctively avoided Wu Feng's last question. Uncle, may I ask what the date is today? Or how long have I been gone?" Wu Feng, with his ominous premonitions peaking, forced a smile as he inquired hesitantly. "You little rascal, you do not even know how long you have been gone?" Mutaito sighed in defeat, covering his forehead with one hand in exasperation. Then, his expression shifted, turning grave and serious as he gazed at Wu Feng and asked, "Now, tell me, what exactly happened? Why did you disappear for a full 40 years? Moreover, even after summoning the eternal dragon with the 7 Dragon Balls, we could not find a trace of you, leaving your auntie and uncle heir unable to see you one last time before they passed." At this last remark, Mutaito's voice quivered, and his eyes reddened as he looked up to the sky, fighting back the tears threatening to spill. "What? 40 years? I was gone for 40 years? This is impossible." Wu Feng initially displayed disbelief, then, with growing anger, he roared inwardly at the progress bar hovering high above in the sea of his soul, demanding an explanation for this unexpected turn of events. Beep, beep. In response to Wu Feng's furious inquiries, the progress bar, which had remained silent since Wu Feng first traversed to the Dragon Ball world, finally stirred, delivering a message to elucidate the unforeseen circumstances. It revealed that the Jiuzhou world was not merely an intermediate martial world, but rather a subordinate or affiliated subworld of a perfect Great Thousand-level world. Sigh. This is all my fault. How could I have overlooked such crucial information? I knew that breaking through to become a supreme being would lead to crossing the void and shattering the world barriers, surely to enter a higher realm accommodating lesser supreme beings. Yet, due to my recollections of the original text descriptions at the beginning, I mistakenly believed it was merely an end of epic world. Failing to think deeper, this was a grave oversight. Having unraveled the entire situation and realizing it was primarily due to his own negligence, Wu Feng now felt an overwhelming sense of regret, remorse, and self-reproach. Overwhelmed with bittersweet emotions, he did not linger at Mutaito's residence. After confirming the burial locations of Uncle Heir and Auntie, he prepared to depart. In an instant, a swift movement caused him to vanish from his original location. The next moment, when he reappeared, Wu Feng had already arrived at a small canyon 1,000 meters away from Lianshan Valley, filled with an array of indescribable wild grasses and flowers. Kneeling before the gravestones of his second uncle and aunt, his eyes glistening with tears, fixated on the inscriptions for an extended period, until the sun dipped below the horizon and dusk descended. Only then did Wu Feng retract his sorrowful emotions, invoking a teleportation that brought him to the summit of Qilian Mountain. Expressionless, he stood silently, gazing at the distant horizon. Immobile as the howling mountain winds rustled his thin garment, a profound silence enveloped him for a long time, until the following morning as the sun rose anew. Wu Feng, who had remained motionless, finally stirred. He first closed his eyes, then a subtle curve graced the corners of his otherwise expressionless face. In the next moment, his entire body began to levitate without the aid of wind. Simultaneously, as Wu Feng ascended, the world around him underwent a startling transformation. Daylight was eclipsed momentarily, reminiscent of a solar eclipse. Following this, the vital energies from the surrounding landscape surged and converged toward the floating Wu Feng, within a radius of 10,000 miles. The atmosphere became tumultuous, with winds swirling violently, and a powerful tornado, at least 12 levels strong, erupted from the ground. Above, the sky shifted dramatically, at times clear and sunny, and at other times shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The celestial phenomena, nearly encompassing the entire northern hemisphere of the Earth, unleashed various natural disasters, transforming the area surrounding Wu Feng into a desolate scene akin to the primordial chaos of creation, where earth, water, fire, and wind ravaged the barren land. Such monumental upheaval could not escape the notice of the deity Bik, who governed the Earth's divine authority, sensing the extraordinary occurrence immediately. How is this possible? Could this merely be a myth recorded in the annals of divine history? Bik murmured in disbelief, his expression a mix of astonishment and horror. This was not the first time that Bobo, the divine servant whose countenance had remained unchanged, witnessed such an event. A look of solemnity crossed his face as he fixated on the image of Wu Feng conjured by Bik, his gaze unwavering. Meanwhile, the United Government, equipped with comprehensive satellite surveillance encircling the globe, finally made concrete discoveries and pinpointed the source of the vast cosmic upheaval. "We found it. This is the root cause of everything," exclaimed an excited staff member as their fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving behind a flurry of movements. "Quickly, enlarge the image. I must see what kind of entity has unleashed an energy surge exceeding 10 million in battle power." An individual of apparent authority urged, "Hurry, hurry. I need to see it at maximum clarity." "Wait, how is this possible? The source is a person, and not just any person, but someone recorded in the Alliance's confidential archives as being deceased for over a decade." The hacker among the staff gasped in disbelief. Before the director could respond, he changed his expression upon seeing Wu Feng's clear visage, a flicker of shock and excitement crossing his features. He immediately turned to his trusted subordinates with a grave demeanor, issuing strict instructions. This matter is temporarily classified as a Level 3's top-secret dossier. Not a single detail may be leaked, even trivialities. Understood? After relaying the orders, the director dashed outside, unable to contain his exhilaration. With a leap, he soared through the air, speeding toward the location of Wu Feng at the peak of Qilian Mountain, his body moving like a shooting star. "Get out of the way. There's still someone trapped here," shouted a young soldier from the Alliance, urgently directing the evacuation efforts towards a collapsed area formed by 3 interlocking skyscrapers. "Move aside." Kamehameha wave. With a resounding boom, a passage was cleared through the debris. At the summit of Qilian Mountain, Wu Feng, unknowingly immersed in a state akin to enlightenment, was on the verge of awakening as time flowed gently by. 3 hours later, as the vibrant sun dipped decisively below the horizon and dusk arrived, Wu Feng, who had been in a semi-conscious state from morning until evening, felt a sudden flutter of his eyelids. His body, which had been suspended in midair, began to descend gently. After a moment, he gracefully landed back on the ground and opened his eyes, a brilliant light radiating from them, as if he were a shining divine sword. "Ah!" Wu Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. Without waiting for his uncle Mutaito and his cousin Wu Lin, who had rushed from the military base to eagerly ask questions, he raised his hands and subtly shook his head in a gesture to pause their inquiries. Upon realizing his intent, Wu Feng promptly sat down cross-legged, adopting the standard meditation posture with his 5 hearts directed toward the heavens, seemingly prepared to commence his cultivation. Boom, boom. A series of earth-shattering sounds echoed from within Wu Feng as his primordial spirit, nurturing chaos within the Naiwan Palace, engaged in a monumental endeavor akin to the legendary Pangu, seeking to create a world capable of harboring myriad beings. As Wu Feng's unparalleled primordial spirit tirelessly manifested various weapons or wielded his bare hands to strike and cleave, the immense primordial forces within the Naiwan Palace continually melted and transformed into secondary levels of energy. For instance, yin and yang, along with the elemental forces of earth, water, fire, wind, metal, wood, thunder, light, and darkness, symbolize the primordial forms of all things. From chaos emerges the limitless, from the limitless springs the ultimate reality, which gives rise to duality. Duality births the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols generate the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams manifest all creation. The initial appearance of all things signifies the birth of the world. Upon keenly reflecting on the modest realm he had painstakingly forged, Wu Feng could not help but smile, a wave of contentment washing over him. Although, due to Wu Feng's insufficient strength and understanding of the Tao, he ultimately carved out a spherical microcosm with a diameter of approximately 100 kilometers, far from the expectations he had harbored. He did not aspire to rival the great Pangu, yet he had hoped to achieve at least a fraction of that grandeur. The stark reality shattered Wu Feng's beautiful illusions in an instant. Nonetheless, he had undeniably taken the most crucial step, achieving yet another qualitative breakthrough in his martial realm. Officially reaching the 5 heavens he had envisioned, his essence had fundamentally transformed from human to divine. Henceforth, as long as the world within him endures, Wu Feng shall exist eternally in this realm, free from the concerns of mortality. As stated, there will be no further updates today. At this moment, Wu Feng had transcended the tribulation of his own lifespan, experiencing a remarkable metamorphosis in both the essence of life and power. He could be succinctly encapsulated in a single word: divine. Indeed, at this very moment, Wu Feng, who had accomplished a monumental creation, naturally ascended to the status of a true creator god. Although it must be noted that this god Wu Feng had only manifested a small world, far from rivaling the many true gods capable of crafting worlds on a grander scale, such as those of the small 1,000 realms and beyond. However, regardless of any perceived shortcomings, one undeniable truth remained. At this moment, Wu Feng had officially become a genuine deity, comparable in every aspect to a Kai deity overseeing a galaxy in the realm of Dragon Ball, and in certain respects, even surpassing those true gods. With a soft exhale, Wu Feng expelled the last remnants of impurities from within his body. Was this the feeling of becoming a deity? Truly delightful and wondrous. Unable to suppress a slight smile, he gradually opened his bright, gentle eyes, reminiscent of the radiant moonlight, while softly murmuring to himself, "You rascal, you have finally awakened again." Mutaito, who had been steadfastly guarding him since Wu Feng's breakthrough, observed Wu Feng regaining consciousness and spoke with a gentle tone. Before Wu Feng could respond, he continued, "Now we can discuss what exactly has transpired. Indeed, Cousin Feng, please enlighten us. Why did your breakthrough in martial arts provoke such a grand cosmic phenomenon?" Wu Lin, Having promptly set aside all matters, eagerly inquired, "Well, there is nothing to be astonished about. It was merely an unintentional enlightenment that led to a breakthrough at a pivotal juncture in internal martial arts. Moreover, dear cousin, with your continued diligence in practicing the internal techniques I previously imparted to you and uncle, you too shall one day experience a similar transformation as I have today." Wu Feng said with a smile, his words imbued with encouragement. "What, cousin Feng? Are you suggesting that I too will experience a breakthrough that engenders catastrophic events across half the globe?" Wu Lin exclaimed, his voice a blend of surprise and joy. Hastily pressing for further details before Mutaito could interject. "Shaolin, is it truly as severe as you described?" Mutaito, unperturbed by his nephew's interruption, furrowed his brow and asked with a serious expression, "Indeed, uncle and brother Lin, please proceed to the conference hall and wait for a moment. Allow me to first eliminate the repercussions of my breakthrough, and after confirming matters in the underworld, I shall return to elaborate," Wu Feng replied, immediately releasing his consciousness to encompass the entire earth, swiftly discerning the entirety of the events that had transpired. His smile faded slightly, and with a hint of seriousness, he spoke. With those words, he vanished in a flash. In the next instant, he reappeared at the Grand Plaza outside the God Temple, where the deity Dind and the Namekian Purunga resided. With a thought, he teleported to the God Temple, quickly greeting Dind and Purunga before raising his hand to present the 7 Dragon Balls, initiating the summoning of Shinran. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The once bright daylight transformed into an impenetrable darkness. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted before Wu Feng, and moments later, it dissipated, revealing a colossal azure dragon nearly 100 meters long. "Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, you may present any wish, and I shall fulfill it. However, it is limited to one wish. State your desire," Shinran announced, as if programmed to recite an automated greeting. "Before I make my wish, I have a question, Dragon. Can you resurrect those who have succumbed to death?" Wu Feng, filled with a glimmer of hope and trepidation, fixed his gaze intently upon Shinran, his heart racing. "Apologies, esteemed deity, but due to the limitations of my powers, which are constrained by the creator of my existence, I cannot grant wishes that exceed the authority of the God of creation." Shinran, having discerned the divine aura emanating from Wu Feng, responded with a measured tone. As anticipated, it was not possible. Wu Feng's fleeting hope was swiftly extinguished, casting a shadow over his expression as he murmured to himself. Nevertheless, he had not harbored high expectations, merely testing the waters with a slim possibility in mind. Thus, upon receiving confirmation, he felt no significant disappointment, only a slight dimming of his spirits. "Then, in that case, Dragon, my wish is to resurrect all lives lost due to the cosmic disturbances resulting from my ascension to divinity." Wu Feng, tinged with a sense of guilt and remorse, spoke earnestly. "Your wish is simple. It has been granted. Farewell." Upon receiving Wu Feng's wish, Shinran wasted no time in unleashing its miraculous power to fulfill it. Vanishing as usual after granting the wish, reverting to the 7 Dragon Balls that scattered in all directions. Observing this, Wu Feng maintained his composure and immediately released his vast spiritual energy, enveloping the entire earth. In the next moment, he clearly witnessed the once deceased beings, both human and animal, reviving as if time had flowed backward, returning to the places they had fallen. After observing intently for a while without detecting any trace of Shinran's power, Wu Feng ultimately surrendered to the moment. In the next heartbeat, he reined in all negative emotions. Restoring his demeanor to normal, and with a faint smile, he engaged in cordial conversation with Dind and Purunga, gaining insight into his current status among the deities before bidding them a warm farewell. In the following moment, with a swift teleportation, he arrived in the underworld, at the location of King Yama. Upon his arrival, Wu Feng did not conceal his divine aura, which radiated with the essence befitting a high-level deity. Who is it? This unfamiliar divine essence belongs to a high-level deity. How curious that such a high-ranking divine being would suddenly arrive in the underworld. Could it be that he comes on the orders of the Grand Kai to inspect and supervise? King Yama exclaimed in surprise upon witnessing Wu Feng's sudden appearance. Upon sensing the profound aura of divinity emanating from Wu Feng, the King of Hell hesitated and murmured softly to himself. Although his voice was notably subdued compared to the boisterous nature of the imposing figure before him, Wu Feng could feel his eardrums nearly vibrating from the sound. After attentively listening to the King of Hell's instinctive speculations, a spark of inspiration ignited in Wu Feng's mind. He swiftly altered his prepared statement, opting instead to align with the King of Hell's train of thought, responding ambiguously, King of Hell, you are overthinking. There is no need for concern. My presence here is not a consequence of the great King's command. but rather I have a personal matter that requires your assistance. Is that so? If so, then it is well, the king of hell replied, instinctively patting his chest in relief. Suddenly, he realized and inquired urgently, "Oh, by the way, may I know your esteemed name? How should I address you? My divine title is Wu. You may refer to me as God Wu. As for the personal matter, I require your help in utilizing the Book of Life and Death to locate a pair of human souls who have been deceased for approximately 4 years." Wu Feng stated with a hint of authority, yet softened by a faint smile directed at the towering king of hell. "Ah, esteemed God Wu. Please hold on a moment while I conduct my search," the king of hell said, believing Wu Feng to be an enigmatic envoy of the great king. With the intention of pleasing his superior, he promptly began his inquiry. Moments later, having completed his investigation, he cautiously addressed Wu Feng, "God Wu. Based on the information you provided, I have located all records pertaining to the souls of the couple you seek." "Oh, do tell, where are their souls at present?" Wu Feng eagerly pressed, almost revealing too much. According to the records in the Book of Life and Death, the souls of that couple reincarnated 3 years ago and are currently residing on the planet Van Al in the northern galaxy, the king of hell relayed. His tone tinged with apprehension as he gauged Wu Feng's reaction. "Ah, they have already been reincarnated. Is it too late then?" Wu Feng murmured, his gaze dropping slightly. His voice laced with an inexplicable melancholy. "Very well, I shall not impose further. Until we meet again." Despite being mentally prepared, Wu Feng felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. With a heavy heart, he sought the precise reincarnation details of his uncle and aunt, as well as the location of Van Al, and then vanished in an instant, reappearing on the planet Van Al in the northern galaxy. Van Al is a life-filled planet ruled by the Vantarians, resembling the avatar beings Wu Feng was familiar with. It is a highly advanced world of technology and martial arts, inhabited by individuals fiercely committed to justice, willing to confront any evil forces in the universe. As Wu Feng absorbed the rich history of the Vantarians, a fierce interstellar chase unfolded approximately 10 light-years away. A spacecraft emblazoned with the Vantarian emblem was being pursued by a fleet of vessels bearing a unified insignia, relentlessly firing laser cannons in an attempt to destroy it. "Captain, we can barely hold on. Our ship's energy reserves are insufficient to make it back to Van Al," a panicked Vantarian pilot exclaimed. "Enough. I understand. We can only gamble now, hoping our comrades on the home planet receive our distress signal in time," the captain replied. A frown etched upon his face. "Team, we have reached a critical moment of life and death. Are you afraid?" he bellowed, his voice resolute. "I must admit, I am terrified, but fear alone will not save us. Captain, can we skip the theatrics? Just give us the next command." A pilot, deftly maneuvering the ship to evade laser fire, interjected, exasperated. "Indeed, Captain, we know each other well. As the saying goes on Van Al, we soldiers only meet our end on the battlefield, never as cowards. Rest assured." Another pilot added, his expression serious yet anxious. "Very well, I shall cease my ramblings. Brothers, let us fight with all we have. Ricardo, I owe you a promise, and I am now ready to fulfill it." "Captain, are you suggesting?" Ricardo, the pilot, inquired with a look of uncertainty. "Indeed, I now grant you the authority to pilot the ship alone, entering manual mode, and lead us out of this encirclement to safety." The captain, with a warm smile illuminating his face, gazed confidently at Ricard and declared, "The next phase rests upon your capable shoulders, my brother." The remaining crew members exchanged glances and collectively offered Ricard a subtle smile, entrusting him with their hopes. 2 hours later, with a thunderous boom, the Vantarlian spacecraft was inevitably destroyed in a violent explosion, and no miracle occurred. Notably, in its final moments, the Vantarlian ship, through Ricard's astonishing piloting prowess, managed to take down 2 enemy vessels as companions in its demise, simultaneously as Ricard's ship met its fate alongside the adversaries. A machine designed to receive signals within a grand edifice on Vantarl, located 10 light-years away, suddenly sprang to life. In the blink of an eye, like a cascade of fallen dominoes, a chain reaction ensued, triggering deafening alarms throughout the hundreds of floors of the building. Moments later, the dedicated personnel swiftly responded, silencing all alarms. Immediately after, they deciphered the critical information relayed from 10 light-years away concerning the safety and fate of all Vantarlian citizens. Without hesitation, they submitted the decoded intelligence to the higher-ups. Before long, the Vantarlian leadership had reached a decision and formulated a strategic response. In an instant, as orders were rapidly disseminated, the Vantarlian military mobilized with remarkable speed and composure. The entire process, from the initial incident to boarding their spacecraft, took merely 15 Earth minutes. It is worth noting that during this interval, the Vantarlian forces exhibited no sign of hesitation. Their movements flowed seamlessly, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. However, just as the Vantarlian military, fully equipped and poised for action, awaited the command to launch against the encroaching foes, the intelligent satellite monitoring system issued a warning, alerting them to an unidentified fleet of vessels hurtling towards the Pantalan star system. In an instant, the alarm resonated throughout Vantarl, inevitably interrupting Wufeng, who was engrossed in the Grand Library, perusing volumes chronicling every aspect of Vantarlian history. What has transpired? Wufeng mused, furrowing his brow in confusion as he emerged from the world of his book, startled by the relentless blaring of alarms surrounding him. At this moment, Wufeng, sensing that something was amiss, swiftly unleashed his consciousness. He first scrutinized the location where his second uncle and aunt had been reincarnated, ensuring there were no safety hazards. Only after confirming this did he extend his awareness, enveloping the vast planet Vantar, which was nearly 10 times larger than Earth. Moments later, having grasped the situation, Wufeng decided to refrain from meddling, allowing the inhabitants of Vantar to resolve their own issues, trusting in the natural course of events. Everyone, heed my command. Open fire and annihilate those unwelcome invaders. At this moment, aboard the most advanced fleet of Vantar, the commanding officer issued the order. And the fleet unleashed a barrage of high-powered plasma laser cannons at the rapidly approaching enemy ships. The sound of fire echoed, followed by a thunderous roar. The forces led by King Kurd were met with a devastating onslaught, losing a third of their fleet in an instant. Although the pilot of King Kurd's ship activated the energy shield just in time to withstand the massive laser, the powerful impact still left the vessel reeling. What is happening? Why is the ship shaking so violently? King Kurd exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in anger as he stared at his empty wine glass, the contents now spilled across the floor. My sincerest apologies, Your Majesty. I beg your forgiveness. It was my oversight. I had no idea the Vantarian lasers would exceed expectations to such an extent, reaching near planet-destroying levels. A purple-skinned alien, resembling the highest officer of the fleet, hurriedly approached to plead for mercy after witnessing King Kurd's fury. Is it true that the Vantarian lasers have reached planet-destroying levels? King Kurd raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as he had a rough understanding of the classification of technological weaponry and knew that such lasers possessed destructive capabilities equivalent to millions of combat power. Indeed, Your Majesty. Please trust me. I am utterly loyal and would never deceive you. Melville, one of King Kurd's earliest and most trusted subordinates, assured him earnestly. Ah, Melville. I am well aware of your unwavering loyalty. There is no need for such formality. Rise. Come with me to witness this formidable laser cannon of millionfold power. King Kurd's expression softened, shifting from anger to a playful smile. With that, he swiftly exited the ship and floated in the vacuum of space, keenly observing the lasers barreling towards him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that the most potent laser only reached a mere 3 million combat power, alleviating the unease that had begun to creep into his heart. No longer hesitating, King Kurd dove swiftly, covering vast distances in mere moments, arriving at the Vantarian fleet from thousands of miles away. With a casual gesture, he either dispersed or deflected the incoming lasers. After a brief while, perhaps bored with the game, he raised his right hand, summoning a massive energy orb capable of obliterating Earth and reducing it to cosmic dust, the planet destruction bomb. With a decisive flick, King Kurd unleashed his grand attack toward the core of the Vantarian forces. The ensuing explosion shattered their energy shield in less than a second, creating a dazzling display that illuminated the surrounding darkness of space. As the Vantarian flagship was obliterated, the residual force of the planet destruction bomb surged toward Vantar itself. In the aftermath of a cataclysmic roar, the planet appeared from above as an apple with a gaping hole, ravaged by nature's fury. At that moment, Vantar was engulfed in various colossal natural disasters. Tornadoes, typhoons, and catastrophic landslides wreaked havoc, while titanic tsunamis threatened to submerge the land. Mommy, I want my mommy. The violent tremors sent nearly all unprepared Vantarian citizens sprawling to the ground, especially the innocent children playing nearby. Something is wrong. Danger is imminent. Wufeng, sensing the impending earthquake, noted with urgency as he observed his second uncle and aunt blissfully unaware, joyfully playing in their reincarnated forms. Without hesitation, Wufeng activated his teleportation, arriving just in time to catch his aunt before she collided with the ground. He then swiftly teleported again, reaching his uncle who was perilously close to the Earth's surface, managing to suspend him a mere 3 centimeters above the ground. That was close. I almost didn't make it, Wufeng sighed in relief, a sense of lingering dread washing over him. In the meantime, the brave warriors of Vantar, adhering to emergency protocols, prepared for leadership succession. As the highest-ranking officer present, I now issue orders. All units except the 19th Fleet are to retreat immediately to safeguard our home and prepare for the continuation of our survival plan. The remaining fleets must charge forward to buy time for our brothers in the 19th Fleet. But Commander, our brothers in the 19th Fleet refuse to leave. They wish to fight the enemy, even if it means death. Yes, we won't abandon our comrades. However, before the soldiers of the 19th Fleet could fully express their resolve, as the Supreme Commander at this moment, Rearman bellowed furiously, "Shut the hell up and obey my orders. Get the hell out of here quickly. Don't waste the precious time I and my fellow comrades have risked our lives to earn. Go now." After his roar, Rearman took the lead, guiding the remaining fleet in a relentless assault as they charged at the King of Kurd. Intriguingly, the Vandal aliens truly astonished him. Effortlessly deflecting the oncoming barrage of Annihilation-class laser cannons, the King of Kurd displayed a rare smile on his otherwise cold and ruthless face. "How should I commend you? Should I praise your noble will and fearless virtues, or describe you as a bunch of stubborn and flexible fools?" The king pondered, clearly troubled. This is quite vexing. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate you swiftly, thereby resolving my concerns," the King of Kurd said with a cruel and cold smile. With a mere thought, he conjured over 100 energy spheres the size of watermelons, and with a slow, deliberate gesture, sent them hurtling towards the rapidly descending Vandal fleet. In less than a second, a deafening explosion echoed as the energy spheres collided with the ships, obliterating the Vandal vessels silently in the vacuum of space, leaving behind a vibrant display of fireworks. This grand spectacle coincided perfectly with Woofing's instantaneous arrival in outer space, cradling 2 children in his arms. Instead of expressing joy at the magnificent fireworks, Woofing furrowed his brow, gazing with displeasure at the distant King of Kurd. What an evil and chilling aura. It is truly unforgettable. Angered, a powerful aura emanated from Woofing, locking onto the distant figure of the king. This formidable presence suggests a worthy opponent. The King of Kurd, who had initially intended to return to his ship, abruptly halted and turned sharply, instantly detecting Woofing's location through the emanating energy. However, before the impetuous king could respond, Woofing vanished. He had decided to teleport to Earth, ensuring the safety of the 2 children with his uncle. Moments later, having secured the children, Woofing reappeared before the King of Kurd. Whoosh! The king, ever vigilant since Woofing's disappearance, immediately executed a lightning-fast strike. Boom! Woofing did not attempt to evade the king's powerful blow. Instead, he positioned his hands in the path of the incoming attack as if he had been waiting there all along. He firmly blocked the king's ferocious strike. And without allowing the king a moment to react, Woofing unleashed a swift kick that sent the king soaring at least 100,000 miles away, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. In that moment, the king felt as if his very insides were being expelled. After a brief respite, he leveraged his immense regenerative abilities to almost completely recover from his injuries. How painful. This is the first time I've experienced such agony since birth. I must say, you are truly seeking death for daring to inflict such pain upon me. Fuming with rage and humiliation, the King of Kurd decided to unleash his ultimate attack to eliminate Woofing. Zing! The energy projectile whistled through the air, its incredible speed creating a piercing sound as it tore through space. Boom! Woofing's expression, previously composed, shifted to one of interest as he observed the incoming energy projectile. And he retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom! The moment their forces collided, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, illuminating the surrounding vacuum of space for millions of miles. The overwhelming energy surged outward, sweeping away all debris in its path, reducing them to dust. As silence fell and everything settled, Woofing reappeared before the King of Kurd, unharmed. The king, whose cruel laughter had just echoed moments before, abruptly ceased, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? I refuse to believe you survived my ultimate move. Die, die. Desperate to quell the rising fear within him, the king frantically unleashed a barrage of devastating energy projectiles toward Woofing. In mere seconds, he fired over 1,000 of these destructive orbs, each more powerful than the last. Is this never-ending? Woofing, after a brief frown, displayed a hint of impatience as he surveyed the relentless storm of energy projectiles closing in on him. Whoosh! Unwilling to expend his energy in a futile exchange of light waves, Woofing prepared for what was to come. In an instant, a thought ignited within, awakening the power of instantaneous movement. In the next moment, I found myself before the King of Kurd, delivering a single, forceful strike that sent the unprepared monarch sprawling, his eyes bulging in shock as he was propelled away at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was hurled 1,000 miles distant. Before the king, Still reeling from his rapid descent, could regain his bearings, I once more harnessed the power of instantaneous movement, positioning myself in the trajectory of his flight. With a powerful kick, I sent him hurtling back to his original position, only to strike him again, and then kick him once more. Thus, for a considerable stretch of time, the King of Kurd was akin to a football in a whirlwind, relentlessly battered back and forth by my forceful blows. Eventually, perhaps wearied or bored by the sport, I chose to halt, delivering one final strike that sent him crashing into a neighboring star of the brilliant Phantalon constellation. In that moment, it was as if the King of the Kurds had transformed into a radiant beam of light, hurtling forward with unparalleled velocity and immense potential. Directly colliding with the colossal star that emanated intense heat and shimmering spots of darkness, the thunderous roar resonated from the fiery sphere, which had continuously and autonomously emitted powerful light and heat, engaged in ceaseless nuclear fusion and fission reactions for eons. In that instant, influenced by an external force, the delicate balance that had taken billions of years to establish was abruptly shattered, leading to a cataclysmic explosion. Simultaneously, the King of the Kurds, having promptly activated an energy shield, was spared from instant vaporization and melting. Nevertheless, under the tremendous force, he plunged straight into the surface of the star, descending until he reached the crust, where he finally exhausted his remaining strength and came to a halt. Despite the relentless, excruciating pain coursing through his being, he summoned every ounce of his power to reinforce the energy shield, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of searing heat and raging flames that surrounded him. Oh, mighty ruler of the northern galaxy, king of the frozen demon clan, I hope you relish this magnificent gift I present to you. Indulge in a natural fiery sauna. At this moment, Wu Feng murmured to himself, as though he could see the situation of King Kurd from a billion miles away with crystal clarity. If you can endure for a century without perishing, then I shall concede that you possess a remarkable fate. With a swift motion, he transported himself near a star, deftly forming hand seals while glancing at the massive fireball beneath him. Moments later, he sealed the cruel and tormenting King Kurd within an unknown star, allowing him to experience a torment akin to that of an infernal abyss. Without delay, he teleported to the fleet of spaceships that accompanied King Kurd. With a casual strike, he obliterated several vessels that had fled a distance of at least 10 light years, reducing them to mere fragments. After vanquishing the small fry that dared to escape, Wu Feng surveyed the scene of Vanterstar. After a brief contemplation, he focused his thoughts and returned to Earth. He took back the 2 3-year-old children from Vanterstar that he had entrusted to his uncle and arrived at a skyscraper in the capital of Vanterstar, a structure embodying all the advanced technologies of its inhabitants. At this moment, in a vast chamber within the edifice that embodies nearly all the wisdom of the Vanar people, the highest rulers of their civilization stood assembled. Their gazes were riveted upon the slowed-down combat footage transmitted in real time from the distant battlefield in outer space, depicting the fierce duel between Wu Feng and King Cold. A profound silence enveloped them as they remained utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what they had witnessed. Ahem. I presume you are the supreme leaders of this planet, correct? Wu Feng, who had materialized in the room several seconds earlier cradling 2 children yet remained unnoticed until now, cleared his throat softly with a tone of gentle reminder. Whoosh, the sudden voice caused everyone to instinctively turn toward its source. Their eyes darted back and forth between the projected images and Wu Feng's actual presence before them, as if unable to reconcile the two. After nearly 10 seconds and 7 or 8 comparisons, the assembled dignitaries finally confirmed that the man standing before them, holding a child in each arm, was indeed the very same nameless warrior who had appeared abruptly on the battlefield, vanquished the mighty King Cold of the Frost Demons, and emerged as the hero, or perhaps savior, of the Vanar people. Time flowed swiftly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years prior, after personally delivering the 2 Vantarian children into the care of the planet's highest authorities and ensuring their well-being, Wu Feng had vanished just as abruptly and silently as he had arrived, under the mixed gazes of gratitude, wariness, and reverence from the Vanar leadership. Before departing, he had left but a single promise: I shall return in 3 years. With a mere thought, he had teleported instantly from Vanar back to Earth. Reappearing in the very room where his uncle and cousin stood, Wu Feng did not wait for the flood of questions from Mutaito and Wu Lin. With a wave of his hand, he drew the unsuspecting pair into his inner world. Only after a full hour did he release them, now fundamentally aware of the full scope of events. During that hour within his inner realm, Wu Feng, confident that his strength was now sufficient to contend with all overt and covert forces in the Dragon Ball universe, had resolutely revealed every secret to his closest kin. Save for one. Cousin Wu Feng. I misjudged you. Forgive me, Wu Lin murmured, his voice thick with remorse. Young man, Mutaito said, his deep gaze resting on Wu Feng with solemn pride. You have done well. My faith in you is not misplaced. After a waited pause, he added with firm resolve, and henceforth, should emergencies arise, you need not fabricate excuses. Go as you must. As for the rest, leave it to your uncle. At this moment, Wu Feng emerged from the internal world of Mutaito, both bearing expressions of profound guilt as they regarded him. Finally realizing that they had long misjudged him. After Wu Feng elucidated everything, he accepted the apologies of his two relatives with a smile, unperturbed and untroubled. Following this heartfelt exchange, they shared a warm dinner, enveloped in mutual reminiscence and sighs of nostalgia. The night passed in silence, and the next morning, at the break of dawn, Wu Feng ascended to the summit of Qilian Mountain. After a brief moment of savoring the crisp autumn breeze, he did not linger. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location, reappearing in a spherical microcosm that had expanded to 5 times its original size, now encompassing a diameter of 1,000 miles. As Wu Feng materialized, the entirety of this miniature world seemed to spring to life in an instant, with all manner of phenomena surging, swaying, or rushing towards him. Even the earth and sky trembled slightly, as if collectively rejoicing and extending a fervent welcome to the arrival of this creator deity. In light of this extraordinary scene, Wu Feng, aside from a fleeting moment of surprise and intrigue, soon diverted his attention elsewhere. He entered a state of secluded meditation, aiming to reorganize the martial realms he had previously delineated based on his current insights and experiences. He recalled that in the world of Fengyun, he had initially theorized the martial arts into 2 major realms, the 9 streams and the 9 heavens. The 9 streams were straightforward, corresponding to the realm of mundane martial arts, serving as the foundational starting point. Conversely, the 9 heavens realm had eluded him due to his insufficient cultivation and understanding at that time. He had only managed to vaguely extrapolate the first 5 levels, unable to progress further and thus halted. With this in mind, Wu Feng resolved to continue refining his martial arts system during this period of spontaneous and rapid development within his internal world. He aimed to connect and perfect the second major realm of martial arts in his mind, the true martial realm, equivalent to the 9 heavens. Perhaps due to his elevated perspective, it wasn't long before he began to discern some threads of insight and direction during his meditation. In this moment, drawing from his own experiences and insights, Wu Feng came to a profound realization: the initial extrapolation of the fourfold realm of martial arts, upon its substantialization, revealed significant oversights and grave errors in the subsequent leap to the 5th realm of the domain-formed world. At this juncture, having personally traversed and transcended into what he had previously envisioned as the 5th realm, Wu Feng could unequivocally affirm that to catalyze the transformation of a substantialized domain into a world, it necessitates the passage through at least 3 distinct steps or stages to achieve success. These are, respectively, the cultivation of the Tao laws, the condensation of the Tao seed, and ultimately, the fruition of the Tao. Throughout this arduous process, characterized by Wu Feng's relentless and meticulous iterations of exploration and experimentation, the first step, the cultivation of the Tao laws, can be succinctly summarized as the continuous comprehension of the Tao, or the principles, within the cosmos. Following this understanding, he would integrate it into his martial arts domain, thereby nurturing a unique Tao and law that belongs solely to him, and thereby initially attaining the essence of the laws. The second step, the condensation of the Tao seed, involves a selective reintegration of one or multiple established laws while gradually infusing his will, spirit, and soul into it, culminating in the crystallization of a martial arts seed. As for the third step, the fruition of the Tao, it is essentially the progressive process wherein the martial arts seed germinates, blossoms, and bears fruit. It is noteworthy that, according to Wu Feng's preliminary deductions, he concluded that from the second step onward, the process becomes highly individualized. Each person's unique characteristics ultimately lead to the formation of various martial arts seeds, resulting in a myriad of extraordinary Tao fruits. These fruits may manifest as an inner world akin to Wu Feng's or as distinctive martial abilities exclusive to each practitioner. Furthermore, it is conceivable that, akin to the Taoist and Buddhist traditions, one might even yield a primordial spirit or relic. In essence, the possibilities are boundless. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed as Wu Feng once again entered a profound meditative state. Until the dawn of 3 years hence, he finally emerged, having meticulously refined and perfected everything. Slowly, he opened his bright eyes, unable to suppress a smile of satisfaction. At last, he had thoroughly perfected the second major realm of martial arts, the true martial 9 heavens. At this moment, within the realm of the 9 heavens, as redefined by Wu Feng himself, he found himself at the threshold of the 7th heaven. Gently, he moved his slightly stiff body and spoke softly. Having awakened from his meditative state, Wu Feng first took a moment to sense the vast expanse of his inner world, which had expanded 100-fold since his recent breakthrough. Upon confirming the state of his inner realm, he realized that, barring a monumental opportunity or another encounter akin to an epiphany that would allow him to surmount his current martial arts limitations, the size of his internal world was destined to remain unchanged, forever fixed at a scale comparable to that of Earth. For millennia, or even tens of thousands of years. Until the end of an epoch, this would remain his reality. Having understood that the growth of his inner world had reached its utmost limit, Wu Feng proceeded to carefully assess his newfound power. His strength had doubled compared to 3 years prior, now surpassing 100 million in combat effectiveness. Although he had not engaged in the usual rigorous training of the Dragon Ball universe's martial arts system, the energy within him had naturally intensified alongside the expansion of his inner world during his 3 years of seclusion. At this moment, with the growth of his inner realm ceasing, his combat power stabilized at over 100,800,000. Feeling the overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his entire being, Wu Feng instinctively clenched his fist, inadvertently creating a sonic boom that erupted around him. Noticing this occurrence, Wu Feng's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of dissatisfaction crossed his face. It seemed that the sudden surge in power had led to a diminished control over his strength. He pondered thoughtfully. At this moment, Wu Feng acutely sensed a significant decline in his mastery over the internal forces. Contrary to his initial intention to promptly emerge and visit the Vantaral star, he instead summoned his will to conjure a myriad of harsh and extreme natural environments within his inner world, all conducive to his cultivation and power control. For instance, Wu Feng first created a gravitational zone reminiscent of a white dwarf star, followed by a sea of molten lava, countless blades of wind, and an extreme chill. It is noteworthy that Wu Feng, driven by the desire for relentless strength, embraced any challenge and hardship without trepidation. This determination stemmed from his profound understanding that all regrets and tragedies arise from a state of insufficient power. Time passed swiftly, and 40 years elapsed since the inaugural martial arts conference. According to the rules established during the initial discussions between Wu Feng and Mutaito, the conference was held every 5 years. Now, at this very moment, a new session of the Martial Arts Conference, the 9th Global Martial Arts Championship, was on the verge of commencement. In the 5 years leading up to this event, martial artists from around the globe engaged in rigorous training to secure a top position. Aspiring to claim victory in the championship, martial artists, driven by diverse schools of thought and philosophies, made various choices in their pursuit of strength. Embodying the essence of the saying, there is nothing they cannot achieve. For instance, some martial factions, influenced by religious beliefs, conducted brutal and inhumane training within their sacred grounds. Others, who revered nature, sought out mountains, marshes, and deserts to comprehend the natural world through dimensional cultivation. Additionally, some more primal or wild martial schools roamed the earth, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat with formidable opponents and beasts to sharpen their skills and enhance their power. However, it must be noted that these examples represent only a minority of martial artists. The majority of those with considerable strength, particularly those trained under the esteemed Mutaito, opted for intensified training, whether through weight-bearing exercises, pressure resistance, or extreme trials under the supervision of their elders. Yet, regardless of the training methods employed prior, on the eve of the new martial arts conference, martial artists worldwide would almost unanimously partake in a final, symbolically significant practice, a pilgrimage on foot to the conference venue. On this day, if one were to gaze down from the vastness of outer space, a truly magnificent spectacle would unfold. Millions of registered martial artists, scattered across the globe, spontaneously and collectively surged toward a singular destination, leaving behind trails reminiscent of the white smoke plumes left by aircraft. Concurrently, as these martial artists hastened toward the venue of the martial arts convention, Wu Feng, who had diligently sequestered himself to master his burgeoning powers, formally emerged from his retreat. After a month dedicated to regaining perfect control over his formidable strength, Wu Feng finally concluded his 3-year seclusion. Upon his emergence, Wu Feng instantly transported himself to Vantaral Star. As promised, to visit his 2 relatives, who had already reached the age of 6 in their reincarnated forms. After enjoying the lavish hospitality prepared for him by the inhabitants of Vantaral Star, he gracefully departed, leaving behind a symbolic token. In a fleeting thought, he returned to Earth, standing before Mutaito and a host of others connected to his lineage. "Ah, you finally emerged from your retreat," Mutaito remarked with a smile. Having sensed Wu Feng's presence, "You've timed it perfectly, just in time for the 9th World Martial Arts Convention. Brother Lin, You need not worry. I have arranged everything during my seclusion. Later, just bring uncle along to visit my residence once more, Wu Feng replied confidently, a serene smile gracing his face. It's true, Fengxi. You're alive. Everything Uncle Wu said was indeed true, exclaimed a middle-aged man seated closely beside Wu Lin, his voice trembling with disbelief and excitement. Yes, I am very much alive, Housie. It has been a long time, Wu Feng responded, recognizing the familiar face of his childhood companion and confidant, Wu Hao, with a warm smile. Indeed, it has truly been ages, over 40 years. Wu Hao marveled at Wu Feng, whose appearance seemed forever preserved in his 20s, while he himself now bore the marks of middle age. For a moment, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Cousin Feng, I knew you couldn't possibly be gone. With your strength, it would be impossible for you to perish without reason. At this moment, a middle-aged individual, Wu Fei, who nonetheless retained a significant portion of childlike innocence, exhibited a predictably delighted expression and exclaimed, Come now. Wu Fei, do you recall who was weeping uncontrollably and rolling on the ground when the divine dragon mentioned it couldn't locate Cousin Feng? Wu Jing, who had always relished dismantling Wu Fei's bravado since childhood, immediately called out the absurdity. Before Wu Fei could muster a retort, she gracefully turned towards Wu Feng with an air of elegance and warmth, inquiring, Cousin Feng, it has been a long time. How have you fared over the years? Are you well? Ah, thank you for your concern, Cousin Jing. I have been well. Everything has proceeded smoothly, Wu Feng replied, his demeanor calm and gentle as he observed Wu Jing, who exuded an increasingly alluring charm, as though she had just crossed into her 30s. Cousin Feng, it has been quite some time. Would you be willing to share where you have been and what you have been doing all these years? Moreover, why is it that even after making wishes to the divine dragon, there remains no trace of you? Wu Xian, who had been engaged in law enforcement for nearly 3 decades, instinctively posed the question, succumbing to his professional habits. Fortunately, immediately after speaking, Wu Xian realized his faux pas and quickly added, I apologize. It appears my professional instincts have overtaken me. My inquiries stem purely from curiosity, Cousin Feng. I hope you will not take offense. Oh, indeed, Cousin Feng, could you enlighten us? Wu Fei began, seemingly just processing the situation, his face alight with curiosity as he turned to Wu Feng for answers. However, before Wu Fei could finish his thought, Mutaito, sensing the discussion veering into inappropriate territory, interjected with authority, Everyone, please cease your chatter and settle down. In an instant, the group, who had been eager to inquire further, fell silent, as if time itself had paused. They bowed their heads, suddenly hesitant to utter even a whisper. Ahem, very well. We shall now formally commence the meeting regarding the matters of the 9th Martial Arts Conference. Once the attendees regained their composure and quietude, Mutaito, the global president of martial arts, cleared his throat and spoke calmly. Let us set aside the tedious discussions of this long-standing meeting, presided over by Mutaito, which has already been convened 8 times. Following the official commencement of the meeting, Wu Feng suddenly transported himself to the archive room, where the current profiles of martial artists from around the globe were meticulously documented. There, he leisurely perused the general status of the martial arts realm on Earth. After a brief period of extensive reading, Wu Feng began to grasp the overall condition of the martial arts world during his 4-decade absence. Recognizing the tremendous advancements that had transpired, first and foremost was the classification of martial artists' power levels. Through detailed examination, Wu Feng learned that over 20 years ago, under the leadership of the esteemed Grandmaster Mutaito, notable figures in the martial arts community had convened to establish a clear and unified system for categorizing strength. This system stipulated that individuals with combat power below 10 were classified as novice apprentices. Those with power between 10 and 100 as junior martial artists or equivalent to junior soldiers in the military hierarchy. Those with combat power between 100 and 1,000 were deemed intermediate martial artists or intermediate soldiers. Individuals with combat power between 1,000 and 10,000 were recognized as advanced martial artists or advanced soldiers, while those boasting combat power exceeding 10,000 but below 100,000 were regarded as elite martial artists or elite soldiers. As for those surpassing 100,000, due to the fact that currently there was only one individual acknowledged as the supreme grandmaster of the martial arts community on Earth, Mutaito, no precise classification was made. They were provisionally termed super, signifying a level beyond definition and categorization. At this moment, without delving into other matters, Wu Feng could ascertain that during his absence of 40 years, The martial arts realm on Earth has undoubtedly experienced a remarkable and rapid advancement. Furthermore, as Wu Feng continued his exploration, his suspicions were precisely validated. This was due to the statistical data provided by the relevant departments of the United Human Government responsible for the development of martial arts, where he observed a comprehensive chart indicating a conspicuous upward trend each year compared to the preceding one. At this moment, upon examining this chart, Wu Feng gained a profound understanding of how, over the past 4 decades, the martial arts community on Earth has transitioned from a state of decline, with fewer than 100 true martial artists, to a flourishing realm teeming with hundreds of millions of practitioners across the globe. During this period, from the latest edition of the chart, Wu Feng also discerned that among the tens of millions of registered martial artists today, approximately 60% are classified as novice martial artists, around 30% as intermediate, and less than 10% as advanced. As for those exceptional martial artists capable of unleashing a devastating strike aimed at the Earth's core, potent enough to potentially detonate the planet, they remain a remarkably rare breed to this day. One cannot help but acknowledge that time invariably slips away swiftly, whether in moments of busyness or in the quietude of oblivion. In the blink of an eye, the sun, which had been slowly rising, now descended beyond the horizon. After spending nearly an entire day replenishing his memories of the developments in the Dragon Ball martial arts world over the past 40 years, the contented Wu Feng did not immediately cease his reading. Instead, he continued to peruse various materials pertaining to technology and livelihood, appearing somewhat reluctant to conclude his exploration. This engrossed demeanor caught the attention of Taito, who had come to invite Wu Feng for dinner after the meeting. He paused momentarily, a mixture of appreciation and wry amusement crossing his face, before quietly closing the door and departing. In that fleeting moment, Taito discerned the implicit message of refusal conveyed by Wu Feng's seemingly oblivious state. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, on the island hosting the martial arts tournament, the dawn light was dim, shrouded by dense clouds that suggested an impending storm. This oppressive atmosphere dampened the spirits of those who had come to witness or participate in the tournament, casting a shadow of unease over them. Half an hour later, as the familiar theme music celebrating passion and justice resonated, the eager crowd waiting outside the tournament venue entered in an orderly and swift fashion. Moments later, having found their seats, the audience collectively turned their gaze towards the central stage, where stood the slightly aged yet unchanged white-haired host. Ah, esteemed guests and attendants and viewers at home, it has been a while. How have you all been? Unbeknownst to us, 5 springs and autumns have passed, and we gather once again for the new edition of the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Our reunion is made possible through the generous support of the following sponsors. Allow me to express my gratitude by announcing their names. First, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Lianshan Valley High-Tech Research Group for their unwavering support, and to all the sponsors who create joy for those who cannot afford play. Thank you. Thank you. The white-haired host, who had presided over 8 consecutive tournaments, offered a graceful yet polite smile, breaking the collective gaze that urged attention. He then eloquently delivered a series of well-received opening remarks and sponsorship acknowledgments. 10 minutes later, enduring the piercing gazes of the audience, the host cheerfully recited the final lines provided by the last sponsor. Following a brief pause to catch his breath, he decisively proclaimed, I hereby announce the official commencement of the 9th World's Greatest Martial Arts Tournament. Let the first pair of contestants make their grand entrance. With the host's final words, the previously lethargic audience sprang to life, their spirits invigorated. Suddenly, 2 competitors, one clad in white and the other in black, appeared on the central stage. The youthful contestant in the striking white attire immediately assumed a textbook-perfect stance of the Turtle School martial arts. Observers noted the uncanny resemblance to instructional videos from one of the top 10 schools of martial arts. Look, that young contestant's movements are identical to those in the Turtle School training videos we see at school, exclaimed an astute spectator. Indeed, upon reflection, it is almost a perfect match, chimed in another young observer, currently preparing for the Turtle School's entry-level examination. All right, both of you, enough chatter. The match has begun, interjected a spectator seated between them, kindly reminding the duo. Hey, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time participating in the world's greatest martial arts tournament? Asked the muscular middle-aged man, his physique rippling with muscle, as he and the young contestant exchanged the customary pre-fight greetings. Such a pity, he continued, feigning disappointment, to face me, a rival you could never hope to defeat, on your very first attempt at the tournament. What a shame for you. Watch out. The young contestant seized the opportunity, launching a rapid straight punch aimed at the boastful opponent. Ah, you dare to sneak attack while I'm speaking? How cunning, despicable. and utterly shameless. Despite his outward bravado, the middle-aged man had been on guard since entering the arena. He swiftly countered the young man's sneak attack, managing to block the punch with considerable effort, all while taunting his opponent. Yet, despite his bravado, he soon realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. The young man's second decisive strike sent the middle-aged contestant hurtling off the stage, landing several paces away. "I will not concede. I shall return," he shouted defiantly, his spirit unyielding as he gazed back at the arena. "How weak can he be?" mused the young man, astonished that this man, whom he had presumed to be a top-tier fighter, had no experience in tournament battles. Meanwhile, in the audience, a voice echoed, "I told you. With that guy Knock's luck, he would inevitably falter in the first round of the tournament." See? It was as I predicted. A seasoned attendee of the martial arts tournament, who had witnessed Knock's 3 previous matches, burst into laughter. This is the 4th consecutive time. Such luck is truly remarkable, is it not? At that moment, an audience member, who had thought 3 defeats was already a limit and a miracle, expressed his disbelief. "Well, it is evident that our placeholder champion, Knock, has once again faced unfortunate defeat in the preliminary rounds, missing the chance to advance from 1,000 to 500. The silver-haired host, observing Knock's astonishingly poor performance in the preliminary rounds, sighed in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend how someone could possess such unfathomable bad luck. "Now, I declare that the winner of this match is, to my left, the new chief of the renowned Turtle School, a prominent faction among the current top 10 martial arts schools, contestant Jiang Tian." I thought his initial movements were remarkably precise and expressive. The previously puzzled audience member murmured in realization upon hearing the host's announcement. But wait, hasn't the chief of the Turtle School always been Lu Dao? When did the leadership change? A more attentive spectator, well-versed in the Turtle School, questioned with a frown. "Are you foolish? Did you not hear the host mention the new chief?" "Of course, I heard that," came the retort. "If you heard it, what is there to be confused about? Honestly, you outsider, what do you know? It is precisely because I heard that I am puzzled. Don't you realize that for significant changes in major martial arts schools like the Turtle School, a press conference is typically held in advance?" "Oh, is that so?" murmured a slightly pudgy young man, who had been dragged out of his home for the first time to witness the ultimate martial arts tournament. "Well, I suppose I truly am confused. Arguing with someone like you, an absolute novice." "Ah, what a surprise." The match concluded in less than half a minute. And I now declare the winner of the second preliminary match is contestant Tao Bai Taku from the Crane School. Although astonished that Tao Bai Taku had dispatched a formidable opponent with a single move, the silver-haired host instinctively maintained his role, promptly announcing, "Let us not linger on idle chatter. I now invite the third group of contestants to the stage." As the host witnessed Tao Bai Taku vanish from the arena, he called out without hesitation. Amidst the rapid sounds of air being sliced, 2 slender, youthful women, seemingly in their late teens, appeared on the stage. Before the silver-haired host could officially commence the match, the 2 women, already warmed up and brimming with energy, leaped into the center of the ring, engaging in a flurry of exchanges that lasted but a second, each landing numerous strikes. From a distance, the 2 appeared almost ethereal, their figures blurring as they locked eyes, only to quickly resume their rapid clash at the center of the stage, with a cacophony of sounds echoing in the arena. The rapid exchanges of strikes between the 2 women reverberated throughout. Look, the slow-motion replay on the big screen has reached 100 times speed. This means their movement speed has surpassed the limits of human perception by 100-fold, nearly approaching the speed of sound. Indeed, not only that, but the energy levels displayed on the screen are approaching 800. It is truly hard to believe. Are these 2 young women really as petite as they seem? Pondered a novice martial artist who had dedicated a significant part of his life to training, as he stared in disbelief at the flurry of afterimages created by the 2 combatants. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the 2 women collided once more before they both fell from their rapid momentum, panting heavily as they stood on opposite sides of the ring, glaring fiercely at one another. "Huh, Wu Ling, do you wish to continue this stalemate?" gasped Wu Qian, her chest heaving with exertion, as she regarded her equally drenched cousin with a frosty tone. "Huh. If not, what do you propose? Or do you wish to concede and admit that you are my subordinate?" Wu Ling shot back, rolling her eyes in disdain before teasingly responding. "Humph, Wu Ling, my dear cousin, I must say, you have truly grown more beautiful with time. And your wit has also blossomed." After a haughty snort, Wu Qian emphasized the unchangeable status of her cousin, then, with a serious demeanor, mockingly continued, "Ah, you infuriate me." While the 2 women exchanged barbs and focused on catching their breath, far from the arena, approximately 100 light-years away from Earth, a cataclysmic event was unfolding. A fully matured Yego beast had emerged from the depths of space, rampaging uncontrollably towards the solar system, indiscriminately devouring and annihilating any life-bearing planets in its path. A week had passed since the Yego beast had instigated chaos across the galaxy, naturally alarming the Galactic Patrol and a fresh wave of audacious mercenaries eager for fame and fortune. Beep beep. Calling headquarters, requesting urgent assistance. We can barely hold on. A Galactic Patrol officer, piloting a spaceship, fired laser cannons at the approaching Yego, his expression laden with urgency. With a resounding crash, the Yego beast was struck by a massive laser cannon, yielding to the overwhelming force and crashing into a barren planet, only to penetrate through and find itself amidst a field of asteroids. Roar. At this moment, the bewildered yet painfully struck beast, Yego, shook its massive head to dispel the dizziness. In an instant, it erupted in a fit of rage, setting aside any notions of play and mockery. The furious creature stood firm, opening its gaping maw to unleash a powerful energy blast that obliterated the cosmic battleship responsible for its discomfort, reducing it to mere debris. With no time to mourn the valiant sacrifice of yet another comrade, the remaining 9 Galactic Patrol officers relentlessly pressed the buttons to fire the ship's laser cannons. The barrage of laser fire resembled 1,000 arrows loosed at once, ceaselessly targeting the beast Yego, with each shot equating to the energy force of hundreds of thousands. The lasers swiftly annihilated Yego in the surrounding asteroid field, leaving nothing but a void where once there was matter. You pesky little insects have truly enraged me. I shall devour you all and grind you to dust. Though Yego, possessing a tough hide and immense strength, emerged unscathed. It felt a series of sharp stings akin to being beset by a swarm of mosquitoes. No longer inclined to toy with its foes, the beast became serious. In a mere instant, it vanished from its position, reappearing before a battleship at least 100 miles away. Without hesitation, Yego swiftly slashed with its claw, cleaving the ship cleanly in two. From a distance, one could only perceive a glimmering white arc, reminiscent of a blade, slicing through the vessel. Moments later, the approximately 100-meter-long, 40-meter-wide cosmic battleship split apart with no warning, its halves drifting away symmetrically. Following this effortless triumph, Yego did not pause. Instead, it continued its rapid onslaught, striking again and again. In a mere 10 seconds, it dispatched the last of the Galactic Patrol officers, who had sought to retreat the ship into subspace, cleaving both the pilot and the vessel asunder. Finally, after ceaselessly moving at high speed, Yego halted and turned its attention towards the 8 beleaguered Galactic Patrol officers, gasping for breath and barely able to move, alongside the fallen officer whose eyes remained defiantly open despite his fate. With a cavernous mouth agape, Yego inhaled deeply, emitting a tremendous suction force. In that instant, everything within miles was irresistibly drawn towards the beast's gaping maw, helpless against the overwhelming pull. At this moment, before the gaping maw that resembled a miniature black hole, 8 beleaguered galactic sentinels struggled in vain. Despite exhausting every conceivable effort and summoning all their strength, they could not alter or delay their fate in the slightest, helplessly witnessing their entire beings consumed by the inexhaustible radiance emanating from the colossal mouth. Crunch, crunch. Moments later, after devouring and obliterating everything edible within a radius of thousands of miles, the beast, Geka, reluctantly ceased its innate predatory abilities, still yearning for more. Having indulged in a hearty feast, Geka, upon noticing the desolate emptiness surrounding him, instinctively recalled the mission undertaken upon departing from the Dark Star, which was to locate and bring back the killer of the demon lord, Amandus, known as the King of Mercenaries, Wu Feng. In this moment, recalling the task assigned by his master, the beast, Yego, felt an urgency that brooked no delay. With a slight closing of his eyes, he exerted his utmost effort to keenly sense the aura of the murderer destined to slay the demon general. After a brief moment, leveraging his formidable innate abilities alongside the approximate direction provided by his master prior to his departure, Yego pinpointed the location of his target once more. Having located it, the beast did not hesitate to employ his spatial talent, traversal, transforming into a resplendent aurora. In an instant, he pierced through the barriers of subspace, entering the realm of subspace and hurtling towards the location of the solar system at breakneck speed. Report to headquarters. The first wave of Galactic Patrol officers tasked with intercepting Yego has suffered total annihilation just moments ago. At this moment, a diligent staff member of the remote monitoring system, overseeing the cosmic warships piloted by the first cohort of Galactic Patrols, anxiously reported to higher authorities as he witnessed the luminous dots representing the warships vanish from the projection screen in less than an hour. What? How could this happen so swiftly? It's inconceivable. The warships of the 1st Galactic Patrol are equipped with the latest plasma laser cannons, capable of matching the formidable might of hundreds of thousands in combat power with a single strike, exclaimed a trusted confidant of the Galactic King, his disbelief evident. However, Commander, the warships representing the First Galactic Patrol have entirely disappeared from the monitoring instruments, the staff member added gravely, not daring to hesitate. Could it be that the monitoring equipment has malfunctioned? The commander, though already convinced of the grim reality, instinctively voiced a sliver of hope. That is not possible, Commander. For the warships of other galactic patrols are still brightly illuminated on the screen. Moving steadily, the staff member replied with unyielding certainty, shattering the last remnants of hope in the commander's heart. Impossible. The commander murmured, finally compelled to accept the harsh truth, his expression somber. Meanwhile, on Earth, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the third match concluded as two tall and beautiful female competitors simultaneously unleashed their ki blasts, resulting in a draw. The subsequent rounds of the preliminary selection were fervently underway. Time flew swiftly, and after a day of intense competition, as the sun set and dusk descended, the contemporary master of the swordsmanship school, Yagyu Kenichi, effortlessly sliced through the air with his sword, unleashing a 100-meter-long blade of energy that vanquished his opponent, thereby concluding the final group of the preliminary rounds. In the archives, Wu Feng, who had been lost in the depths of literary explorations, was suddenly jolted awake by a surge of instinctive alertness, sensing the imminent arrival of a formidable adversary. Ah, how intriguing. This is certainly worth anticipating, he mused. At this moment, Wu Feng, regaining his senses, immediately ceased his current task. After a brief furrow of his brow, he revealed a subtle smile, imbued with a hint of anticipation. At this moment, Wu Feng once again experienced a long-lost, profound intuition emanating from within his very being. While a sense of anticipation blossomed in his heart, he dared not treat this matter with any semblance of negligence. Wu Feng understood that the formidable adversaries capable of triggering such an internal alarm were invariably stronger than himself at this moment. Much like the sensations he had felt when he first traversed into the realms of Tianlong and Fenggun. In this moment, Wu Feng comprehended that formidable adversaries were imminent, and he could no longer afford the luxury of leisurely perusal. Instead, with a calm yet resolute demeanor, he swiftly duplicated all remaining materials that he had yet to examine before promptly vanishing from the archive room. In the next instant, Wu Feng reappeared within his internal realm. After a brief moment of attunement to the continuous influx of information emanating from his inner world, he discerned that all was in order and that there was no need for further concern. Subsequently, he focused his thoughts, conjuring an area of accelerated time until reaching the utmost limits that his miniature world could sustain, before he willingly brought it to a halt. Stepping lightly into the realm of time accelerated to an astounding 129,600 times faster. Wu Feng first took a moment to thoroughly appreciate the wonders of this temporal domain. He then formally embarked upon his primary objective, to elevate the power of qi within his being to its pinnacle. As Wu Feng, feeling the weight of impending crisis, diligently engaged in rigorous cultivation, the martial arts conference recommenced after a night's anticipation. The following day, the morning was clear and bright. As the clock struck 8, the audience, who had been engrossed in animated discussions, fell into a collective silence, their gazes drawn to the central arena. There, they beheld the familiar host of the martial arts conference, who descended the lift with a warm smile. After a brief exchange of greetings, the host flawlessly recited a lengthy string of promotional announcements. Finally, the qualifying round, featuring 1,000 competitors vying for 500 spots, was poised to commence. The seasoned and remarkably experienced silver-haired host, having swiftly concluded the extensive advertisement, immediately shifted gears and declared the competition officially underway. In an unexpected twist, the sudden turn of events left the audience momentarily stunned and unprepared, igniting a spark of fervor and bewilderment among those who had been languidly seated, before the audience could express their enthusiastic concern for the mischievous white-haired host. The two contenders on the stage, under the rapid announcement of the host, commenced a fierce bout, with a flurry of movements. The fighters engaged in a swift and intense clash, their actions resonating with thunderous sounds due to the sheer force of their exchanges. The extraordinary speed and agility of their maneuvers did not seem to overwhelm the ordinary spectators, as the large screen displayed a slow-motion replay, allowing them to comprehend the rapid succession of blows and collisions that had just transpired. As time gradually passed, the two combatants, feeling the strain of their exertion, instinctively retreated after yet another collision. Once steadied, they unleashed powerful energy blasts towards each other. In an instant, brilliant waves of blue and orange energy surged from their hands, colliding with a resounding boom. The energy waves clashed mid-air, holding their ground for several seconds before faltering due to the fighters' fatigue. resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that manifested as a magnificent mushroom cloud above the ring. The sheer force of the blast was potent enough to obliterate a mountain, swiftly engulfing everything in its vicinity, leaving destruction in its wake. However, before the overwhelming energy could further wreak havoc upon the audience, a colossal hand formed from the immense energy appeared above the stage, forcefully dissipating the burgeoning mushroom cloud into the atmosphere. Fear not, the danger has been averted. The match shall proceed. With a casual wave, the martial arts master dispelled the chaotic energy, addressing the audience with an air of calm assurance. At this moment, the esteemed martial artist Mutaito acted swiftly, not waiting for the host and the two exhausted competitors to be rescued by the guardians of the martial arts tournament. The few remaining masters of martial arts, Wutian and Teabate, were eager to intervene once again. Moments later, the competition resumed, featuring two participants. One, a youthful lad in his 20s clad in the garb of one of the top 10 martial arts schools, and the other, a middle-aged monk from the Dulan Temple, easily identifiable by his bald head. As the host called for the match to begin, the two immediately exchanged formal greetings. Without further ado, they moved in sync, disappearing from their original positions and reappearing high in the sky, engaging in a fierce exchange of punches and kicks, alternating between attack and defense. In the span of just a second, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. The intensity of their confrontation created visible shockwaves in the air, compressing it into distinct ripples. These surging gusts, accompanied by a roaring sound, instantly dispersed the clouds above the martial arts arena. Great monk, your prowess is commendable. You have earned my respect. Pray tell, what is your name? Asked Taipulai, the contemporary champion of the martial arts school, his expression serious and earnest upon witnessing his opponent's unwavering resolve in battle. Umaba, esteemed patron. I am but a humble monk named Fuluin, replied Master Fuluin, revealing his name while maintaining his offensive stance. He thrust his palm forward towards Taipulai, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that cleaved through the air, reaching Taipulai in an instant. Simultaneously, he continued, I appreciate your acknowledgement of my abilities. Confronted by the seemingly ordinary yet profoundly concentrated energy blade, Taipulai felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Reacting instinctively, he gathered his energy and retaliated with a powerful right punch. With a resounding clash, the two forces met, and the solidified energy blade was shattered under the impact of Taipulai's colossal fist, sending residual energy hurtling towards Master Fuluin, who was descending. Thud. Master Fuluin, undeterred by the approaching force, enveloped himself in a protective energy shield, a thin yet remarkably resilient barrier that absorbed the brunt of Taipulai's might. Impressive, great monk. Your experience is remarkable, leaving no openings. Taipulai remarked with a hint of disdain, though he internally acknowledged Fuluin's skill. Before Fuluin could respond, Taipulai swiftly accelerated, appearing beside the monk in the blink of an eye, delivering a focused and powerful blow. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Taipulai's fist passed through Fuluin's form, revealing it to be an illusion. Realizing he had struck at nothing, Taipulai instinctively attempted to evade an imminent counterattack. However, it was too late. A radiant wave of energy surged forth, striking Taipulai and sending him plummeting towards the arena below. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently, reverberating throughout the surrounding area like a powerful earthquake. As the dust settled and the tremors faded, Taito retracted the protective energy shield he had maintained over the event. After this incident, it may be prudent to reconsider the venue and restrict access for the general public, he mused, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the aftermath of the chaos. Goodness, what just happened? Was that an earthquake? A bewildered spectator, whose understanding of martial arts was superficial, queried in astonishment. Friend, this must be your first time at the martial arts tournament, isn't it? And I wager you've always favored the humanities over the sciences? How did you know that? The spectator responded, taken aback. Rest assured, I simply see a reflection of my past self in you, the other replied. Oh, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Not at all. Let us continue to enjoy the match. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit cosmic subspace, the creature Yego abruptly halted its rapid flight, standing still as it sensed whether it had reached its intended destination. After a prolonged moment, it pondered, how curious. Why has my sensing ability ceased? In this moment, the beast Yego, unable to perceive the presence of Wufeng who had entered the inner world, became increasingly agitated, frantically wandering through the subspace without a moment's respite. At this instant, the anxious Yego, upon contemplating the dire consequences of a failed mission, was engulfed in a profound sense of despair. Although Yego was inherently a creature drawn to darkness, the anxiety had stripped away its composure, revealing its primal instincts in full. In a fleeting moment, it erupted, recklessly unleashing energy blasts in every direction, its countenance contorted in a feral frenzy as it voraciously consumed everything within reach. Amidst Diego's aimless rampage, in the archives of the Human Alliance headquarters, where the entire history of human development was meticulously documented, the previously vacant room was suddenly filled with an imperceptible sound, one that transcended the limits of human auditory perception. In the next heartbeat, a figure materialized. It was none other than Wu Feng, who had refined his qi to its utmost limit within the inner world. Upon his appearance, Wu Feng immediately released his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of Earth within its grasp. But to his surprise, he found it eerily devoid of presence. At this moment, the intuitive sense within Wu Feng clearly indicated that a crisis was imminent, drawing near with relentless urgency. However, despite his exhaustive search across the entirety of Earth, he found no trace or sign of what was to come. Simultaneously, as Wu Feng appeared in the archive room, a kaleidoscope of colors danced vibrantly within the subspace. The once frenzied and feral beasts of magic, caught in a tempest of madness, suddenly halted their impending barrage of energy projectiles, their faces alight with astonishment. One of them exclaimed, "Ah, how curious that I can sense it now. Well, never mind, let us not dwell on trivialities. We must hasten to capture it." With a sound reminiscent of space being torn asunder, an unanticipated rift materialized in the outer reaches of space directly above Earth, accompanied by a resounding roar of rupture. The fabric of space warped and gradually split open, revealing a gaping fissure approximately 10 meters wide. From this rift emerged a colossal beast, its size comparable to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, entirely shrouded in verdant hues. Upon standing upon the Earth and casting a disdainful glance at the planet below, it scoffed, muttering derisively to itself, "Is this truly the place? A lowly life planet with a maximum combat capability not exceeding 500. So the time has finally come for me to make my appearance." In that very moment, as the magical beast utilized its innate ability, shuttle, to traverse from the subspace, Wu Feng, stationed thousands of miles away on Earth, instinctively sensed its arrival. At this moment, having detected the presence and location of an unknown formidable enemy approaching Earth, Wu Feng no longer lingered. With a thought, he activated his ability to teleport and, in the blink of an eye, found himself standing before the monstrous Jaeger. Simultaneously, the beast Jaeger, intending to dive down at high speed to land directly at his target's location, abruptly halted, displaying a cruel yet gleeful expression as he addressed Wu Feng, who was approximately 10 meters away. "You are the cosmic mercenary who has slain the wasteful demon General Imondus, exiled to the mortal realm by my master. If the wasteful demon general you speak of refers to the scourge that plagued the entire higher star, then indeed, that was my doing." Recognizing the green-skinned giant before him as the legendary Jaeger, a creature that instilled fear across the cosmos, Wu Feng's mind raced with understanding, quickly followed by confusion. He could not fathom why the infamous Jaeger was not residing in his favorite dark star, but had traveled across vast distances seemingly in search of him. Furthermore, he pondered the identity of the master Jaeger had mentioned. Was it the great sorcerer Babidi, or the dark demon King Dapra? "Thus, you acknowledge your actions. Very well. I present you with two choices: surrender obediently and accompany me to meet my master, or resist fiercely, only to be slain on the spot and consumed as sustenance. Choose." Jaeger glared with bloodthirsty eyes, saliva dripping as he impatiently urged Wu Feng. In response to Jaeger's menacing words, Wu Feng expressed his intent through action. He lunged forward, instantly arriving before Jaeger and delivering a powerful punch. To Jaeger's surprise, having never taken Wu Feng seriously, he was sent flying thousands of miles, colliding with countless pieces of cosmic debris and meteors along the way. From a distance on Earth, Jaeger resembled a shooting star, swiftly traversing the planet before vanishing from sight. "How painful! Curse you, wretched food! Die!" Jaeger roared, his body riddled with wounds and blood gushing forth, as he rapidly healed while unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his mouth. One after another, these powerful energy orbs shot towards Wu Feng like laser cannons. Observing the oncoming storm of energy blasts, Wu Feng instinctively considered dodging, but quickly realized that if he did so, many would inevitably strike the Earth. He could distinctly sense the overwhelming power contained within each energy orb, capable of piercing through the planet and obliterating it entirely. Resolute, he decided to withstand all the incoming blasts aimed at Earth. With a gentle wave of his hands, a colossal energy shield materialized 1 meter in front of him. From afar, it appeared as a shimmering water curtain. Upon contact with the energy orbs, the shield firmly absorbed them, and before they could detonate, Wu Feng redirected them back to their source. Jaeger, taken aback by the unexpected rebound of his energy blasts, instinctively dodged most of them, but a few struck him directly. The redirected blast sped towards Mars, piercing through a quarter of the planet's surface, leaving a gaping hole that resembled a massive bite taken out of it. While Mars continued its silent rotation, fortunately, the blast narrowly missed the planet's core, sparing it from destruction. That was close. I cannot continue like this, bound by constraints. I must find a battlefield devoid of any life forms. Realizing that further combat could inadvertently lead to the destruction of Earth or other planets within the solar system, Wu Feng promptly decided to relocate Jaeger to a desolate stellar system. With his resolve firm, Wu Feng wasted no time. He teleported directly in front of Jaeger, who was still recovering from his injuries, and without allowing Jaeger any chance to react, he initiated another teleportation. In an instant, they arrived in a barren region of a neighboring star system in the North Galaxy, void of any life forms. Upon arriving in the new location, Jaeger wasted no time and launched a fierce attack aimed at cleaving Wu Feng in two. However, reality soon proved Jaeger's overconfidence misplaced. Wu Feng stood his ground, conjuring a seemingly thin yet incredibly resilient energy shield that repelled Jaeger's assault, preventing him from advancing further. Seizing the opportunity presented by Jaeger's momentary struggle against the shield, Wu Feng retaliated with a swift and powerful punch, sending Jaeger hurtling backwards, akin to a flash of light, crashing into a massive red-hued planet roughly 5 to 6 times the size of Earth. The impact generated tremendous waves, plunging Jaeger into the depths of a 10,000-meter deep ocean, where he finally expended all his energy and came to a halt. How could this happen? Impossible. I should be far more powerful in terms of energy intensity. Beneath the ocean's depths, Jaeger, reduced to a mere skeletal frame except for his protected head, strained to utilize his extraordinary regenerative abilities, visibly recovering his flesh and blood as he let out a low growl of disbelief. Moments later, as the titanic waves reminiscent of an apocalyptic tsunami gradually receded into the vast ocean, an immense surge of energy erupted from the ocean floor. In this moment, the beast known as Yigo, fully healed from its injuries, surged forth with an overwhelming force reminiscent of a colossal underwater volcanic eruption. Within a mere minute, it erupted from the ocean's surface with a resounding boom, raising a staggering wave nearly 10,000 meters high. Without a moment's pause, it ascended straight into the atmosphere, enduring a tumultuous friction that sparked brilliantly before penetrating the depths of space, its target unmistakably clear, Wu Feng, who was leisurely approaching the scene. A minute later, a thunderous explosion erupted between the two, accompanied by a magnificent bloom of flames, sending visible shockwaves that propelled both combatants backward at astonishing speeds. The power of the blast radiated outward, annihilating everything within a radius of millions of miles. This included ancient, resilient meteors that had drifted through space for eons, as well as a nameless planet comparable in size to 10 Earths, all reduced to dust in an instant, scattering throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, an officer urgently reported, "Sir, the cosmic monitoring device has detected an astonishing release of energy in a lifeless expanse at the center of the northern galaxy. Preliminary estimates indicate the energy level exceeds at least 100 million. What? Did I hear that correctly? You said at least 100 million, correct?" inquired the commander, a red-skinned alien, with a look of disbelief. "Indeed, Commander Vina, you heard right. Furthermore, the latest readings from the high-energy detector confirm an energy value of 800 units, corroborating our initial findings. Is that so? Then what are you waiting for? Expedite further investigations immediately." "Reporting, sir. You have not granted permission for us to proceed with further operations without your authorization." "Oh, is that so? Cough, cough. I certainly haven't forgotten. I was merely testing your adherence to the regulations of the Galactic Patrol." "Ah, I see. May I ask, Commander Vina, have I passed your test to your satisfaction? Overall, your performance was commendable and worthy of recognition. However, let us set that aside for now. Our priority is to swiftly identify the source of this colossal energy release, comparable to the simultaneous eruption of 2 to 3 planets." "Understood, Commander Vina. I await your command and authorization." After a brief interval, the officer reported back. Further observation has revealed that the immense energy surge originated from a fierce battle between two entities, one being a human and the other a beast. "You mean to say that the source of this chaos is due to a confrontation between a human and a beast?" The red-skinned commander's expression grew serious. "Yes, Commander Vina. If you find this hard to believe, please refer to the projection screen in your office, as I have synchronized the video feed to your projector. This Is that not the legendary beast Yigu, which was lost and presumed extinct along with the first galactic patrol fleet? Upon seeing the vivid imagery on the screen, the commander immediately recognized one of the combatants as the beast Yigu, which had recently resurfaced. Curiously, the individual engaged with Yigu seemed somewhat familiar, Vina murmured, fixating on the footage of Wu Feng, who was embroiled in battle. Sir, after thorough cross-referencing with the headquarters database, we have determined there is a 90% probability that the individual battling Yigu is Wu Feng, the S-class cosmic mercenary known as the King of Mercenaries, who vanished for over 40 years. What? You mean to say that the person in the video is the fleeting King of Mercenaries from over 40 years ago? Wait, that can't be right. I recall the headquarters assessing his combat power to be no more than 3 million. Could it be that he concealed his true strength? It seems that must be the case. At this moment, the subconscious mind of Weina instinctively dismissed the possibility of Wu Feng's battle power soaring from 3 million to over 500 million in just over 40 years. Weina, a warrior with a formidable strength of 1 million, understood all too well that after reaching such a level, each incremental improvement becomes increasingly arduous. The notion of elevating one's power from 3 million to slightly over 500 million in merely 40 years appeared to Weina as a ludicrous impossibility. Even in the absence of any bottlenecks, a prodigiously gifted warrior at 1 million strength would require no less than a decade to achieve an increase of 1 million in battle power. Consequently, Weina did not hesitate to dismiss the most plausible answer from his mind, subsequently conceiving an explanation he could accept. Relay my orders to encrypt the detected video footage. All participants must not divulge a single detail. We shall discuss everything after I report to the Galactic King, Weina commanded. However, before he could finalize the projection or consult the Galactic King, a projection dedicated to the Galactic King illuminated abruptly in his office. No need for that, Weina. I am already fully informed. Now, relay my command to broadcast this video footage across all branches of the Galactic Patrol in the universe, as well as to all major forces, whether malevolent or leaning towards evil, for an unfiltered live transmission. What? Weina exclaimed, astonished, and was about to protest. But before he could voice any objections, the Galactic King emphatically added, "Oh, and make sure to clearly label the identities and affiliations of all combatants in the video. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, Galactic King. I will ensure the labeling is precise. You need not worry," Weina replied, bowing respectfully, immediately grasping the King's intent. "Very well. Then let it be so." With that, the projection abruptly ceased, returning to its silent state. Following the Galactic King's command, every location within the 7th universe that housed a Galactic Patrol was compelled to view and play the video. As a result, virtually every life-bearing planet and major force in the universe, equipped with the requisite technology to receive the Galactic Patrol's widespread dissemination of information, found themselves simultaneously engrossed in watching and rapidly investigating the unfolding events in the broadcast. How could this be? I refuse to believe it. After being sent flying at least 100,000 miles by Wu Feng's sudden onslaught, the beast Yigu, filled with rage, glared furiously at Wu Feng, who appeared unfazed. Whoosh! Though Yigu vocally expressed disbelief, his face contorted with defiance, he understood that in close combat, he could no longer rely on his prior innate advantages. Thus, he resolutely opted for a long-range attack, a mode with which he was less adept. As Yigu slowly opened his massive jaws, waves of energy orbs, capable of annihilating entire planets, were unleashed in rapid succession. In mere moments, he had expelled hundreds upon thousands of energy orbs, creating a spectacle akin to a torrential downpour. Hurtling towards Wu Feng at breakneck speed. Observing the barrage of energy orbs encircling him from all directions, Wu Feng remained unfazed, maintaining his characteristic composure. With a gentle gesture, he conjured a solid, ethereal jade-white energy wave and propelled it towards Yigu. Boom! Upon contact, the dense white energy wave effortlessly obliterated the incoming energy orbs, reducing them to mere flickering points of light that faded into the cosmos. Having vanquished the potentially planet-destroying energy orbs with ease, the slightly dimmed white energy wave surged forward without hesitation, racing towards Yigu. Oh, this feels like a lethal crisis. Before the white energy wave could reach him, Yigu instinctively sensed the impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his innate ability to devour, hoping to consume the white energy wave while replenishing his own depleting energy reserves. Boom! From a distance, Yigu unleashed his unparalleled devouring power, causing the white energy wave to visibly diminish, eventually becoming transparent, and was swallowed whole by Yega, who savored the experience with a satisfied smacking sound. Yega reveled in what felt like an exquisite delicacy, his eyes gleaming as he licked his lips, gazing intently at the seemingly unperturbed Wufeng. Unfazed by the consumption of his energy wave, Wufeng's lips curled into a subtle smile upon witnessing Yega regain his peak strength. Internally, he reflected with satisfaction, truly, this is an exceptional and rare choice for a perfect sparring partner. In this moment, with his plans for the beast Yego already laid out in his heart, Wufeng resolved to hold nothing back. He intended to unleash his full power, striving to bring the beast Yego to the brink of death. This would facilitate the binding of its soul through the laws of his inner world, transforming it into his steed or battle beast. With determination solidified, Wufeng swiftly maneuvered, his figure blurring momentarily before materializing directly before the beast Yego. Without a trace of hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch the instant he appeared. The beast Yego, sensing the overwhelming force of Wufeng's strike, quickly gathered all its strength to defend itself, raising both hands in a desperate attempt to block. Yet, despite its efforts, the beast Yego was inevitably sent flying backwards. After traveling 10 miles and dissipating the entirety of the force from Wufeng's attack, the beast Yego finally came to a halt, its body gliding backwards. However, before it could stabilize itself from the previous blow, Wufeng's follow-up punch struck again, sending the beast Yego soaring through the air in a chaotic display. From a distance, one could see its eyes bulging, mouth agape, and tongue flailing, embodying a visage of agony and ferocity. Before the beast Yego could ascend too high, Wufeng executed a momentary teleportation, positioning himself directly above it. Without a moment's pause, he lifted his leg and delivered a powerful downward strike. In an instant, he transformed the beast Yego's arched form into a downward U-shape, sending it plummeting. In a mere 30 seconds, the beast Yego, propelled downwards at great speed, traversed an unimaginable distance, arriving before a desolate planet twice the size of Jupiter. With no sign of hesitation, it plunged headfirst into the colossal planet, enveloped by immense force. Upon encountering the planet's outer atmosphere, the beast Yego, engulfed in flames, collided with the surface, creating an enormous crater. The impact, akin to a massive meteor strike, sent tremors throughout the planetary surface, causing the ground to ripple like water. And the explosive aftermath reshaped the once elevated terrain into a basin. Moments later, as the beast Yego crashed into the space between the planet's crust and core, it miraculously managed to counteract the tremendous force pressing upon it. Exhausted, the beast Yego found itself utterly drained of energy, gasping for breath, with no strength left to exert. In its weakened state, it gazed at the molten core not far below, fear creeping into its expression as it